And don't get me wrong, Neil deGrasse Tyson could get him shut up just like he did Joe Rogan. It's not Neil, if Neil said, "Nah, I want to buy his shit," then he would just go pay him off, and Eric Dubay would never fucking speak again to nobody. You
Kind of
just
weird
pay him
that
a little
they
bit of money,
fucking
he'd be
want to.
done. Yeah,
It's
he's
kind of
got the
weird the
control.
way they're
Look,
doing this.
no. You know how a CEO of a bank or a company or like
Sure.
the principal of a school opens that book up, and you're sitting there as a kid, and you're like, "Oh, what's that?" And it's all the checks, and he's the one that's got to okay any signature. That's what they have that shit. They have the ability for so much, just like you being the clerk at the store. If somebody's $2 off or 50 cents off, you can say, "Okay, go ahead, I got you." You have the power to do that. Now, this is a big scale, though. You know, so Neil deGrasse can be like, "Hey, we got to buy out Joe Rogan's show, and we have to own it, and then we pay him to be on there." So now has to
The fuck you just got
he'll
out.
have to sign a contract, an NDA, and we own his show, and we'll pay him to be on it, and we'll get him whatever guest he ever wanted. We'll guarantee him whatever guest he wants, and Neil has the power to do that. Guaranteed, bro. Power, bro.
They're given that power. Sure. They're the they're the science communicators. Yeah. So pretty
If you
sure
think the dude that would understand a time machine is going to come to your crib and you're a trillionaire, by all means, he has pool. By all means.
but that never did happen, did it? I think Eric
An example.
see, I
That was just
can't.
an
It's
example.
so fucking
Just
hard
an
to
example.
figure Eric Dubay. Dude, here's the thing. I have tried to figure Eric Dubay out for the past 9 years. Can't actually do it. Like I think I got it, but then he's right there. He's just a guy. He's just talking a lot of time talking dumb shit where he has no idea what he's saying. You know? It's kind of weird. He's just a normal dude. So how the fuck did this normal dude come out with Flat Earth and write these books? Not even selling them. Not even selling books. He's just giving them away. How the fuck do you do that? And according to Jaron, you can't do that. It's all about the money. That's the problem. That's the problem. See, there's obvious motherfuckers out here that are Jesuit trained, admittedly. But yet, here's the thing. He wasn't admittedly. Oh, we said, dude, he went to Jesuit high school. And he had to admit it. I was one of the first person banned from Globebusters. Seriously. And his channel, Jaron's channel, all of them fuckers. I'm banned from all that shit because I tried to tell him, dude, what are you doing? And they came out with, remember Convex Earth and all these other fucking people that were saying this and that and the other thing? Game over? Remember all these things these motherfuckers were doing? Come on, man. They're all disinfo. All of them. He was making money off your dumbass for talking about how you know the fucking earth is flat. Look at Aaron does not know the earth is flat. He believes it. I have not heard that son of a bitch say, I know the earth is flat, period. Regardless, no. I believe
Hello, bro.
my belief, and that's all there is to it. It's a belief to Jared. There you go. All right. I get a
Bro
little
sounds
wild.
mad.
I can keep going, bro.
Yeah, I
Used to
think
have
it's
Yeah, dude,
enough. I mean, I
you're
think
just
that the
ranting into the
discussion.
fucking void, no? Oh, right.
Yeah, I think that the discussion is not a person here. The discussion is flat Earth, man. Let's move it.
Yeah, whatever. 2007, I started
And
doing a talk
whatever. It's
show.
not. Don't do whatever me. That's what I said. Discussion here is
But I'm
flat
saying,
Earth.
yeah, I
Not,
understand. I understand. But I'm saying whatever, right? So in 2007, I started doing talk shows. Now, what year is this? 17 years later? You guys talk to me about bullshit. You have no idea what happened, how it became, any of the other shit. Who's
Literally
a
no one is
player?
talking to you, though.
I asked you to move on, and let's not talk about person or your person. We're talking about the Earth in its entirety here. Not that's the conversation. not personal griefs or your personal problems. Somebody bring up a discussion.
On with the conversation. To the fucking intellectual bullshit. Go ahead, elbow. Hear your
What's up, man?
fucking hear your intellect, bro. What you got?
Well, I mean, I came here to listen to somebody's conversation, not
Oh,
to
so
listen to not to listen to somebody rant about somebody else
what do you want to talk about?
about the Earth, man. Do you
All
believe the
right,
Earth
what do
is
you want to
flat,
talk about?
or you believe the Earth is a globe?
I don't believe a goddamn thing anymore. This is the thing. Back in the day when I started my talk show, which was 14 years ago, somebody was coming to me and said, I don't believe anything. What? He said, I don't believe anything. Come on, man. You believe? No, I don't. Back and forth. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. You believe this, you believe that. And he would come back on the show days or weeks later and I would go, well, you have to believe this, right? Believe your name is what your name is, right? I know my name is. I didn't get it for like
That
2
was me,
weeks.
wasn't it?
I don't know, bro. But it was
That
somebody
was
saying, I
me,
don't believe
man.
it, right? And I didn't get it for 2 weeks, probably 2 weeks, something like that. Maybe a month. And I went, oh, no shit. You either know or you believe. If you believe, most of the time it's bad, right? So you need to know. Fuck that belief shit. That's what this man was trying to tell me in 2009. When I had a talk show about the Rothschilds, bankers, and all the bullshit world.
Well, there's also you don't some stuff you can't, some stuff you don't know. I mean,
No, you never
you have to
will.
be real with yourself and understand that some stuff you don't have the explanation to.
That's right. That's right. And that's when you got to go, I don't know.
Seems like people
It's
are
hard.
afraid of that.
It is, man, dude. It's hard to get humble, bro. Everybody's born with a killer ego. It gets worse as you're challenged. So if you don't want to not know, you don't want to not be right. Nobody ever wants to be wrong. So you develop an ego. Your ego gets really bad, and then you become a narcissist. Hey, Tabs, why are you doing that, bro? Mute yourself. Tabs, thank you. Rich Evans. There are certain names I see, and I just realize, wow, are you even a real person? You sound real. Here you and they sound real. And then the fucking words start coming out. What the fuck? Oh, Miggy. Motherfucker don't like me no more. I don't get it, man. 4 years ago, I was a head mod on his fucking YouTube channel. Now he don't like me. You know what?
There are no
Another
Globers in
weird
here.
thing is, if nobody's saying anything like intelligent, I'm just going to keep rambling. People have put this man down so many times. Miggy, right? I don't even get it. I'm there defending him. I don't even know why, but I was defending him because he never did anything wrong to me, right? And people are in my fucking chat back in the day going, this motherfucker is this and that. What the fuck? Where did that come from? You kidding me? What the fuck did he do? He's into all this Bitcoin and nothing. Oh, so what? Wait a minute. So if he's invested in some shit, he's a bad guy. I heard this shit though, right? I heard this shit about Jaron too. Like Eric DeBay claimed that he stole $80,000 worth of shit back in the day, and all. Yeah, if you guys ain't up in the
Did somebody send me a message? What is it?
where this came? Hey, what? Yeah. Eric DeBay said that Jaron stole $80,000 in Bitcoin, like 5-6 years ago or some shit when they first began. And this is another thing, right? Jaron said, I used to respect that. We never respected Eric DeBay. He came out fighting immediately. Like all these motherfuckers, if this is a controlled son of a bitch, it was a psyop kind of, but it got out of control and it really wasn't a psyop because once a psyop gets out of control, it's no longer a psyop. The flat earth is spreading like fire ants. Nobody's going to stop it ever. And as much as you idiots want to go, oh, yeah, it's dead. No, it's far beyond on fire. Dude, I was talking to my this guy's 76 fucking years old. I'm 64. He's 60. Well, I'm going to be 67. Well, he's 12, almost 13 years older than me. 64. He comes around mowing my lawn because I ain't got a lawnmower. Like he's got a mower. We talk all the time. You know, he stops and he gets out of talking. A couple of weeks ago, there's an opening right here to ask him this question. So do you think we live on a globe? And he looked at me and giggled like he laughed. It was funny as fuck. I thought, son of a bitch. He looked at me and said, well, that's what they tell us. We had a little bit of a conversation. He knows the earth ain't a fucking ball. Any water ball. That's bullshit. And 76 years old. He's been around. This is the thing. For 2,500 years, we did not know we're living on a spinning water ball. If we did, there would be statues and engravings and all kinds of happy horse shit from the history from that time of the globe. But there is none. There is none. Now, the first physical globe was 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Now, where were the Jesuits? Or the Jesuits, or whoever you want to call them? They were about to be formed. Oh, the timeline, if you check it all out, and if you have a fucking brain, and you want to know the absolute truth, and you don't give a fuck about what other people say, you'll do these things. And you'll find out these timelines on how these things happen. And it's all the Jews, Jesuits. Jews.
Bro, I'm a Jew here. I can certify that everything he's saying is true. Everything he's saying about us is totally true. Got all the world's money.
And see, you're an honest Jew. And look, it's just
dude,
like
bro, I'm freaking honest as shit. Bro, I'm the one that tried to convince my game. Bro, I faked the fucking moon landing. Come on. Okay. Y'all haven't done that.
You know who Ben Stein is?
Hell yeah, he's my brother. We go out to dinner.
You don't even know who he is, do you?
Yeah, you can win his money on that old TV show.
Good job. Now, who was this co-host that later became a big talk show host?
Ooh, win Ben Stein's money? I don't know. I thought he had a number of co-hosts.
Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, man. Jimmy Kimmel.
Well, Jimmy. Okay, look. When me and old Ben, we would hang out, and Kimmel was a wannabe Jew, so he'd always like hang out with us and try to do Jewy things, and it was just, it was not a good time.
Look at his first show was in the fucking Masonic Hall.
We had to explain to him how to wear a yarmulke properly and how to play with the dreidel properly, and it was just not happening.
No shit. See that? I knew it. I knew it. And when they put his first show in the Masonic Hall, I absolutely fucking knew it.
Right.
Because
Yeah,
you
that was
guys know
our old stomping grounds, the Masonic Hall.
There you go. And do you guys know that the Masons come from the Jews?
Bro, the
don't.
only thing that I know is that the orgies were crazy.
Jews got some beautiful women. Let me tell you something. When I was 5 years old, I fell in love with this beautiful little Jewish girl. I didn't know from Adam.
You got to be careful about the women, bro. It's a
Are you crazy?
It's kind
Yo,
of a
Jewish
trap.
women are ugly as fuck.
God, dude, they're beautiful.
Oy
They're
vey.
fucking beautiful.
The big noses,
So
small tits.
pointy nipples, deep throats. Just pointing out the important parts. Dude, I almost kicked over my table right now.
Anyway.
What else being discussed here?
Listen, man. If you keep talking about our Jewish women like that, we're gonna ruin your credit score.
Dude, they're fucking beautiful. What am I? What?
No, you're okay. The other guy that says that they're ugly.
No, they're
You're
not.
fine,
They are though. They are.
bro.
No, they're not.
The next
Some
time
of
you
them
apply
are.
for a home loan, your
You
ass
know how
is
many
getting
fucking
denied.
Jewish women I've seen, bro? I go to synagogue and everything, bro. They're claps.
Well, that's where the ugly Jewish girls are.
Whoa, Towns.
So you're going
Are you
to
a
where
fellow
they are.
Jew?
I'm Jewish, yes.
You're one of us,
Yes, bro.
bro.
I'm the elite class.
What's up? Look, we need to start speaking our secret Jewish language. We need to start
We
speaking
have a
Jew.
Jewish language.
Bro, you don't speak the secret language?
Hebrew or Yiddish? Which one?
No, the secret one. The one where we talk about all of our money.
Latin.
Oh, good.
I don't know. I only speak English and French.
Wow. You need to learn the secret Jewish communication language where we talk about money.
I don't know, bro. I'm not Ashkenazi. You guys have your own thing.
So.
Oh, he pointed out the Ashkenaz.
Anyways, guys, the Earth is a ball.
You see how good of a job I've done convincing people that the Earth is round? Even this man, Matt Mooney, believes it.
For being real.
I've just been convinced by this
Jewish
guy.
people are
Jake
called
Jake
Ashkenazi.
Jake.
Bro, I taught you well. Like, come on, us Jews, we got it. We got everybody
Well, I'm not
believing
a
the
Jew,
Earth is
but-
round. No, I'm a Jew. Tabs is a Jew. We convinced you
You're
that the Earth
exactly
is
correct.
round.
You're exactly correct.
I've been convinced of the objective truth. Yes.
Jake is telling the truth.
Hell yeah, this guy got it.
It's a ball,
Jake
guys.
from State Farm is trying to sell you some insurance, brother, and he knows that they created the
Hell
ball.
yeah.
He knows
I get a commission every time you buy insurance from me.
Oh. Right.
Right, so you telling the truth has nothing to do with the insurance you sell. Right? Right.
Right. But I would appreciate it if he does, buy insurance. Me and Ben Stein want to roll around in his money.
Well, I'm gonna get it from State Farm.
The secret is that it's flat, yeah. And all the Masons, imagine the Freemasons who wandered the world wherever they wanted to go because of their building understanding. Now, imagine the people that come out today and say, well, they couldn't have been built by man. That had to be giants and barbarian. You know how retarded that is? If you are understanding about building, then you have to understand these people who come out with the mud floods, the way they it to you, and Tartaria, the way they present it, all these things, they're fucking idiots. Then you got meltology.
What's a free?
You have.
Dude, calm down, real quick. Calm down.
I'm
Okay.
fine. Look,
Okay.
I should have been an actor. Okay, I get dramatic.
You should have
I do
been.
these things where I saw it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fuck you.
What's a Freemason?
What's a Freemason?
I don't even know what that is.
Freemason. Well, it's very simple. Freemason is a man who knows how to build with understanding that you don't have. Therefore, they have the right to go anywhere they want to go. That is a Freemason. They were able to travel wherever they wanted to go. They were the first people of importance because they knew how to build. Hey, when you know how to build shit, you're an important motherfucker.
Like buildings, or,
Right?
or I mean,
Yeah, buildings, build shit.
Damn.
There's the drama there.
wait, so they were just like constructing? Like what? What do you mean?
They understood how to build things, angles and stuff. Building.
So they were
Wall-
Egyptian.
Look at wherever
Do
you're
you
going to
think? Do
go
you think
back
the
to the
Freemasons
Master
built the
Mason
pyramids?
built pyramids. What?
Do you think the Freemasons built the pyramids?
I'm not sure.
I mean, because if you think about it, the
I think
pyramids.
the Egyptians wrote the pyramids.
I know they
I mean,
were
those-
definitely genius masons. I don't know if they were free at that time. See, that became something. I don't know if it was that time or a little bit later. You know what I'm saying? So once people understood how amazing these people were, they had free reign of the earth. Freemasons. Oh, you could build me this. Come on over. You don't need a passport or any shit. Just come on over. That's a Freemason. It's free to travel and do what you will. That's the literal truth of the Freemason. Now, they were obviously infiltrated because of the importance of this builder. Obviously, you're going to go after the most important motherfucker, of course. So you're going to get that free reign, right? And so you're going to infiltrate, and then you're going to start talking a little bit at a time, introduce a little bit, and then boom. And then the next thing you know, Freemasons are bad guys. Not all of them are. A lot of them are. Not
I'm
all
a
of them.
good Freemason.
Some of them don't have a clue.
I'm one of the good ones.
Seriously.
Don't worry. I'm one of the good ones.
Some of them are just they're brothers, right? They go to the club, they do the thing. I've been there. Like, I've been to these fucking meetings. I've seen these guys. I know who they are. Some of them are different. Most of them are just normal guys. How they do it.
Don't worry.
That's
I'm
how
one of the
they
good
get
ones,
the
Garfield.
giant understanding of, just being normal.
Well-
It's just like the Knights of Malta,
They're not
Knights
all.
of Columbus.
Not
I
all
have
the
a Knights
same.
of Columbus
Okay.
sword.
Yeah, we're not all the same
Oh.
though. There's good guys like me,
No,
and
they're
there's
not.
bad guys like the other guys, right?
There's bad guys and good guys in the same organization.
Yeah,
That's the
I'm one of
thing.
the good guys. I'm one of the good Freemasons.
Oh. Yeah, see,
right.
I know quite a few of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Matter of fact, I really don't. I don't know any bad Masons. To tell you the truth, I have that. You know, it's been infiltrated. I know everything's been infiltrated. How else do you work? You want to take over shit, you got to infiltrate. You got to do it from the inside out. That's a known. It's a fact. That's how shit works. You've taken over everything. They own everything. They own land. They own everything. You can't explore. These people keep saying you can explore Arctic. You don't realize that you can't explore Antarctica.
I'm gonna get
Now,
you over there, Herb.
you're gonna pay a whole bunch of money, and then they're not gonna give you anything. You can't
Yeah.
take any resources because it's gonna pollute the place you're exploring. If you go and read the shit that they tell you, you'll understand that you don't want to go there.
Listen, bro, I am definitely one of the bad Freemasons.
You're a bad one.
I farted at every
What?
single meeting, and I blamed it on somebody else.
Really?
Yeah, blamed it
Are
on
you?
the dog most of the time.
I'm one of the good Freemasons, and we're gonna do such a wonderful job. Such a wonderful job with Freemasons.
I went to this meeting about raw milk, like in 2009. Raw milk farmers were, wow, they were being fucked. So they would get their milk back, they would do a test, and the test on the other side would come back quicker. They would find it default, and they would pasteurize it default. Right? and he would get his results back. It would say, "You're fine. You're good to go." So now your milk is already pasteurized, and you're fucked. Well, I went to this. This is the first Masonic Hall meeting I ever went to, and I would show you the video, except for my wife aimed the camera at my face for some goofy reason, and not the people in the audience and the people. I don't know, whatever. So but here's what happened, right? They were just spit on. And there were three main guys up there and I was just going. Finally, I said, "You know what would be good? We just dissolved a bunch of you right here." They all looked at me, and my wife, she has the camera on my fucking ugly face, not on the shocked entire audience of what? What did he just say? Yeah, I said, dissolve this whole shit. All you fuckers at. Of the government? Exactly. Everybody was shocked. Nobody knew what to say. How is that possible? Nobody says, get rid of these motherfuckers? Oh, come on. We need leadership. I've listened to people, I've heard people, I've debated people that say we need leadership, we need government. We absolutely need people telling us what the fuck to do. Are you out of your mind? There's something wrong with you mentally.
We gotta make sure we get all the jobs back. We gotta make sure.
No. I don't need no motherfuckers telling me how it is. Not a fucker. Not one fucker. Let alone 15 fuckers or 100,000 fuckers who just took the fucking earth away from me, where I can't even go and claim a plot of fucking land.
Where do you want to get some land at?
Just build your own.
Calm down. What?
We're gonna make sure as soon as I'm in office, we're gonna make sure.
Why don't you just go to Joe Biden's front yard and build a house there? What the fuck?
Yeah,
I mean, that's what you're supposed to do.
I should be able
We're
to.
gonna bring back all the
Say, hey,
jobs.
Joe Biden, you using this spot? No, you're busy. Okay, I'm gonna build my house right in your front yard.
He probably wouldn't notice it. I tell you, he probably wouldn't even
He
notice.
probably wouldn't. He'd probably be like, "Is there a car pulled out front? Is that the
Sleepy
mailman?"
Call him Sleepy Joe.
He'd be like,
Is
"Man,
that a
no, that's a
frame
house
loader?
getting built."
Or is that a
He wouldn't
fly?
even notice.
He'll say, "Somebody making my grave plot? What is that? Is that a house?" He said, "Who put a house on my driveway? What the?"
He might think you're Secret
How the
Service. Quite
fuck did I
honestly,
get here?
He's gonna drive through your house. He's gonna make a driveway through your house.
who knows? He might honestly.
He won't see it. You know,
We call
he's
him-
seen the curve a couple of times. You know
He
what I mean?
probably has. He probably has at sea level. He's probably seen the curve at sea level. Sleepy Joe.
Ain't nobody seen a curve unless you're on a hill.
Don't worry. We're gonna make
I
sure
wish
we
I
bring
could
back all
see.
the jobs.
You know that one guy who tried to be president but he got caught by the military like 5 times, and he came back over here. He's like the best snitch
No.
ever. What's his
Oh, what?
name? Little white guy, McCain.
Oh, yeah.
John
With
McCain.
the short arms and the little hands. It looked like a T-Rex. Yeah.
I don't know. He had a weird looking face. I don't know, but
Yeah,
I'm
wasn't he
just
running
saying.
with,
So can I just hold everybody here? We made a comment about dinosaurs. First of all, dinosaurs are far less corrupt
yeah, he
than
kind of looked
public
like a T-Rex.
officials. And, appreciate
Yeah,
it. Not
McCain.
love. Have you ever seen your dinosaurs just want to be loved? No, if you've
That's
seen
all
Jurassic
right.
Park.
Have you ever proved that there is a dinosaur, or that there was a dinosaur? Have
You
ever
know-
seen proof?
I invented dinosaurs.
That's cool, because that means they're
Yes.
not real.
Correct.
Which
Correct. They're an invention of me. I
they're
made
definitely
them.
not real. Did you ever look into the history?
Oh,
of
no,
that?
they're real. They're real. I genetically engineered them.
mistake. You made a mistake doing this, because I just watched on Drunk History the other night. They were spitting facts, because I couldn't believe it, so I checked it out. But they were spitting facts. There was only 2 guys in the 1800s that were discovering these bones, and they were fighting against each other, trying to take each other's shit. You can look this up. There was only 2 guys that discovered all the dinosaur bones. Now, that's like, what's his name? Ron Wyatt, is that his name?
Were they Jewish?
So my question to
Oh,
That's what
you,
I'm trying to say,
fake
right?
of course,
So
dinosaur
Ron
bones,
Wyatt,
the
he
fake
discovered all the
dinosaur
shit in the
bones.
Bible.
The
That's what I'm
radical
saying.
left.
So they
So-
got this one guy discovering all the shit in the Bible. Then they got these other two guys discovering all the fucking dinosaurs. How does that work exactly?
well, my issue with what you're saying, Harp, is that in order to properly understand drunk history, you must also be drunk yourself.
Yeah, and I absolutely am
So,
all the time.
Okay,
So, go
you
ahead.
were.
The
So,
radical
Am,
media.
so
was,
actually, you're
is,
fake.
am.
They placed
am
fake
now.
dinosaur bones. They made them all up. They're all fake. They're not real whatsoever. They're all fake.
Dinosaur is bullshit. Yeah,
like
all
my
bullshit.
hair.
They
They are
never
fake.
existed. They never existed, I tell you. They're all fake by the radical lefts, the bad, horrible media, terrible people.
Oh, here's the thing. Show me
See,
proof of dinosaur.
liberals.
Show me proof of a dinosaur bone of any kind.
There isn't any proof.
I mean,
There isn't any proof
obviously,
for any
they're
dinosaur
fake,
bones.
Harp. We
They're
all
all
know
fake.
that the only thing that is real, that is possibly ancient.
The only thing that is
What?
real is that which
Bigfoot
aligns with the Bible. That's
is
that's
real.
the only thing that is real. Nothing else is real. Nothing else could be possibly real, I tell you. We are a
Bigfoot and
nation.
lizard people are real. Dinosaurs are fake, and the Earth is
Lizard
black.
people?
Yeah. I tell you.
Yeah, of course
Lizard
that's
people
real.
exist. Yeah, exactly. That's how we
Lizard
say it.
people.
Lizard people exist. The earth is clearly flat.
Of course, if they're not
fuck are lizard-
scientifically recognized, obviously
gonna
the
make
government
America-
is trying to cover
You
up the
ever
lizard
seen-
people.
Exactly.
What?
You ever seen proof of lizard people?
Yes.
We have
You-
no
can you
evidence
show
for
me
lizard
proof of a
people
lizard?
whatsoever. There's
Yeah,
no
just
evidence
look at how
for it.
Biden looks. There you go. Proof of a lizard person. He looks like a
There's
fucking
no evidence
lizard.
of any lizard people. You're being ridiculous,
Come on,
okay? I
man.
tell
Come
you.
on.
You
Biden
know,
is a
Down now.
silly. Hold on, stop for
Okay.
just 1 second. Let me correct him. Biden's a silly old man. Okay, he's got dementia, but there's no evidence of any lizard people. Okay, don't be
Hillary
ridiculous.
Clinton. You don't think Hillary?
No.
There is no such thing as any lizard people. Okay.
Okay,
You're being
well,
very
maybe
earlier.
you know. I
Very
think maybe our Trump wannabe here is a lizard person and
All right, buddy.
trying to cover for
I
him.
am a Freemason.
He's
I'm
the
happy
chosen
to be a
one, bro.
Freemason, and
He's the chosen one.
yeah, I'm the chosen one. Okay, I got the truth.
Listen,
There's
I
no
am-
such
don't
thing.
get-
There's
they're-
no. I tell you,
they're
I tell you,
real.
As we're gonna
They're
rebuild our
real.
nation, as we're gonna
They're
rebuild our
real.
nation,
There's
no
more
lizard
evidence.
people.
There's more evidence for lizard people than there is dinosaurs.
There isn't.
Yes, there
Okay, where
is.
are you getting that any stupid
that's
information
pretty
from? There's
good.
no
Because we
such
can
thing as
see them.
lizard people.
You know what? You're starting to piss me off, Yogan.
With all due respect, I don't know if you're in
Seriously,
5th
dude.
grade or
You
whatever
know, David
metaphor you
Icke.
believe in.
David Icke
If you
wrote
go to
books
Black-
on them, whole books
And you go to libertarian and just what are you talking about, dude? Okay,
that are far cheaper than the books
All right, I'm
about the
officially drunk.
dinosaurs.
the book. We have the skeletal remains, the bones of these massive creatures that roam the
Yeah,
earth.
sure,
Okay, and
where?
they're very
Where
real.
are they at?
They're very real, totally real. We reconstructed them, and they definitely existed.
Okay, I'm officially
They
drunk.
never
so this is
existed.
now
They're
drunk
not
history,
real.
bro.
Yeah, they don't exist
No.
because of what? Because of what exactly? Okay.
You know, you're trying to brainwash
get-
us.
We're gonna get all the best museums out there possible.
You're
as soon
trying
as
to
I'm president.
brainwash
As
us.
soon
What
as
are you
I'm
gonna
president,
tell-
we're gonna have the
What
best
next are you
museums
going to
out
try
there.
and convince us of, huh?
I'm gonna try to convince you that the Earth is a globe. I know that's
We
ridiculous.
have young Newell Harp here
That
with
is
his
ridiculous.
virgin mind, and you're trying to just
Harp,
destroy
I
it.
don't think Harp has a virgin mind. He's a 60-year-old man. I'm
Yeah.
sure he had sex plenty of times.
Before-
Okay, don't disrespect a man like that. Okay, he's a very good man. I tell you, he's a wonderful man.
I
He's
never
not one of
said-
the people from CNN. CNN has nasty
I think you're
people,
trying to
nasty
corrupt him.
people
I
over at
think you're
CNN.
trying to corrupt his
You know,
innocent
do you
mind.
think he was
CNN
twinkling?
has.
Do you think he was? Here's the thing, right? Do you think he was twinkling in my ear? You know what that means, right?
Maybe just a little bit. Okay, maybe I'm trying to mess
So,
with you just a
when
little
you're
bit.
twinkling in my ear,
Harp's
that
a
means
good
you're
man.
like giving me a fucking.
I'm starting to get PO'd. Okay, I'm getting PO'd now.
But like I say it all the time.
Let me-
Okay, we're gonna rebuild our country. We're gonna make sure we get rid of crooked
Right.
Joe Biden. Okay, and we're
Right.
gonna do such a wonderful job.
Dude,
Such a
you're
wonderful
fucking-
job.
Dude, you're fucking dreaming. Shit is
A
over.
wonderful job.
Here's what they do, right? So they go from country to country to country, and they revolve around like the sun. They make one powerful, and then they take it down, and then they make the next one powerful. It all happens due to what they want, and they slaughter us in false wars, and that's how all these things work. So right now, the United
By the
States
nasty
is
media.
the United States right now, right, is the Great Rome 14th Empire. That's what we are. So when Israel is going to be attacked, which they will be soon, we're going to cover their ass with our people who believe whatever. And they'll more than willingly go and give their lives for a false pretense of bullshit. That's how they work. They use our energy, they use all our vibrations, and they do everything according to astrology. There's one other person,
They're
maybe
nasty
two.
people. They're nasty people.
Yeah, and
So
they
let's
use
just
the
start
star-
talking about the chances that Bigfoot will run for president.
That's the thing. Whoa. Back up, bro.
What do you think Trump is?
No, you're not going to fucking evade me from the stars that they use. They use astrology
Go ahead.
for all the things they do. Everything they do with the wars and the attacks and the false flags, everything they do is according to the stars. Everything. Like, I think there's even still maybe, I don't know if it exists still, 911, as above, so below. Check that out. So everything they do is according to astrology. Not
Wouldn't do it all.
horror fucking shit that you look in the paper. These people have people. This is why the Jesuits own everything as far as the sky. They own everything. If
Nasty
they don't
people.
own it, they oversee it. See, that's the thing. They oversee
Radical
the fucking world. Jesuit, the Vatican oversees the world. It's a fact.
I gotta tell you, they're very nasty people, okay? They're very nasty people, and they lie
They are.
to the rest of the world. They're very nasty people.
Yeah. Dude, I've caught the fucking Pope smacking a kid or fucking pulling away from a little kid.
Yeah.
Literally. And yeah, he's a
The Pope
fucking
is he's a massive clown. They think he's a holy man. He's not holy, I tell you. I shook his hand.
Well,
He's
here's
not a
the thing.
holy man.
I don't know if you've ever heard this, and I probably have said this a million times, but I'll say it again. So here's what happened. Back when they estimated the distance of the sun, they started out with 3 million, and they jumped to 13 million, and the following estimate was 13 million again, which is very weird.
I mean, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard.
Hold on now.
Yeah, you see that nasty person
Calm down,
coming in.
right? Hold on, calm down.
Let's read about it.
3/13/13. Now listen very carefully. On March 13th, 2013, the inauguration of Pope Jesuit. Who's this new Pope? Come on. 13 days after Benedict resigned. 13.
Nasty guy.
We have the new Francis. Yeah. This is incredible. So 3/13/13 is the 3 estimates of the sun. I can show you this. This is all fact. This is documented. This is all real.
You said this is incredible.
3/13/13 is the first 3 estimates of the sun in millions of years. Then the first Jesuit Pope is inaugurated on 3/13/13. Literally. Like, no bullshit. Now, here's the crazier part. 7 years later, Donald Trump, a Jesuit sympathizer from birth, with his grandfather and father, the whole time, declared a national emergency on 3/13/20. It was exactly 7 years later of the inauguration. Shut up! Of the inauguration of the Pope. Now,
Calm down. I love you.
now,
I love
you.
You gotta stop
Now,
interrupting.
that was
Stop interrupting.
Friday.
You're a nasty
please
person.
shut the fuck up. That was Friday the
Hey.
13th. That was Friday the 13th. and it was
Maybe he wants to fuck the
What
shut up.
dude? Really?
You
wanna
gotta
stop
let him
this
talk. Go
really
ahead,
bad,
Mark.
right?
Go ahead.
Go
Really
ahead.
want to stop this?
We love you. We love you. We just want to make sure you know that we love you.
And shut the fuck up and let me finish.
Go ahead.
This is no kind of coincidental bullshit. And I get such light reactions from these facts that these numbers 3-13-13, 13-13. What just happened on the 13th?
Oh my God, he's
On
on to something. I mean,
Saturday.
you just hold on.
On
You said
Saturday,
something.
the 13th, did Trump get shot? No, he didn't get shot. It was a false flag. They do all these things according to 13, not 33.
He's on to something.
You're all fucking morons with their 33. It's all bullshit.
Exactly.
They're
Everyone
distractions.
just clearly saw how Mr. Harp clearly
Now,
demonstrated the
let me tell you
corruptness
something real quick.
of the upper
See,
class.
this is
The
what you have to do. This is what
MS-13,
you have to do, right? This is what you have to do,
the
right?
MS-13, the motto,
You have to
the
do.
gang.
Here's the thing, right? JC, Jesus Christ. J is the 10th letter. C is the 3rd letter. What does that equal?
Yeah, that's what the MS-13's from.
13.
Yeah.
That's correct. That's the original 13. It's fucking 12. Yeah. Who's the 13th prophet? I'm sorry. The 13th disciple. There was a 13th disciple. What was his name?
Mary.
Matthias. My God.
What is it?
See, this is
They're
what it's like
nasty
talking
people.
to people who have no
Yep.
clue what they're
The
talking
elites,
about.
the elites are nasty people.
So now, the 13. What's going to happen? What's next? Here we go. October 16 and 17, we're going to have a summit of the bird flu. Yeah. October. Here we go again, motherfuckers. October 16 and 17, my mom's birthday and the first marriage I ever had. Horrifying.
They're nasty people, I'll tell you.
And here we
You
go.
doing?
Now we're going to have a summit on how to deal with bird flu. Now, remember when that last happened? That was when it was October, and it was over COVID. Now they're doing it again.
They're
Don't tell me I'm
nasty
gonna have a
people, I
heart
tell you. The
attack. It's
elites
all
are
drama.
nasty people.
It's all drama.
As soon as I'm elected, we're gonna get rid of all those nasty elite people
No, you
doing
ain't.
random stuff with the numbers
No,
and
you ain't.
13 and whatever.
Yeah, okay, Trump. All right, Trump.
Nasty people.
He's going to drain the swamp. He's got a dick in his mouth by the fucking Jew. Yeah, that's it. Draining the swamp. Dude, ain't nobody going to drain the swamp. Creator, whoever that is, I don't know. There is shit
The
in the
swamp in
Bible.
Florida.
Oh, there you go.
Florida's the swamp where NASA's at.
Just letting go of whatever's going on, man. Whatever's going on. It seems to be like if we don't take control, which we won't, it's not going to change. And they got the upper hand. They always will. And it'll get worse.
Yeah, but
Here we go.
yeah, but if somebody
I'm
says
not
they're
trying to
draining
be a
the swamp,
fearmonger.
that's what Hitler did to build Disneyland.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what the Germans did. They drained
And
the
I'm not
swamp.
going to say what I want to say because just, but I don't know about that shit that they told us about. Because they tell us that water is made out of fire. That's what they tell us.
No, they tell you what. No, they tell you water is
Hydrogen
made
and
out of
oxygen is fire. Yeah, hydrogen and oxygen is fire.
I mean,
No.
you can burn hydrogen
No,
and
no,
you
no,
need
no, no,
oxygen.
no.
No. It is.
Nasty people, you gotta stop. You gotta stop
Hy-
interrupting.
Hydrogen and water.
Yeah, hydrogen and oxygen is fire, not water.
Hydrogen and oxygen are two fucking gases.
Yeah,
No.
they create fire, not water. They create fire, not water. Gases that
Anyone
burn.
who thinks otherwise is a nasty
Brother,
person.
hold on. If I put two
Dude,
gases,
you can burn hydrogen,
together.
you can put oxygen to it and make it fire.
burn them
more
with
fire.
what? Burn them with what?
Dude, hydrogen gas, if you light it,
Burn 'em
it's
with what?
flammable.
With what?
What?
What's it flammable with?
Fire.
A flame. If
Yeah,
I
you
don't
can
add a
light it.
flame, what happens?
It's gas.
He's a nasty
Okay.
person.
Now fucking
Okay.
slow down a minute. Now stay with me. It's
Okay, go
gas
ahead.
right now.
Right.
The chemistry people tell you the two unlit gases make fucking water.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
No, because you have to
Exactly.
burn them together.
Now listen, hold on, stop.
All right, bro.
How you disprove that is the same way that you say, what do you make hydrogen with? You need electricity.
Right.
So you need a spark
That's
or you
correct.
need a chemical electric electrical spark or an electrolysis, a reaction of that. Now, I know and you know that hot and cold make water, condensation, or an electrical input, output, offput.
Correct.
You're right. Same thing, hot and cold. Where the electricity is, that's going to be hot. Anything around it would be cold. Same thing, you're going to create
Condensation.
water. Condensation, 100%. So that's what we can rely on so far. I mean, that I think. I mean, but I can't rely
Right.
on two
I know
gases.
exactly what you're saying, man.
Two gases occupying a shoebox and then being water tomorrow. No.
They're nasty people, I tell you. Okay, nasty people.
Well, they'll
Lying
tell you
about
black
very
is white.
basic things when we're talking about flammability of water and flammability of
But this
hydrogen.
is
I
the
know it
thing,
all.
right there. This is the thing, right? The point is, they tell you black is white. They tell you water is made out of fire. Like, so can you light water and create fire?
No.
You can't.
No.
Well, if you no,
They
Demont,
told me-
Demont, hold on. I'm approaching this from a different
You
angle.
can actually. You can. You can. I'll do it right now.
You can't light water on fire.
Yes, I'll do it right now.
Unless you add something to it, you cannot light fire onto water.
We're rejecting
Period.
basic chemistry. We call it basic chemistry. We're rejecting
You
here.
cannot do electrolysis on water without other
All you
elements
gotta do is
introduced.
spray it as a vapor, harp.
Basic
Spray
No,
your water
because
as a
if you want
vapor.
to do electrolysis,
And when it
you
hits
need
the
pure
fire, it'll go.
electricity, not fire. Go put a
Go ahead.
battery. Go put a 9-volt battery with the block one. Put it in some water. Put 2 test tubes on each pole, and one of them will be oxygen. One will be with hydrogen.
A 9-volt battery. Hold
Wrong.
on.
Doesn't matter. I don't know. I don't know what it's
Hold
called.
on,
But it's
hold
a
on,
battery
dude.
with
Come on.
it's a
A
square
9-volt
battery
battery.
with the little
So
circles
it's a
on top.
battery,
He thinks
hydrogen,
you're
and
gonna just
oxygen.
put this shit in water. He has no
Harp,
idea what
can
he's
you
talking
hold
about.
on a minute? Harp, hold
Go ahead,
on.
man.
So is the battery
We're nasty.
hydrogen?
We're nasty
Is the battery
people.
It's
hydrogen?
the
No, but it
battery
provides
hydrogen. Stop
electricity.
talking,
It
dude.
splits the water
Answer the question,
molecule
please.
into hydrogen and oxygen.
D-Lock is a nasty person. He's a nasty guy. No,
No.
very
So a
nasty.
See,
9-volt
here's the thing
battery
you're
is
missing.
what you're calling hydrogen now, right?
No, I
Here's the
never
thing
said
you're
that.
missing.
The
D-Bot.
No.
9-volt battery
He's
How did
provides
we
talking
get
about
to
electricity,
water,
which
bro.
splits the water atom into
How did we get it?
hydrogen and
Wrong.
oxygen.
Wrong.
No, that's not how you got it. You
Go
just
do
somebody
it.
just said put a
Go do the
battery.
experiment. Go do
Dude,
the experiment.
Do
you
what
go do it.
experiment?
Go put a fucking battery with the little
What are
You
you
go
thing
do it.
using a fucking battery for,
He
dude?
doesn't know what he's talking about,
for
Demont.
electricity to split the water molecule.
No,
He doesn't know what he's talking
Yes.
about.
brother. You need to
Dude,
go back to school. That's all I can say.
Okay, then
seriously.
you show me. You show me. You show me.
You show me. You show me. I'll tell you what, asshole.
Show you what a
Check it
cartoon.
out. Water is not fucking electrical, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's why you had
In
the
order to
battery.
do electro-
Stupid.
Shut up.
That's why
In
you had
order
the
to do
battery.
electric- Shut up.
No,
In
you
order
listen
to
to
do
me.
elect- Oh my God. Mute him and get rid of him. Now, water is not a conduit for electricity. Okay? You have to introduce salts and other shit into the water to make electrolysis. You have a clue what you're saying? No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't get hydrogen or oxygen out of water. You get it out of the metal that's introduced as an electrolysis input for the catalyst is the water. Period. You're an idiot. Now, go prove me wrong, Mr. Fuck-ass. You can't get shit out of water because you can't even conduct electricity out of fucking water. You moron. Prove me wrong. Those were claims, absolute claims. You could bring up any video you want to, and I will show you exactly what I just said. We'll find any
I'm
fucking
just trying
thing
to
you
point
want.
out,
Bring it up, and I'll show you you're a fucking idiot. Go ahead.
and I want to point out, you shouldn't have to use a battery to do anything if it's not electricity you're actually doing or using.
Oh, you're
In what
trying
you're
to pump
calling the other,
electricity through it.
right? Right. So you should be able to do what the chemistry people said, the ones that lied to you, and go get your shoebox of hydrogen and your shoebox of oxygen and put them together and make some water.
There you
Not
go.
electricity and
They
not
say
anything
they can
burning.
do that too. Did you ever see those videos? It's a condensation. That's what you were saying earlier. Is that what you were saying? Right? Right.
That's a temperature differential, yes. I'm
Yeah,
saying
that's
put the
exactly what.
same temperature
Exactly.
gases next to each other, like right in the air right now.
Exactly.
A certain
Yep,
percentage
exactly.
is nitrogen, a certain percentage is hydrogen, certain percentage is oxygen. So it should be water right now.
You need temperature to make it do that. You know, that's all. It's you can't electrify water. Water is an insulator. Like until you put minerals in water, it doesn't conduct shit.
Same with radiation. Radiation doesn't affect water; it affects the stuff in water,
Not at all.
supposedly.
Salt water. And we know. You say electrolysis is the process using electricity to split water into hydrogen and oxygen. This reaction takes place in a unit called. Okay, well, tell us. Just told you all that. Bullshit. All bullshit. All bullshit, folks. Here's what the thing you did. They took you at the age of 5, as we are continuing to allow our children to be taken at the age of 5 by these fucking freaks. Now, what did I just hear? That the teacher would have more rights than the parent in California? I don't know. I have no clue. But this shit is happening. Right? So if the child, excuse me, the child shows, symptoms of being a girl instead of a boy when it's, got a penis, and the teaching facility there is able to step in, not tell the parent this is a secret? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, now I should hold a fucking thought. I should, whatever. I don't give a fuck. This is my platform. Ban me, whatever. Oh, anyway, are you kidding me? You're going to let transgenders come in, do as they wish with your children. All righty. Really? Anybody out there have a fucking anything? Anything? No fucking way am I going to subject my children to freaks. Keep your freaks on the side. Have your private life.
I think private
Away from my
education should
children.
I think private educational institutions should be abolished. Private and religious educational institutions should be deemed illegal, and that's
Okay,
like because it's a
Okay, why?
facility of potential
Private?
terrorists.
Are you stupid as fuck?
No, but like the thing, like there is an old saying, right? Like spiritual people might be like weird,
that.
but religious people are almost guaranteed to be dangerous, right? They have some
fuck is that?
dangerous
A private
beliefs.
school has to be religious.
So dude,
Who
this
says
is
a
one
private school
indoctrinated
has to be
motherfucker
religious?
right here.
Hold on a minute. Hold on.
I mean, I live
Who
in
says
one of the
a
best
private school has
countries
to be
on
religious?
earth, right? So we do it right. We actually do it right.
A private school just means the public fucking
It
school
means there
board
is
can't
not a lot of
control
regulation,
what
and
you're
that
doing.
the incentives of that institution is profit, not actual educational base or substance. It's just how to
No, it's the other
return the
way
money
around.
it's putting. Hold on, it's literally like you can act like it's not, but a private
A
institution will be
public school is
we
doing what
can make
you're saying
money
right
off
now.
it. Oh my god!
The private school's the opposite of that.
This is probably a consequence of negligent parenting
No,
and
it's probably
Okay,
too
education.
so here's
retarded.
what we
Okay?
need to do. All right. So you're going to need to provide some kind of fucking proof of what you're saying. So
Do you
if you're
understand
talking
how a
about
private company
hold on,
is
guys.
run?
Don't, dude. I wasn't done talking. So look, if you're going to a private school, you're willing to pay for. Do you not think you're, as a parent, as a responsible parent, looking into what they're doing? Are you kidding me right now?
The parents
Yeah,
are
I
by no
understand there's
means
a lot of shabby
experts.
shit.
You get
They're
to
not
choose what
listening.
they do.
Dude,
No, they
here's the
don't.
thing. You're poisoning the well. There's a lot of shabby shit out there.
Yeah,
But
you
if you're
can.
looking into
Start
it
the
as a
motherfucker.
responsible parent, go ahead.
Start the private school yourself. You guaranteed
Exactly.
you get to choose. Then you can say, fuck what your opinion is. I started my private school and I teach flat earth and real stuff, what you can demonstrate. And then fuck your
Real
opinion.
stuff. Okay.
Yeah, what you can demonstrate,
Yeah,
what you're
real
afraid
stuff.
of, probably.
The
Look,
thing is,
real
there is a
quick,
lot of
Twitter.
people in the West that are inherently problematic. Like, have you guys seen the movie Idiocracy?
Yeah.
Oh my
Where's the
god.
web at?
You people
Well,
are a very good
It's
example
called
of how
Idiocracy.
Idiocracy is
It's
turning into
called
reality.
Idiocracy, you dumb fuck. You don't even know how to say the
Idiocracy.
word.
Well, it's
Idiocracy.
well, it's
Idiocracy.
it's a society made up of
Idiocracy.
idiots, right? We get the
Bro
gist.
said idiocracy.
Yeah,
It's
idiocracy. Yes.
no, it's not idiocracy. It's idiocracy.
Whatever, dude. You
Whatever.
guys should watch that movie.
You
You
should.
might learn a thing or two.
you should go to
watch
public
it.
school.
I did. And it's
Here,
among the best in the world.
Yeah,
Our
it's
public
awesome,
school is free and
You're
probably
wrong.
better than your Ivy
Dude, this is
League
a troll.
that you Americans will never see either way, right? So you guys are just mad that you were neglected on
Americans
multiple
are-
levels of your growing up, your adolescence, your early adulthood. You guys have a lot of L's in your life, and
We
I
missed out
pity
on
you.
all the
Understand?
cartoons you got granted. You saw a lot of cartoons and think you know shit. Cool.
I'm not sure what you're trying to say or do right there, but whatever
Just
makes you
trying to
feel
say you're
better.
an
Okay. I'm saying I'm better than you. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying you
And it's
probably
very
feel like
obvious
dog
now that
shit.
I'm talking to you. Like it's.
But you shouldn't reduce it to absurdity, considering they're likely the very best cartoons.
This microphone is also a very good example of the level that we're dealing with right now.
Fuck.
Jesus Christ.
No, I really just turn my fan on to make you feel better. But when I hear something fucking stupid, I'm gonna chime in because I can. If you got a problem with it, I can mute you and you can go live your life because I don't have to care either.
Down, bro. Turn your
Sorry.
shit down.
Yeah,
Clipping
holy
the
shit, dude.
fuck.
Oh yeah, I get so excited about
That
you.
dude
God,
sounds
my
like he was in
speakers-
the jungle and flying down a mountain at the same time.
My
Like,
fucking speakers,
and,
my ears.
and none of us actually heard whatever the fuck he was trying to say. So it's that's a big
I
L.
didn't have a
Once
clue.
again.
I don't have a clue. All I know it was a fucking annoying and I had to turn everything
He
back.
said he'll jump in and say what he needs to say, and he'll ban your bitch ass if you don't calm down.
Okay. So maybe like if you speak his language, can you tell him that like I don't give a shit?
Whoa there, buddy.
I think you heard it. What do you
I
got?
think you
Rose?
can
Anything?
do it
Like,
pretty
why is
good.
everyone at their throats right now, right? Like, calm down, everyone. I'm not talking about anything. Just kind of bickering. Over
Anything good? Seriously.
Yeah.
Harp, let's take it down to a
Yo,
level 5. That way
bye
everybody
now.
can enjoy the conversation.
Backstreet Boys, alright.
I'm still waiting for like the explanation in relation to how a private.
Oh, I reckon you were just rambling and you didn't even know you were muted. Nobody was listening to you because they couldn't hear you at all. And you must not have heard what Demok said. I'm gonna mute up.
Interesting.
Back to you, Harp and Demok. I'll unmute this guy.
All right, cool.
Please try to listen to him.
Goddamn intelligence here tonight. Just a little bit of intelligence would be really cool.
Again, you're surrounded by Americans, so absolutely not.
Surrounded by Americans.
Just like the muties,
Well,
the muting,
Americans
the
are all
muters, and the
stupid.
muters,
Who
the
said
muters,
that?
the muties.
Yeah.
Bro, why do you keep muting me?
You're a bigot.
No, I'm just mean to you. Like, lose some weight, okay? Don't be mad.
You're a bigot who really enjoys painting straw men. I like your straw men. I'm actually going to unmute you so I can hear about all of the straw men you have.
You're fat.
I am whatever you say I am. I'm glad that you imagine me to be fat.
I was needing to put a little weight on, god damn it. I'm glad somebody's fucking put it on for me.
Again, Americans have some dignity, okay? Remember, you have ancestors looking at you, and that you are a disgrace, okay? Not just to this world, but to the
Well,
ancestors that went before you.
I gotta mute you there, man, because the projection's real and you're gonna hurt your people.
Can I address Obi-Wan as a Canadian? Because I really don't like what he said.
Go for it. I'll leave him muted so that he can hear you.
All I want to know is where's your globe proof and what is a horizontal line?
Son of a bitch. You know, I was just about to say that.
I mean, if you guys are willing to go for a ride with me, I have a place where all the truth is. And we just have to go there once. And you can stay there for the rest of your lives. Okay?
Let's see.
We're not going to be
Just go
taking
for a
no
ride. Let's go for a ride.
So if you
All
don't
of
want to
you.
answer me in good faith,
No, but I like that.
I'm
I know
really
where all the
sorry about
secrets
that.
are. I know where all the truth is, right? We just need to go for a ride and then walk
man,
into a big
man.
building, and it's all in there. Okay, I promise.
Look, are you
Yeah,
just
that
going
doesn't
to
make
troll? Are you just going to troll this server, or are you going to have a genuine
Obviously.
conversation with me?
No, I'm trying to
I think
help
he's
you.
afraid. I think he's afraid to act like he can
I
have
asked you. I asked you 2 questions.
Sure.
Can you
I mean,
answer
I
either
was
of
trying to
them?
find ways
Or-
to help you while you did that.
No.
So I'm sorry I didn't listen.
Can you just? I'm sorry, Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Master Jedi. Can you do me a favor? My name's Rob. Can you just address one of the 2 questions, and that's it?
What was your questions? If it revolves
Okay,
around
first,
flat Earth, understand. No, hold up, understand.
No.
I've
It
never
has nothing to
given
do
it
with
the
flat Earth.
slightest
Okay.
consideration. You guys
No,
are crazy
I just
with
I
that
have
stuff.
no. Listen to me.
Okay.
Where is your globe proof, and what is a horizontal line?
Yeah. So again, if you
Pick one.
if you want the answers, right, we should go for a ride because we have some people that we need to talk to.
Nah, man. You should be able to answer these fucking questions, man. You're gonna.
So hold on a second.
No, but there are
You
better
might just
people
need.
than me to
I
answer,
think
right?
I think you stepped into the wrong
to a place where the
saloon.
truth is. Okay.
Guys, you don't have
I
to
think
worry
you
about it.
came into the
He's telling
wrong
you.
saloon.
No, he's telling you he's in an
Oh, I
asylum.
would stand with all of you. Okay, you guys have to kick me out of this bitch. Okay.
You're in an asylum right now,
I'm
aren't
not
you?
in no wrong place.
The
No,
flat
I'm trying to
earthers
get
doesn't know
you.
how to take a question
I'm trying to
seriously.
get you people out of public and into the
I
asylum.
just want to
Okay.
ask him if the doctor let him on the mic. Was that his psychiatrist that let him on the microphone from his nut ward?
What are you talking about right
No,
now?
he's just
Old chubby guy.
we're
Yeah,
we're still skipping the 2 important questions, D-Mock. 2
I know.
very important questions that he refuses to give an answer for.
Yes.
Right. He keeps
That's where
wanting you
we're
guys
at.
to go. Right.
That's
He keeps
how
wanting
much
you
you
guys
have
to come to
achieved
his nut
today.
ward.
Absolutely nothing. Okay.
He's asking you
I
guys to
Your
take
days
him
from
to his insane.
I
He's
genuinely
asking you
think
guys.
there is no such thing as a horizon.
Thank you for
I
muting the
genuinely
fucking idiot.
I don't think he's here in good faith. I think he's here to just kind of troll. He
No
doesn't want to
shit.
have a conversation, so he can stay on mute.
Dude,
Yeah, he was given 2 simple
85%.
questions.
85% of the opposition here are trolls. Okay?
99% of what
as a
you
matter
guys
of fact,
spend your time
100%.
talking about is trolling.
Yeah, 100% of the opposition
Well,
here are trolls.
tell us about our 99% how wrong we are. Where's the
No, just
curve of that?
No, you
I'm
got
saying
Harp
you guys,
and Demo.
99% of the time, you guys are talking
Just
about
answer
muting
my 2
people.
questions.
So you're not muted
Well,
right now.
You're not muted right now. Answer the fucking question. If you want to speak up, answer one of my 2 questions.
Ask me your question, bro. What's your question?
Okay, I got you. Where is your globe proof, and what is a horizontal line?
Well, here's what I think, right? And this is what I think. So don't go crazy on me in the first sentence.
I got you. I'm with you, bro.
I don't think there's a horizon. See, the way the Earth spins on its axis is stationary on its axis. That's why I call it axis. If you look at Saturn or Jupiter,
How do you prove that?
Oh my God!
Are you right off the bat disagreeing with the mainstream
Hold
bullshit?
on, Harp. You can't dogpile
Saturn or
me.
Jupiter,
Stop.
they're not spinning
Let's
on
let
an
him go.
axis.
Let's let him go.
They're not spinning on an axis similar or the same as what Earth is spinning at, although they're spinning on their appropriate axis so that they can continue to move in the motion that's happening in our solar system. What I'm trying to say is what I'm saying is our planet is bent on its own axis the same way the moon once upon a time was tilted on a different axis. You know,
All right.
so
Okay, I can
that's
accept.
how
I
we
can
determine.
accept that.
That's how we're determining
No, that you,
a perception
not
of
we.
a
You.
horizon. Yeah, I think that's how the human race is determining a perception of
Okay.
there being a horizon. There isn't, in fact,
I.
one.
The
Okay.
human
Now,
race.
give me one. No, give me one sec. Hang on, Mike Chaos. It's Mike
Are
Chaos.
those
Just hang on one
animals?
sec. Just hang on 1 second, please. Do you feel that spin?
So I feel the spin. Yes.
Do you
Have you ever?
feel that spin on?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
how do you?
Ask me how.
How
Ask
do
me
you
how.
feel that spin? And I don't
Okay.
feel that spin.
Okay.
So it's
So,
personal to
all right.
you so far.
Have you know what you know the machinery? You've seen the machinery that clay, that's used as pottery, right? That clay makers
You're a
use in
liar.
pottery.
You feel the
Yeah,
spin?
yeah, I know what
Right.
you're
Feel the
talking
1,000
about.
mile an hour spin? You're a liar.
All right. So, anyways, so imagine that
Why are we wasting time
you're
with
in
the
the
law?
pot on.
Yeah, I'm gonna have.
Why is he screaming? You're
The guy's
wasting.
mic is horrible.
You're wasting time because you're gonna be screaming about this tomorrow, anyways, dude.
We got to
So
do
why
this.
don't you just
one
bear
at a
in mind?
time.
You're gonna be doing this every day.
Take
Some
over.
of you are on your.
Down, or I'm going to mute you.
It sounds like the guy has diarrhea of the mouth. Can't control
We have to
himself.
do
Please,
we have the back and forth.
if you would kindly want.
Whoa.
Listen, if everybody talks one at a time, we can hear each other. Obviously, please, can we do that?
Well, can you
Not
turn
that
that
guy,
thing
not that
down,
guy.
Ethergrass?
I think we should just start banning people with the horrible fucking microphones. Because it's
Well, now hold on.
Ethergrass right away.
Hold on a second. Aethergrass, maybe next time, like you sound like you're really close to your mic, bro. I'm just letting you know.
Sounds like some kind of military intercept where he's just taking over the world.
Yeah, it's not his fault. He doesn't know. But our friend who says,
If I turn all of the fans off that are in the camper, then it sounds a lot better, doesn't it?
Yours is
Okay.
Now you can hear my crickets.
Not really, bro. It sounds like you're too close.
And he's still
Yeah, hey, Harp,
Okay,
you're
be right
being basically as obnoxious by your screaming as well, bro.
I've been told several times.
Yeah, now right now I'm telling you that you're being obnoxious too. So just let it
Tell me
go.
why. What did I do? Tell the truth.
Because you're screaming about it, and you just could just relax.
Real quick, gentlemen.
It's not a
mic check. Does this sound any better?
Doing it over me. See,
Hey, Harp, great. This is what you get to do now. You get to shut the fuck up because you're being unreasonable. See how that works? So, our friend that says he feels the spin.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on what you feel?
Yeah. You ever run around like just to, like, how do I describe this? Let's just say you're on a surface area, it's plain, no obstruction, and you start to spin yourself. All right. What happens when you stop spinning yourself? You feel a little dizzy, right? A little whiplash.
Do you feel dizzy right now?
You feel as though your eyes, or if you can see, you feel as though motion wants to continue even though you've stopped moving.
Is that what you feel?
It's impossible to do that on a stationary object. It's impossible to do that on a plane that is not moving.
Oh, so what you're telling me is you don't actually feel any motion. You're hoping that at some point, when the Earth does stop spinning in your mind, yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm talking to you right now, bro. I'm trying to clarify. So you're thinking that if the Earth does stop spinning, you'll feel it. But right now you feel nothing. Is that about right? Does that sum it up?
All right, did you understand what I said? So yes, no question.
No, I don't understand what the fuck you said. but it sounded
Okay, well
stupid.
then, you're not qualified, but I'll go back to listening to whatever.
Yeah, I guess I'm not qualified to understand nonsense. Like Jimsy says, it's nonsense. Anybody else feel like they're spinning? Anybody that's a glow believer feel, experience the spin? I'm going to unmute Harp. Maybe he'll call me an asshole in person.
So real quick, and they actually point out which of the senses are they saying that they use to sense the spinning of the Earth. Can you point that out, please?
Does it have to be with our built-in senses, or can we use a tool that we built?
Well, we can extend. We can use technology and devices to detect the spinning of the ground below your feet, as it's claimed to be. So
Okay, then I would like to answer yes. I do feel it.
You feel it? Like
Yeah.
like does it make you feel cozy and warm?
No, because I don't feel it with my own senses. I have to use a device, a human-built device.
Oh, but we asked. That question is already on the table. We didn't ask you if you feel it again. What is the method that detects the actual feeling that you're feeling? Well, how do you feel
The
it?
method? So using the sense of touch, I build a mechanical device, and then I look at the device, and that tells me that we're spinning.
That's not feeling. That's observing some measurement.
Yes, it's observing with the sense of sight.
So can you be
You clarified earlier.
what method do you use to detect the rotation of the Earth, the ground?
Vision.
Vision. What do you look at the sun?
No, at the device that I built.
Oh, you looked at the device, and the device said that the ground is spinning.
Yes.
Okay. What device is this again?
A mechanical gyroscope.
A mechanical gyroscope.
Yes.
It's telling you that the ground on your feet is spinning.
Yes.
What is the method of that?
A mechanical gyroscope detects rotation.
The drag, the 15 degrees per hour or something?
Yes, exactly that, yeah.
At different positions, different speeds, and also does it take into account like movement of the sky or something like that? Like you look up.
I'm not sure what that means.
I mean, the ground is not moving. The sky is moving 15 degrees per hour, right? So it's the sky, isn't it?
Can you
I don't know what
explain
that
how it
means.
measures the rotation? I think that's what they're getting at. They don't know how it measures the rotation. I don't know how it works either. So
There is a detection of what? Of movement of the sky, and he's saying, is the ground moving?
well, I don't think gyroscopes capture any pictures, do I? I think it uses some.
Well, they're detecting some movement, right? And what is obvious as the movement? The sky is pretty obviously moving, obviously.
Yeah, I'm not
Obviously,
sure if
so.
it's detecting the sky, the instrument he's talking about. I think it's something related to magnetism or something like that. But
Oh,
I don't
magnetism.
know.
Is that
I
what?
don't know. I'm asking him to
Electromagnetism,
tell me
that's
how
what
it
we
works.
call it.
I'd also like to know how it works too.
Electromagnetism, it's a wonderful thing, I tell you. Beautiful thing.
Is he on mute?
No.
What's going on, Gregory? Great guy he is. He's a great guy.
Why would you summon the demon Gregory? Oh, Gregory!
Gregory's not a demon. He's a great guy. He's a fantastic guy. Okay, we call him Pope
Oh,
Gregory, right?
Gregory,
'Cause
what's
he's got a
up,
great
brother?
beard. Such a
Dude,
great
we
beard he
go
has.
way back, bro. It's all good.
And no worries.
Me and
We go way
Gregory
back.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
an old man, bro.
Who's the new guy that had questions about the gyroscope?
What about it?
I was the one who asked.
Yeah.
I
So
What about it? There's no.
he was gonna explain how the gyroscope detects the ground. It's actually the ground moving. So That was
Yeah,
a question for
who was
you.
good? Yeah, that's what it does. The physical gyroscope detects the ground level. Yeah, absolutely. So they use that in submarines and all kinds of shit to keep the submarine level. You've never looked into almost all of the shit I know, but yeah, when you use a gyroscope, it's to detect level. So when that thing starts turning, it's
Level.
Yes. You don't know what a gyroscope does, do you? Like literally, look it up in a like a nuclear submarine. What it does for a nuclear submarine? It keeps the submarine level. That's what it does.
Not curving.
It's on a level platform. Yeah, go look it up because years back, right? They presented this thing about the submarine gyroscope as proof of a globe. And so I looked into it and realized, no, that's proof of a flat Earth because it's just traveling level. Okay. But you have to reintroduce all the definitions and everything about level. A level is a straight line, flat. That's the horizon. Period. Then you got perpendicular. You got the vertical. That's 90 degrees. It's a plumb bob, not like a starburst, like the Jesuit symbol. Just like reality. Things moving 1,000 miles an hour. Really? 1,000 miles
So the
an hour.
gyroscope is not detecting the spinning of the globe Earth. It's not doing that.
Yeah.
What is it doing?
Excuse me. Just straight up and down, bro. It's seriously all it does.
As long as you have your orientation in free space.
Why is the gyroscope reading 15 degrees per hour?
Ooh. We call it a great
Gyroscope
question.
is
We call
not.
it a beautiful question.
Here's the thing. Now, it's not a physical gyroscope. So if you look into what you're talking about, maybe you might understand a little bit more of what you're talking about. Because the two gyroscopes are different. One is a machine, which could possibly, just measure what's going around the top of us. Not necessarily what we're doing because we're not moving.
What do you mean? What if the
look into what
gyroscope
you're
is
talking
held
about.
in hand? What if it's in the table in front of me?
That's a manual gyroscope. That's different.
Yeah, a mechanical gyroscope, yes.
Manual, yeah, mechanical.
A mechanical gyroscope, yes.
Sure.
So
Manual is the same goddamn thing.
if I'm sitting at a table and the table is stationary as far as I can tell, I am stationary as far as I can tell. I put the gyroscope and it reads a 15 degree per hour drift. What's causing it to drift?
It doesn't drift unless you're fucking drifting. If you put it on the earth, it doesn't move.
But it does.
No, it doesn't. Show me.
That's the problem.
Show me where the manual gyroscope drifts on a flat Earth. Sitting
On
still.
a flat Earth,
Show
it
me.
wouldn't drift.
Unless we have a rotating flat Earth, we call it a
I
rotating.
I cannot show you on a flat Earth. I'm sorry,
Show
because
me
I measured the
where
Earth to be a
fucking
globe.
mechanical gyroscope starts tilting on a flat, motionless Earth. Show me.
It doesn't because I measured the Earth to be a globe.
Because it's flat and stationary and motionless. Correct.
At this rate, there needs to be argumentation now, not just tip for tat.
Neither. Well, let's maybe first establish if we're on a flat Earth, and then we'll talk about the gyroscope.
All your professors have said there's no proof of rotation or movement at all.
No, that's absolutely not true.
Okay, show me where.
I will not show you. No, show me. No, you show me.
Earth moving, bro.
Okay, again, at this rate, there needs to be an argumentation, not just tit for tat.
Who summoned this spirit?
Thank you. Scientists has nothing to do with science. You're an idiot. Right away.
I'm presenting a measurement of curvature, and you're calling me an
It
idiot?
has nothing to do with science, you dumb fuck.
A measurement of curvature has nothing to do with science?
No, it's a measurement, you fucking idiot.
Oh, I'm sorry. So measuring the curvature of an object doesn't...
you fucking
It's
moron.
not useful to establishing its shape?
You should be really fucking sorry and go back to your fucking hut, your outhouse, or whatever the fuck you came from.
We call it yelling. We call it yelling. That's what we call it.
Wait,
Okay,
Peter, are
well,
you
show
saying
me
that
proof, man.
the
Come
gyroscope
on, man. Big Glover, more intelligent than the
measures
Bobo. Come on,
curvature?
bitch.
Hart needs to settle down now. It's
You
ridiculous.
got nothing. No, I ain't. No, shut, dude. I've been drinking, and if anything, I'm going to escalate.
Harp, is that a promise?
Yeah, pretty
Harp
much.
has
I'm gonna have to mute you now, bro, because if you're just telling us now that you're gonna escalate, I don't want you to record yourself saying something you might regret later.
Oh, I probably won't do that.
Well, I mean, you admitted. Go ahead.
No, no. Escalating doesn't mean
How
that.
you feeling after the?
We call
This
it
means
Harp. He's a
I'm
great man.
How's your ear, Mr. President?
My ear is
Oh,
pretty
dude.
good. My ear is pretty good. I tell you, they try to get me. The radical lefts try to get me, but they
Hey,
failed.
to be clear, I'm not a big muter. I'm just asking Harp if he needs me to mute him. I'm not telling him that I'm going to. It's not a threat.
Hey,
Calm down, bro.
he brought up he brought up some good points about the gyroscope. So Peter is replying to his rebuttal about the gyroscopes. Hopefully, you guys can stay on that.
I don't even know what
Maybe
you just
come
said. I
to
couldn't
a
hear you.
logical conclusion about it. For
You're all
the new
cutting
guy
out
that
and
had a
shit.
question about it.
So here's a question: does any and all gyroscopes, no matter where you are, perpetually rotate in one direction 15 degrees per hour? Because that would be the implication of this type of argument.
They do if they are precise enough.
Say
Okay,
again. That was
say
not
that
clear.
again, Greg. I had you turned down, bro. Please say that again.
Oh, the question I said was, here's a question: does every single gyroscope throughout the history of gyroscopes, no matter where they are on the face of the Earth, always do a precession of 15 degrees per hour in one direction?
No.
Oh.
Okay, so then the premise implies false, so therefore it's false.
No.
No doubt.
Well, just saying no is not a refutation, so.
But the thing
It
is, right?
is.
The manual or whatever you want to call it, the mechanical, doesn't move because the
It
Earth
does
doesn't
move.
move. Okay, so the manual or mechanical gyroscope shows no movement. You have to introduce
That's incorrect.
computer bullshit. What you're picking up is the sky, and you won't admit it. It's all good. Bob, thanks, Bob.
What are we picking
Thanks,
up on the
Bob.
sky? by the way? Wait, Harp. What are we picking up at the sky?
What do you mean?
What are we picking up at the
Rotation.
sky? Oh, the rotation of the sky is what we're picking up.
Dude, you really are you moving 1,000 miles
I
an
was just
hour?
asking, man. Hey, listen, I'm not contesting anything. I'm just asking, man. You know,
I'm just
gotta ask some
asking
questions.
you. Are you moving 1,000 miles an hour? Really? You believe that?
Yep.
You believe it?
If you're
'Cause if you do, you're fucking out of your mind.
Oh, well, dude. I mean, it's not 1,000 miles
You
per
think
hour. Is
you're
not that
moving
crazy.
1,000 miles an hour and you have no wind? You're a fucking idiot.
Well,
right?
I don't live on a flat Earth, unfortunately. I live in
Here's the
reality.
thing, right? So gravity doesn't affect winds. What the fuck is going on? Why is there no wind? 1,000 miles an hour at the equator?
What are you talking
I
about?
don't know.
Good question.
Because this is what your fucking model says.
Well, that's what it would imply, to be more precise.
God.
Yeah, it doesn't
Fucking
actually say
retard.
anything.
Dude, 1,000 miles an hour. That's just the first spin. That's just the first load of shit. Let's get into the wobble and the revolving of the sun and the Milky Way and the fucking infinite vacuum of space. That's another 4 different directions. Let's do that.
But the
Fucking
15
retards.
an hour is the only one it picks up.
Dude, and yeah, there you go. Well done. Well done.
That would imply as false as false to these appeals to the supposed indication of the Earth spinning because of 50 degree per hour perception of the gyroscope is implying the falsehood that I asked about earlier, in addition to the other false implications that we just talked about. So.
Well, I wanted to ask if the gyroscope, like, they detect different degrees or precessions at different locations or different altitudes.
Mm-hmm. Another good question.
And different rates of spin.
You
So does
spin
that
me
mean that
right
when
round, baby.
So, I mean, what does that mean? Does that mean anything?
No, pretty much.
This is where the Globers go silent.
Well, I guess that
Yeah,
subject's
because
over. Next.
seriously, like, how are you going to ever prove any of that bullshit when we don't feel anything? How are you verifying that we're traveling through the infinite vacuum of space at like 1.5 million miles an hour and we don't feel a fucking thing? And little goddamn flies and beetles and shit and smoke and little flowers are blooming and shit and wind is coming from 4 different directions. They're not doing a fucking thing.
Hey, Mr.
Something
President,
outside of us is.
he felt the bullet before it hits him, and he ducked it. So you definitely feel that movement.
Why are you so filtered?
Bing bang.
If he felt that bullet, everybody will be feeling the big bada boom about now, and all the
Big bad
spin,
boom.
big
Oh, we're
bad
not going to
boom.
go there. We're not going to go there.
So, who was it? Peter, there's multiple degrees detected, movement of the degrees detected, not just the 15 per hour. Does that mean anything? I don't know. What does that mean? Peter?
It means you have different gyros with different sensitivity. There are some that don't detect it at all.
Or they're of equal sensitivity, and that would imply that the Earth is radically changing its speed, increasing and decreasing. But
they're not. You can clearly show it.
But, so as I was saying, which is patently false, including the false implication that pretty much everything on the face of the Earth is not fast.
We would feel it.
Yeah, and also that if it was drastically changing, especially simultaneously, because it's different degree readings simultaneously, it's traveling at spinning at different speeds simultaneously, and or it's changing radically different speeds. But right, that's a false implication, right? So
let him drive it home.
That's a bad.
It would be very silly if a sphere could spin at different
let me
speeds.
finish my sentence. Yeah,
You're not going to let him finish. I knew it. Go ahead, Greg. Come on.
So that's one of the So that's one of the false implications of making that inference based on just the premise that there's, especially like Jimsy just mentioned, that there's different degree precessions simultaneously, or the other option is if they're changing different degree precessions, then it's radically changing its rotation speed within a very short time frame, which will obviously imply that everything that's not fastened to the face of the Earth will be jerked around and thrown off.
I think we're aware of the problem. So, Peter, how would we know that the device is accurately measuring the rotation of the Earth, given all these different readings? Right? Is there some sort of calibration process for missing?
Well, I can explain. So let's say you have a kitchen scales, right? And you know that it's
tolerated.
That's funny.
I'm sorry. I'll wait.
Well, I mean, there's the dilemma, right? So if they're all of equal sensitivity, then they imply that it's moving different speeds simultaneously, or it's changing speeds, rotation speeds, very radically in a very short span of time, implying that everything not faster than the Earth would be jerked off and thrown away. Or if
it's much simpler than that.
Yeah, or if they're not of equal sensitivity, then they're not reliable. They're not telling you exactly what is.
It's much simpler than that.
Okay.
Every measurement tool has a certain precision that can be established.
You didn't hear what I just said, Peter.
I did.
You didn't hear what I just said.
I did, and I'm just refuting. I'm providing a refutation to your refutation.
No, you're trying to suppress my correction.
Please repeat what you said. Please repeat.
It's not a matter of me lacking simplicity. The thing you're just about to say, I just said 5 seconds ago. Right, so the thing you just said, I just said. So again, what I just said, what you just echoed, is that implies that the device is not actually telling you what the supposed rotation speed is.
Yes.
So
I acknowledge what you just said, and I would like to talk to the other guy now.
Okay, but let's not stomp on what I just said.
You're right, Gregory. I acknowledge what you said. You're absolutely correct. Now, who was the other interlocutor?
I mean, I just asked you a question.
I would like to answer it. I would like to answer your question. I agree to everything Gregory said, and now I'm addressing you. Different tools have different precisions, right? For example, my kitchen scales will not detect very small weights. It will show a reading of 0. But we have scales that are much more precise than my kitchen scales, and they can detect very small weights. And we have a way for every tool we make to kind of estimate what the precision level of a given tool is. Similarly with gyroscopes, we know which ones are mechanically precise enough to detect small rotation. And when we use those, such as in the video that I shared with you from Jesse, we see a 15 degree per hour drift all over the Earth.
I see.
So,
Okay.
can I
That
say
makes sense.
something?
And of course, similar devices with similar precision also show consistently.
Can I
They
get a mic
don't
check,
all
maybe?
show the same reading, the same way
You guys hear
two
me?
scales produce the same reading, but they all converge on the same number.
Rob, go ahead.
That makes sense.
You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah, Rob.
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So the gyroscope, its purpose is to hold rigidity in space. So you're telling me it's not holding rigidity in space by 15 degrees per hour? I would call that a faulty gyroscope.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Peter, you got a reply for that one?
Nope.
Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, when you actually use tools the way they're designed, you tend to get the right result, and then they just shut down on the other side. Like, as soon as you ask them what a water level is, they go all ballistic and think water levels curve.
In the order of
Retarded.
priority, like what Rob just said, what he just said is first and foremost in the order of priority of the refutations. What I said earlier, my dilemma that I presented to them was just an internal critique that demonstrated that even if we took their premise, their abuse of gyroscopes for granted as though it were the correct usage thereof, they have a dilemma, right? So there's that. A logical dilemma.
Right. Peter, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess the sort of thing that we have to reconcile now is they mentioned that the precision thing doesn't work because the device is supposed to be stable in space, right? And so
Precession, you
any sort
meant.
of the precession. Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not too familiar with this. So yeah, the
No
precession
worries.
is supposed to be stable, and therefore any sort of a change should be measured by the instrument because that's what the instrument's made to do.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that doesn't mean much
Representing.
to me, so I cannot respond to that. I cannot. The problem might be with me. I cannot comprehend what that means.
No worries.
Does it make the
Yeah,
globe
maybe
nonsense in
address
your
what
mind?
I said, not what he said.
Yeah, I represented it bad way, but you could understand what he meant. Address that, Peter. I'm still trying to figure out how the gyroscope works too. So I'd love
Yeah,
to.
it's used. It's designed to hold rigidity in space. If it's processing at 15 degrees per hour, I'd say it's a faulty gyroscope.
Such a gyroscope doing that is not doing what it's designed to do.
So all of these gyroscopes are faulty the same way. They're all showing like a noisy reading of 15 degrees per hour.
But earlier you said
Do
not
they
all of
all
them are.
show 15 degrees per hour?
Yeah, the precise ones all show the same error,
Every
according to you.
I have no issues with the 15-degree thing. It's not a
It's not
problem for me at all.
it's not a random reading. It's a consistent reading that they all show.
But if the sky, if the heavens above are moving above this plane, right, causing some effects, and they're readable by I mean What's then what? Are you saying that it has to be the ground that is doing that,
No,
or
it's just
is
that nobody has
is it
proposed.
something else causing that reading that you're saying, or those multiple readings,
It could be.
multiple perceptions,
It's a
multiple
very strong.
evaluations?
It's a very strong claim to claim that there is some action at a distance from the sky that's causing a piece of metal to rotate. It's a very strong claim. Can you
Wait,
substantiate
so
it given it?
what is it then that you're saying? Is the
Wait,
ground below?
I didn't make that claim.
No, you
So
didn't, and I wasn't talking to you. So what's the problem?
Well,
so
I'm the one that posed the question and
go ahead.
told you it
Well,
was a faulty
there are a lot
gyroscope.
of
It
people.
does that.
Yes, but there are a lot of people jumping in. They all get nervous when you present them with a proof of globe. So it's hard to keep track of which question I'm answering.
Okay.
Your comment I addressed. You're claiming a faulty gyroscope, and I'm telling you that all the gyroscopes that are highly precise show the same reading. It's very strange for all of them to be faulty and produce the same reading.
Well, you're calling it precise when it's picking up a 15-degree deviation from what it's designed to do.
Yeah, that's correct.
It's
Yes.
designed to hold rigidity in space. And you're saying the one
No,
that
it's not
every single
designed. That you
one
made that up.
processes at that rate?
No, the gyroscope is
What is
not
the purpose of a
designed to
gyroscope?
hold rigidity
What
in
is the
space.
purpose of a gyroscope? All right, Peter, what is the purpose of a gyroscope?
Please read the citation that I provided.
Please. All right, anybody else can go while I'm reading.
So if I hang a rock from a string, the earth will spin underneath that rock from a string that's connected to the ceiling. It's good to know. It's good to know.
Okay, I'm gonna read this out loud for Peter. Okay. A gyroscope is a device used for measuring or maintaining orientation and angular velocity. So if it deviates from either of those, I'd call it faulty. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
I think it's just assuming, though, isn't it, Peter?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
You don't want to answer that question.
I did answer it. I said I don't know.
So then you don't know what it's measuring.
I make a claim that it's measuring the rotation of the Earth.
But you can't prove it.
Absolutely not.
I'm gonna call that one for Rob. Thank you.
He needed one.
Okay.
I could take another one if you want to talk about a water level.
My favorite topic is measuring the curvature of the Earth.
And what tool do you use to measure the curvature of the Earth?
At the theodolite.
So you measure the Earth with an angle measuring device.
Yes.
You want to walk me through that?
Yes. It's on your screen.
Let's see where. Oh, okay. I
So you
see.
think if you sat your cat toy on a rotating merry-go-round, do you think the cat toy would tell you how many times the merry-go-round is going around in a circle?
No, man. Gregory knows what's up.
I have another question too. What is the source of this argument, this appeal to gyroscope, indicating the Earth's axial rotation? Because these pretty
I don't
reputable
know.
or commonly appeal to sources for so-called scientific knowledge makes not a single mention of gyroscope in trying to present the proofs of the Earth's axial rotation. Curious.
No, I think he'd have to drive around with
Ain't
one of
that a
his
bitch?
airplanes and film it, and then watch it do some flippity flip up, tilty crazy shit or something. But I don't see that.
Rob, what were you gonna say? Rob,
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thanks.
was my question enough? Don't
Yeah.
need to answer. So it sounds to me, unless it's proven to me otherwise, that the scientists, clerics of academia even think like this, but I think it's just another scientist zealot polemic point or apologetical point, should I say, rather, to be precise.
That's why I said if that
Yeah.
shit's processing, it's broken.
Well, it can do what it do, right? A cat toy's gonna do what a cat toy's gonna do, and if you equate what the cat toy's doing to other stuff, something's wrong with you. Unless you tie that cat toy to the cat toy's neck, I'm not gonna say the cat toy is the cause of the cat toy moving. I mean, it's
Yeah,
really simple.
I think that subject is over now. I mean, what else is there to say? Have we gotten any observations and especially measurements of that convex sloping of the Earth's surface into a ball?
Yes, I do.
Please show us.
It's on the screen.
It's not loading for me. Can anyone else see a screen share?
I can see it.
I can't.
Yeah, it's a Google Doc that says biconditional statement.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Yeah, so I
This
understand
is
what
Peter's
the
statement.
argument
This
is.
is Peter's statement of fact. That's all this is. Just so we're all clear, I'm trying to read Peter's statement of fact.
Yo,
Because
are you retarded?
who, me?
Are you sleeping?
Maybe a little bit. I'm trying to read his statement, but biconditional. Can we start with a biconditional statement?
Yes, let's start with that.
Because maybe I'm retarded, but I don't understand what a biconditional statement is.
It's a statement where you say if and only if.
So I think I understand the argument. I'm not sure if they accept the premise of the argument yet. But because we have to get into like the actual like gathering of the numbers, right?
So,
Like, would you get?
well, I just no.
Well, what's your inference? What's your reference frame for what a ball and a pendulum does, or the Foucault's pendulum? Like, what's your reference for a ball in that actual argument or that experiment or that demonstration?
This
The
is
2
different.
points. Yeah, it is different, but I'm still gonna answer it just for fun. The 2 points are on the ball.
Right. So you'd get a real ball and show us that and demonstrate it with a real ball then, right?
Okay.
So you have an actual reference for what a real ball does. You guys can't keep putting shit in the dirt. If the earth is not the thing you're trying to infer, stop doing that. Get a ball, the thing you're trying to no, hold on. The ball you're trying to infer, you need a ball. Then spit it whatever you claim, and then calculate, and process it, and then get the same procession. And see, I'm gonna bet you 1,000,000 to 1. You're not gonna have to start shit up that you put on that spinning ball that you spin.
Yeah, you're watching the previous movie. We're not talking about the rotation
No, I
anymore.
ain't talking about no movie. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about a ball you put in your hand and spin it around, and you put a cat toy on it, your pendulum. It's gonna move, right? Automatically. A little human on there ain't gonna have to move it, right? Correct?
Yes, you're correct. Can we move on to the other conversation?
No. We're gonna stay right here with reality for 1 second.
Okay.
Then you spin that, and then what you're gonna see is the design of that is what you're gonna get on a spinning ball of your claim of a spinning ball doing what a spinning ball do. Now go ahead.
Understood. I accept that. I give up. I want to talk about the measurement of the curvature, not the spin. Is that okay?
100%.
Okay. So, any questions? Any questions regarding the biconditional statement?
We haven't even gotten to the first sentence yet. We just finished the biconditional statement. I wanted to make sure I understood what that meant. Okay, so if and only if I see farther down the page, we'll get there. Don't worry. But right now, we're going to go to the first sentence. The principles of Euclidean geometry hold true in nature. I can agree with that. I'm good there. Specifically, trigonometry is a very well developed field of mathematics that is used in practice in nature. All right, I can. You got to work on your editing of your sentences, but I think you're all right. Trigonometry is a very well developed field of mathematics. All right.
Did I miss it, or did someone already say the refutation to this false biconditional statement?
Well, I haven't actually gotten to his biconditional statement yet. I just wanted to see why he was prefacing it with this first paragraph and second paragraph we're getting to.
Okay.
By giving these two options, like I thought the two paragraphs would have something to do with the title, but it's not until I get to the third paragraph that I understand the title. Right? So now I'm on to the second paragraph. The laws of optics are well understood and tested in laboratory settings as well as in nature. All right, that's just a statement. I don't know if you're going to back that up with anything afterwards, but whatever. Now we get to your biconditional statement. If and only if the Earth is a spheroid with
Hey,
a
Batman,
radius
how'd you
of-
like cleaning your wife's cunt out last night of my cum? How'd you enjoy that?
Are we seriously?
Proud now?
Seriously? That's what we're gonna do. Gonna ruin it like that. Trying to steel man this guy's statement of fact that he's put up, and it's utter gibberish.
Well, now that this idiot came in here and
You
decided
just
to do that,
ruined my fucking shit, man.
yeah, I muted him for you. But now that we can actually take this moment and think about how messed up somebody's organic computer must be in order to let that come out of their face.
Yeah, that too. But so should I continue? Are you all still with me? You understand what's going on here?
I'm still here.
All right. Because this guy says if and only if the Earth is a spheroid with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, then we can measure in nature the geometric relationship presented previously between the observer and the target with the values of the 4 parameters measured as follows. So I'm going to stop right there. And where did we talk about previously anything to do with an observer or a target prior to biconditional statement, or from biconditional statement to now?
We have not yet.
Well, what? So
I'll say this just to clarify, because to answer your question, the second half of the conditional statement is conditioned upon the first half. So if the Earth were not a sphere with those specific dimensions, then we couldn't get the elevation angle measurements up to anything, including the celestial bodies, according to him.
There are no celestial bodies in this measure.
Okay,
You
with
said
or
something
without the
about a
celestial
zenith
bodies.
angle.
A zenith angle does not have anything to do
I've
with
only
celestial
seen
bodies.
words. I haven't seen any
I mean, you have a point there, the person to
observation.
emphasize that it's a zenith. You have a point, but even if he neglects the celestial bodies, still, that's his idea. So now
I'm
we get to
just
the
gonna
part
say
where,
nice try,
yeah, go
Peter,
ahead.
but this is gibberish.
Well,
Why?
it's worse than just gibberish. Yeah, it's worse than just gibberish. Like the whole point of using a biconditional statement, especially with the the phrase that is used for this type of conditional statement, is supposed to be deductive. Supposed to be. So how does one deductively prove that you cannot get elevation angle measurements up to anything from the Earth, including the celestial bodies, except only when the Earth is evolved with this specific radius value?
That's not the statement here.
But that's exactly what you said, unless you'd like to correct me.
No, I would like to correct you. The statement here says you cannot measure those 4 values to be those values unless the Earth is a spheroid with 6,371 kilometers.
That's what I said, Peter.
No, you said we cannot measure elevations at all. Yes, elevation measurements are possible on both flat
Okay,
and
Peter.
local.
Okay, fine. Go ahead and go with that. I was trying.
And
I
we
was
can
trying to give
clearly.
you a better pattern of argumentation, but okay.
Sure.
So
And
for some
here's.
reason, we cannot get these specific, particular
Yes,
measurement values
exactly.
on any other surface
Yes.
except a spherical surface with that particular radius value. So
You
please go ahead
nailed
and give
it.
the
You nailed
go
it.
ahead. Okay, so go ahead and give the deductive
Here it
argument to
is.
prove
Here
that.
it is. Here it is on your screen. It's presented to you on the screen right now.
By the way, I
Good
still
job.
can't see your screen share, so if you're showing on the screen share, I cannot see it. You have to post it in the open chat for me to see it.
I'll do that.
Okay, so you're getting a elevation angle off from a curved surface, is that it?
No.
Okay, so what are you getting elevation angle up from? Because it's elevating above something, correct?
That's not what is shown in the picture.
Well, I know. I'm asking you what I'm asking you. You're trying to get an elevation angle, correct?
No.
What are you trying to get?
I'm getting a zenith angle.
Is that okay? Is that not a type of elevation angle?
I don't know how you use that term. I use the term zenith angle.
And what the fuck are you doing here?
Moving the globe.
Hang on. Pause. Hang on. Okay, listen. Zenith means the star is at an angle above your head, yes?
It does not.
What does it mean?
From plumb bob.
Huh?
Angle from Plumb Bob.
What does that mean? What does angle from Plumb Bob mean?
From
Angle
vertical.
from vertical?
Yes.
A 90. A 90.
So, a
Oh,
90.
okay.
That is an angle, right?
Plumb
So
It is an angle, yes. A
so it's
zenith
an angle
angle is an
relative.
angle, correct.
Yeah, so it's 90 degrees relative to what?
It's why 90 degrees. A zenith angle is an angle from vertical.
Okay, enough. It's an uninformative tautology. Like
A
when you're trying to
zenith
get
angle is an angle from the vertical
listen,
plane.
listen, this is ridiculous. Anytime someone's trying to get an angle to something, it's in relation to something else besides the thing, not the thing itself.
Yes.
I'm not at an angle.
Exactly.
Listen, yeah, exactly, which is exactly not what
I
you just
agree.
said.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah,
It is what I was trying to say, yes. You're
so let me
absolutely agree.
finish, dude. You can
But
hear
you're
me
correct
talking.
already.
Stop. You can hear me talking. Just stop talking. Being frustrating deliberately. The thing that you're trying to get an angle relationship to, notice I said it's a relationship because that's what it is analytically. It's a relationship. So object A is at an angle in relation to something else besides object A, not in relation to itself. Analytically falls on its face.
That's correct.
Okay, so you're refuted then, if that's correct.
No, that's not what I said.
You just said that's correct to my refutation.
Because it's irrelevant to the point I'm making, so I just give you the point so we can
you
move
lost,
on.
You lost. Dude, stop. You're obviously lost. You're obviously lost. Let's try again. I'm trying to ascertain what is the angular relationship between the star, because you're talking about a zenith,
No, I'm
in
not.
relationship to the you're not talking about a zenith?
I'm not talking about a star. You're just using the term zenith angle in the wrong context.
Dude, what is the zenith?
So angle from vertical.
Angle from vertical, thank you.
Gosh, okay. It's abuse of the word zenith, but anyways. So the vertical angle. You're trying to get an angular relationship between the angle and itself?
No.
It's an uninformative tautology. That's what you just said to me. What you said does not make sense.
You're correct. That's why I would never do that.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what you're doing, dude. Right? You're just pretending like I'm not touching. You're just pretending like I'm not touching what you're talking about. You're deliberately talking through me and just blurting out cavils instead of listening to the completion of the refutation and letting and acknowledging that my refutation is touching what you're trying to do. So you're trying to get an angular relationship between the vertical angle and the vertical angle? That's fucking retarded on its face.
It would be, but that's not what I'm doing.
Okay, so let's try again. See if you can track with the line of scrutinizing questions.
They're
Being annoying for no good
subhuman
reason.
people. They are
Ridiculous,
subhuman.
dude.
Subhuman. They're not
Let's try again.
Caucasian.
The zenith angle is in
Subhuman
relation
people,
to
not
what?
Caucasian. They're not Caucasian people.
Between
They're
the vertical
subhuman.
line and
So
the
mute
target.
him. He's obviously
Somebody
just
get rid of
being interpreted.
Cassio. I mean, because Cassio.
Okay, so let's try again. You're getting an angular relationship between what and what, dude?
Between the vertical and the target point.
Between the vertical angle?
Yeah,
You're trying to
between
get
two lines.
an angular
Yes.
relationship between the angle and the light. You don't see a
No.
problem with that?
I do see a problem with that, and that's not what I'm doing.
Dude, you're being deliberately obtuse.
No, I'm just answering your question.
How about this? Tell us,
I'm asking you
tell us how you draw the
exactly what you
angle.
just told me. Let's try again. You're trying to disrupt the scrutiny. This is what you're doing, right? You just said what you said. I just repeated to you what you said, and then you're pretending like I didn't address what you just said. Stop. Let's try again. You're trying to get an angular relationship between what and what?
A vertical plane and the target point.
A vertical plane and some object,
A
some
line of
object
sight
above
to
you.
the target. A vertical plane and a line of sight to the target.
A vertical plane and a line of sight to the target.
Yes.
Okay. So you just have this immaterial mathematical category of vertical plane itself that doesn't exist anywhere in space in relation to some material object above the Earth.
Incorrect.
You don't see a problem with that?
I would see a problem with that, but that's not what's happening.
Are you trying to get an angular relationship between the vertical plane and a star? Yes or no?
No.
Between the vertical plane and what then?
The
In a
third
line of
is in the
sight to a
chat.
building.
It's in the chat, Gregory.
I'm looking in the chat.
That last picture.
Fuck are we stooping to?
Yeah, okay, that. So yeah.
Hell is that? What are we stooping to?
Do we still have him? Is he muted?
I'm here. I'm just giving you time to
Okay.
process.
Subdued, am I missing something?
He's
You directed
measuring
my
a
attention to
building.
something?
So he jumped up 56 feet in the air and fucking measured a building 34 kilometers across a bay.
And then, therefore, what?
What?
Yeah, no, I get it.
That's it? Is that it?
That's
Peter?
it.
I think he just realized how stupid he's being.
What was the question?
Yeah.
So Subdued just gave like a single sentence nutshell description of the nature of your argument. Is he right?
What was it? I was switching devices. Sorry.
Subdued, go ahead and say it again.
He went up 56 feet or 54 feet or something in elevation, shot across a bay 34 kilometers at a building.
My brain is fucking melting.
Well, you look through
Nothing.
your satellite, right?
Yes, correct.
And how much distance does your crosshair cover? How wide is that? And for what distance away? So, like for every mile, how much height does the crosshair cover? The reference line of your crosshair. How many miles is that in the distance, or how many feet in height or elevation is your
Give me
crosshair
a
to the
fuck.
building?
That's a straight shot with all flat lines. I mean, give me
What-
a fucking
what
break.
I asked?
Just look at the
Well,
picture.
hang on.
It's
Well, hang
all
on.
flat lines.
Did you hear what I asked?
Hang on. Before we even get to the quantities, we have to make sure he even has the categories straight first. Before he even gets to the quantities. So
Not really.
first you're trying to ascertain what is the angular relationship between what and what. We first have the vertical plane itself, not some material object like the Earth or whatever, what have you, but vertical plane itself and what, Peter?
Dude, that's a
and the line of sight
perpendicular.
to the
Dude,
object.
that's a perpendicular drawing. That's a perpendicular picture. That's 90 straight up and horizontal. That's 90 degrees. It's flat. What is going on?
So the irony of this is that this pattern of argumentation is supposed to demonstrate that you're getting an elevation angle only when the surface of the Earth is curved. But when you think about what he's saying, a vertical plane, which is not curving, in principially does not have a curved surface, and the line of sight away from you. That's two straight lines, principially. So that's a concession that you need two straight lines in order to get an elevation angle or to get an angular relationship whatsoever. But how does he logically make this relevant to the surface of the Earth? Where does the surface of the Earth come in?
You need to scroll up the chat and you see the geometric logical proof there.
How about you just say it? Well, especially for the audience that cannot read what you posted.
In the biconditional statement, what I say is the four readings that we have are impossible if the surface is flat. And in fact, they're only possible to obtain on a curved surface with a specific radius.
You're an idiot. Show how that's true.
Okay, so that's that.
I did show
so you
how
still
why
haven't
that is true.
hang on, listen. So you haven't said any argument that proves the conditional statement to be true. You're just going back to reiterating the conditional
You just
statement.
need to scroll up in the chat, the diagram, where
I just
show
told you, dude,
lines,
you haven't, dude, listen to me. You haven't proved it. I told you to say the argument that proves it, not just repeat the conditional premise. So say
Where's
the
the ball?
argument.
Okay.
Where's the ball you're using?
Dude, you just use straight lines. Are you retarded? Why is anybody arguing with this fucking idiot?
Honestly, I'm not sure why you guys don't get it. I get it.
The ball?
The angle he's measuring.
You got the ball?
I get the angle.
Get a ball in your hand and show us the angle you get, please.
That's not
An
pertinent
actual-
to
no,
the thing he's
Stop
mentioning.
making
No,
shit
that's not
up.
pertinent to
Get
his
a
argument.
globe the very thing you're supposed to be getting. Get a globe so we can see what you get, imaginer, and get the angle to it. Okay?
It's not
Put a
pertinent to
dot
his
in the
argument.
ceiling and show us how you get the zenith to a little globe in your hand. If not, shut up and quit imagining stuff. Just like him.
You mentioned 2 lines: the vertical and
Yeah,
the
Hey,
that's
line of
very
sight of the
simple.
Snoopy,
object.
you mentioned no physical globe in your hand, no
Lines.
ball. So no ball, no go.
What does that have to do with anything? You're not listening
Ball,
to his
you're supposed to be
argument. You're
talking
just
about
jumping in
what
saying,
it means. Hey,
Listen,
ball,
listen.
you're supposed to be talking about a
This is a
ball,
concerned
stupid.
troll.
What
yeah,
does a
This is a
if you
ball have
concerned
to do with a
troll.
listened, you'd
ball?
understand.
You just
Yeah,
asked what a ball has to do with a ball. Are you
yeah.
okay?
No, what the argument he's
Here's
making.
the reason. Look, here's the
Yeah,
clarification.
you
Okay,
need a
look,
ball.
listen. Yeah, look, here's the clarification. So everything that Peter just presented so far was not an argument to demonstrate that this conditional premise, which is evidently his concluding premise. So he's abused the very type of premise that this is. A conditional premise is not a concluding premise. But if he wants to prove that this is only possible on a ball, then a ball with those specific dimensions, that specific radius value, then he can go ahead and say the argument. But all he's done is treat a non-conditional premise, a non-concluding premise, as a supporting premise, and then the support is to talk about an angular relationship that doesn't involve any curved lines whatsoever, and then the demonstration as to how a curved surface is involved after no mention of the curved lines whatsoever, let alone a curved surface of the Earth, then just repeats the conditional premise, which is to commit 2 category errors, to use a non-concluding premise as a concluding premise, and then repeating the non-concluding premise as a concluding premise to support the concluding premise, which is not a concluding premise. So it's just tautological again. Like I said in the beginning, it's tautologically uninformative.
No,
I would
it's
have
not
just said
tautological.
you're a
Let me
fucking idiot
explain. Please give me
instead of all
please
that.
2 seconds. 2
Right?
seconds
Because
to
that's what
explain.
you are.
Okay.
You're a fucking idiot. You use all straight lines and you have no idea what you're saying. So that's as simple as that.
You're not-
Gregory he just demolished you. He just
Demolished.
crushed you. Yeah, he demolished.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me explain how this works, okay? So the reason this is not a tautological argument is because he goes through, he does the math for how the angle should be on a flat Earth, right? And he says that the angle that we got from our measurements after doing all the math and such do not line up what we would expect to see on a flat Earth. Therefore, it goes with the curved Earth because the angle is
Due to
always
what?
lower than the
You're saying a whole bunch of bullshit. What we don't expect to see and what we expect to see. Show me what
Wait,
the
hang on.
fuck you're talking about.
Hang on, Terrence, say that for me
Doing
one more
what we
time.
expect to see and what we don't expect to see, and
Wait,
your
Hart,
fallacy bullshit.
Hart, let me ask him. Terrence, say your point again one more time, but be concise.
Okay. So his argument relies on pointing out or using trigonometry to figure out what the zenith angle, or what he calls the zenith angle, which is really just the elevation angle, from the vertical line to the line of sight of the
What the
target.
hell is
Right?
trigonometry?
That little angle theta,
Is
right,
that
would
3
be
straight
on a flat
lines?
Earth.
Let him
And
finish.
he's
Let
saying,
him finish.
and he's saying that since we don't have this angle from our measurements and stuff like that, it goes with the curved Earth because arctan is lower than angle theta.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
I shared this and you completely ignore it.
Yeah, they lose sight in the air and then
trying
they
to reply
call it
now.
loss of
Let me reply
glare.
to him. Hang on. Okay, so since Peter concurs with your reiteration of his pattern of argumentation, it's yet again, like I said, right? Nowhere in this pattern of reasoning does a curved line whatsoever of anything come into play. It's
Yes, it does.
trigonometry.
It's shown on the screen right now.
Peter. I
You
did
need to
not
look
finish,
at the
Peter.
proof.
I
You need
did
to look at
not
the proof.
finish, Peter.
You're ignoring my proof.
Stop talking to me. As I was saying, I cannot see whatever he thinks he's displaying on the screen share. So if he would like me to see it, then again, like I've told you before, post it in the
Yeah, I don't
open
see
chat.
it.
Everything that you
did.
showed in the open chat.
I did.
Oh, so what you showed in the open chat has no curved lines in it at all, and it's supposed to be demonstrative of how curved lines come into play in this trigonometric
No,
measurement?
you're not looking at it.
Yes.
6:53. 53 after the hour. It's specifically there for you. It's been sitting there for like 20 minutes
Using all straight line. Like I pointed out when I first saw the picture and how
So the
Gregory
blue line
The
is curved,
biconditional
right?
statement in step 1. There are no curved lines anywhere in them except the letters, like C.
Look at the picture that I shared. Are you doing this on purpose? Are you closing your eyes to the
Good
geometry
God.
on the screen?
Take your picture and shove it up your fucking ass. Show
Okay,
us some
like I
proof
just
of the
told
curve.
you, stop going in circles with me. You sent 2 images. One is the biconditional statement image, and then the step 1 for short. There are no curved lines in either of them except the English letters, the Latin
No, there
letters.
is a curved line, the blue line in the diagram.
Get the fuck out of my face, dude.
Oh
Wait,
my
hold on a
God.
second. This is very important. So the blue line shows us
Dude, hold on.
what
That's a curved line. Right? All right. Good job. Now, show us the fucking curve on the Earth. On the actual Earth, not a diagram, not a fucking puppet vision. Bullshit. Show us the fucking curve on the Earth. On the Earth. This is where we live. This is what we're talking about. The fucking Earth. And we show
got
you.
all the
It's on the
argument how
screen
it's
right
being
now.
presented
Can't
to you.
show us a fucking curve, bro. Don't interrupt me, man.
Listen.
Don't.
Okay, listen. Okay,
Don't
listen.
interrupt me.
So let's.
Don't interrupt me until I'm done.
Yes,
Until you
let's
show us the
summarize.
curve.
Oh, you have to go out. Sorry.
Until you show us the curve, bro. You're all done. You have debunked everything. You come in, you say, has anybody proved the flat Earth yet? And we have shown you for 9 years that the Earth is flat as fuck, including mountains and valleys.
And now I'm here with the measurement.
Thank you for interrupting me some more. That's a good job. Anyway.
Okay. So
Never
what was your question?
has the
what you
curve
were
of
saying,
the
Greg?
Earth been demonstrated to anyone ever.
Until now.
Okay, so once again, right, this is Peter's pattern, but anyways, regardless of his redundancy, just repeating his position past the refutation. He did not even attempt to
pretty much
argue
you should
the
be just
relationship between the vertical plane and the line of sight and the surface of the Earth. The 3 lines is, as it were, your line of sight towards whatever you're looking at in the distance away from you, and the vertical plane. And then I guess up from your feet, or like, what is the third line? I mean, what is the third line in this trigonometry? Like, so you have the line of sight, line 1, more or less stretching horizontally to the object in the distance. And then you have the vertical plane. It's another straight line standing vertically. So what is the third line? It's not even a complete triangle, even though they're supposed to be doing trigonometry. And then secondly, there's no curved lines involved in trigonometry. So it's another category error. There's no logical relevance to him trying to demonstrate that this is only ascertainable on a curved surface with this particular radius value.
Hold on a second. The purpose of the curved line in the diagram isn't like to say that it's just trying to say that if we draw the triangle differently, using the elevation from the curved surface, the curved blue line, as B2,
you can't.
Then you get the correct measurement, the correct angle. Sorry.
You have a fucking circumference.
That's true. You got it.
And you have mathematical equations of your globe, and you have a certain rate of drop. And
What's funny is that they don't see that this angle is from the vertical line.
Why?
Okay, look,
Why?
Yeah, you're talking too hard now. Just let him
You
finish.
don't have the drop, bro.
They don't understand that horizontal and vertical are equivalent as such.
Horizontal and vertical are 90 degrees, like a cross. Cross you wear on your
That's
foot.
why when you obtain a vertical, you immediately obtain the horizontal.
Right. That's a period. There are no curves involved.
No curves are involved in the measurement.
Yeah, see how B2 is lower than B1? That's trying to say that on a curved surface, B2 would be lower.
Right,
So
again,
that's
you're
why the
trying to
curved
get a
surface is there.
tangent in a fucking globe, which doesn't happen because you call refraction on a non-existent geometric curve.
You're not following the arguments he's
Whatever-
making.
Dude, you
Just
can't
doing your
do
own
this.
thing.
You can't go back and forth and have the best of both worlds. Once you say refraction, your shit is done. You have no more tangent lines at all. You have no more geometrical curve. You're fucking kaput. You understand that? So all you can do is yell refraction, which, by the way, you have no goddamn clue how refraction actually works. It does not bend over a ball, right? No refraction ever that is ever submitted anywhere at any time ever has shown you what the fucking plane coming over a ball. You fucking idiots. You're liars and you're a disgrace.
I have a video.
Right?
I have a video of a refractive prism.
Good. Show
causing
me.
you to see an
Show
object
me.
that is obstructed
Shut
by a
the
sphere.
fuck up. There's no fucking refraction that brings a level plane from behind a curve up perfectly and you can see everything that's there. Show me. You're a bunch of
Address the
fucking
argument Peter's
liars.
making.
Shut up. You're a fucking liar if you say it's happening. It happens in the Black Swan. That's what you get from idiots. Show me a level plane being picked up over a hill, over a ball, over a mountain, over any goddamn thing that's beyond, right? You're never going to do it because it doesn't happen. That's not how refraction works at all. So when Jaren says,
Bro,
so when
chill.
Jaren says,
We can hear you even though you don't scream. Chill.
Yeah, this is entertaining for a minute, but it's getting bad.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, hello?
Hey, Rob, are you still here? Robkin?
Okay.
Is Robkin here?
So,
No? Okay. Go ahead, Terrence.
okay, so the reason why the blue line is in this diagram, right? I mean, it doesn't have to do with the 3 points. It's just so well, it does, but it means that the reason we have the blue line is to show that y b2 would be lower than b1 to give us the angle that we measured.
It's there to demonstrate the two possibilities. One is flat Earth, that's the yellow triangle, right? And the other one is an Earth with some curvature. This diagram is not to scale, of course. The other one is.
All right.
And
Sorry,
it shows
but
that in a case of a curved surface, there would be a different geometric spatial relationship between the points A, B, and C. This is the logical proof that Gregory was asking for. This is before measurement. So this is just saying, here's how much logically we would discriminate between the two cases, one flat, one curved. The arctan relationship between the angle measured and the other parameters, h and d, elevation and distance over surface, would behave as follows. Only then we perform the measurement, and we then compare the measurement to either the yellow triangle and the red triangle, right? And then we get the conclusion. So this is the series of steps that we take.
So again, and I'm going to be interrupted by them eventually. So they keep repeating this as though it makes sense. And they're using mathematical jargon, which makes it seem even more credible. But when you pay attention to what they're actually saying and analyze what they're saying, they have not at all, not explicitly, not implicitly, not in any way conveyed the logical relevance and significance of the Earth being a ball or not to this trigonometric measurement. The graph is supposed to illustrate that the angle is going to change, but that's a category error with that suggestion, because you're not getting an angular relationship from a curved surface.
I'm not.
So it isn't as though you can get an elevation angle.
Isn't...
You're not. See the interruption that I forecasted before they did it. See.
Sorry.
The whole idea is that there's going to be different angular relationships between the curved surface and whatever else, be it the vertical plane or the line of sight or the point, the height, the height of the point of whatever, be it in the sky or whatever. That's the whole point, is try to get the angular relationship between the surface of the Earth and fill in the blank.
Incorrect.
But you're not getting an angular relationship up from the surface of the Earth. And if they're not trying to do that, then they haven't proven the point. They just abandoned the premise altogether at the outset of trying to prove the premise. Like, this is just incogent.
Peter, do you got this, or do you want?
Yes, whatever he said is irrelevant to what I'm presenting.
That's not an argument. Stop right there. Right? So I'm going to say what I said again.
It is not an argument.
No. You made Peter. You made Peter shut up while you talk. Let him respond.
No. He just wants to hand wave what I said as completely irrelevant. That's not an argument, right? He's not going to just wave his hand and just make my argument irrelevant just because he says so. If he dicks it, like no. So,
but if you completely missed his point, he's got to be able to explain that.
No. He didn't explain anything, Mark. You're not tracking.
I'm completely tracking.
I just said something relevant. I just said something relevant to what he was saying in the first place. I just said something relevant to what he was saying in the first place.
No,
and then his
you
reply,
strawmanned his argument.
Something relevant to what he was saying in the first place.
And you're
I'm
trying
keep
to pretend it's the real
and finish this, regardless of you trying to suppress my. Thank you. So, not just what he said is irrelevant and just move on past what Gregory said. No, fuck that. Arrogant ass.
Isn't going to do that.
So what I said is directly logically relevant to his argument.
Okay. So he's trying to point out how you have a misconceived notion about what the measurements are, or the. I'll let Peter explain if he.
So here's the question. Let's make it very clear. What is the point you're trying to convey?
The point I'm trying to convey is that the spatial relationship between points A and C is impossible on a flat Earth as measured.
What exactly is the geometric relationship between point A and C?
The 4 parameters that I outlined, the elevation of points A and C, the distance on surface between them, and the zenith angle from A to C as measured are only possible if the surface of the Earth is curved with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, give or take.
Okay, pause there. Like I said earlier, you said a conditional premise, which is a supporting premise. But given your pattern of rhetoric so far, you are having that as a concluding premise. That's category error 1, and you never refuted it. You just talked past it. Secondly, even if you treat this as a concluding premise, which is categorically erroneous, like I just established, you're just repeating the conclusion to support the conclusion. You didn't show any logical disjunction that demonstrates that it is logically impossible, because this is a matter of a priori argumentation, because you're talking about what is or is not possible, which categorically is an a priori issue. You have not given any a priori deductive argument to demonstrate that it's not possible to get a height or a distance upon a horizontal plane, upon a horizontal surface.
I certainly have not, because that's not my argument, so I have not done that. You're correct.
You haven't done what you need to do to prove your premise.
Need to do that.
Your concluding premise is stop talking to this. Right? Every time I say the refutation, you then say some truism that deflects from the fact that you have not done.
Because your refutation is for something else.
You keep doing it now. You're squirming. Right? You're just irritated that someone.
Keep going.
Yeah, I'll keep going. I'll keep going without your instruction. So the next time you do this same antic, where you just hand wave what was said, whistle past what was said, deflect from what was said, and act as though what I said is just utterly irrelevant, which is your only pattern of reply to me so far, not any specific objective true premises and any logically valid argument, just hand wave and deflection. If you do it again, I'm going to expose it for you again. So let me finish this again. I know it hurts. Feel the pain. So again, you're treating a supporting premise, a type of supporting premise that is a biconditional statement premise, as a concluding premise. Error number 1, category error, misusing this type of conditional premise. All you had to say was just this is the concluding premise. And then you should give the a priori deductive argument that demonstrates that it is not possible on the only other alternative as it concerns which geometric aspect a surface has. Every surface is either curved or level. So if you say it's only possible on a curved surface with this particular radius value, you have a twofold a priori deductive burden to carry, that it's only that it's not possible on a level surface, and that it's only possible with the sphere with this particular radius value, and you haven't done it.
I have. You're just not asking me about it.
No, you haven't. What you said was simply a graph that is supposed to illustrate your idea, and it's nothing more than an illustration of your idea. And the idea that it's illustrating is again another category error because you're not getting an angular relationship between the surface of the Earth and anything else because you can't get an angle between a curved line nor surface.
That is correct. Yes, that's correct. I
That's
don't.
correct. Yeah, that's not what you're trying to do.
I cannot take that angle, and I am not taking that angle. You're correct.
Right. So then the curved surface of the Earth has nothing to do with your point. You
It has
abandon
nothing to do with the
premise, like I
angle
said earlier.
measurement. You're absolutely correct. The curvature of the surface has nothing to do with the angle measurement. However, the spatial relationship between the 2 points is absolutely relevant to the curvature.
Right, and you haven't proven that you can't get a
I
height.
have. It's on
nor
your
a
screen right
distance.
now. No, that I didn't prove. Yes, you're correct. I did not prove that.
Okay, so either you're going to do what you need to do to demonstrate that this is
I am
necessarily
doing
true
it
or
right
not.
now. Yes, I am doing it right now.
Are you working on it, or are you showing it on your screen share?
I'm
with the
showing
cane
it to everybody. I'm clicking the right. I'm always showing what you're asking for, Gregory. Always. It's always on the screen for you to look at.
Okay, well, I can't see your screen share, so.
Then I'm not going to converse with you anymore.
Okay, so you're not going to just do the easy task of
Yes,
sending
I'm
some
not
still
going
image
to.
in the open
Yes.
chat?
I can do that. I have,
Okay,
but
Peter.
you ignore them.
I understand your
Oh,
frustration,
wait. Are you
Peter.
talking about the image of step 1? Is that what you're talking about?
That's one of
No,
the
he's
images
on
you
step
asked me
3
to
right
show.
now.
Hey, that's not coherent. Let's try again. Are you talking about the step 1 image, yes or no?
Not right now, no.
Okay, what image are you showing that you're refusing to show? Right, you just
The
not
one that I
cooperating.
just
That's
shared
all you're
with
doing
you.
right now.
The one I just shared with you.
Okay, so what is the point of this? Like,
Step 1 was the concept that you asked me to present, the logical argument. Step 3 is the conclusion from the measurement using that argument.
so what is the point with, like, how do you get, how does this support, therefore you can only get this on a Earth that is a sphere with this specific radius value?
The
What's the
difference
logical
between,
connection?
yes, I will explain. The difference between the measurement and the geometrical relationship predicted by flat Earth versus spherical Earth with radius 6,371 kilometers, give or take, is 89 times. Flat Earth is
There still is no
89
connection.
times
Like,
more
this
wrong
is non sequitur. Like,
than
what is the
globe Earth.
connection?
Okay,
Like,
let me try
you
to
haven't
help.
proven.
That's how science is done.
Just listen. You haven't proven that you cannot get a height nor a distance on a
That
horizontal
is correct.
plane,
That's correct.
which is what you need to do in order to demonstrate that you
That
can
is
only get a
incorrect.
height and or distance on a sphere with this specific
That-
radius value.
that
That's
is
what's
not correct.
logically required, given the nature
No.
of your concluding premise.
No.
Yeah, just ipsy dixit. So you're just not going to carry your burden.
Yeah, you misunderstood
Hold on
the
a second.
premise. That's why you say that. So
No,
you can continue
either you're
to
going to
repeat
say
that.
an argument to expose my error or not just say I have a misconception.
It's not an argument. You just misread
Peter,
the biconditional
mind if
statement.
You're not saying
Yeah,
an
go
argument
ahead,
to
go ahead.
demonstrate that I have a misconception. You're not saying an argument to
Okay.
demonstrate that I have a misconception. You're just saying I have a misconception, not proving that I have a
Okay,
misconception.
hold on. Let me talk to Gregory. Repeat my premise.
Your concluding premise is that you can only get these particular geometric values if the Earth is a ball with that specific radius value.
Yes.
Yeah, so you haven't proven that, dude. You need to show that it's not possible. You need to show some logic tree that
Step 3.
demonstrates that it's not possible
Okay, step
on
1,
a
then step
horizontal
3.
surface.
Step 1, then step 3. The slides you asked me to share. Step 1, step 3. That's the sequence.
Okay, so just vague premises that don't actually prove your point. You didn't give any specific,
There you go.
objective, true premises and any logically valid argument to demonstrate
What is
that you cannot get a
Euclidean
height
geometry
from.
of two triangles?
Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me. Stop. You haven't
I
given
have.
any. Stop talking to me now. That means stop speaking. You haven't given any argument with any specific, objective, true premises and any logically valid argument to demonstrate that you cannot ascertain a height up from a horizontal surface nor a distance upon a horizontal surface.
I have not. That's correct.
Correct. So you have not done what you need to do to demonstrate that your concluding premise is necessarily true in the dichotomy of options of the geometric properties of any surface.
That is incorrect.
Yeah. Step 1, please. Okay, so Do you agree that the yellow triangle is representing the flat Earth accurately in this diagram? The flat Earth case. Greg? The step one diagram, do you think that the yellow
If you're asking me, I'm
diagram is
looking again.
Okay. I'll be patient.
Okay, so there's that.
Flat
Okay.
Earth is
And
true.
Okay, so do you think that the red triangle accurately represents the globe Earth case with the way the points are placed?
Are you asking me? If you're asking me, no.
Why is that?
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any logical sense. It has no point of analogy between what is happening on the surface of the Earth. The baseline is going to be the surface of the Earth, but you don't have the surface of the Earth as the baseline.
Okay, I understand your issue. Hold on a sec, I gotta go. This sucks.
Right, so this graph is just irrelevant to the point. It's not actually it's illustrating an idea, but it's not logically relevant to the concluding premise. So the graph is not illustrating that this is an angle or a height or a distance ascertained upon the surface of the Earth. It's just this mathematical hypothetical. It's just a mathematical hypothetical. It's not trying to illustrate what would happen on the surface of the Earth. It's not at all illustrating any of these geometric relationships in relation to the surface of the Earth. It doesn't even illustrate the point. It's just irrelevant. It's just a red herring from the concluding premise. So again, you only have two options for any surface of any solid or liquid. It's curved or level. You've been through this before. So if you say it's necessarily only possible to get these geometric values from a curved surface, then you have to demonstrate that it's not possible on the only other alternative in the dichotomy. And you haven't done that. You need to give the a priori deductive argument that proves that you cannot get a height up from a horizontal surface, nor get a distance upon a horizontal surface. And you haven't done that.
That's incorrect.
Peter, can I ask a question that may help this out?
Please.
Okay, so the angles that you see there, C1, C2, those are predicted heights based on the distance to the target and the angle measured to the target, right?
So what this diagram is showing, the one I'm showing on the screen right now, step one, it's showing that depending on the underlying surface being either the yellow case, which is flat, or the red case being curved, the relationship between A and C changes, therefore the zenith angle will be different. That's all this shows. This is not to scale, of course, and this is these alpha 1 and alpha 2 values are not for the Earth. They're just random. And what I'm showing is that in flat Earth, obviously alpha 1 will be equal to arctan because we're dealing with just a simple triangle. In the curved case, the point will be located somewhere else, so alpha 2 will always be greater than arctan of h by d. That's what I'm showing.
So again,
and then I still want to talk to the other gentleman.
Also.
Can I finish? So Mark, obviously,
you concluded,
I'm explaining.
You're just refusing to let me say this. You paused. I began speaking when you weren't talking, dude. I began speaking when you weren't talking.
So Mark, I'm explaining just
when you weren't talking.
Geometry.
I should have to yield to you.
And then I'm showing
I began speaking before you began talking, dude. You're just being annoying.
And I'm
I began
showing a
speaking before you
diagram
began
that
talking.
is to scale.
Hold on, Gregory. I'm just trying to relate it back to the image and understand how it relates to
Understand what you're trying to do.
the actual measures.
Understand.
Measurements. No, I'm trying
to
to
before
clear
he began talking. He paused, then I began speaking, they began speaking after me.
Gentlemen, I have it muted, so you guys, can we one at a time, please?
Grief, dude. So again, this graph is not logically relevant to his concluding premise. It's non sequitur. It does not illustrate the relationship, the geometric relationship between the 3 points and the surface of the Earth. It's just this hypothetical horizontal line, that dotted baseline. That's it. And it's not representative of anything in the world. The blue line is supposed to be representative of the surface of the Earth. And the horizontal line in both triangles are not.
including the surface of the Earth as the bottom baseline. So it's not at all illustrating the relevance of its geometric relationship between that and the surface of the Earth. It's irrelevant on its face. And then secondly, the last point, secondly, is that you are not, it's tacitly presuming another category error. There is no difference between getting an angle of elevation from a horizontal line from a curved line, because you're not getting an elevation angle up from a curved line in the first place.
Here's the relationship between the curved Earth and the points. Okay, so where B2 is, right? Where B2 is placed at an elevation, elevation equals 1, I guess, from the surface of the blue surface, right? So just take a point and you go up. And that's where B2 is.
Are you saying this as though I'm missing the point, or are you just echoing?
Well, no, I'm saying that the B2 is related to how the shape of the Earth is. Right? If it's flat, then B1 will be different. If it's curved, B2 will be different.
What?
Sorry, my mind here.
Yeah, that's not the surface of the Earth. That's not what the graph illustrates. It's not what the graph illustrates.
You don't think blue illustrates accurately the curved Earth scenario?
Oh, you're not getting an angular relationship between the surface of the Earth and anything else. If it's curved, you can't get an angle between a curved line and with the curved line. Excuse me, I said it wrong.
That's correct. We're not doing that. You're absolutely correct.
Right. So this graph is meaningless then.
No, you're just misunderstanding.
Logical relevance to your point.
No, you're just misunderstanding it. It's okay.
No, there is no misunderstanding, dude. You have someone standing at a particular position, A1. You change their height up or down. Then they're looking at something else in the distance, right? Whether you pick C1 or C, or whether you pick A or B, doesn't matter. This has no logical relevance to the angular relationship between the surface of the Earth.
It absolutely does.
And whatever else. You're not illustrating the point, dude. This does not illustrate your point.
I am.
We're so close.
Did he say something?
Yes, I said I am illustrating my point.
You're not. You're just being stubborn. You're not saying any argument to refute what I just said. So again,
there is no argument.
This graph is not logically relevant to your point. You haven't. This graph is not at all. This graph is not an argument, dude. It's just illustrating your misconceived idea as to the angular relationship and or distance relationship or height relationship between the surface of the Earth and these other points above the surface of the Earth. You're not getting an angle difference from a horizontal surface and a curved surface, because you're not getting an angle with a curved surface at all.
That is correct.
That's what we're trying to do. And we don't need to.
Dude. That's the point.
You don't need to get. You don't need to get it. You don't need to get an angle from the curved surface.
You would get this on a horizontal surface. You would get this angular relationship on a horizontal surface, but you would get this angular relationship from a curved surface. That's the contrast. It's a comparison. It's a false comparison.
No, we're not saying the angle is from the curved surface. We're saying that the points, the way the points are placed, depend on the surface beneath it, because it's elevations, right? Elevation.
What exactly is the relationship between the points and the surface, dude? What exactly is the relationship?
It's shown on the screen.
Okay, so in both cases, right? Okay, in both cases, B2 and B1 are at the same elevation from the ground.
Show us that on a ball.
I am.
That's what you're missing here. B2 and B1.
That's
respective cases are the same elevation.
So height. Just pause right there. Okay, height relationship. You have to give the a priori deductive argument that proves that you cannot get this particular height from a horizontal surface. Now go.
It is shown on the screen right now. Step 1.
No, it isn't, dude. That's not any specific objective premises. You're just repeatedly appealing to this image. That's not an argument.
No,
artistic drawing is not an argument, dude. You need to say specific, objective, true premises in a logically valid argument. You obviously don't have one.
So what step 1 is doing is giving you a prediction. Right. So what step 1 is doing is
I don't need you to repeat that. I don't need you to repeat that. You just told me the relationship. This is what we need to do right now. We don't need you echoing yourself. Like, we need to move forward.
Greg, let me say it this way.
Forward. Just stop. From this point, just stop, dude.
Greg,
no.
You want a logical deductive
We've been going through this circles several thousand times. No. Be quiet. From this point
I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and you're going to listen.
Be quiet. He's just
making
being
those
disruptive.
making those
He's just
parameters fit on
disruptive.
a
He's not going to
flat
stop
plane
himself. He's
would
not
result
going
in
to stop
incoherency.
himself.
That's it. That's it. They would result in incoherency. They would not be able to support having a triangle,
Earth is
a planar
flat.
triangle.
I don't care.
Someone needs to mute Mark because he doesn't need to repeat what's already been established. So from
No,
this
I
point
said it in a
forward,
deductive,
from
clear
this
statement.
point forward, you're just
Acknowledge
trying
it
to
and
prevent.
refute it.
You're just trying to prevent the progression of the dialogue, dude. Too bad.
There's no
So
progression of
again,
dialogue. There's
from
no
this
progression of
point
dialogue,
forward,
Greg, with you. It doesn't
obviously I'm
happen.
trying to move forward. Can the moderators moderate, dude?
I'm going to answer the question, guys. If this
Three values,
Mark,
those three values cannot cannot be.
when I unmute myself and I begin to speak, that's when you stop talking. If you guys can't have a proper conversation together, then I don't see a point in you guys continue. Why would you want to just yell at each other if you can't continue and like actually talk without talking over each other and have a proper conversation? Because you keep, every time Gregory's saying something, you're interrupting him, and I'm hearing all this overlap from both of you. Got like, how can you hear each other? We can't hear what you're saying.
So again, to actually move forward, I don't need to hear them. We don't need to hear them repeat this fucking premise over and over again ad infinitum. They need to move forward. And the move forward is to actually take up the argument. The argument they need to say is some deductive a priori argument to prove that only one out of the two options in this dichotomy concerning the geometric property of a surface, curved or level, that you can only get this particular height, like Terrence specified earlier, that you can only get this specific height from a ball with a particular radius.
I agree.
So they need to show that the other alternative in the absolute dichotomy is not possible. They haven't given any argument to show
absolutely
that
agree.
the other part is impossible.
Agreed. It's on the screen right
That's
now.
not what. No,
What
no.
you're
Step one
asking?
isn't that completely.
It
No,
is
Peter. Yeah, no. Step one does not
You
do that
just have
completely.
to
What
you
step
just
one,
have
two?
to adjust for the language that he's
Just got
using.
hit by a fucking Florida cloud. One of
Step
them.
one gives you the premises, right? So if we have a flat Earth, then A1 will equal arctan, right? If it's curved, then A2
Yes,
will
but
be
can you
less than
hold on a
arctan.
second? Hold on a second. So as an
That's what step
educator,
one
you
is.
hold on a second. As an educator, you have to adjust yourself to your audience. The way he said it right now, if I give him the benefit of the doubt, I agree with it. Step one is the first step in the sequence that he's asking to see. If he can process that step one, then we can show him the next step.
Okay, so their tactic now is to just condescend and pretend like I don't understand step one. So they're just going to repeat step one until I concede, instead of acknowledging that I
Step one is the
understand their
first
step
in
one
the
and I don't
sequence of
concede.
what you're asking us to do.
Yeah, it's not. You don't know what an a priori argument is,
Well,
dude.
until you understand that,
Step
we
one is
cannot
not
move
an a
on.
priori deductive argument, dude. Are you fucking dumb? Evidently you are. Stop trying to condescend to me, dude. That's not an a priori deductive argument. Shut the fuck up condescending to me.
What step one does is establish two premises.
Terrence, you stop
Doesn't
repeating
establish
that.
the
I don't need to
conclusion.
hear you repeat that again.
Okay, so do you accept the premises?
There is no premises, dude. I'm gonna
Look
read
at the
step one.
statements. If flat Earth would be A1 would be arctan, and if curvature A2 would be less than arctan. Those are the premises that we need you to accept before we
God
move
damn,
on.
is that far fucking up?
That's right.
Where's the damn
Right,
image?
do you accept them? Because these are the premises, right? You said there's no premises.
The image gone?
I'm trying to explain what the premises are. Step one.
Can I see this fucking image finally, please? I don't have to download this shit.
Computers can be finicky. I'll just wait for you.
So the yellow triangle is flat Earth, the red triangle is globe Earth, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and
Okay,
do you
so
accept
again,
the premises on
if
the top?
FE would always measure that, if curvature, we would always measure that. That's not a fucking argument. Those are two conditional premises.
Premises.
It's not a deductive argument indicating any concluding premise.
Right. You just have to accept the premises, then we can get to the conclusion.
No,
Later,
dude.
after we
Listen to what I
introduce
just said to you. You're not tracking. That's not a deductive a priori argument. It's just
These are
two
parts.
conditional premises. That's it. There's no concluding premise. There's no argument. Or it's an incomplete argument.
Yes.
So it's not deductive.
Yes. Okay, but these are statements. They can be true or false, correct? Right? If flat Earth, would we see arctan equals A1, right? Do you accept that as a true statement?
Okay, so once again, you're not tracking. And you're just being stubborn. Number one,
Do you
it's
accept the
not an
biconditional
argument.
statement?
There is no therefore. There's no concluding premise. These are two conditional premises. And secondly, If you want to treat this as an argument, then it's simply an incomplete argument, and you haven't demonstrated that you cannot get a height, or this particular height, from a curved surface. You haven't demonstrated that you cannot get this particular height from a horizontal surface. In order to demonstrate that you can only get this height from a curved surface. You haven't done either of the two. So those are twofold critiques to you.
Gregory, do you accept the principles of Euclidean geometry and that they hold true
I'm
in
asking
nature?
you questions. This is your point to say an argument, right? So once again,
Read this
if you're
slide
not
again.
tracking, I'm going to say for you again, this is not your point to ask me questions. This is me interrogating you. This is your point to finally say an argument to demonstrate that you cannot get this particular height from a horizontal surface.
I'm
That's your
ready to
burden
do
right
it.
now.
I'm ready to do it now.
May
Are
I
you
ask
ready?
a question? Is this
I'm ready to do it right now.
Is this an open debate?
Are you ready, Gregory? Let me know when you're ready.
Is this an open debate?
No.
Moderator,
Gregory, let me know when you're ready for me to present the argument.
I'm ready now, but if this guy's
Okay,
going to
here it
talk through
comes.
the debate,
Here it comes.
listen to me, dude. Just like
Here it comes.
pay attention to the other
Are you
voices in
ready?
the channel, dude.
Are you ready?
If this other guy is going to keep asking that question, then
But
I'm going
he's
to give
not.
I'm going to give a window for the moderators to answer his question. So just hang
Yeah,
on.
but he's not asking any questions, right? So here it comes. My argument is as follows. The principles of Euclidean geometry hold true in nature. Specifically, trigonometry is a very well-developed field of mathematics that is used in practice in nature. Based on that, if we are on flat Earth, we would always measure the angle alpha 1 as equal to arctan of h by d. If we're on an Earth that has a curvature, we would always measure alpha 2, where alpha 2 is lesser than arctan of h by d. This is my argument.
You disagree with this?
Are you ready for the conclusion? Take your time, Gregory, processing my argument, and let me know when you're ready for the conclusion.
Because I'm confused too, because like the only way you'd go against this is by saying, oh, it wouldn't equal arctan. Or no, it wouldn't be less than arctan. Because those are the only things you can refute in these premises.
But then he would be attacking Euclidean geometry as a system of logic that has been shown to be compatible with what we observe in nature.
Alright. The other objection you can make is that we're not modeling it correctly. The way we place the points do not line up with the flat Earth, or the curved Earth, which is something that he hasn't really gone into quite yet, I don't think.
I don't think he wants to go into it, quite frankly.
He cannot.
I think you're probably saving these fucking images.
All this is a mathematical statement.
Got it all over the place.
It's a logical statement. Mathematics is a system of logic, rigorous logic.
Right.
Nah, dude, a sphere and a flat surface is the same thing, bro. Come on, bro. You don't have an argument, bro.
Okay, so what point are we at now? Just to clarify.
I presented my argument to you as you requested, and I'm waiting for you to acknowledge that you process it and you're ready for the conclusion.
Okay. So with step one, you have this difference between what exactly? The difference between the flat Earth on this issue and the globe Earth on this issue is what?
The different reading of the angle due to the different spatial positioning of the points.
Okay. And then you did step two, which is, I'm going to repost this for my sake at least. As soon as this goddamn computer cooperates and gets off my screen.
Just to preemptively, it's telling you.
This is
it's showing you
glitch
that
where the picture panel is just stuck on the screen and I can't see my keyboard. Hang on.
Yeah.
I'm back. Okay. So step 2 is yet again the silly inference that bottom-up disappearance is indicative of water curve, even though you don't actually.
No, we're not talking about any disappearance anywhere in the argument.
I don't know. What I said is relevant because that's what step 2. That's the error in step 2. It's called cutting to the chase, right? So step 2,
it's not.
Though you're getting a difference with this arctan. You're getting a difference while the Earth is a globe. So you think that you're observing this on a globe, correct? The step 2 is supposed to be demonstrative of you doing this measurement on a globe, correct?
No.
What is
No,
it
it's just
supposed to be
showing you how
demonstrative
they got
of?
the measurements.
The measurement
Just showing how
is
they got the
taken,
measurements.
and sorry, we don't know where we are when we take the measurement. We don't know where we are.
Okay, so we're just showing you where it's taken, how we got the observer's height, how we got the target's height, and then showing you the distance using the map.
The measurement
So
is
this is
agnostic.
I mean, what this looks like to
so you
me
know
is-
the numbers are accurate, so we know we're not making up numbers here.
Yeah, it's just showing that if you're flat Earth, you would be at the blue vector point looking to the left, right? That's what that shows. And if you're on a curved one looking left, it would eventually curve, and that shows you how the height difference would be between the two. On a flat surface, it would be higher than on a curved surface.
You got step 2 or step 1?
Yeah, I agree.
Step 2 is just for the measurements, like the observer's height and stuff like that. But yeah, you're right. I don't disagree with you. It's just I think that's step 1 instead of step 2.
Just breaking it down.
The
for
step 2
myself,
isn't really an argument. It's just saying, do you think that our measurement, our tools are correct? The way we're doing it is fine. Do you accept the?
Okay, so then you move to step 3, and then there's contrast, hence the versus abbreviation in the title of the step. Right. So how'd you get the contrast when you didn't have a measurement on a globe Earth and a flat Earth? You're strawmanning one of the two.
From step 1.
Right. So you're strawmanning one of the two. You didn't actually make a comparison. Like I said in the first place, it's a false comparison. You didn't actually ascertain
there are only two
these
logical
measurements.
possibilities.
So of course, they have to interrupt that. Of course they do. Every time. You did not make a true comparison, nor a true contrast. A true contrast would be that you measured this on a horizontal surface and then measured this on a spherical convex surface and then compared the two. Not compare some straw man, right? Why would that be absurd? You're making a comparison.
No, it can be theoretical, right?
Yeah, so like I
You
said,
can
it's
imagine
straw
the
manning
2
one of the
points,
two.
right?
It-
No,
it-
that's
it's
not
There's
a-
only
either
one
or.
reality.
not a
There's
straw
only
man.
one nature, so you can
again,
only take
as
one
you talk through
measurement.
this, again, as you talk through this, because you didn't grasp it, you're not addressing what I just said. It's a straw man of one of the two. And so the implication of this pattern of reasoning is that you're only getting this on a ball. Especially with step 2. That's why I said in the first place with step 2.
shows that you
But
can
you
do
want
it
to
on
insist, no,
both.
we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
It shows
So
that
I
you can do it on.
entertained it.
It shows that you can do it on both, right? Am I
No, they're not trying to show that. They're trying to say it's only
them.
possible to get this particular height relationship on a ball. That's their premise.
I'm asking them.
It's not the premise at all.
That's right.
Like,
Okay, so
it's
then you
showing-
abandon the biconditional statement then, correct? Correct? Because that's
What
what
do
the
you mean by-
biconditional statement is saying.
What do you mean by a biconditional
it's not.
statement?
Go ahead and ask
To me-
Peter. There's a so-called biconditional statement that he thinks he's talking about.
No, he's just telling you what you expect on one and what you expect on the other, and then I'm sure he's going to show what we actually see to see which
No,
one it
you're not-
matches.
No, you're sure, and you don't know what we're talking about. So how can you possibly be sure of what you just said when you don't know what we're talking about? Why even bother doing that with us? You obviously don't know what's being talked about right now. So just stop.
I feel like if we go through, then maybe we'll see the bigger picture.
But we've already been through, dude. You must not have been
three
here.
Three's not the
Okay,
last one, is it?
That's the only thing that they posted so far.
So, Greg, your contention is it's a false comparison because we're not doing it on a globe Earth and we're not doing it on a flat Earth. Is that your contention, basically?
It's a false comparison for that, and the implication of this pattern of reasoning is that the measurement is only ascertained on a spherical Earth. But again, you don't have any argument to say that, because when you do the measurement and then you infer that this is only happening on a globe Earth, when you do that, you're just taking for granted that your observation is because you're on a ball. That's the controlling premise in this entire logic sequence. That's the problem.
But
Okay,
That's why it reduces to a tautology.
Okay. So let me try to explain. So I think you misunderstand where we're coming from, right? So whether or not we measure it on a globe Earth or flat Earth isn't really like we're taking one measurement, right? We don't know whether we're on the flat Earth or whether we're on the globe Earth case, right? Point was, at step one, we go over the two cases and what we'd expect to see. Our measurements do not change, right? Our measurements are taken, whether it's globe Earth or flat Earth, we'll find out after we do our necessary calculations. What this step 3 is just showing the differences from the prediction. So the one with the lowest difference is probably the most accurate.
Okay, so again, like I told you in the first place, you have to prove that you cannot get this particular height on a flat horizontal surface. That's the burden. If you want to prove the conditional premise, the biconditional statement premise, which you're using as a concluding premise, you have to demonstrate that the only other alternative is not possible. And you have not done that.
What we have done is shown that there's a huge amount of error if we take the flat Earth case to be true.
Which you haven't done what I just said you need to do to demonstrate your condition.
Dude, you haven't shown that it is possible. You're saying show that it's not possible. You can't show how it's possible. Dude.
Reversing of the burden of proof.
Why don't you do that?
Reversing of the burden of proof.
Yeah, hell yeah. Dude, show me how it's possible.
I don't think
you
that's
understand why it's possible.
Yeah, shifting the burden of proof. So we don't need to keep hearing him say it. It needs to be.
That's not how burden of proof applies. Burden of proof applies to the person making the claim against what is normally accepted.
If you're saying that to me, I don't know. Are you saying that to me?
I am.
No, it's not my burden to carry anything right now. Their
In
burden.
general, the burden of
I
proof
wasn't done.
is on
I
the
wasn't
person.
done. I obviously wasn't done. Obviously.
I apologize.
Okay? Their burden is to prove their concluding premise. If they want to prove that it's not possible to get this particular height on a horizontal surface, then they need to do so, not just say it. All they've done is just presume that the measurement is indicative of their globe, and they have not proven that it is impossible to get this height from a horizontal surface, which they need to do.
Okay, so first of all, it's not the height. The height is not the result. The angle alpha is the result after the calculation, right?
The arctan, dude, height and distance.
Yeah,
So the arctan.
Yeah.
You need to prove that it's not possible to get this arctan on a horizontal surface, and you haven't done it. You haven't said any argument for that.
Look at our results. Look how far from the predicted result from the.
That's not a deductive argument. Do you know what a deductive argument is?
Do you know what a deductive argument is?
You're reversing the question. Answer me.
I'm just saying I do know what it is. Yeah.
What is a deductive argument?
Deductive argument is an argument where the conclusion follows from all the premises.
Not just follows. No, it's not a deductive argument.
It logically necessitates the conclusion.
Thank you. You need to show an argument by some deductive rule of inference that it's not possible to get this arctan upon a horizontal surface. That's your burden.
Okay, and if we accept the rules of Euclidean geometry, then yeah, we couldn't get these differences, these huge differences.
Again, you're not getting. Again, you're not getting it.
It's not wrong enough, Gregory.
You already know what it should be.
No. It's not wrong enough. That's not the issue. You're not even saying an argument. You're not even identifying any rule of inference, and you're not specifying any premises. You're using an inductive argument, which is just taking for granted the premise that you're getting these measurements on a ball. It's twofold error. You haven't given a deductive argument to show that it's not possible to get this height, this arctan, upon a horizontal surface. Now go.
Yeah, I just have to zoom in on these numbers real quick. Okay, so premise 1. If we had a flat Earth, the angle alpha as a result of the experiment, we can't read the number, but
you fucked up already. Like right there, you fucked up already.
What do you mean?
That conditional statement you just said, if the Earth's surface was horizontal, then you would get this height, right? So you have to prove, first and foremost, first of all, you just concede that you can get this height up from a horizontal surface, but then you're gonna reply saying, no, you can't get this particular height. So
no,
again,
that's not what he's saying, Gregory. He's saying this is the height. No, he's not.
No. We don't need multiple interruptions. Just let me finish, right? Just stop. So you're either going to continue with this line of argumentation where you can see that you can get this particular height up from a horizontal surface, or you're going to say, no, you can't get this particular height up from a horizontal surface. And if you insist on that, then you have to show with some rule of inference that you cannot get this particular height. It's not possible. Like, why is it impossible to have this arctan upon a horizontal surface? Why is that impossible?
Why don't you demonstrate how? Hold on. How about you demonstrate how it is possible for this to be the
shifting the burden of proof? No, shifting the burden of proof. No. So that doesn't mean continue shifting the burden of proof. That means don't do it.
Yeah, Gregory, so according to the rules of Euclidean geometry, the angle alpha that we can get can only be one value, right? If we're 100% precise. You agree with that? For 100% precise in how we point the tool or whatever, we can only get one value, which is the one we predicted in our diagram, correct?
I don't know how to answer that. I don't know how that's relevant to the issue.
I don't think
the issue is the horizontal surface of the Earth. You have to prove that it's not possible to get this particular arctan from a horizontal surface of the Earth. Right, because your conditional premise is acting as though that you can only get one particular height up from the surface of the Earth being horizontal.
With these values, you can only get.
There will be a huge discrepancy, and that's exactly what we're showing in the conclusion. Enormous discrepancy.
Peter, your problem is hold on. Peter, your problem is assuming that the flat Earth model or any version of it is capable of making any kind of prediction that can be falsified. They're never going to give you one.
Well,
to allow it to be falsified.
There is one. I will show you one.
So, anyways,
it's on the screen.
You have to give the deductive argument that proves that you cannot get this particular height up from a horizontal surface. That's your burden. You haven't done that. You're saying that if the horizontal surface of the Earth was this, then it would be at this height. That doesn't necessarily follow.
Yes, it does. It's plain and simple English, Gregory.
No, it doesn't. So
it's attempting to make a prediction with your
height is necessarily entailed by the Earth's surface being horizontal. What? A single arctan relationship, the height in difference, the distance, you can only get one value of arctan. If the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
Because on yours it's easy. Because on yours it's easy. It makes a right triangle. That's easy. Three lengths that you need to worry about, 3 angles that you need to worry about. That's super easy to make predictions.
So it's not possible to get multiple heights and multiple distances upon a horizontal surface?
No.
Not with.
It's not possible?
Not with these points. Not with these points.
You're using fixed points with known heights and known distances.
That is so fucking ridiculous. You can't get
unless you're going to
difference from a horizontal surface.
Unless you're going to try and claim that on your flat Earth the heights of buildings randomly changes, or the distances from a fixed point to a fixed building randomly changes.
You don't have to do any of that shit.
You don't have to do any of that shit. You're not. You think the values vary then?
Yeah, this is just audio chaos. They have to dominate the voice channel now. They're tired of me scrutinizing them.
What are y'all motherfuckers talking about?
Yeah, he doesn't know what we're talking about at all. So again, he's just trying to bulldoze me out of the conversation. There is no deductive argument that has been given to show that it's not possible to get this particular arctan from a horizontal surface.
Wait, before like we continue, Oregon or Goth or Gorth, are you like a flat earther or a glober?
Do you stop slowing us down, DCI?
My bad.
I know you're already like trolling. Just stop slowing the conversation down, dude.
So we're still at the point where you need to give a deductive argument proving that you cannot get this particular arctan from a horizontal surface. It is not necessarily the surface of the Earth being horizontal does not necessarily entail that you can only get one particular arctan.
Using
No matter
the
what.
points from the experiment, are you aware that points from the experiment can only give you one value? Like it should only be one.
You're still missing the point. You're not
You're
getting
not.
it. You
No,
don't get
you're
what you're
not.
supposed to be proving.
Gregory,
You're not getting it. Gregory.
I think you're missing the point, Gregory.
No, I'm not.
I'm trying to be unbiased here, but really, it's like only the distance between 2 points, right? Like that changes in height.
That's not
if
the
you have a
point.
curve. That's not
the point, though. Okay, but that's not the point. I'm not losing the point. The point is they're supposed to be proving that you cannot get this particular arctan from a horizontal surface.
Okay,
They haven't done that. They're just trying to take this premise for granted that if the surface of the Earth was horizontal, then it would be only this particular arctan.
Or not. You
measured. Yeah, well, I mean, it comes down to experimental error, but he's not even like, I'm not sure where he's at with that.
No. What's being presented is incredibly simple and totally straightforward to the point that it's on it takes 3 slides to show this. That's it.
Yeah, condescending isn't an argument. So are you going to continue condescending? Are you going to continue condescending, or are you going to give an argument now?
That wasn't condescending.
It was condescending. He's just so not getting it. He's just so uneducated. He's just so uninformed. He's just so ignorant. He's not getting this simple thing. Yeah, so don't sit up here. If you're going to condescend to me,
It's not condescending. It's actually a beautiful compliment to the person presenting
I
the argument.
complimented
It's
him.
so simple.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I complimented his presentation. I said nothing about you, Gregory.
You people are condescending and cowards.
Simple arguments.
You're condescending like a man. So anyways,
I've been trying to observe as a third party, and I feel like the people you're calling condescending.
Real quick, I don't want to mute you, NA, real quick. You guys are talking over a lot, and nobody can hear what's being said when that happens, as I've already said. But can we do this one at a time, please?
Well, Gregory monopolizes the mic. We all agree, right?
I just sat down recently. I really don't give a shit, but I'm hearing weird shit, and I'm trying to bring the vibes back down to something more civilized, please.
Okay, so again, we're waiting for the deductive argument. Like, we're not going to just take this conditional premise for granted as though it necessarily entails that if the surface of the Earth was horizontal, that you could only get this particular height. It's ridiculous.
It has been shown to you numerous times. I went silent because you just repeat the same thing and you're not willing to engage on the argument.
You didn't say any deductive
My
argument.
colleagues have very patiently tried to explain the argument to you. You just repeat the same thing without, you haven't adjusted your understanding.
You haven't said a single deductive argument, dude.
Gregory, can I try to get there? Can I try to get there with you as respectfully as I can? Seriously, as respectfully as I can. I just got to ask you a couple of questions.
Get there. What is there?
Okay. Or to you understanding what's being presented here.
Well, you said there. I thought you were referring to what I'm talking about. Do you know what I'm talking about?
What you're talking about has nothing to do with what he's talking about. He's the one
Do you know
giving the
what I'm talking about,
presentation.
at least? In order for you to know that it's irrelevant, you have to know what I'm talking about in the first place. So what am I talking about?
You're asking for us to try and prove that it's impossible for this to work on a flat Earth, which is the opposite. It's almost like the inverse of how you should be doing things.
No, it's not incorrect, dude. It's directly correct. If you say
he's
that it's
giving you
only possible, if you say that it's only possible to get this arctan from a globe, then that implies necessarily that it's not possible to get this arctan from a horizontal surface. And then to try and prove that, you begin with this conditional premise as though it's true, that you can only get this particular arctan that is not the initial arctan trying to be gotten, that's supposedly impossible on the horizontal surface, and you can only get this other arctan. That does not necessarily entail.
No, that's not what he's doing,
Service being
Gregory.
horizontal does not necessarily entail that you can only get this other arctan besides the initial arctan that supposedly is not possible to be ascertained on a horizontal surface.
All he's done is show you two things: what you should expect on a flat Earth and what you should expect on a globe. He's not assuming either one of them. He's taking those two statements and then he's showing what we actually observe, and he's weighing that against what you should see on either one. And for the record, both of those have a degree of error. Neither one of them lines up perfectly. It just so happens.
This is what I just said to you. You just repeated what I just said as though I didn't get the point. This is the problem with you people. This is the problem with you people.
You think experimental error is the reason why we don't get the arctan value expected?
No, just get the point that I am saying. So what you're saying is, fill in the blank, something that you're not saying. This is just annoying. Like, how many times do I have to repeat the point in order for it to be finally reiterated back to me correctly? The point
so you
that you're supposed to be proving, the point that you're supposed to be proving is that it's not possible to get, for the sake of argument, just say this for the sake of completing the sentence, arctan A, that it's not possible to get arctan A on a horizontal surface, and that you would only get arctan B if the surface of the Earth was horizontal. There's no argument for both of them. You're just taking them both for granted.
If it makes you feel any better, he's not.
One result. There's one result, and we're weighing it against the two possibilities. Right. We're not taking two possibilities and saying, "Oh, so look." Okay, so you at least understand that the result we got.
You're replying to me like I don't get it.
You're interrupting me.
No, you're replying to me like I don't get it. You still don't get it, dude.
You don't get it.
You don't get it.
I'm trying to be respectful.
You don't get it.
I'm trying to be respectful to you, right? So we can clear this misunderstanding, right?
We've been going through circles for the past half an hour, dude. Every time I clarify the issue, you repeat something back to me that I already understand.
You go on a long diatribe every time I try to speak. Okay, so I'm trying to be respectful here. Okay, so you understand that the result we got, right, deviates from the predicted value for the flat Earth. You understand that?
Again, it's just a red herring, dude. You're not focusing on the point.
Red herring?
It is a red herring. Right. You're supposed to be proving that it's not possible to get arctan A on a horizontal surface.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
Yeah.
Well, of course, that's not what you're saying.
No,
that's
he's making predictions. He's making predictions with both models and seeing if the data matches either one.
They're just being disruptive and stubborn. They're not engaging the critique. Every time I say you haven't carried your burden, they then acknowledge the truism. Yeah, we didn't say that, as though that's a refutation to me, when that's a concession to my refutation. Yeah, you haven't said what you need to say to prove your conclusion is necessarily true.
Dude, why do they have to do it your way, though?
Well, ask him to define what his quantum of disproof is. The opposite
why do they have to do it your way? Why can't they use their way to prove the same thing?
Because if he asks you to prove that it's impossible, he can move the goalpost as far as he wants because it's a nothing. He's not actually asking for anything.
These are just erroneous anticipations.
No, that's what he's doing. You are unwilling to define.
Ridicule the critique. He's trying to ridicule the specific scrutinizing demand so that he can escape his burden. He knows he can't carry it, so he's just going to ridicule the demand.
You want me to prove it to you, Gregory? I'll prove it to you. Gregory, tell me how you would prove it impossible.
And that's your burden.
No. I'm not asking you to do it. I'm asking you to tell me how you would do it.
No. That's for you to figure out.
No.
You
That's
don't
not
know
for
how
me
to
to
prove
figure
that
out.
it's not possible.
Because if you don't define it, I don't know what your quantum of evidence is.
No, you don't need me. You don't need me at all.
You're not
carrying your burden does not require me to do anything. You
No,
have
you're
to carry
putting
your burden.
no. You're just putting yourself in a position where no matter what we do, you can shake your head and say that's not good
No,
enough.
you're just ridiculing the demand now because you can't carry it. Now you just want to ridicule the demand. Now you want to shift.
Still not
you
ridiculing it.
assign me a burden before you carry your burden.
You're assigning me a burden before you carry a burden.
No, I don't have a burden. There is an affirmative premise on the table that it's not possible to get arctan A upon a horizontal surface. That's your
not what
burden.
he said. You still don't understand what he's saying. That's not what he said.
Read the biconditional statement now. Read the biconditional statement now.
It's on the screen.
Hold on a second.
This is fun.
Why can't I pull your... There it is. Okay, hold on. Euclidean geometry, true nature.
I want to know what's wrong with doing both of them side by side, scaled down version, and then you look out reality and see which one of those match reality.
Are you trying? Was that? That sounded like no. It sounded like the introduction to a movie. The way that was going, though, Democ, like it was kind of perfect with the background audio.
Because, like, that's exactly what this is showing. It shows both. That's why I'm confused.
With a ball, it does, and a dot in your room. Dot in your room. Get all. You're confusing me with your garbage lies. Get a circle, a ball, and then get a dot in your room. Turn the lights out. Get your little blinking dot, right, so we can see it. Then turn your lights back on. Put your little tools on a ball while it's spinning and everything, and then get your tangent to that, right, and whatever you claim that you're doing on a spinning ball, and then get your flat horizontal plane, and then do all your stuff from there, and you'll see on the horizontal plane everything's going to be equal.
Oh, this has absolutely nothing to do with what we were talking about.
And then on your ball,
non sequitur.
And then on your ball,
Yeah,
you're
we're
not
not
going
going
to
to
be
do
able
that
to
right
get
now.
Non sequitur.
It's
So as of right now, until someone
never
shows Platypus the biconditional statement, there's no reason for Platypus to engage because he
I got
doesn't
the
know that the premise
biconditional
is in
statement.
dispute.
I got it.
Why
It's
are
been
you-
on my screen for 3 minutes.
We haven't moved
Why are
on
you-
from this.
Why are you trying to
this
limit the
argument
scope
in
of what
how
evidence
long
can
now?
be
Because
presented?
he-
I don't
we're just
understand
not
that.
moving on. We're not advancing whatsoever.
Yeah, someone's trying to. Platypus is determined to try and make it seem as though I'm the one losing the plot when I know exactly what the initial concluding premise is that Peter was trying to assert and prove in the first place. I've been holding him to task to that. So when he tells me that even though he's read the conditional premise, and then when I say he needs to prove that the only other option in the dichotomy of available aspects of a surface of any solid or liquid, especially with the oceans, that it's either curved or level, and when I tell him that he hasn't proven that it's impossible to get arctan A upon a horizontal surface, that is
This is absurd. what you're
logically
saying right
relevant
now.
to his concluding premise. If you say that you can only get arctan A upon a curved surface, then that implies
Nobody
that you
said that.
cannot get
Are you
arctan A
crazy?
upon a level surface.
Now, that was a really
Nobody
long
said
way
that.
to say I didn't engage in the first place.
Yeah, so more ridicule and not actual argumentation.
You haven't engaged. This is
can I make an
third
attempt
person
here?
perspective.
Yeah, more ridicule and no argumentation.
Can I
Well,
make
yeah,
an
what
attempt
you
here?
just said is worthy of ridicule. Like what?
Yeah, so more ridicule and no argumentation. So we're waiting
Yeah,
for an
because
argument.
like what you just said is worthy of ridicule.
Yeah, so
Yes.
another ridicule and not argument. Right? That's your
Well,
cue to actually say an
you
argument. now.
deserve to be ridiculed for what
Yeah,
you
so
just
that's your
said.
cue
What
to
you
say
just
an
said
argument
does
now,
not
not
warrant
repeat the
another
ridicule that no
argument.
one wants to hear. Right?
You're the
That needs to be
frog calling
moderated.
the kettle
He
black.
obviously needs to be
If you're
moderated.
such a white knight, stop fucking being rude to everybody else.
Okay,
Can
so
I make an
Greg,
attempt here?
you talk about possibility as if we could expect the values to vary for arctan. Why would you expect the values to vary for arctan?
Why do you keep trying to ask me scrutinizing questions? This isn't my burden, dude.
You
Your burden
you
is to
ask
show.
scrutinizing questions all the time.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
asking you a
trying to
clarifying
escape the
question so I
scrutiny,
can
dude.
better
We haven't
address your
gone past
argument.
the burden,
You know what,
dude.
Peter? You know what, Peter? Just keep giving your presentation.
I have it.
It doesn't matter if
complete.
the
It's
point
finished.
doesn't fall. Okay.
Yeah, so Peter, let's try this again since people are not tracking with the dialogue. What is your
Not
biconditional
tracking.
statement?
It's what's been shown on the screen for the last 15
Say
minutes.
it out loud into the microphone.
Okay, here it is. The principles of Euclidean geometry hold true in nature. Specifically, trigonometry is a very well developed field of mathematics that is used in practice in nature. The laws of optics are well understood and tested in laboratory settings as well as in nature. If and only if the Earth is a spheroid with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, give or take, then we can measure in nature the geometric relationship presented previously between the observer and the target, with the values of the 4 parameters measured as follows. Zenith angle from observer to target of
That's enough for
negative
now.
0.044 degrees. I'm not finished, I'm sorry. Observer elevation of 17.07 meters. target elevation of 68.27 meters, distance on surface between the 2 points of 34.12 kilometers. Any other significantly different value for the curvature of the Earth would lead to a different tuple of values.
Okay, I only asked you to read the biconditional statement, not everything else that's not the biconditional statement. You're not following instructions. So you did more than what I asked. So next time, just be
Would
precise
you like
and
me
do what
to
I
do
asked.
it again?
Yeah, don't do it again. Okay, so that's the biconditional statement. If the Earth is this particular type of sphere, then you get these, what's the word you used? These,
Then you get the geometric relationship presented previously between the observer and the target with the values of the 4 parameters measured as
parameters,
follows.
there we
Would you
go.
like me to read
So
those
if the Earth is
parameters?
this particular type of ball, then you get this parameter set. We'll call it parameter A, parameters, or parameter set A. Okay. So if the Earth is this particular type of ball, then you can only if the Earth is this particular type of ball, then you can only get these particular type of parameters. Parameter set A. Okay. Whatever the exact parameters are, doesn't matter. That you can only get these parameters if the Earth is a ball. So that implies that it's not possible to get these parameters, this parameter set A, as it were, on a horizontal surface. They need to give the deductive argument that proves that you cannot get this parameter set from a horizontal surface in relation to a horizontal surface. And they have not done that.
It is shown here on the screen right now.
Right, and then they appeal to if the surface of the Earth was horizontal, then it would only have this particular parameter set. That does not necessarily entail the Earth's surface being horizontal does not necessarily entail
It absolutely
that it would
does.
only have one particular parameter set. So
It
it's not
absolutely
at all.
does.
Yeah, he keeps
Absolutely
talking to
does.
this. He keeps talking to this for no good
The
reason.
value of one of the 4
I clarify
parameters
he
would have to be
doesn't.
very different.
I clarify he doesn't. I clarify. He doesn't clarify.
You're not
I
clarifying.
clarify.
You're just saying the same thing
So
over and over
again,
again.
now they're still disrupting this. Right? They refuse to let this be said because they know it exposes the fallacy of this pattern of argumentation. So again, their supposed pattern of argumentation is to act as though if the surface of the Earth was horizontal, then you can only get this other parameter set. They haven't proven that. They just want to take that for granted in their pattern of argumentation to try and get to the conclusion that you cannot get parameter set A from a horizontal surface of the Earth.
No, negative.
Not
As a matter of
simpler.
fact, no, negative. The only purpose of that bidirectional statement is to establish that it actually has
What the fuck is
nothing
a
to do with the
bidirectional
flat Earth.
statement?
You know, the biconditional statement. You know what I meant. So
No, I
the
don't have to
only
ask you. You have to say what you mean.
what that statement is actually doing, it's establishing, because we're trying to look at it from two different points, whether it's a horizontal plane and you can measure it with a triangle, or whether it's a curved surface and you have to measure it. Yours is easy. The horizontal one is easy. There's nothing you have to account for, and you don't have to figure out the math on that more extensively than a right triangle. The purpose of that statement is to say, if we're going to say the other possibility is a globe, we need to establish how big that globe is. Like that's the whole purpose of the middle and the bottom of the statement. It's to say, for these purposes, the globe that we're using has a radius of this big.
Okay, so again, he's just repeating what was just said for no good reason. After I tell them that they need to carry this burden, they just repeat what they just said, not actually say a subsequent reply to carry the burden they need to carry. This is the pattern of the reply that they've given me every time I say and identify what their burden is. So given that
You
that's
asked
a
for
conditional premise,
clarification and he clarified.
and he still has to talk through this for some reason. He is not getting it, just like the majority of them are not getting it. They are dodging their burden. That's all it is. Every time I
But
tell
you
them,
asked for
given that this
clarification,
is
he
your,
clarified,
and he's
and now
still
you're
talking to this for
complaining
no
that he
reason.
clarified.
He's trying to suppress the refutation. They're scared and they're hurting. I don't care. So again,
No,
I'm going to
it's because
try
he won't
again.
stop talking,
I'm
Gregory.
going to try again.
Hey, Greg,
right?
you're not responding to his argument.
Yes,
I am
you don't need
responding
to do that.
directly to his argument. Now, everyone is trying to butt in and prevent me from saying this after the pattern of their reply is to just repeat the very thing that I just
You're not
replied
replying to his argument,
instead of
you're just
saying
doing
a
meta
distinct argument to the
argumentation.
reply that I'm saying to them. So this has to stop. Like, this has to stop. If they're not going to stop themselves, then the moderators need to stop them.
No,
So
you
we
need
don't
to
need to
stop.
hear you. We don't need to hear you repeat the same initial pattern of inference that we've already heard. After that's said, then from that point, you have the burden to prove that This parameter set is not possible on a horizontal surface because your premise is that it's
It is
only
shown on the
possible
screen.
on a ball with this particular type
That
of
is
ball.
currently demonstrated on the screen for the audience.
He's replying with that instead of saying the argument in the microphone.
For the audience.
Why are you so
audience who cannot see your screen?
autistically obsessed with him saying it out loud?
Because
You
there's an
can't read?
audience that cannot see his screen, fucktard.
They can turn on the stream.
No, there's a YouTube live stream. Are you aware, yes or no?
No, I'm not aware that there's a YouTube
Of
live
course
stream.
not. Yeah, so you should pay attention.
How
So
would I
again-
know that there's a YouTube live stream?
Because someone told
Please
you
don't repeat
now.
yourself. No,
and there's a
you
bot in
were
here.
the first person who ever told
And
me
he's
that.
still disrupting for no good reason. Someone please mute him. He has not said anything worthwhile listening to in this dialogue. He's just skanking. So again,
Okay, I agree.
he has the
I
burden.
understand your point.
He has not carried it. Instead of just saying it's on the screen, actually say the argument, especially for the audience members that do not have the ability to see your screen share. Now go.
So
On this screen is presented a geometric relationship that shows the discrepancy between the flat Earth and spherical Earth and how it could be detected by a different measurement of an angle. And the relationship between the other parameters, the three parameters, and the fourth one being the angle is shown here. We later show, after the actual measurement, that this is the case for the globe Earth and very far away from flat Earth by a margin of 89 times discrepancy in the measurement versus prediction. That's it. Game over. GG. Also, for the
Okay, so
audience,
again-
I am now showing what is known as the blue marble.
So yet again, did the very same error.
Please
Right?
don't
So
repeat.
he
Please don't
sets
repeat.
up this straw man.
Please stop
of a horizontal
repeating,
Earth,
Gregory.
and
You're
they're
saying the
still
same
disrupting.
thing
I know what you.
over
I know.
and
I know what
over
you're. I know what you're gonna
I'm
say.
showing the conclusion.
They need to be moderated. Saying the same reply that's already been refuted. So his argument to prove that it's not possible to get this parameter set A, on a horizontal surface, is to then say, well, you would get this parameter set on a horizontal surface, some other parameter set, we'll call it parameter set B. You would get parameter set B if the Earth's surface is horizontal, but we measure it to be this. Therefore, it's not possible on a ball. That's a straw man that tacitly presumes that it's only this parameter set B that could be ascertained from a horizontal surface. There's no argument for that either. The premise that the Earth's surface is horizontal does not necessarily entail that there's only one possible parameter set that can be ascertained.
The argument
Fucking
is shown
retarded.
on the screen right now.
Okay, please. Let me respond. Okay, so what you don't understand, or seems like you don't understand, is that three of the parameters, right, are fixed, and one depends on the other, or one depends on the shape of the Earth, right? So the height, the elevation at B2, the elevation at A, and the height of the object, the elevation of the object, your line of sight, all stay the same, right? Those measurements don't change. What does change is the angle. And the only way that angle can change is if the surface from which we're getting the elevation heights from is different. That's the only way angle alpha can change.
You're saying I don't understand because I don't agree. So from this point forward, don't tell me that I don't understand. Don't tell me that again. If you repeat this again, I'm not going to engage you. For the sake of the audience especially. Because I'm sure many audience members are just sick and tired of this shit by now. So again, but I'm not going to let this go just because people are stubborn and is stuck on stupid. So people understand their argument to try and prove that parameter set A is not possible to be ascertained on a horizontal surface is to then go to the supporting premise that if the Earth were having a horizontal surface, then it would have parameter set B. That pattern of argumentation, so after they say that, then they say, we don't measure this parameter set, we measure parameter set A, therefore, it's not possible to get this parameter set A on a horizontal surface, it's only possible on a ball. That pattern of argumentation tacitly presumes that you can only get one particular parameter set non-A, parameter set B, for instance, and therefore, you can only get parameter set B, and you cannot get parameter set A. It's non sequitur with a tacit presumption that they have not argued for. So they have
He's
an
using
option
the
to
same.
say a different
He's using.
argument. They're going to
Greg,
say a
he's
different
using.
argument. They're going to say a different argument besides what I just critiqued, or they won't. Let's see which they choose.
Greg, they're using the same parameter set for both of these. That's the stuff that's not changing.
See?
It's the same parameter set.
See? Like,
See what?
Like I said otherwise, right? You didn't understand what I said to you. So let's see if you can demonstrate that you know what my point is.
Hey, Lord. Okay.
No,
Platypus, you got this?
no. Let him talk. Demonstrate to me, platypus, that you know what my argument is. Why are you silent?
So
And that's the
what he's
problem
trying
with
to
these
say to
people.
you.
Like I said in the first place, they just presume that I don't know, that I don't understand. So they're just going to repeat themselves over and over again rather than engage the critique said to them with a different argument.
Greg,
Not
I don't
completely
know how
different
to.
in the first place.
Greg, I will speak to you. I don't know how to engage that question because you're not repeating what this guy is even presenting to you.
You're
accurately.
misinterpreting me. No, you're misinterpreting me. You don't understand what I'm arguing. That's why you said that. But you're so arrogant and trying to presume that you know so much better than me that I couldn't possibly understand what the argument is because I disagree with it.
Hey, okay, let's see if we're on the same page.
Only if Gregory agreed with the argument would he then understand it. No, platypus. You need to acknowledge that I understand the argument. I just said a critique to it. So you're either going to repeat my argument back to me and demonstrate that you know what my argument is, or you won't. Let's see what you choose.
You're saying that we're assuming one parameter set and that there's no other parameter set that could possibly work on flat Earth.
You can say it a bit better than
More or
that. I'm
less?
not satisfied.
That's more or less, right?
No, it's not quite accurate enough. No.
Okay.
It's close, but you're not accurate enough.
What is the parameter set? When you say the parameter set, what are you referring to?
Okay.
Maybe I don't understand what you're
Parameter
doing.
set. The initial parameter set that Peter said in the first place. The whole
What?
point of
What
me
is that?
asking- It doesn't even matter what the integers are. It doesn't matter.
My God.
Logically, it
course
doesn't. It literally doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because whatever number you pick for those values, supposedly
pick.
only those
Can't
particular values, only those particular integers for those values are only possible on a ball with this only this particular type of ball. That's the point. So it doesn't make any logical difference. Okay, he's trying to say
bottom
this
three-
parameter set
excuse me,
is
Gregory.
only possible on a ball. Just listen. You don't understand my argument, so I'm teaching you what my argument is. So just listen up if you really want to learn. So again, Peter's point is that this parameter set, pick whatever fucking numbers you want. It makes no logical difference. It's not logically significant. It's irrelevant. Immaterial.
Yes, it does. They are critical to the
It has
argument.
no difference, dude, because he's saying this particular parameter set is not possible on this particular ball. Whatever this particular integers are. Fuck, dude. So just track with the point.
Bottom three are
Yeah, but those parameters don't change. Why would you make an argument about change?
I'm not saying they're changing. Fuck, god damn it. Like I'm saying plain English to you.
You said you can pick. You said you can pick.
I'm not saying to you.
You
So
literally
again,
just said you can plug whatever numbers in there you want. It doesn't matter.
You don't need to say something I'm not saying to you. You don't need to reply to something I'm not saying to you.
We
Fucking
quoted
listen.
you verbatim, by the way.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, more
Verbatim quote.
deflections from the
It's not
correction.
deflecting. I quoted you directly,
Just
Gregory.
stop talking now. That's your cue to stop talking. You're getting it wrong, dude. You're getting my argument wrong. I'm not
I
getting
literally
his argument
quoted you.
wrong.
Word for
I'm
word
not getting-
quoted you.
I'm not getting his argument wrong, dude. Shut the fuck up. I'm not getting his argument wrong. You're getting my argument wrong. I'm telling you what his argument was that he needs to prove, which I just critiqued, and you didn't understand that critique. So shut the fuck up. So fucking ridiculous, dude. So again, given that you don't understand my argument, you're acting as though I don't understand his argument. I understand his argument. His argument is trying to prove that you can only get this parameter set from this particular type of sphere. That's the point. That's
Hey,
the point.
those four parameters that he
There's
lists.
no reason for you to talk now.
Hold on.
No
To
reason
make
at
sure.
all.
I want to make
reason
sure.
at all.
Hold on.
There's
I
no
came in
reason
late.
for you to be talking right now. There's
I came
not
late.
a reason for you
Yeah,
to be
there is.
talking about now.
Yeah, I want to clarify. I
No,
want to
there
make sure we're
isn't.
not confused here.
There's no reason for him to be talking right now. He's just trying to prevent the correction of his error.
No, when you say the
Someone needs to
parameter
stop
set,
him.
are you
I'm
talking
trying to
about?
finish correcting his error, and he's
I'm
trying to
trying to
prevent me from
engage.
doing that.
You already
All I'm doing is
understand
trying
what
to
you're.
engage.
He's still trying to prevent me from correcting his error.
Not
Where are the
preventing
mods?
anything. I'm trying to clarify. Maybe I'm
Where are the
trying
mods?
about to find out.
He just asked me to correct his error,
Small
and he's trying to
point,
prevent me from doing so.
small bit about the 4 parameters, and then you can continue what you're saying. Are you
So
aware
I'm
that
going
the
to finish.
bottom 3
I'm
don't
going to
change?
finish what I was attempting to say in the first place. There's no reason for anyone to be talking right now, unless the moderators need to do some adjustment, of course. So again, that's the first part of my reply I've been trying to finish for the past several attempts to finally complete the fucking attempt. My argument is that this pattern of argumentation is trying to take at least 2 premises for granted. That if the Earth were horizontal, then it would only have this other parameter set that is not a necessarily entailment of the Earth being horizontal with its surface. So it's a false premise, tacitly presuming that you can only have parameter set B as opposed to parameter set A, Peter's parameter set A. So again, that you can only get parameter set B and you cannot get parameter set A. So that's just to tacitly presume and beg the question with that premise. And there's no deductive argument that was said for that presumption either, that you can only get parameter set B and you cannot get parameter set A. So it's begging the question twofold now. So they're going to say a deductive argument to actually demonstrate that it's only possible to get parameter set B on a horizontal surface, and then finally demonstrate that you can only get parameter set A in the first instance if the Earth is a ball.
The argument is presented on the screen right now.
Say it out loud.
The argument is presented on the screen
Say
right
it out
now.
loud.
Don't do this again, please. I'm trying to do different angles, right? Because he's not going to listen to the same thing again.
It's
We have to give
Gregory.
him the luxury
It's
of
Gregory.
him.
He always does
I know,
that. He obfuscates.
I know. But if you want to move this conversation forward, you can't just say look
I
at the
don't.
screen.
Not with
We already
Gregory.
tried that.
Gregory is just it's just a
He's
circus.
talking to his friend, trying to give him some wise advice. But it's kind of telling.
Just
not good.
Just speaking with Peter. Peter and Gregory. All right. Don't need peanut gallery comments. All right. Go, Peter. Describe what you are showing on your screen for those that can't see the screen.
What I'm showing is a situation where we're looking from one point at another point, and we're measuring a zenith angle from the observer position to the target. And what I'm showing is that if the surface on which those 2 points are is flat, we're going to measure one angle. And if the surface on which those 2 points are is curved, we're going to measure a different, noticeably different angle. And I'm showing the relationship between the elevation of the 2 points, the distance on surface between the 2 points, and that angle. So 4 parameters, what that relationship should be. This is my argument for how we can determine the type of surface that those 2 points are on using the measurement of those 4 values. I then proceed to an actual measurement performed in reality. I show the result of that measurement, and I show in my conclusion that the measurement is much more closer to the globe prediction, like to within the margin of error of the tool used, and is very far away from the flat Earth prediction. Those 4 values simply do not add up for the flat Earth, but they do add up for the globe very neatly. And then I proceed to a slide where I show the blue marble, which is an accurate representation of the planet that we live on. Thank you.
So he repeated the very argument I just critiqued. That's what he did. I just critiqued that.
Now I'm
and
going
he just
to let
repeated the very
Gregory
thing I just
speak.
critiqued. He's going to let me speak while I'm speaking, unless I was muted. So again, he repeated the very argument I just critiqued. That's what he did. What else do I need to say? I've already repeated the critique to that very argument several times, and he just repeated it once again. So all I'll have to say is he's just appealing to the fallacy of repetition. He's just repeating the very thing I just critiqued. He didn't say a distinct argument besides what I critiqued to refute my critique. He just repeated the very thing I critiqued.
Peter,
Do you have anything new that you can pass on to Gregory, or is this horse dead?
No, that's it. This concludes my proof for the globe. Thank you.
Yeah. So since he wants to conclude with his appeal to the repetition fallacy, I'll conclude with the refutation again. So his premise is you can only get parameter set A if the Earth is a ball. And you cannot get parameter set, which implies you cannot get parameter set A if the Earth's surface is horizontal. Then the supporting premise for this conclusion is if the Earth is horizontal, then you would get parameter set B, which is to tacitly presume that you cannot get parameter set A if the Earth's surface is horizontal. So that's to beg the question tacitly, and also presuming another presumption that you can only get parameter set B if the Earth's surface is horizontal. So it's two presumptions that he has not given any deductive argument for. He's just begging the question the whole way along.
Agreed.
All right. Can I jump in here, Peter? And if I get it wrong, let me know. Let's just start with the flat Earth, right? The arctangent, or the angle from observer, is defined, that you'd expect, is defined by the height and distance of the observed object, right? That's basic geometry, right? Can we agree on that? We know the height and distance to the observed object. We get a predicted value. It doesn't match what we observe. Therefore, no flat Earth. And we can move on to the second part, which is then establishing the curve required to make the angle work, the observed angle.
Yeah, so Mark just refused to let me conclude with my refutation. He had to repeat the thing that we already heard Peter say.
Yeah,
He's vindictive
you
like
never
that.
addressed it. You've been
Yeah,
talking for
he's
hours
vindictive
now.
like that. So now he's going to keep being vindictive and disruptive and annoying instead of acting like a man in the voice channel.
Trying to clarify.
Yeah, he just tried to he just repeated what Peter just said, just to have the small victory, the small vindictive victory of him having the last word, even though he didn't refute what I just said. He just repeated what Peter just said.
Can you respond to what I said? Forget what Peter said, just what I said.
Dude, we're done. You're definitely done.
I know,
you're just
you can't respond
You're just
to it.
repeating what Peter said. You're just repeating what Peter said. So I'm going to keep talking to you until the moderators say, let's move on. Because he just wants
Respond
have
to
the
what I
last word.
said.
He didn't
It's
refute
what I
what I
said
just
is
said.
correct.
Let's
What
move
about
on.
what I
Let's
said
go
was
to
incorrect?
another topic, okay?
Is it the moderators?
It disproves the globe. Excuse me. It disproves the flat Earth because you cannot get those measurements.
Moderators, he's being disruptive.
Okay, let's move on. I'll unmute people here in a bit here. Let's move on to something new. This is not going anywhere. There doesn't seem to be common ground here.
Thank you, Plum, for getting that. I was trying to speak, but I had my mic turned all the way down. Nobody could hear me. And again, gentlemen, please.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we have to move on because this isn't going anywhere. Someone is persevering to miss the point.
This is their tactic, right? I'm not going to let it stand. See, the tactic is repeat, so that you eventually exhaust, and then you have the final word, and now it looks like you won. That's the tactic.
And you just had the final word, Gregory. Move on.
I did move on. I'm moving on to it. I'm talking about another subject. Pay attention.
You're just going meta about the last argument.
No, I'm not talking about the last argument. Like, I'm not talking about the last argument. You're not tracking.
Okay, gentlemen, can I start a new conversation real quick so we can just kind of flush that last argument? Welcome to the ground. How do you feel about that?
I feel great knowing that the surface of the Earth is curving. I feel great.
Even though you haven't found that water curve?
Well, I don't need to find any water curves, Gregory.
Well, that's
a water curve is currently shown on the screen for the audience. A photograph of water curving.
In order for you to demonstrate that the Earth is a ball, especially wrapped around in water, you have to find that water curve. You have to find that some of the water curve that you have.
I know.
Hey, Greg, if it's all flat, why haven't you mapped it yet? Where's your map?
It's funny you say that. Are you trying to say that there are no flat Earth maps, whatever that means?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm absolutely saying that.
You know, we already embarrassed you on this point, right? Are you going to pretend like that didn't happen?
Oh, you want to bring it back up? We can
You just said, "Oh."
Go ahead. We can go back over exactly who embarrassed who. You want to use your cherry picked quote again? because I'll bring
What
up
do
the
you mean
rest of
cherry
that
pick
paragraph.
quote? Like that's not a
Post it.
specific objective premise in any logically valid argument. It's just a vague insinuation that it's erroneous without any real argument to demonstrate that it's erroneous.
How do you feel about the MGRS mapping system now that it's been about a month? You still think it's accurate? Maps the surface of the Earth accurately?
I don't even know exactly what that means.
The MGRS.
You haven't said any refutation to this, right? You haven't refuted that there are flat Earth maps, as it were, especially given what the quote says, right? So, so from this point forward, let's just make it clear because you like to obfuscate. Let's just make this very clear. Either you are going to say an argument with specific objective true premise in a logically valid argument to refute my appeal, my argument to prove that there are flat Earth maps, especially Google Maps, because the elevation profile is not at all convexing into a ball. Are you going to say an argument, a real legitimate argument to refute that, or you won't? Let's see what you choose. All right, choice made. Next point.
It's going to, I was just reopening your link. You posted a link.
I mean, you sounded so confident. It sounded like you had,
Yeah,
an argument.
This is the same thing you posted last time.
Draw out. I thought you had an argument to, I thought you had an argument ready at the hip for the quick draw. Not you have to go find the ammo.
No, the first thing I asked you was, where's your flat Earth map?
Notice how that is a terrible segue from what I just said to you.
No, that was the very first thing that was asked, and you're getting away from that.
That's a terrible segue from what I just said to you. What did I just say to you?
Everything you're doing is a segue from answering the question, where is your flat Earth map?
What did I just say to you? Can you demonstrate that you're tracking with what I last just said to you?
Can you demonstrate that you have a flat Earth map?
Yeah, you're not tracking. So I literally just
You're not answering the question.
And you're just being disruptive now. I literally just said what I just said 10 seconds ago, and you said some reply that was just a terrible segue, terrible red herring from what I just said. You're not tracking.
I asked you a question.
Dude, you're not tracking. You're not worthwhile talking to, dude. You can't track for more than 10 seconds. Why the fuck should I engage you?
Okay, it doesn't matter. You posted at 11:45. You posted a link to the MGRS and a site that explains what it is, so I can just go with that. Let's go open this website up again. Let's scroll down to where it talks about the MGRS, because I remember the paragraph where you got your cherry-picked quote.
Yeah, Google Earth is
Yeah, so we'll read the MGRS once again, and we'll see what the hell is his point with trying to highlight the MGRS, right? Because he's acting as though the passage that I quoted is somehow antithetical and a refutation to me. But listen up, I'm going to clarify. He won't, but I like to clarify. The military grid reference system is a geographic coordinate system that comes from the Universal Traverse Mercator UTM grid system, which is based on a flat world, not a sphere. When you look at your map, you'll notice that the MGRS lines and the latitude and longitude lines won't match up. That is to say that the distance between the two will be different from the top of your map to the bottom. This is because both latitude and longitude lines are drawn on the globe, which is a sphere. One of the key advantages of MGRS is that it provides a scale small enough to make perfect kilometer-length grid lines by depicting a round world as flat. So what is your point? Like, can you make a specific premise, a specific objective true premise that actually demonstrates that there's something erroneous with my appeal to demonstrate that there are flat Earth maps, quote unquote? TikTok.
Okay. The site that you are linking to is employing a system used to make quote-unquote flat maps out of a round object. That's literally what that paragraph says.
Therefore what?
Therefore, it's a globe. And more importantly, this is not a flat Earth map, which I'm still waiting for.
That's irrelevant. Wait, so a conclusion that's irrelevant to my position.
No, the conclusion is that you don't have a flat Earth map, Gregory, and that's what I'm still asking for. Are you going to give me one?
But the site just proves.
Are you going to give me a flat Earth map? All I'm asking for is a flat Earth map.
You're not tracking, dude.
No, you're not answering the question.
He's still being disruptive. Right? He
Because you're not answering the question.
And he's still being disruptive. He's just trying to prevent a reply. That's all he's doing right now.
To whoever the mod is in the room, let me be perfectly clear. All I'm doing is asking Gregory a question.
Someone stop him. He's just preventing me from replying. So his conclusion, we heard it. We heard his conclusion. My position is that there are flat Earth maps. Because for some reason, this is such a significant point that needs to be fulfilled for some reason in order to prove the premise that the Earth's surface is horizontal. But anyways, let's just go with that, right? The site is clearly saying that there are flat Earth maps, right? And then he is trying to insinuate that my pattern of argumentation to prove that premise with this appeal is erroneous somehow. I pressed him to specify, and he just boldly asserted that there are no flat Earth maps, even though the site just said that there are. And he's trying to prove that the site is saying that they're not, even though the site just said that there are. So what the fuck is the point?
No, the site says there are flat maps, not flat Earth maps.
The military grid reference system is a geographic coordinate system that comes from the Universal Traverse Mercator grid system, which is based on a flat world, not a sphere. There are flat Earth maps. There are flat Earth maps. This appeal of mine proves that. So the passage doesn't say that there aren't flat Earth maps, flat world maps, maps of the flat world, however you want to phrase that phrase in English. It clearly says there are.
It also says this is to say that the distance between the two will be different from the top of your map to the bottom. This is because both latitude and longitude lines are drawn on the globe, which is a sphere. One of the key advantages of MGRS is that it provides a scale small enough to make perfect kilometer length grid lines by depicting a round world as flat. It's still like telling you that the Earth is a globe.
Dude, that's a red herring from the point.
Directly implying that the Earth is a globe.
It's a red herring from the point. That doesn't mean digging your heels to reassert the red herring.
What's that, Greg? Your citation is literally to a reference that says that it is a globe. This is just a system to make.
This is what they're doing. This is a red herring. Right?
No, it's
He's
not.
still just distracting. It's a red herring. Now they're just going to dig in their heels, trying to repeat the red herring. They're just going to try to repeat it again after I finish the sentence. It's fucking retarded, dude.
Yeah, putting Gregory's quote into context is a red herring.
No, it's not putting my quote into context.
Will Gregory
you're literally
ever?
just doing the very error. You're just trying to suppress my voice. That's all you're doing right now. You're
You
just
post. It's your site. It's your source. You posted it.
Annoying. They're obviously not going to stop themselves. Someone stop them. It's ridiculous. So they just repeated the very red herring at least 3 times. And every time I say it's a red herring, they're just going to keep repeating the fucking red herring instead of just knocking it off. The concluding premise is there are flat Earth maps. The site says there are flat world maps. Maps based on a flat world, not a sphere. It even says the additional clause in the compound sentence, not a sphere. So the following sentences after that sentence don't refute that shit. Unless you want to say that they're contradicting themselves. You can go ahead and say that.
Well, if the map's accurate,
you can make flat Earth maps, or like you can make maps that are based on a flat Earth. But if you go out and try to navigate using those, yeah, good luck.
Okay, so let's just make it clear again. Not digress to a red herring. If you want to move on to another subject, then that's it. But that reply is digressing to a different issue than the initial issue we began talking about now.
I feel like it's very relevant, but I mean, sure.
It may be relevant, but it's not the same issue. So if you want to move on to another subject, then fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But let's not digress attention to some other subject as though that's focused on the initial subject. That's a red herring. So there's been multiple red herrings after I said what I just said. So obviously we want to move on to some other subject. There's been no refutation of what I just said, just a red herring. Unless you want to argue, again, your only option is that you're just digressing attention to away from the quotation that proves my premise is true, or you want to say that they're contradicting themselves. It's the only logical option you have. So moving on.
Well, it says the universal transverse It says the universal transverse Mercator system is based on a flat world, but if you look up the universal transverse Mercator, it said it treats Earth as a perfectly ellipsoid.
According to who?
That's what's you find when you look up what the universe transverse Mercator
According
system
to
is.
who, dude? Like, fuck.
I got that from the Wikipedia page, but I could get other sources if you want.
Yeah, Wikipedia is just a conglomeration of different sources. That's not a source. That's a as it were, it's
Yeah,
notes.
it comes from a different source. I'm told you what I'm reading it from, but I can give you another source if you want. Something that is
So
not
now, who is
Wikipedia.
right? Like, it's just going to be, from this point forward, it's either just going to be a stalemate between sources of citations, or there's something beyond that.
Oh yeah, let's do something beyond that. Let's see which interpretation actually works for navigation, for example. So if we assume that this that has been offered as a flat Earth map is actually useful or works
We
for
can't move on to that yet.
navigation,
You haven't even
then
cited the source yet.
I said I read off of Wikipedia, but I can try to find a
That's
source
not
for
a
you
source. You didn't
that
identify the
defines
source.
the.
That's not a source, dude. You didn't identify the source.
I know.
Wikipedia is
I
appealing to a
know.
source. What
I
is the
just
source?
said. I didn't say that was a. I didn't say Wikipedia was the source. I said I just read off of Wikipedia, but I can try to find a source if you want. That's what I told you. I didn't say
I
Wikipedia was
already
the
heard that
source.
part, dude. Stop talking to me like I didn't hear you.
It sounds like you didn't hear me because you're complaining
No,
that
I did,
Wikipedia
dude.
wasn't a source, even though I just said I
Yeah,
didn't
I
say
did hear
Wikipedia
you,
was the
Bacon.
source.
Just stop repeating what we just said. You're just repeating yourself. So either you're going to show the source,
You're repeating
not the
yourself. You're
non-source, or you're
repeating
not.
yourself. You're repeating yourself.
Ridiculous,
That's a
dude. These
pun.
people are children. All these fucking children in this voice channel, dude. Are you going to cite the source or not?
Come on, have some sense of humor, bro.
Bacon.
What?
Would you kindly stop pushing buttons and have a normal conversation?
Say that again?
Said, would you kindly stop pushing buttons intentionally and please have a normal conversation? Thank you.
What do you mean pushing buttons? What does that mean?
I mean, I can show you, but it would be a kind of more of a demonstration for everybody else, if you know what I mean.
Pushing buttons is the English phrase meaning intentionally being provocative to somebody.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
I wasn't trying to be provocative.
Yeah, I really don't
But
think he
thank you.
was, because he posted that in the chat a while ago.
I am just going off previous experience with you, Bacon, because I remember that you were kind of trolling it up, like one of the other times that I've spoken to you, like the last time we talked when you were around, and so I'm just letting you know. Yeah, okay. We're on the same page. I'm gonna mute up.
Okay, the problem is when I Google Universe Transverse Mercator, every page I get is in Portuguese. I don't think your guys are going to understand that.
Do you understand Portuguese?
So can anyone else say that again?
Yes, he does. He
Can
speaks
anyone Google
Portuguese.
Bacon, you speak
Yeah, I'm
Portuguese?
Brazilian, so when I Google something, I get results in Portuguese.
Damn shame.
Yeah, I'll get one in Portuguese, you guys.
We can always. I mean, if it's important enough to you guys, you can continue on with it. I mean,
Okay, so I'll post. Well, this is in Portuguese, but I can translate what it says. It explains the idea of the UTM.
I said just take the highlighted portion and like put it into Google Translate or something.
Okay.
I mean, you can say it as well. You can obviously translate it. It's just that, for the sake of us being able to interpret it without having to take your word for it, or for everyone else here.
Sure. Just give me a second. I mean, while I'm doing that, maybe can someone Google Universe Transverse Mercator system? Just get a description of what it is.
So just to be clear, either Bacon or anyone is going to refute these people of this website, which I cited, refute my source to say, well, the source that you said a false proposition. And they're going to do that or not. That's all that matters right now. That's the whole point. That's the whole point, at least at best. That's the whole point of trying to say, well, no, this source says the contrary. Okay, so either it's just going to be a stalemate or there's going to be a refutation against my source.
I do agree the sentence that the Universe Transverse Mercator is based on a flat world is in your citation. However, any other citation of
but that's not the premise I'm talking
Universal
about.
Transverse Mercator is.
That's not the verse. That's not the premise I'm talking about. Like you did that deliberately. You're not slick. You changed the premise from
That's literally what's quoted.
Their premise is true. You changed the premise from their premise is true. That sentence, that first sentence in that subheading, in that subsection, right? That sentence is true, not it is true that they said this. That's not what I said. You changed the premise. So either you're going to acknowledge that the sentence they said is true or not.
Anymore.
If not, then you're going to refute them, not just say, well, some other source says the contrary, as though ipso facto another source says the contrary, therefore they're wrong.
Can anyone translate that to English?
The link that you posted?
Like the whole thing, though, or like what specific part?
For anybody who has Microsoft Edge installed on their computer, if you open his link in Microsoft Edge, you will get a prompt at the top of the screen automatically that will ask if you want to translate it to English, and it will translate anything that's not an image into English. Just like that. That's how I'm reading his webpage right now.
Hopefully it's accurate.
I think it's just easier for you to Google Universe Transverse Mercator and see what results come up in English. You're probably going to get more results than I got.
Well, at a passing glance,
better results.
At a passing glance, it looks like this is translating it correctly. There's no broken English squeezed in here. It just doesn't translate anything that's in an image.
Well, it may have good English syntax, but it may not be conveying what the source text is saying.
Why are you guys making this so complicated? I mean, why don't you go to the documentation from the people who make these things and then read there?
That's what Gregory posted.
I know, and it says clearly that it's based on spherical Earth, so that's it. Game over.
Yeah,
Right. The people who make the thing, the people who make the thing that you're arguing about are telling you how they made it.
No, Greg. No, you're cherry picking, Greg.
You're whistling past the first sentence. You're just whistling past the first sentence.
Nah, Greg is just a fag. We all know it. Don't lie. Don't lie.
So
now he's a little.
You're just whistling past. So you're just whistling past. Right. So you're just whistling past. I'm going to keep saying this until I actually finish it without interruption.
Because you have nothing else.
Yeah, you have nothing else. You just want a red herring. You just want to red herring. I will finish. You just want to red herring.
I think he will finish
past the first sentence, right? You're just going to ignore the first sentence of that subsection, and then make a red herring to the other sentence, which you erroneously interpret as saying they're only globe Earth maps. It's not the point. So again, you just whistle past the first sentence in the subsection. Secondly, you make a red herring to the other sentences, which insinuates either they're contradicting themselves in the subsection or they're not, and it's just an elaboration whilst the first sentence in the subsection is still true.
You are right. It is an elaboration, and that elaboration goes on to say that it depicts a round world as flat.
So either they're contradicting themselves, you want to argue, or they're not, and the previous sentence at the very beginning of the subsection is still true.
I think we should go with you're contradicting themselves, therefore your source is invalid and your citation should be thrown away.
Why should you go with that?
You could go with that.
Because I feel like it. Let's go with that one. That's the easy one.
Because you feel like it's so subjective. It's no reason. Just
no, because you agree they're contradicting, so it's all good.
No, I didn't say they are contradicting. I didn't agree that they are contradicting.
You only have two choices, Gregory.
Again. No, so you're just being sophistic again. So you're acting as though I just conceded that they contradicted themselves, and I never did any such thing. You're a liar. You know what you did.
Well, they're
You're
saying
exposed.
the Earth is a
But
globe.
full and well, I didn't say that they are contradicting themselves. I said you're either going to argue that they are contradicting themselves, or you're going to just acknowledge that the premise that said at the beginning of the subsection is true, and you're just misinterpreting and/or
So you're giving me two options. I'm
misusing
going with the
the following
contradicting part.
sentences. You're going to concede that the first premise is true, and/or that the following sentences after that don't contradict the first sentence, and they are also true, and you're just misinterpreting and/or abusing.
I think
the
it's quite
following
obvious that they are contradicting themselves.
Okay, so let's try again. See if you can actually exegete anything. Right?
Yeah, I already
Go down.
concluded they're contradicting themselves, that sources should not be trusted.
Military grid reference system is a geographic coordinate system that comes from the universal traverse Mercator grid system, which is based on a flat world, not a sphere. Very conspicuous, very clear sentence, right? Because they're trying to act as though there is no flat Earth map.
Okay,
But
now
this
read
story's
the
obviously
other
saying
part.
otherwise.
Now
Well, let's
read the
continue
other part.
reading. Right? There's no reason for them to interject. Right? They can just follow along with the exegesis of the passage. Furthermore,
with the exi
when you look at your map, you'll notice that the MGRS lines and the latitude, longitude lines won't match up. And that is to say that the distance between the two will be different from the top of your map to the bottom. This is because both latitude and longitude lines are drawn on a globe, which is a sphere. One of the key advantages of MGRS is that it provides a small scale enough to make perfect kilometer length grid lines depicting a round world as flat. It didn't say there are no flat Earth maps. It didn't say that anywhere. And the following sentences didn't contradict the first sentence. So they misinterpreted the passage and are abusing this.
The following sentences made it clear to you that they know that the Earth is a globe.
Say again? My ear wasn't near the speaker.
The following sentences made it clear to you that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, that's just your stubborn interpretation with no argumentation.
It is
That's literally what it says.
Objectively what it
Oh
says.
my god.
You're still talking to the
It's not
reply
up
again.
for
I didn't
interpretation.
finish the reply. You're just talking to the reply again. Stop. So again,
It's ridiculous.
you're just talking through the reply again. So what I just said was another careful exegesis of the passage. Nowhere in the passage
Can you
did it
explain
convey
that word,
that
please?
there are
I'm not
only,
following.
still again, talking through the explanation.
What is the exi what? Is that a sexual thing?
Exegesis?
Yeah.
Okay, a lot of people don't know what that is. It's to try and grasp the meaning out of the text. Hence, exo, out. Trying to get the meaning out of the passage, rather than trying to superimpose meaning into the passage, which is eisegesis. You're trying to interpret, you're trying to get what they mean to convey. Trying to get what they mean to convey, exegesis, okay. So, when you do a careful exegesis, being very analytical with the sentences in the subsection, nowhere do we read that there are no flat Earth maps. There are flat world maps. The UTM, did I say that right? Yeah, the UTM
UTI.
is based on a flat world, not a sphere. Very conspicuous sentence. So that's an affirmation that there are flat Earth maps. Then you follow along with the rest of the subsection, and nowhere does it say that there are no flat world maps, and it also doesn't say anywhere that there are only flat globe Earth maps. Yes, there are flat Earth maps, and sure, there are globe Earth maps also. It does not say that there are no flat world maps, flat Earth maps. Nor does it say that there are only globe maps. You misinterpret it and you abuse the passage.
Greg, are MGRS maps of a flat world?
The MGRS, the Military Grid Reference System, is a geographic coordinate system that comes from the UTM, the Universal Traverse Mercator grid system, which is based on a flat world, not a sphere.
Well, your sentence technically says that the UTM is based on a flat world, not a sphere. What I'm asking you is, are the MGRS maps of a flat world? That's a yes
don't
or
miss
no
the first
question.
part of the sentence also. It is a compound sentence, I will bear with you. The MGRS is a geographic coordinate system that comes from the UTM grid system, which is based on a flat
You're
world,
not
not a
answering the
sphere.
question.
Like how I can't get a yes/no answer to a yes/no question.
You should be answering your question like you should be ascertaining what is being conveyed by the passage, right? So the
Do you
MGRS
ever
is
answer
a
a question,
geographic
Gregory?
coordinate system, and you're just being
Well, you
disruptive
ever-
again. You're not tracking.
Because you're not answering
Yeah,
questions
you're
ever.
just fishing for a particular word instead
No.
of engaging in a dialogue, trying to interpret and move forward in the dialogue. That's what you're doing. It's childish. So when I read the sentence, the MGRS is a geographic coordinate system that comes from the UTM grid system. Notice the phrase that comes from the UTM grid system, which is based on a flat world, not a sphere. What does that obviously convey? What does that convey?
So is that a depiction of the flat world that we live in then?
What are you referring to? Let's see from guys.
Right. So we'd be able to take the UCM map or whatever UTM map.
What?
Then
What? Stop.
Yep.
Stop. You didn't specify what is the that in your sentence.
Yeah. So the UTM map, right? The one you're seeing from the MGRS, right? That one.
Are you looking at something on your screen, or are you just referring to such a map?
Flat world map, right? Flat world map.
Are you looking at something on your screen, or are you just referring to such a type of map?
I'm referring to what you sent. The MGRS, right?
You're not specifying. Are you
You're
looking at
saying
a particular
that's
map?
it's very.
You're not
I'm talking
engaging.
about the.
You're
I'm
just
talking
trying
about
to
the flat.
interrogate. You're just trying to interrogate and not clarify.
I'm
Are
talking
you
about the
referring
flat
to
map.
a?
Yes.
You're not engaging. You're not engaging my question, right? You just want to say what you want to say and not engage the clarifying question. Are you referring to a particular map that you're looking at right now, or are you just
Yes.
referring to,
The
in
one that you
principle, a
posted.
type of map?
Yeah, I'm referring to the MGRS.
Okay, are you referring to the illustration below the subsection?
Yes.
I think that yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like he was talking about. Yes.
Yes. So is that a depiction of the flat Earth?
It is a flat Earth map. It is a flat world map.
Great.
And is an accurate depiction of flat Earth.
Is it an actual depiction of the Earth itself? I don't know. I don't
So
think so.
why would you cite it? Right, I mean, I asked in the first place. I asked you for a map of the flat Earth.
No, you're just going to take that and run with it at 1,000 miles per hour. No, stop. Stop.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
No
it's
working
ridiculous
model.
that you're
You
going to
don't answer
take
questions, Gregor.
It's ridiculous how you're going to take my answer, just run with it like the Tasmanian devil. I'm going to snatch you up and say, stop. Okay, now that you stopped, you said, where is the flat Earth map? You challenged me as to, is there a flat Earth map? That was your challenge. The concluding premise is there are flat world, flat Earth maps depicting a flat world. I proved it with this appeal. Now you want to shift the goalpost again to a red herring, to an issue that you did not raise in the first place. You didn't say, is there a flat Earth map that is accurately depicting the Earth, that is accurately proportionate or accurately analogous to the Earth itself as it really is? You didn't say that. You didn't ask that.
Yeah, when we
That
ask you
goes
for
without
a flat
saying,
Earth,
Gregory.
yeah, when we ask you for a flat Earth map, we want one that's falsifiable. We want one that we can map the distances between different continents, and our observation should match what we see on the maps, right? That's what we're asking you for. We're not
Should
asking
work for
you
navigation.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
actually, I'm
Navigation.
going to agree. I'm
Accepted
going to
map.
agree with.
Navigation.
I'm going to agree with Gregory here that he has shown that there are flat Earth maps, and specifically there is a Mercator map, which is a flat Earth map. But I don't think anybody, flat Earthers or Globers, would say that the Mercator map is accurate. So, yes, I guess the next question would be: are there any accurate flat Earth maps?
Thank you, Matthew. See, be like Matthew. He is honest enough to recognize the obvious distinction between are there flat Earth maps as opposed to is there a flat Earth map that is directly analogous to the Earth itself? Is the visual aspects of the map accurately reflective of the Earth itself? That's another question. If you want to move on to that, then we can. But don't try to act like that was the initial issue.
And another
I'd
interesting
love to
question.
hear the answer to that question then. To
Let me
Matthew's
just
question.
ask you. I want to ask you this question, Gregory. Is there any way to orient the known territories of the Earth while maintaining known distances across a horizontal plane and not contradict real-world observations? Is that possible?
Is that possible? Of course, it's possible.
You said, of course, it's possible.
Yeah, of course, it's
And
possible.
why hasn't any of you guys done it?
It's a tacit presumption. Who's you guys? But hang on. Before
On
the
the flat Earth.
presumption, this is just vague. Who's you guys?
Well, let's keep
we
it
have
less vague
some-
then. Have you done it, Gregory?
I haven't done this.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, so another
let
interesting.
Matt answer now. You don't need to speak for him, right? When he inhales, you
yeah.
exhale.
Let me also
after, right?
go ahead.
mention this.
Go ahead. I'm
Because
sorry.
the thing is, Gregory, is that we have observations that don't work on the AE projection. So I'm wondering if there's any flat Earth maps that can, not contradict observations, and they
Hey, Matt,
seem
you
to
know
do
that
that.
you know that the AE map is based on the globe. You know
I'm
that it's
aware.
made from the
I'm
globe.
aware.
So
I'm
if
aware.
the AE map doesn't work, it's because the globe doesn't work. Okay?
False. False.
Wait,
It's a
what?
flattened globe. That just doesn't make any sense. It's a flattened globe. That's just
Why,
Don't
why would it?
swerve.
Why would
Don't
it not make
swerve.
sense? If
Do you
the
hear yourself when you say that, bro?
AE
Don't
map,
swerve. Let him
if
talk.
the AE map is made from the globe and it doesn't work, that means the globe doesn't work. Do you not?
false.
How can you not follow
Oh,
that?
well,
False. You're just
it's simple. The AE map is not a globe. It's simple.
Exactly. It's not a globe because it's not curving.
That's
Doesn't
why it
have the
doesn't work.
dimensions of a
That's a
globe. It's
digression.
a
That's a
flattened
red
globe
herring. That's a red
projected
herring from his
onto
point.
a flat
That's
surface.
a red herring from his point. You're not engaging his point.
I just actually did engage his
You're
point.
not
Gregory.
engaging his point. That's a red herring.
It's not that I am engaging. I did
So you're
engage.
either going to humble yourself and ask, what is my error? Or you're just going to keep insisting that your red herring is not a red herring. Which do you choose?
I didn't make an error, so I can't ask for what error I made.
Yeah, so now that they've asked the question, Plumbot, please explain why they are committing a red herring.
Well, because you've got
Can I-
something that
can I
you
answer
claim is correct, which is your globe. You say that this is reality, and then we take that reality and we turn it into an AE map mathematically, and it doesn't work anymore. Well, then it couldn't have worked in the first damn place.
No, because it was transformed and morphed in that process, becoming inaccurate.
It's so silly to say.
You're referring to a distorted version of the globe, and you're saying, okay, this distorted version of the
Well,
globe
we
is
don't use
inaccurate.
the
Therefore,
AE
the
map
original
anyway.
globe is
You guys are
inaccurate.
the
That
ones
just
that are
doesn't
using
follow.
the AE map as the flat Earth map, and that is just not the reality. The AE map is a globe map. We do not use that. We do not follow that as being the flat Earth map. And for those that do, well, that's their problem. We don't here.
Well, I've seen
That's
Crit.
irrelevant.
Hold on. I've actually seen Crit try to explain eclipses on an AE map. A lot of the times when you guys or any flat earthers ever try to explain anything, they always try to do it on an AE map. So to say that's just not ever used, this is false. Okay.
Okay, we use the idea that north is in the center and the continents are laid out around it. That we use. But as far as what's going on down in the south, we don't know. We don't know what's going on there because there are some distortions and such. But as far as if you look at the north, it's probably pretty darn close and accurate. And I think it's when you go south that you run into the biggest problems. But it's still, the AE map still comes from the globe. It's not a flat map.
Yeah, the ones that you guys sort of adopted.
Refuting the AE map doesn't refute the globe, obviously, because of the distortions it makes.
Yeah.
So yeah, an interesting question, Plum Bob, would be this: do you think that in principle it is possible to come up with a flat Earth map that correctly lays out the oceans and continents in the correct proportions?
Yeah. There's a guy on the FED show that has been working on something where he is trying to map out where things are by time, okay, using the sun sort of thing, as far as figuring out where places are. And it's kind of interesting. I don't know how far along he's gotten on it. I haven't paid attention to it for a bit. He's been working on it for a few months now. And I think he's actually getting somewhere,
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
There are a lot of unknowns. And that might be something that, that could work, following the path of the sun. We know that it does a circular path over 24 hours. So we could use the GP of the sun to tell a lot of things.
Okay. Well, I mean, I I hope that one day you guys can agree on some sort of a map. I just don't think in 24/7 here that you guys will ever agree upon it, because as soon as you do, the people here are going to come in trying to falsify it, say this doesn't match up with observations, this doesn't match up with observations. So, I mean, the whole game plan here is to say that we don't have a model, so you can't hold us to anything.
Yeah, I feel like
I
then the
doubt
whole
you
game
guys are
plan is
ever
to
gonna.
scrutinize us, and the whole game plan is to try and scrutinize us by a certain criterion of verification that you yourselves don't hold yourselves to, nor can you meet, because you don't
We
have
actually
an
do
accurate
hold
globe
ourselves
Earth
to that, and
model,
we
an
do
accurate
meet
globe Earth map. You don't have one.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Globe Earth, hold on for just a second. Globe Earth makes good predictions. We can predict a lot of things with the Globe Earth, and you guys have not falsified anything.
Says you. Says
And we
you.
have an open model that
No
you can try to
argument to
falsify.
demonstrate that the globe Earth map is right. Just assert that it's right.
Make your
Well, the Globe
critique.
Earth
Make your
isn't a
critique.
map.
even
No,
if it
make
were
an
the
argument
even
first.
if
You
it
haven't made
were
an argument.
Rick,
You're just boldly
Rick,
asserting that it is argued. That it is
even if
correct.
it were even if it were true that the globe Earth model wasn't good, we do have a consistent model that we point to. But the point that he's making is that flat earthers don't have a consistent, everyone agrees that this is what the flat earth looks like sort of model. You're not committing to anything, so it's impossible to critique you, which is bullshit.
So
So
what?
that's the game plan. That's the
My
game
argument, my point is that you don't hold yourself to the same criterion of verification, nor can you meet it. You
But
don't
we
ask yourselves, do you
Okay,
have an
hold on.
accurate globe
Let
Earth
me just
map?
stop you right
And
there.
nor
Let me
do you
stop
have
right
one, and
there.
you haven't demonstrated that you
we
have one.
do.
You just assert that you do.
Okay, we do. Globe Earth model, right? Go on Google Earth, go on any heliocentric model. Now tell us where we're wrong. Go ahead. Name one thing.
No. Shifting the burden of proof. You need to give the
So I'm
argument
not
to prove that it's
shifting the burden
correct.
of proof. You said that we don't hold you to the same standards. You're saying that we're not holding
You're
our own
missing
model
it.
to the same
You're
standards.
missing it. I don't care. You're missing it. I said you need to demonstrate that it is accurate, not shift the burden to me, telling me, tell us where we're wrong.
Well, we
No,
have an
you
open
prove that it's
model,
accurate.
unlike you. Go ahead and falsify it.
No, you prove that it's accurate. Go.
Okay, what
No,
about
that's
it
not
is
the
not
same
accurate?
standard.
What
That's
about
not
it?
the
Do you
same
want us to
standard.
prove that's accurate? There's so many things that are accurate.
It matches long
Eclipses. Eclipses.
Yeah,
we just
your
show the
Let's go with
argument is
eclipses.
just repeating the conclusion. That's begging the question. So besides
Wasn't
repeating your
my
conclusion
argument
ad
all about showing
nauseum,
its
say an argument.
accuracy? It's 89
Let's
times
go
more
with
accurate than
eclipses.
flat.
Well, this is the thing that we have, right? I mean, obviously, if there was ever a flat Earth model, we'd be falsifying like 200 million things on it. I just asked Gregory to falsify one thing in the heliocentric model. He couldn't name one thing.
Yeah,
That-
he hasn't
that
given a
says a
single
lot.
argument to prove the affirmative premise that the globe Earth map, whatever the fuck it exactly is accurate. He doesn't have the right to say, you haven't said a refutation against it, therefore it's right. That's called appeal to ignorance fallacy. So again, either you're going to say specific objective true premises and a logically valid argument to prove that you have an accurate globe Earth map, or you won't, and if you don't, it's just a bold assertion. And if you repeat that bold assertion to prove the bold assertion, that's begging the question. Thanks for playing.
Okay, I mean, you can continue to dodge all you want, Gregory. I
think
already told you
internet
that
is
you have an
stupid.
open model. You can go try to falsify. Obviously, you have nothing to falsify, so there you go.
Yeah, so he has no
I don't,
argument
I
to
don't
prove
have
that it's
anything to
accurate.
prove to
Just
you. I just know that we have a
assert that it's
model
accurate.
that you can try to falsify,
You
and
don't
that
have
you
to go in circles.
cannot.
Like, you're obviously done, dude. Like spare everyone. Like, spare everyone.
Well,
Dude. You don't
I
need
didn't
to
say
keep
I'm
going.
going to sit here and prove
You
to you
don't need to
anything.
keep
I
going in
said that I'm going
circles. Matt. You
The
don't need to keep
Earth
going in
is
circles.
flat,
You're obviously
man.
not having an argument. You're done. So moving on.
Flat.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
moving,
get over it.
let me bring up something that
Yeah.
Bob said. He's
tell him.
suggesting that there might be eventually some map, but we Globers are also arguing against the possibility of creating a flat map in principle. For example, we say if the sun really is going circular around a North Pole, then the Tropic of Cancer would have to be smaller than the Tropic of Capricorn. And so, in principle, that doesn't work. So things like that are why we're saying even without a specific flat Earth map, we argue against even the idea of it ever being accurate.
Just with those parameters, what do you mean it doesn't work?
The GP of the sun travels the same speed on the December solstice as the June
Maybe the
solstice.
sun isn't physical, Matthew. Maybe it's a projection of something.
Right, it's
and therefore
the
it can move at 15 degrees per hour. Even if you're down in the south, it technically has to speed up. Well, it doesn't really speed up. It's still moving at 15 degrees per hour. It's just a thought.
No, I'm not
Before
talking about
someone
the sun.
butchers what Plumbob just said,
Listen carefully. He said the
someone
GP.
Yeah,
butchers what
listen
Plumbob
carefully. I
just
said
said,
something
someone's
differently.
going to butcher what Plumbob just said. Hang on. Someone's going to butcher what he said. I'm going to clarify this now. What he meant to convey, he didn't quite say it exactly more accurately, but nevertheless, what he meant to convey is that we don't see the actual position of the sun. We see an apparent position of the sun.
Right. And what I'm saying is that I wasn't talking about the sun. I was talking about the GP of the
Thanks,
sun,
Garrett.
which is a position on the Earth, which goes 951 miles an hour along the Tropic of Cancer in June and 951 miles an hour along the Tropic of Capricorn in December. And yet it takes 24 hours to do that in both cases. So those two circles must be the same size, but they can't be on any flat Earth map.
Well, it's just not a valid logic sequence. It doesn't necessarily follow that if the time it takes to orbit above both tropics is equal, then they must be of equal size. That doesn't follow.
Right. That's why I was
You missed
talking
a
about
part
the
of it.
GP, not the orbit.
You're talking about the GP
And-
changing.
and
at a
you missed the
particular
part
rate.
that the
I
ten-
touched what you just mentioned. I mean, like this gets
But the
annoying
velocity
when
is the
I'm
same.
touching directly what you just said, and you act as though I didn't. It's really annoying. I
I'm
did
talking
touch
about the
exactly what you
GP.
just talked about. You're talking about the GP position changing, which is kind of redundant. The GP is changing at a particular rate, right?
Right.
Supposed to be moving, supposed to be changing at the same rate over 24 hours. You're saying that if the orbit or if the GP change is consistent, equivalent in both hemispheres, then the circles are the same size. That is not necessarily entailed by that premise. Does not follow.
If the GP moves 951 miles an hour for 24 hours on June 21st, and then it also moves 951 miles per hour over 24 hours in December 21st, then it travels the same distance because it's the same distance times the same time. I'm sorry, same speed times time.
Yeah, that's valid if both the distances are equal. But that's not what you said in the first place. You're trying to appeal to the
That's
equivalent
implied.
orbit. No, that's not an implication. What he just said is not the same as the thing he just said, which I just touched on. That's a different thing. He specified that the distance that they traveled is equivalent. That's not what he said in the first place. What he said in the first place is that the time of travel is equivalent. Didn't say the
Both, yeah,
distance.
both.
He said the time of travel. Just because
Yeah,
the time
both.
of travel
It was
is
implied,
equivalent does
but
not necessarily entail that the distance is equivalent.
Right, but
yeah, when
the
he
fact
says
that it's
that
going the
both
same
time and
speed,
speed were the same,
both the time, the speed, and the distance, all three of them are the same on those two dates.
And you know this how?
Observation.
Do you observe this yourself directly?
No.
Okay, so then who did?
That's just how it works. I mean,
Hang on, who
timeanddate.com, you can
did?
verify this.
Hang on. That's just how it works. It's not a person. Who did?
You can look this up on timeanddate.com, which I have never found to be inaccurate.
Okay, but you haven't answered the question. You haven't identified the who. Who did this?
The people who programmed timeanddate.com.
Okay, so you're appealing to an organization.
Right.
That's not an error. I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, I'm appealing to their calculations and their thing being accurate. There's a website, there's a page within timeanddate.com where it tells you the speed of the subsolar point, the GP of the sun.
Okay, so how do they
I've
know?
also heard there were people in Australia who made those observations.
Okay, so again, here's the following natural question that follows. How do they know? Do you know that
They
how
were
they know?
looking at the time
Not
it
you,
took
not
for
you,
the sun
Matthew.
to.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they do their calculations specifically. Now, obviously, I think that they probably use some models based on the globe.
Okay, so you said you don't know, and then you guesstimated that the whole time that they're doing these calculations, they're superimposing it onto a ball, not doing real world observations. They're doing the observations, not observing there to be a ball, and then superimposing the measurements onto a ball with some readjustments.
Yeah, you could see it that way.
Okay, so there's that. So we can't move from the premise if the travel time is equivalent, then the distance is equivalent. And if the distance is equivalent, then the equivalent distances on a sphere. It does not follow. That first half of the first conditional premise does not necessarily entail everything I just said that supposedly follows. You can have equivalent travel times in different distances and on not a sphere.
Except that it takes
requires different
24
speed,
hours. It's
which
the same
was
time.
something he said.
Yeah, I was talking
That was
about
not intelligible.
the speed. We know the speed of the GP of the sun, and we know the time, which is exactly 24 hours. That's how long from solar noon to solar noon. And so if you have the same speed for the same time, that entails the same distance.
Okay, how they measure the distance. That's what makes the difference.
Yeah, well, you multiply the speed times the time.
You're just going to take for granted the speed? How did you get the distance in order to get the speed in the first place?
The speed is along the ground. You can like figure out the speed by
I get that. How did you get it?
observation.
When I say you, I mean generically.
Right. One way you could do it is observe solar noon at one location, and then maybe 591 miles away, observe when solar noon happens, and note that it takes about 1 hour. So that's 591 miles per hour.
Okay, so it's moving at a particular speed. How do you go from the particular speed to the conclusion that's moving at a particular speed around a ball? How do you
don't.
go from
Yeah,
that premise to that conclusion?
It's not. This is more a conclusion that the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn are circles that must be the same size. That's all this is about. It doesn't say anything about the shape or anything. It's just a simple argument about those two geographical things on the surface of the Earth being the same.
Okay, so then how do you go to that conclusion then from the first premise, supporting premise you just set up?
So, I'm sorry. Can you say that again? I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
It's a bit convoluted. How do you go from the supporting premise that you set up to the conclusion that the orbit circles around the equators are equivalent in size?
Yes, because on the in the June solstice, the speed of the subsolar point is 951 miles per hour, and it's 24 hours to get all the way around from solar noon to solar noon. And then the same exact thing happens in the December solstice. And so based on those having the same numbers and the same speeds, it means that the Tropic of Cancer is the same size as the Tropic of Capricorn because it's the same speed and the same 24 hours.
According to the name, I can't remember, of this organization and a method that you're not familiar with.
Right. Timeanddate.com. And I don't know how they do their calculations, but this is something that I don't think anybody questions. I mean, this is something that is I'm talking about raw observation. We're talking about how to interpret that observation.
And you said people don't question this, so that's exactly the problem. For centuries, people have not been questioning this cosmological doctrine. The time is now.
Sorry. Listen, no, you're right about questioning the reason why things doing. I'm talking about the fact that we're talking about agreed upon observations. These are like the raw observations are agreed upon. It's the interpretations of it that is not.
There's been other supposed observations that were not really observations. So I'm not going to just take this for granted. Perhaps this is yet another observation, falsely so-called, as far as I know, and as far as you know, because you don't know the method that they did. So as far as you know, by your own admission, you don't know that they actually did what they said that they did.
So yeah, Plum Bob, if your friend ever finishes doing that map, it would be interesting to see where he puts the Tropic of Cancer and where he puts the Tropic of Capricorn, because typically they're drawn as concentric circles around the North Pole.
I'll keep you posted.
Even if he makes whatever flat Earth map that he's like convinced of or whatever, no one here
Fun
is
is at 2%.
no
So
one here
good
is
night
going
to
to
you
back
all.
it up.
Peace.
Yep. No one here is going to back it up, given the fact that if they do, people are going to try to falsify it and prove that multiple things are wrong. So that's the whole game plan here, is that we don't have a map, we don't have a model, so you can't falsify anything that we claim.
You still can, actually.
Well, yeah, you can falsify a lot of things, but you can't falsify their entire like perspective on certain things.
Well, you can falsify a flat Earth even without, like, you can actually falsify all possible flat Earth maps without having to go through each one of them.
Yeah, but they won't ever like adhere to anyone though, or any map really. They're saying, well, we don't claim that map, we don't claim this map, we don't claim anything.
Yeah, like the 16 nautical mile relationships. It falsifies all possible flat Earth maps.
Yeah.
It gives you distances that are non-coplanar, so it doesn't matter which way you want to map it on a flat surface. They're never gonna match.
So.
I mean, the way you went about refuting it is just kind of questioning how the data was gathered, saying it's not raw observation. I mean, it's cool if you get to doubt every single source of data. You know? That way you don't have to confront your position. Say, oh, they're faking it. It's an organization that's trying to push a narrative. That way they don't have to confront anything.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that my mic and sound were working because like no one was talking. I'm thinking, oh, is my internet dead or is just no one speaking? How are you doing other than that? Like, how's your day going, buddy?
Mine?
Yeah. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm alright. Thanks for asking. What about you?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Not great. Not horrible.
Serious flat Earth.
I think you're cutting out or something. I can barely hear you.
Serious flat Earth scholarship only.
Firestarter, you're breaking up. You don't have good audio. I don't know. Maybe you can try disconnecting and reconnecting again. It might solve the problem.
Several people left. Too much dead air, I guess.
Yeah, we had a good conversation earlier about maps and stuff.
Yeah, I was listening. I didn't want to interrupt or anything. I'm glad
now that there's dead air, what do you think?
I'm thankful that I don't have to listen to audio chaos, and sometimes I can't listen constantly because I'll either be doing something else. I work with video and audio when I'm making things, and other times I have a headache and I just don't want to hear it. So I'll mute it up and check in when the text starts getting weird. I'll see what's going on. Can't help it. But I think that last conversation was generally productive. It was at least a lot more civilized than some of the other ones from today. I don't care who's talking about what as long as we can hear them.
Yeah. I assume that the Globe Earther went undefeated yet again, crushing it every time.
Don't make assumptions.
That's true. That's a good point. Never assume. Makes an ass out of, well, mostly me, to be honest.
Bullseye, bingo. Exactly. Assumptions are what got everybody into this mess, no matter what that mess may be. Whatever it may be, assumptions did it.
I don't know what the mess is, but I don't want to assume.
Exactly. So when we talk to each other, it's a lot more productive when we actually hear each other too, not just listening to blurt out a response, but when we hear one another and try to understand. I think that that's far more productive.
I hear you, and I agree.
Right now, I'm kind of just chilling, listening to this. Crickets and a little bit of thunder rolling. Light raindrops in the background.
Oh, that rain is nice. That's cool.
Yeah, see, my mic was annoying everybody earlier because the fans were really loud, and it's not that my mic's shit, it's actually too good. That's why I was understanding before when everybody was kind of like, wow, that's loud. Yeah, I know. I'll just listen. Welcome, whoever joined. The list is too big, so I didn't see.
Is there a flat Earth response to why, if you draw circles of equal altitude on a sphere, they intersect at the correct location? And if you try to do that on a flat surface, they don't.
What if I told you I can turn a circle into a rectangle and then that rectangle back into a circle, and mathematically they will be the same thing?
I would say I don't understand what that means or how that answers the question.
I'm saying that I can make whatever shape I want to out of whatever numbers I'm given.
I'm still not sure how that answers the question.
You're asking. Maybe try rewording the question, I guess. Let's try this again.
Okay, so circles of equal altitude. You have a point on Earth's surface, that's a GP. You have a distance or radius, and that gives you a circle. if you do 3 circles of equal altitude, for example, you have to figure out where they intersect to figure out where you are. And if you do that using a circle Earth with latitude and longitude, all 3 intersect where you are within just a couple miles. If you try to do that on any flat surface, the intersections are very far away from each other, and they are all over the place. They don't give you the same coordinate, or they don't even give you the right coordinate. It's always somewhere that you're not. So you should try to draw circles on a flat surface. You can't tell where you are based on that. It just gives you nonsensical results. If you do that on a sphere, you get your location within just a couple miles.
I reckon if you don't want it to work, it won't ever work. But I make cartoons of Earth all the time, and they work with everything because they are quite literally cartoons modeled after what was given to us, and I use both at the same time, the globe and the flat Earth map. I do it every day. So to me, I can't even comprehend the question you're asking because I do it all the time.
Oh, it's weird to say I don't want this to work because I literally
But I want to concede to this. My perspective to it is going to differ from yours because I'm looking at it from the perspective of an artist, and you're looking at it from the perspective of math. So we're going to look at it differently anyway by default.
It's not math. Like everything that I'm doing, I've done also with pen and paper without having to resort to equations. But the equations are just trying to get you the same result that you would get with pen and paper.
Yeah, but didn't you do the pen and paper? Is that not doing the equations yourself? Is that not math?
Yeah. No, you're plotting. So you draw the circles on a paper and you read where they intersect. So if you do only using math.
I want to preface the rest of our conversation in this. I'm not here to do the debate bro shit. We're just having a chill conversation. So the minute you try and drag me into that kind of stuff, I'm going to step back and let one of the other bros talk to you because you and I are having a conversation, not a debate. If you want it to be a debate, then you can ask for one of the gladiators to come challenge you in the arena. I really don't care. But I do like talking to you. I don't mind doing that.
Yeah, I don't want to turn this into a debate. I'm just trying to address and also please let me just finish.
All right,
just this time. Okay. And also I'm not dragging you because when I asked the question, just ask to the room to whoever wanted to respond and get into that subject. And you did, so I thought and I'm not necessarily trying to bring you in. You just reply to me and then I'm replying to you.
I'm trying to help the dead air. I don't want there to be dead air. I'd rather folks start talking about things and have a good discussion.
Yeah, me too. I don't see why this shouldn't be a...
Well, we're on the same page then, so no worries, man. I try to make it clear that I'm usually just here to do some moderation stuff and make sure that the jackasses don't ruin it for you guys when you're trying to chat. You know, the ones who just hop in, say something stupid and leave. I try and quick draw ban them and get them out of the equation completely. That way everybody can have a good time here.
Yeah, that's good.
So is this room more about people that believe in flat Earth, or is it both?
Both. 80% flat earthers, though.
Cool. I've been on here before, maybe like twice, and had interesting conversations with some people. It's pretty cool.
The conversations here really are kind of like playing roulette. You're going to land on whatever conversation you get when you log in.
Right. Yeah. I know that. Never know what's going to happen. A lot of people are here to argue. Some people are here just to discuss things and whatever.
Yeah. And my main bias is actually against people who are just trying to push buttons and cause drama. Because you all see that I clearly let everybody speak. I'm trying to just hear everybody talk.
Exactly.
own worldview. So if I quick draw ban somebody and then somebody else starts white knighting, I'll probably ban them too, because I do everything I do for a reason.
Yeah, I think I've been banned on here. Maybe I don't know. Maybe this channel. I really don't remember. But I like to just discuss things, and sometimes people take that as arguing. You know, I'm just talking.
The tone of voice can really help or hurt, depending, because you might say something to somebody with a certain tone, and they might take that personally, and it's not any word that you said. It's just the sound you made.
Right. I've been banned for just stating facts, like in the voice that I'm talking to now.
What I'm saying is, in general, like, and it's not just this room. You go to any room on this list, that's going to apply to every single one of those rooms.
Yeah. So, the one I'm talking to right now, do you believe in that the Earth is flat or round or what?
I identify as being a non-believer.
You mean like not believing that it's flat?
Flat is that's a good question. How about this? Is flat a shape?
I guess depending on how thick it was. I mean,
I would personally define it flat as being a property that shapes may or may not have, and I would define the Earth as being Earth-shaped.
That doesn't really describe anything.
I'm not here to describe anything either. I just like making art and listening to people speak.
I say flat could be not a shape if it was like thin enough, like it would just be a line.
I listen a lot, so I tend to actually, and I like collecting worldviews. So I tend to actually pick up on a lot of the things that are said and repeated over and over and over again, and it allows me to predict where conversations are headed.
Well, it has to get old, and for you to
Jesus, it does.
Yeah, I constantly have an answer for somebody. Like, you listen to the same shit every day, probably, like the same arguments, and you're just waiting for your turn to talk and just to tell them what what you're thinking.
Honestly, there's so many people here though that do take up the mic and speak. Half the time I'm working on art related to video and audio, so I have to deafen my heads. I don't even know what the hell people are talking about half the time, unless the text starts going wild, and I'm like, oh shit, I better see what's going on here. And then usually it's a shit show, so I go grab a fire extinguisher.
Oh man, it gets crazy.
Hey, Israel. What's his name? Oh, god dang it. He was just talking. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but earlier he said he identifies as a non-believer. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but maybe what he meant by saying that is he doesn't just believe. Maybe he knows.
No, I didn't.
No?
That's not what I meant. It's more like I'm done with beliefs, man. Fuck that shit.
Hold on, you actually never told me which one it was, though. I mean, do you think it's flat or round, or did you?
I'm not going to give you a straight answer because I have my own worldview that doesn't conform to anybody else's. So I would say that everything is Aethergris. How about that? Since that's my worldview. My worldview is Aethergris.
There you go. So, like I said, I didn't want to put words in your mouth. I was just taking a shot at what you said.
I'm just done believing what people say about shit, and I do want to know, and I admit that I don't know what I don't know. So where do we go from here?
I agree.
I was on maybe this channel or somebody else's channel the other day, and I was saying I admit I don't know. And some guy, I think it was on this channel, if I remember correctly, was saying like that he was 100% sure the Earth was flat, and he freaking like muted me because I was saying that I don't know.
Well, I don't interfere in the affairs of mortals, so you'll have to take it up with them.
That was
I'm perfectly happy to saying I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think any of us do. As much as we think like we know, that's why like nobody knows. That's why we're on here. That's why we're talking. Because nobody fucking knows.
I think that the organic computer has hardware limitations and is literally impossible for anybody to know everything.
Right. I'm not too worried about saying that I believe certain things. I'm okay with saying that.
I'm fine with saying that too, but I define belief as being things that make us happy or glad to think about, because I take it directly from the etymological meaning, which to me, that makes sense. That sounds nice. That's good. It's okay to have beliefs. It's okay to think.
Yeah. When I use the word belief, I mean that I think that it is true.
Okay. I mean, it's okay.
Well, I just, real quick, and I would suggest that it makes you happy to think that way too. It makes you happy to think it's true, so it's something that you hold on to, and that's okay. That's how brains work.
Right. It's okay to say I know a certain thing. Like if you know it, like in your mind, something's true, then yeah. But nobody knows that. That's why we're on here. Like people debate about flat Earth because we don't know that shit. We know what makes us happy. Like I could say, like yeah, like food makes me happy or whatever. But like you know.
Well, so I know that I don't have $1 million. I believe that I don't have $1 million, even though it would make me happy if I had $1 million.
Yeah. But it's not just something that makes you happy. It has to do with something like it being worthy of you keeping in your mind and holding it of value. Like it's not just something ordinary that you say, this is, I'm happy to think about that. It's more than that. It's something you actually kind of hold dear. Because it's a part of because your life functions around it, right? Like you do certain things, navigate the world based off of your worldview. So why would you just, throw it away instantly the minute you hear something different? You got to have more variables and learn about more things.
I'm pretty sure that $1 million would make me happy, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Well, I would say ask somebody who has $1 million and see if they could afford to buy happiness with it. I'm sure that they rented it for a very long time, but I doubt that they bought it.
I don't think a lot of them. I don't think it could buy them happiness. I mean, it could make you happy, like more happy than you are, but I don't know, man. I think if you're like fucked up in the head or something, I don't think they could fix that.
Well, I guess I can agree with that in saying that people who don't want to be happy can't be happy.
True. Very true.
My guess is that if you gave me $1 million, I'd be content. I wouldn't necessarily say I'd be happy. You know what I mean? It's like you can be content. It's just
if you would pay $1 million, I wouldn't have $1 million tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
I know the water's flat.
It would make life easier. Sorry for interrupting.
Hey, what's up, sub dude?
How you doing?
I hope all is well with you, bro.
Yeah, they're rolling, buddy.
I got a little bit of caffeine in my system now, so I'm hyper enough to actually talk to people for about an hour or two.
Is that crickets I hear in the background?
Yeah, I have a fully automated soundboard. When somebody says something awkward, I can just go.
No, I used to have them too, man. People used to give me shit for them all the time.
Yeah, I can't do much about that. They're all hanging out after the rain.
So, I've got a question. You've probably heard it a million times, but if the Earth is flat, does that mean that all of the other planets are flat too?
I would say that I have no issues with cosmic space bubbles above a giant puddle, or like a pool table being flat and there being round balls above it. I have no issues with that.
Okay, that's cool. But we're not the center of the universe either, though. Like so.
Well, there is kind of a response already for that though, because a lot of the math used to form the heliocentric model, like it was openly admitted that it functions perfectly fine on a geocentric sphere as well.
Huh.
For that, I concede that admission had to do with a geocentric sphere and not a flat Earth, but still, basically to them, they only chose the heliocentric model for philosophical reasons. And I'll be right back. I'm going to get a refill real quick. It sounds like it's a good time for me to step out for a second. Nobody's trying to kill each other.
Get your refill. Yeah, nobody's arguing. That's good.
Alright, I'm back, and welcome to whoever joined in just now.
What's with the is like it's such a disinterest in like the sky in relation to the earth. Like we have geographical positions in relation to the sky. Like when you try to map it on a flat earth, it literally doesn't work. That shouldn't create a disinterest in like it's literally half of the universe. Like you got the earth below you, you got the sky above you. Why would you ignore half of the equation?
Why doesn't it work?
You can't map it. You can't map the positions of stars relative to their positions on the ground, like where they appear at your zenith. When you map it, you end up mapping a celestial sphere, and you have a north pole and a south pole. That's what ends up happening. That's why.
Yeah, because you're picturing a ball wheel, brother.
Hold on one second.
Like unfold your ball, man.
What's up, y'all?
What up?
Everybody's quiet.
Hey, welcome back, man.
What's up, Ether?
Hanging in there. Same shit, different day.
Well, the Glovers at? They left?
Yeah, well, kind of. There's a couple people still around. Israel's here. I think that he's on the Globe side, and Callie also. I think that he's a Glober.
I'm here to just learn things.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'm just here to learn things. Yeah.
Callie's just here to troll.
Yeah, I know.
You need to give Peter a little bit of a shit kicking, though.
Why? What's he doing? Oh, he's puffed
got
up.
his
No,
new
Rob took his conditional statement into the woodshed. I don't know if you heard him earlier, but Rob was actually looking over his biconditional statement, and it was like, as he read through it, he's like, "You call this is gibberish." It was just like the sentence structure and all that shit. Like, you know, you couldn't make out whether he was addressing any point at the very beginning. I was listening to Rob's critique on his biconditional statement, and it was pretty funny.
Gregory kind of went with that too.
Yeah, I think he went with it for a little bit, and then he switched off to his argument, or at least I think he was asking them to make an argument.
Hey guys, I've got a question.
What?
So back in the day, like a long time ago, like thousands of years ago, they probably thought the Earth was flat, and then over time, I don't know if I want to call them scientists or whatever the fuck they're called. They found out they thought the Earth was round, and then for hundreds of years, like they thought the Earth was round, and then just very recently, you know, people started saying it might be flat again. Like, I'm just wondering, like, why, like, who was the first person to like discover that it might be flat again after all these teachings for a long time that it was round?
Well, it's not like a new discovery. What it is we're uncovering the lies. So you've been told that from basic observations that the Earth is not a globe, right? Your primary experience of the Earth is not that it's not a globe.
Right.
So what happened was in history, because of the fact that there was hierarchy systems in place, like, you know, a priest and their congregation and things like this, right? Where you would get an authoritative figure telling you something. So what it was people were just believing other people as authoritative figures. So the information was starting to be handed down like a tradition, so to speak.
But what would they gain from that? You know, if they thought
Population control. So they could control the masses with an information that would tie in any other relevant information, such as if you think you live on an Earth that's a globe that's in the vacuum of space, then it's like basically you can think of it like a little prison. It's a prison for your mind. So everything that they can throw at you, whether it be the weather's changing or there's too many people or we're running out of resources or anything, it's all tied back into this specific one, foundation. So the premise is like to control population. They have the keys to knowledge, or they're the arbiters of knowledge. So they're the ones who tell you, because they're knowledgeable, whether or not what you understand the Earth to be, because you can't perceive it in a way that you can't see it as. So you don't experience the Earth as a globe when you go outside. You can imagine it like one, but you don't experience it that way. So you have to go to higher learning to learn about this other perspective that you don't see. You get it?
Yeah, I still don't see how that would benefit anybody if they were to lie.
Yeah, because you're wearing your globe goggles on. Right now, the only thing you can see is the benefit that you have of the idea that space is an ever-expanding cosmology, and you can partake in that someday in the future. So you have some type of identity crisis when we tell you that the Earth is not a globe. You're like, wait a minute, I can't have that be. So I can't see what relevance that has in my life. So all you're doing right now is refuting based on this feeling that you have that you can't identify with the Earth being a flat and stationary Earth. That's the only thing you're doing.
Okay, hold on. Would you let me just talk for a minute? I'm not here to argue or anything like that.
That's bullshit, though. Everybody is. Don't say that. We all are. Everyone is.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not.
You're doing it now.
No, I'm
You're
not.
saying no while I'm saying yes. We're doing it right now.
I'm not. I really am.
We're arguing about arguing. How cool is that?
Yeah, I'm not at all.
You're doing it now. Yeah, you refute. You're disagreeing with what I'm saying, so you're arguing with me.
But disagreeing doesn't mean arguing.
It doesn't matter. Listen, you can soften the blow. You can try. You can try to make it sound like
doesn't
it's not
mean
that way in your
arguing.
head, but it is what we're doing.
When I first came in here, I said I'm not here to argue. I'm just here to learn stuff. That's all I said.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're a person. You can change your mind if you want to, and if you want to argue, that's so be it. Like what is so wrong with that? I don't see what's wrong with arguing. I don't.
Well,
People love to do it.
maybe we have different definitions of arguing.
I
Maybe
don't
you
think so.
think
There's only
I'm
arguing.
arguing.
Yeah, there's only arguing in the sense of disagreeing with somebody and trying to refute them, and we have like a back and forth type of an argument, and people do it all the time.
And I'm not really disagreeing. I'm trying to learn stuff. That's the only
No,
reason I'm
we're
doing it.
disagreeing, Israel. Let's make this very clear. I'm the type of person that when I listen to you and I know what you mean, or I know what you're going through, or I know exactly what you're trying to say, I'm gonna call it out. Like what you're doing right now is you're trying to diminish the fact that you have this idea that the Earth is a globe, with the sense of saying to yourself, you're saying this to yourself. You're like, so I'm not here to argue. I'm here to just listen to you guys.
Right.
So what that's doing is creating an environment for your own sake to believe that you're not here to cause any waves. But in all reality, your presence here, asking the questions that you are, is doing just that.
I'm sorry.
And that's okay.
I really
but that's you don't have to. I'm just saying that's okay. Like we're here to challenge people, man. That's all we're here to do. We're here to challenge people, and
Yeah, I mean, me too. I like to talk and stuff, and I'm very interested in your mind, like people that believe certain ways, I'm here to
Yeah,
just.
but see, you think you have us under a microscope, and as a matter of fact, we have you guys under the microscope. You think that we're some kind of like, oh, let's go see how the flat earthers are doing. No. And when you come in here, we're examining the mental state of all those individuals who believe the lie that the Earth is a globe. So we're looking at why people believe so strongly that they will absolutely have like a meltdown or identity crisis if they know that the Earth is not a globe. Like that's the true fact. That's exactly what happens.
I agree with you. Like I would love to see somebody have a meltdown because of something they believe that people disagree with them. That would be funny.
It happens every day here. I mean, honestly, like probably just happened prior to coming into the voice call.
Like it was. I missed it.
But seriously,
dang it.
This discussion is not one of those. Okay, so imagine me telling you this. Hey, Israel, I'm gonna tell you the truth about something, and it might change your mind on how you view the world in the way you see reality.
Yeah.
Like that kind of conversation is not a normal one. Like how can you tell somebody that the whole worldview or epistemology is gonna be rocked? And then be like, oh yeah, let's just sit across the couch and have a civil conversation about it. No, they're gonna be like, wait a minute, I have my opinion and I disagree with that. So
right. Eventually, someday you're gonna have to accept the fact that people don't believe everything you believe, and I mean, you're gonna have to throw a fit about it.
But that's not that. See, listen, Israel. If you take anything away from this discussion, you need to take away this: that we're not here to convince anyone of anything. That is not what we do when people come into this room.
Yeah.
We're here to listen, dude. We're here to challenge people. And that means that you and everybody else that comes in here, we're going to challenge you. Whether or not you leave and you're like, oh, did I change that person's mind? I don't know. Maybe. I don't give a shit. I wake up tomorrow. I sleep like a baby. It doesn't matter to me about like whether or not I'm concerned whether the person got convinced or not. The only thing I'm going to do is challenge the person to think critically for themselves about information that they're receiving every day that they're taking for granted, which is that they think they're standing on an oblate spheroid when they walk outside, which is the most ridiculous thing because your primary experience doesn't tell you that at all. Period. Yeah. There's the whole idea is a conjured up imagination that they told you. They sold you on a story. Basically, it's like, let's just, for example, right, put this into perspective. If they told you that since you were little, that there exists somewhere in some part of the world a wardrobe that you can go through and go into this magical kingdom where there's a talking lion and you can, fight these elves and, all kinds of stuff. Like, let's just say that was the paradigm in which you existed right now. you would be right now thinking that truly exists, and you would be trying to justify it in this VC. You'd be saying, no, you don't understand. The math checks out.
Right.
Okay, that there is a wardrobe that people can go through and visit a talking lion. That's just the way it is. That's just reality. To you, that would be because the indoctrination of it being told to you, ad nauseum, has been like kind of plastered in your brain. So there's nothing you can do about it except for regurgitate it in this call and say, no, you're wrong. Narnia does exist.
Yeah, but there would be.
You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. Like, people believe what they're told. Exactly like what.
Sure.
I totally.
But and that's without any critical thinking. Like, you're not saying, just hold on a second. Let me think about if the Earth is a globe. Let me reason with you, right? That's not happening. Most of it has to deal with people's religious fundamental, beliefs. So, and without question, because it just depends who the person is. Some person might be intelligible enough to be like, oh, wait a minute, I know the math for the Earth being a globe, but people don't even know that. They don't know the size of the Earth. They don't know if the Earth is spinning or how it was detected to be spinning by who. Like, there's no indication of any type of information that someone could tell us that they know that the Earth is a globe. Most of it has to be dealt with in a belief system, which is, you should be like, wow, that's amazing. How come people don't have the evidence to justify the Earth being a globe? That's what I'm telling you, Israel, and that's what we have to deal with here on a daily basis.
Oh, and I totally agree with you. I mean, people will believe what they're told. I mean, just think about religion and all that stuff. I mean, people. I mean, I see it every day. Like, with my own family, like, they believe certain things, and I'm like, wait a minute, haven't you thought about these other things too? Like,
yeah, exactly, and they do it without blinking or batting an eye. Like, they're just like, yeah, that's just the way it is, and you're like, no, you haven't. Like, there's no reasoning behind it. You're just saying that you believe it, like, just because. Like, how is that possible? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we're dealing with on that massive scale. It's such a scale that it boggles the mind, because it's like, okay, at least you would give it to somebody who's like, went to college and at least was able to apply some type of critical thinking to the subject matter, But no, even those guys, some of the PhDs and cosmologists and all them guys that come in here and we've talked to, they're just as blind faith believers as the regular Joe who doesn't know too much. It's the same thing.
I know how they are, man. I deal with them all the time. I mean,
anyway, and that's just not to say that they're wrong on everything. I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is the aspect of the Earth being the particular shape that they say that it is, or just any of the information that's relevant to the Earth being a globe, they would stand by it as if it were absolute fact. And when questioned on it, the one thing that's interesting about me questioning them is that they say, well, we can't know everything to be 100% or anything to be 100%. We can only know it to a certain extent. Now, that, my friend, is the most interesting thing you're ever going to hear somebody who believes in the Earth as a globe would say to you. Well, that means that there's a small percent chance that they're wrong about it. And so that means that you can't be in this voice call, standing on all 10 of your toes and yelling on the rooftops that the Earth is a globe, because you don't know that to be 100% certain, and you could be wrong. So why would you be advocating for a position that you could be wrong in? If that was your true position, then you would have to say this: I would say that it's a globe, but I'm not sure. And nobody says that in here. They come in here with headstrong opinions of it being a globe.
And even like pilots, like people that fly like for airlines, they don't even know. I mean, they're just flying from one place to another. They really don't know.
Dude, I can't even tell you how many pilots I've spoken to and how many of them said that, no, I treat it like a flat stationary plane, but it's a globe. That's what they say.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm dumbfounded by it. I'm like, dude, how can you say all of the things that you think it's a globe, and then you refute it in the very next breath by you saying, oh, I use it like a flat stationary plane. Why don't you say I use it like a globe? Anyway, Israel, I got to get going, but hopefully there's somebody in here that'll take up the mantle. I'm going to be on listening mode, though.
I'm sure they would. We need, what we need in this chat room is people from like.
Oh my God, I figured it out. You guys are sphere phobic. That's what it is. You're afraid of things being spheres.
We need people over
Wait,
here.
Callie, wait. You got to upgrade that joke if you're going to do it properly. Wouldn't it be like if it were a hemisphere, right? So hemiphobic. Never mind.
I'm scared, dude. I don't want this shit to be a sphere. That sounds crazy.
Larry's
Well,
terms of
the wordplay's everything.
Larry calls them curverts.
I mean,
I watched a video today that literally said that relativity is suggesting that Earth is accelerating up at 9.81 meters per second.
String theory disagrees. So does simulation theory. Wait, dude, did you cite your source? I bet you that it's the Flat Earth Society.
It's this YouTube channel called Dialect.
It just sounds like some Flat Earth Society shit, like some kind of what? Is it like a Pizza Planet plate going up? Who threw that frisbee? A god threw
This
a
is
frisbee.
talking about relativity and a globe. It's literally saying that the cause for downward acceleration on Earth is because Earth is actually moving up.
So now, wait, what? This is literally this is the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, dude, I can show you
the problem. What the fuck?
Callie spreading that propaganda.
So
I should be getting paid for what I do, but I don't. I don't get paid.
So, if it is flat, I mean, just trying to figure this out here. Like, why would Alaska and Russia be so close together? You know, like, if it was flat, like, wouldn't they be very far apart? That might be the dumbest thing you guys ever heard. Sorry. I mean, why? I don't know. Like, why if you fly in one direction, why do you get back to where you are? You know.
I can show you an image that'll demonstrate that on a circle, if you want me to.
It is a circle, right, brother?
Oh, exactly. But I have something that goes with that though. I made it specifically for that question. I'll be right back.
Sweet.
But like, you go in a circle one way, why can't you go in a circle the other way, dude?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
You can, right?
What? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
this is a lower res version of it because the high res one's way too big and Discord won't let me share it. So that's the best one I can share right here in the side chat.
I don't even know how to look at the side chat.
Are you on mobile?
On my phone, yeah.
Okay, let me grab my phone so I can tell you.
I think there's a little bubble there right by the 24/7 thing.
I don't usually use my phone, so that's why I have to look at it and tell you.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I know the app's a lot different than the program for the computer.
Yeah, I don't know, like if the Earth is flat or round, but wouldn't it make more sense, like if you were the one building like that? Let's just say, like you were building something, like a universe with planets. Wouldn't it be way more, like harder to do if everything you use was flat?
Yeah, but
Like
why do you think everything's flat though, right?
like
we see the,
rotating around, like
we see the same shit you see, right?
yeah, like you can't.
Like we don't live in a different world or anything, brother.
It would be weird. Like it would be harder to have things rotate around each other if they were just flat pieces. Like like a round ball would be easier to like rotate around something.
What do you think's flat? All the planets?
No, I don't.
I don't either, man.
Not me. No, I'm just saying, wouldn't it like be like make way more sense if they were actual balls, like
So Israel.
rotating around?
So what if they are?
Instead of flat thing? Like, how would a flat thing even rotate around
Israel. Real quick, did you find the side chat? Because I sent you a message that shows a screenshot of how to get there from your phone if you haven't already.
Yeah, I think I'm looking. Hold on, I'm checking it out. Maybe. Okay, I'm looking at it right now. Okay, yeah, I can definitely see that how it would work.
What? So you got a picture of your mind of discs floating in space?
Hell no! What the fuck?
That's what he's talking about now.
Oh, I thought you were asking me that. Never mind, I digress.
What I was, yeah, what I was saying was something completely different, but yeah, I mean,
what were you thinking though, right? You're saying everything's flat.
I'm not saying that.
No, but you were just saying if everything was flat, how would everything go around and stuff, right?
Yeah, like rotate. Like you have a flat piece of, I don't know, a flat planet, and it's rotating around the flat sun or whatever. Like that would be to me would be harder to imagine than just if it was just a circle. You know, it wouldn't make sense if it was flat. You know.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me either. Floating discs in space, man.
Right. It makes way more sense if it's just a ball. Yeah. It's easier that way. It's easier to imagine, you know, like the solar system if they're round.
So what's the shape of the universe? Is that a ball too?
Nobody knows what the universe actually is.
Well, like I got an article in mind where there was some controversy online where people were talking about the universe itself being flat, like it doesn't curve downward or upward either way. So you've got your ball in a flat universe either way, dude.
Yeah, nobody knows what the universe is, and
my point is, and I just want to point that out because the discussion is still open it's up for debate for everything about the world. So to act like flat Earth is crazy, like how some people do, it's kind of ridiculous. Their ridicule is ridiculous.
You know, it's ridiculous to me when you say that it's just lights in the sky and that you know it's not spheres. Light,
hey, Callie,
you know, it emits out from a point source in a spherical pattern. That's what light is.
Callie, please.
Light is literally spherical.
Okay, so you remember when I said that I have no problem with cosmic space bubbles over a giant cosmic puddle? Like, that's not an issue for me. I'm not making a claim either way. So you may have had a conversation with somebody else about this, but I'm not the one.
And Kelly, I don't think anybody ever told you that we don't think. Listen, Kelly,
I'm not directing that at you.
All right, man.
I don't think anybody ever said to you that they weren't spheres. They're just pointing out that they don't have to be spheres.
That's right. The Earth is flat.
It's light, and the source of the light is coming from somewhere. So when you say that Earth is flat, people want to say, okay, are these projecting onto a surface? Like, is it actually like a flat circle light, or is that the point source? That's the question.
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
When you see a planet and it's in the shape of a sphere, are you saying that light that is spherical, Are you saying that it's being projected onto a flat surface, or that is the point source?
I don't fucking know, dude. Do you?
Whatever. Maybe someone knows what I'm talking about.
Do you know?
I have to
I know
admit,
what I'm talking about.
You know,
Do you know if it's on a flat
Is it a
surface or on
projection
a?
or is it the point source? What the heck?
I don't know. Do you know?
Simple stuff.
What's the answer, dude?
Yes, I know that it's not a projection. I do. Yes, because a flat circle moving across the sky, that circle would have to change shape, angular diameter, and all kinds of things. And it
would
doesn't.
it would have to do that stuff? Wouldn't you be the maker of that if that was the case?
And then,
The
anyways,
maker-
nobody's saying that these
what?
things are fucking flat. Like, nobody's saying that. We're just saying that it might not be a sphere, dude.
We're saying definitely not a sphere.
Well, all right. I'll stop bringing. All right then. All right, I'll stop acting
So,
like you say.
so here's the thing, though.
Hey,
Like,
Demai, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
So, if I were to ask you to measure my floor, would you look up at my ceiling and start measuring that?
Yeah.
No, I would
Thank you. Okay, I trust you to measure my floor, Demai. That's all I want to say.
Well, I'd literally get down there and I'd get a tape measure and I'd put it on one end in a little crevice right there, and I'd go to the other side and I'd write the number that I got. Then I'd go to the other side of the wall and go across and mark that. Then I would times the square footage. And then I would say, here's the measurement of your floor, sir. I mean, it'd be pretty simple.
But they love that part of the story, though, right? Space.
Yeah, I think it's
You're
weird.
gonna make me bring it up again, dude.
Well, I just think it's weird that they don't understand their own thing they're trying to tell or ask or determine for everybody. It's like, put out your flat model for us and put out your round model and show us which one you're trying to explain and help us out with,
Well,
brother.
it's not just about the sky. It's about things in the sky and their position relative to where you are on the ground.
Where's that at?
It's pertaining to the ground like 100%. It's
What
about
is?
geographical position, where
What
you're
is?
able to see things in the sky relative
So
to your
the
position on the
sky
ground.
is pertaining to the ground 100% geographically, is what you just said.
Well, the way that you map the sky,
No, hold on, brother.
the best way
Hold
to
on.
do it
You
right
just-
now
No, you
is
just said the
you make
sky.
a globe.
No, but you said the sky geometrically, like the shape wise, matches the ground. So can you show me the stars that get closer or further away because of the mountains, or which stars get closer to the Earth because the Grand Canyon dips? Which one of them follow the topography of Earth like you just claimed? Hello? Are you still with me? Yeah,
No.
you just claimed the stars follow the shape of the Earth. I'd like to see that with the mountains and the cliffs and the valleys, please. And the stars should have to make like cliff designs and like, I don't even know where to even go with this. I don't even know what you're trying to say, brother.
See, what you're asking for, it exists. It doesn't exist for a flat Earth.
What doesn't? Stars
Like
below
you're
2
asking for the
degrees?
canyons. You're asking for the
Stars,
canyons and all the
stars not
topography of
going
the
below.
Earth to be
Hold on,
mapped
brother.
onto a sphere. Show
No,
me this being
stars.
modeled on a sphere. It exists.
No. I
Yeah,
don't
we
have
have
to
the
show you
topography of the Earth
nothing.
mapped onto the sphere.
You can't get stars below the dirt and water. That's your fucking sad
We
story.
haven't
You
mapped
gotta prove
so
stars.
well that we
No,
use it.
no. There's not no why here. Not no why. You got to go figure that out. Why you don't got no stars below dirt and water? Why they're not below 2 degrees? Why they're not below 15 a lot of times? You got to go look for stars to go below your feet. No other fucking human's gonna do that for you, Callie. Stop imagining it. Get to the fucking edge of that dirt and water and look down and show us stars with your camera. Then I'll be a glober with you. Until you can see that edge of the ball and look down and look forward and not see dirt and water, earth in front of you, then you're not on a globe, son. And there ain't no stars below you. Case closed.
Lost brains.
Case closed, man. You and no glober can go to that spot where you keep telling us stars are going below our fucking feet, below dirt and water. You guys are claiming this. Prove it. Prove stars are going below the fucking earth.
I want you to prove that you don't eat crayons every day.
Yeah, your mom will tell you that. She makes me a good meal every morning. Now listen, and it's not crayons. So
Are they Rosar?
what we need to do is your mom needs to tell you, stupid fucking retard, how to figure out how stuff drops vertically below dirt and water and how you can film that happening. So ask your mom that. Say, hey, mom, how can a retard like me get in a helicopter and fucking point my camera forward and not see dirt and water in front of me at 39 and 59?
You know, people in World War II were flying over the Pacific Ocean using stars to navigate. They had like a literal bubble in like the top of the airplane that had a
You're
sextant,
talking about the fucking
and they would navigate using the stars in the southern
Brother, are
hemisphere.
you fucking
So like
retarded?
all that, like
Are you
going
retarded,
from
Callie?
north to southern
Callie, are
hemisphere,
you retarded?
you gotta
Callie,
know
are you retarded,
where you
brother?
are using
Just,
Callie, are
just
you
say,
retarded?
just say yes.
Stop.
I'm retarded.
Come on.
Callie, are you retarded? Clearly,
I
listen
just
to what
put
I
him on mute for a bit there, Kelly. You're making just a little bit of audio chaos. If you would like to jump in, we can let you go and have a little chat here. But Demonic is talking to someone else right now, and he kind of jumped right in on top.
I'm just saying, we literally have to have a helicopter ride or a hot air balloon ride that sits above the curve of Earth, where you guys say the curve of Earth, the radius is where it stops, where your globe stops, and the stars keep going forward and down. Why is this so hard for you guys? What, cameras can't look forward and down now? Helicopters don't hover
You don't
anymore?
make sense, dude. You just
Yeah,
don't make sense, and you
okay.
overtalk.
So it doesn't make sense that helicopters hover. So I'm wrong about that. Helicopters can't hover in position now above the dirt and water. Okay, take that off your globe list. And now cameras don't work looking forward or down at any angle. Okay. We're learning.
Do you remember what I said?
There's no edge to your globe. You couldn't prove it. You can't prove where that curve's at.
Do you really think you responded to what I said?
Yeah, there's no edge to a globe. You're trying to find that spot so you can prove it exists. That's what you're looking for. We don't really care
It's
what
like
you said.
you're drifting so far away. You're just like, we're just watching what I said.
No. Show me where to drift at. Show me the horizon. Show me the spot where I can fly in my helicopter. Show me the longitude.
It's gone. All right, Demok, it's gone. All right, you got rid of it. It's gone. Good job.
No, brother, you got rid of him because you're unable to show him that you can prove the Earth has an edge and that it's a sphere.
I didn't get rid of it. I can bring it right back. You want me to bring it back?
Bring what back? The non-existent curve where you can't see stars below the dirt and water? I don't know what you're talking about or who you're talking to, but the only thing I've asked for is images of one of you humans that claim these fucked up claims to be at the edge of the Earth, 3959, from another building, a tree, a piece of corn. I don't care what your reference is. Fly away from that. Get away from it. 3959. Fly up in the fucking air, and that's supposed to be the edge of your ball.
About?
I know it's hard.
Dude, what is this?
Math is hard, isn't it? So a reference frame would be a tree.
What is this?
You get a tree and you fly away from that tree. That tree will be the only vertical thing on your planet. This is hard. Stay with me here, Callie. A third grader will understand. They could probably break it down for you. So you fly away from that tree. And once you're 3959 away from that tree, your buddy Tom, your GPS location, where you're at right now, 3959, would be the edge of the globe. Go forward about 2 foot and now look down. No earth below you, no dirt and water, and no dirt and water in front of you. That's how you prove a globe. Do you understand? Earth's radius wrong. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, can we all just agree on this one thing right here? We are all dumb as fuck, and we really don't know the truth.
Brother, listen.
That's why we're here.
We're not on a ball. No. We're talking because we measure horizontal water. So we're talking because there is no curve. There ain't no what about it.
No, we're talking because we don't know.
No, we do know. Water measures
If everybody knew the same, like the truth, we wouldn't be talking right now.
Brother, look at a fucking cup of water. Make
That
it as
has
big as
nothing to
you
do with
want.
it. I'm
What do you
saying if we
mean?
all knew
That's all there is to do with it. No
if we all
curve.
knew the truth, we wouldn't be on here talking.
The truth about what, brother? What the fuck are you talking about? You need to
What is this?
clarify.
What are we talking about?
The world not being a globe because it
Okay,
won't
so
measure to be so.
that's what I'm
And we
talking about.
can't find the edge that we've been given. It's clearly not that fucking hard to comprehend. You have a position where you're standing, your buddy flies away from you, or you fly away from him. At that certain position, mathematically, geographically, physically, is supposed to be the edge of your fucking dirt and water. We do know that's not existent now. That's not true. That doesn't happen.
Dude.
Now, what we need to figure out now is the rest of flat Earth. How does it work? What's it look like? Where's the edges of it, if there are?
Listen. I'm
No,
not the
you
smartest
fucking
guy.
listen.
Hold on. I'm not the smartest guy in this chat, but
That's
I'm
cool for you.
I'm having a hard time following you.
Yeah, I know, retard. You're following fucking horizontal waters hard. Get a
That's what you're
cup and
saying.
put
It's
water
not.
in it, dude. Trace it. Trace the top. Then look at that line. Look at that fucking line. Imagine it's big as you want it to or small as you want to. It's going to be the same. Goofy.
Has anybody else ever told you like they don't really understand what you're saying? I mean,
You're getting roasted.
Is this a
You
common
don't
thing?
understand a horizontal water level? Then you're retarded, brother. I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
No, I'm just.
It's a hardware store, brother. You buy them from the hardware store to make sure everything's horizontal.
Hang on, Demont. Hang on a bit here. Okay, Israel, I cut you off there. Do you have any globe proof that you can offer up to the audience? Have you got anything? We'd be willing to hear it. So give me a sec here, and I'll cut you loose again. Okay.
Yes. Celestial navigation is globe proof.
Get a globe.
I think he was talking to me, but go ahead.
Yeah, he was. Go ahead, brother.
It's all you. Go ahead.
Hey, I agree. I'm dumb too. I'm dumb with you. But that doesn't mean I can't measure water and I know that it's not curving and it can't and it won't. I can't get it to curve. Do you understand what that means? I don't know what you don't understand about that. If you can get fucking water to curve while it's at rest, be my guest and show us. You'll be a trillionaire, brother. Real fast. Be my guest.
Yeah.
Nothing funny about it. It's just a fucking simple fact of life.
To
Now,
me,
the other guy underneath you, if he can stop talking and do the same thing, we can all go home. Ain't nobody care about his star program or whatever he's drawn up in his mind that he fake misbelieves that has nothing to do with a ball in his hand at all. If he'd get a ball out in his hand and then show me around the ball, I might be able to believe a ball thing that he's trying to convince you of. But if he has no ball, then it's a sad fucking story. He's one of those dumb ones.
That's your opinion, though. I mean,
That's you just said we're all dumb. What
I mean,
now?
people
He's not a
still
dumb one.
we
So
are.
use
the
the
only one
method
that's not
today. The
dumb is
method
him
got
underneath
used a
you.
lot.
I was
So the
including
only
my.
one that's not dumb is
Everybody
the one
used
that
it for
believes
globe to navigate,
cartoons.
dude.
I said we
getting
are all.
roasted.
That includes me.
So cartoons
Oh,
is what you need. Cartoons is what you need for reality, right, guys? No real balls, huh? No fucking ball needed. No angles to no real sphere in front of us live from a real point at your position on your ceiling to show us you know what the fuck you're talking about. And you can't get a ball and calculate the curve of it in front of us or the radius or the circumference. You won't do that because you guys are fucking ignorant. You act like you're smart or you know something, which truly you really are dumb. And I'll admit that I'm dumb
I don't
too.
think any
Not
of
about
us are
everything in
here.
the world, but I'm dumb to the fact that you could demonstrate a fucking thing about a ball. We're all dumber today because we can't learn about a ball from you dumb fucks that want us to imagine nothing. Now
I
get
don't
the ball out and show us where the fuck you get angles to what star, where. Show us what you're talking about. Stop making shit up that they taught you to repeat in fucking parrot school. Get a real ball. And if you can't do that,
Earth
then
is a real
nothing
ball.
makes any sense.
That's the real ball that people are navigating.
Yeah,
You know what
cool,
doesn't make
cool
sense? Earth being a
storyline.
two-dimensional
Stop
surface
fucking
only.
lying.
You just
Stop
restrict
fucking
yourself
lying.
to like a
Stop fucking lying,
cosmology
Noble.
that is extremely undescriptive. Stop
It's
interrupting.
extremely.
Dude likes to mute me when I get interrupted. So don't.
Brother, we would never mute you with the ball in your hand. You fucking idiot.
Sorry, I had a call.
I
Are
was
you
just
guys?
telling you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Nobody would mute you with the ball in your hand, brother. Never. We would watch animately and see how you got angles to the ball. Where you the globe, the little globe that's in a fucking classroom, get that out. Get your angles to it. Show us what you're doing live on that. As a big guy, if you can't do that, you're fucking clearly not in. I don't even think you should be in the fucking. I don't even know if you should be. I don't know. I don't even want to mention this, but you guys scare me with your fucking low IQ. You really do.
Do you guys? I'm sorry to change the subject. Do you guys think that maybe sometime soon that they'll be teaching like flat Earth in schools, like they did the globe?
No, I think they should teach you reality in the
If there
school.
was a model that worked, yeah, they.
No, I don't think they should
If you
teach
guys
you
would get to
cartoon
work,
models
figure
like this
out how to
idiot.
celestial navigate over a
Nah,
flat
we don't
plane.
want no fucking cartoon models from an idiot like you who just demands imaginary fucking garbage all day. We want real stuff, demonstratable. If you want to prove a ball, go get a ball. That's what we'll tell humans that are fucking comprehending reality. You want to prove Narnia? Go write a fucking book and do a play or do a movie.
So they'll just keep teaching the same globe Earth in school?
No, brother, they're going to teach reality, which has nothing to do with a fucking globe. You don't know what a globe looks like. What are you comparing your fucking imaginary sentence you just said to, stupid?
There's no reason to act like that.
What the fuck are you talking about? What are you comparing your fucking imaginary globe claim to that they're teaching?
I didn't say it was imaginary.
Brother, if you said what are the flat earthers or what are they going to teach after globe, why the fuck would it be globe still? You're not making no sense. Please don't fucking insult everybody's intelligence and
I'm
yours.
not going to listen to someone who can't even really speak English very well.
Yeah. I said a guy can't repeat his own fucking sentence back to himself and comprehend it. Shut the fuck up, Dick Tugger. You're nothing but a fucking coattail rider. Shut up.
You might need to
Chill out
learn
for a second.
grammar.
Israel, do you have any globe proof? Do you have anything that you can bring to the table that could be offered up as globe proof?
No, I said that when I first came in here. I'm just here to learn.
All right. Okay. So maybe sit back and listen. Maybe you learned something.
And that's what I was doing.
Very good.
Yeah.
Continue on.
Yeah, celestial navigation is globe proof.
Is it? So you accept that the Earth's a motionless ball?
Who said it was motionless? Why would you say that?
That would be that's
the modeling used in celestial navigation.
That's
if you
weird.
think it's a ball, you think it's a motionless one. It's not moving.
You treat it as fixed for simplicity in math. But yeah,
right. Okay. Yeah. You treat it as right.
Yeah.
So that's a model, right? So that's a model. That's a model. Go ahead and use the model where Earth is moving.
This all happens when you
all
use
day.
that model and you try to find your position. You succeed. You can find your location doing this method.
But you haven't yet. You keep telling us a story.
Hey, thanks for unmuting me.
So, at least you accept that the Earth is not moving, but you think it's a non-moving ball. That's all.
Comment. What do you mean? I never said that.
It can't be a non-moving ball. It has to be moving.
What the fuck is going on right now?
Not in celestial navigation. The Earth is not moving. The stars are. Celestial objects are.
Correct. So when have you guys demonstrated a ball spinning with stars sitting still, and like you continue, like, what are you guys even talking about right now? You and this other guy, Israel. Come on,
Yo,
brother. You can't be lying to yourself. When have you got a
man,
ball out in a room, in a classroom, with stars on the walls, and kept them fixed, and spun your ball and got any calculations to anywhere while you're spinning that ball 1,036 miles an hour one way at the equator, and then 66,600 another way, and then up to 500,000 another way? Like, have you ever even? Do you even know what the fuck you're talking about? Any of you?
that wasn't me who said that. I don't know,
Brother, that's the globe model. You
but
don't have to say anything. It speaks for itself. It doesn't need a
but
hamburger helper.
that
I,
doesn't mean
I implore your honesty, but the globe speaks for itself.
but
It's
you
got
can't
NASA and
Dude, they
Neil
were using
deGrasse
Israel, I
sextant
thought you were here to listen so that you could
on
learn stuff. And it
airplanes.
seems
Yeah.
like you're
well,
here to just cause audio
no,
chaos.
I really am not. I was just going to tell him that you can't compare a room like a ball in your hand in the ceiling. You can't compare that to
Says who? Have you done it yet? Have you done this?
This tone deaf guy just said
What's up,
someone
man?
besides Denmark is causing audio chaos. That's
I'll
insane.
be right
What's
back.
wrong with this guy? You're tone deaf.
He just said what we can't do, and I'm pretty sure that was the end of his sentence. He's muted. And I said, have you done that? Have you turned out the lights and had some dots on your wall where it's pitch black, but except for the little sparkly dots that are fixed, and you spun your ball 23-degree tilt and all the according premises that follow?
Hey,
Do you understand that or no?
sorry, I'm back.
So what about a dark room and little twinkly dots you put on the wall? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
No.
I thought you were talking about holding a ball and looking at your own version, like a room
I am.
Well,
That's exactly what you need to do to get an idea what the fuck you're making up, you and Snidely Whiplash.
But
To understand in your mind what you imagine you think is happening, you need to demonstrate. And then I'll guarantee you one thing, you'll go in your room and make one thing, and then Snidely Whiplash down there will make another. And you'll both have different fucking versions. And you still
yeah,
both won't be able to repeat reality with a
yeah,
ball. Why is that?
yeah. You can't possibly create reality from that.
So dots on the wall are too hard for these guys, and a ball that spins with a camera on it. This is fucking crazy. The highest technology, the best technology available to man right now. These gentlemen don't know how to spin a fucking ball in a room. This is
Well,
crazy.
even if they did, that's not going to prove anything.
Even if what? So you're telling me because you don't know how to wipe your butt that
No,
every other human doesn't know how to spin a ball in a room? Is that what you're fucking telling us right now?
spinning a ball in a room isn't going to prove anything. I mean, I don't know what you're talking. What's your point?
Brother, it's okay. You can be slow all you want in the slow lane. It just because you don't fucking understand anything doesn't mean every other human doesn't. Do you
I'm not.
comprehend,
Hey,
buddy?
I'm not calling you slow. All I'm doing is
Well, brother, you're not comprehending nothing. You don't understand a ball's gonna be a ball, a spin's gonna be a spin. Fixed stars are gonna be themselves, and you're gonna demonstrate. Why is this beyond you? What's too hard for you about that?
Man, I could say
What's
the
so
same.
hard? What's
I
so
could say
hard to understand?
I could say the same thing to you, but I'm not. I'm trying not to be rude or anything here. But
So why is a demonstration beyond any of you guys? If you want us to believe your fucking claim, it doesn't matter what you want your hopes and feelings, dude.
I
It doesn't
have no
matter how
claim.
you feel.
I have no
You
claim.
have to demonstrate it. And if you don't have no claim, you should shut the fuck up every time somebody's talking to another human about something.
Why would I? Why would I be
Why
quiet?
would you shut up and pay attention to the no claim makers, the ones who can't fulfill their own claim, and neither can you? You
Well,
just said you don't have any fucking clue how you could spin a ball in a room. I don't think you're really on the top shelf to even be fucking
The reason
continuing.
is because I'm questioning your claim. That's the reason I'm talking. I mean,
My claim is not a ball spinning
why?
while stars are sitting still. That's
Why
your
would
claim. Where can you
I don't
demonstrate that?
I
Is
don't
what I'm
have a
asking you.
claim.
Where can you demonstrate your fucking ball?
I'm telling you, I don't have a claim. I'm just questioning yours. That's all I'm doing.
You're questioning mine. My
Yeah,
claim is reality. What you can demonstrate, you idiot.
that's then there's
Okay,
no reason to
we
call
gotta,
me an
Yeah.
idiot. I mean,
guys, we
Well,
gotta
clearly you
scale
can't
this.
hear me.
Hey, Democ, we gotta scale this back here. I'm trying to get my house ready for sleep time here, and I've been listening to you guys, and it's a little over the top. We gotta tone down the nasty words and such. This conversation isn't going anywhere. Are there any other people in the room that would like to speak up, has a point, has any questions or anything like that, that we can maybe go ahead with a slightly different topic or a different direction? Floor is open.
Well said.
well said, brother.
Alternatively, Israel might have some, a different question. Anyone
Look,
else is curious about?
Thanks for thinking of me, but I'm not sure. What other topic would you guys talk about normally on here?
anything regarding the shape of the Earth.
I got all kinds of topics all day. You know, in order to believe flat Earth, you have to believe that the globe is contrived from
Specifically
deception
asking
rather than
Israel, since
actual
he's kind of
trying
fresher
to
than you,
express.
dude.
Hey, I'm fresher than you.
Of course, I get interrupted right away.
Sorry.
Because we were talking, I specifically addressed Israel, right? Because he's fresher than you.
Dummy.
Just to be clear, by
What?
fresher,
You're like
do
long
you mean
term, dude. You're older than everything.
what do you mean by fresher exact? Like I'm new to the group?
Yeah, newer to this discussion, newer to
Oh,
this channel.
okay. Thank God. Okay.
Dude, T-Dub, you're old as shit.
Yes.
Did anybody prove that the Earth
Older
was
than
round
shit.
in here?
Nobody has proved either one since
Oh,
I've
okay.
been.
That's good. Now's your chance, I guess, right?
Who are you talking to me?
Talking
Who
to
you
anybody, man.
talking?
I already passed physics, man. I don't have any issues.
So you know everything. Just,
Nobody knows everything, right?
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I'm just messing with you. I know.
I just know enough to know enough.
Some people in here, some people I've talked to, they think they know everything though. I mean, you can't argue with some of these people. They'll get mad.
I think they just act like it. They don't actually think they know everything, do they?
I think some of them really think they know everything and then get really mad when you disagree with them. I've seen it happen over and over on here.
When you say some of them, do you mean some of those flat earthers?
That's part of who I'm talking about, yeah.
Okay.
Not all of them.
I think quite a lot of people from quite a lot of different backgrounds and esoteric understandings or whatever think they know everything.
For sure, yeah. I agree.
I mean, this guy just got triggered because he opened the floor. I started to bring up a topic, and he like literally didn't want me to speak.
Yeah. I've been muted. I'm sure I'll be muted again here in a minute. I mean, just for talking, but it happens all the time to me. Even though I'm just saying what I think or whatever, I don't cuss, you know? I mean, I don't try to start argument, but it happens all the time. They'll mute me, they'll kick me out, whatever. And they don't even realize that they could learn a lot from me if they just listen.
It's like you got your vagina in a twist.
Vagina. It's like your vagina.
Yeah, the idea is, people over time were led to construct a globe model based on observations. It wasn't, let's deceive the world into thinking Earth is a globe, so we'll just start contriving all these things based on nothing. No, it's based, all these observations comport with a globe Earth model. It just so happens. Like everything.
Yeah.
That's where the globe model comes from. To say that like someone's trying to trick you into believing in a globe is a whole nother reason for it being contributed.
Yeah, all these people that think that the government might. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
That's it.
All these people that think the government might what?
Like conspiracy
Here we
theorists.
go. He's going to tell us that the government doesn't lie.
Oh, if you're gonna go ahead. Don't interrupt, man. Don't be rude. Come on.
All of these people that think the government what?
Like
government in general can't lie. It's the people within the government that are corrupt.
Government in general, like I know it's not like the best government that you could imagine, but I mean it's a shitty government, but it's what we have. But I mean a lot of these conspiracy theorists think that the government is lying to us about a lot of things. That I mean they are lying to us about some things, but not everything.
Now go on, carry on telling us how the government isn't really lying to us about anything, even though it does lie to us about some things. But
Everything.
saying very arbitrary line, why did they can't cross?
That's not what I said.
It sounded like it to me, buddy.
No, you mixed. You added something there.
So the government doesn't lie to us about everything, but does lie to us about some things.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
That's what I said. Is that so hard to believe, or?
No, it's just this, like I said, this grey arbitrary line that you see the government.
So how do you know?
Lying about things.
How do you know when they are telling the truth?
Exactly. Yeah, they don't lie about everything, but they lie about a lot of things.
So how do you know if they are lying? So they are lying, right? How do you know when they are telling the truth and they are not lying?
We don't know. A lot of the time, we don't know.
Okay. So the government
So you
does
don't
lie
know.
about a
They're
lot of
lying.
things, to use what you just said. So the government does lie about a lot of things because that's what you just said.
Right. I did say that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So the conspiracy theorists do what? When the government does lie about a lot of things, because you just said the conspiracy theorists what?
You know what? You've talked for so long now. I've almost forgotten what I was going to say. But
talking about the government lying.
I'll try
but
to
not
remember
lying,
it if
because
you really want
conspiracy
me to.
theorists.
Huh?
You're talking about the government lying, but not lying, because conspiracy theorists.
Oh my god, dude! If you would just like let me talk, I would.
But then, literally, all of the words that I've said are the ones that have come out of your mouth. So I'm paraphrasing.
Oh my god!
Well, no, that I understand. So please carry on with telling us how the governments don't lie but do lie.
I would be
It's kind of a
talking.
non sequitur. You're saying, okay, they lie about this one thing, so therefore they must be lying about this other thing. But you're not really.
It's not what we're saying, dude.
Oh.
In this case.
Never have I had anybody interrupt.
But where's the real justification?
Come on, keep telling us how the government's lying but not lying.
I'm not even sure if I could finish because you will cut me off.
As long as you say something interesting, then no one's going to cut you off.
I think I started it maybe 5 times and you cut me off.
Okay, then keep going.
Jeez, you're going to cut me off again.
No, I'm encouraging you to keep going because so far for the last minute you haven't mentioned anything about complaining.
That's
you just keep complaining. Stop complaining.
You have been talking the whole time.
Interested in your feelings, little man. Just carry on saying what you were saying. Carry on saying what you were saying.
Jeez, I wish I could.
Personally attack you.
Carry on.
He was being really generous, dude.
Oh. Cryptic.
That's what I mean. You guys start off hostile. Yeah, you're freaking hostile, dude.
You could maybe not contradict what you're saying when you're saying it. That would be awesome.
You get like a one sentence in, and then every
Carry
time.
on saying what you were saying. Stop complaining.
this dude comes in and he interrupts.
Governments lie but don't lie. Conspiracy theorists. Go on, carry on.
Jesus. Just how about
Carry
this?
on.
How about you just finish what I was going to say, even though I haven't even said it yet?
Can you stop complaining and just finish what you're saying, please?
Do you think I can do it without you interrupting me?
Do you think you can actually say it without complaining or making some kind of schedule? How about you just
At least can you start, maybe? At least can you start?
How's it going, Jedi? I hope all is well with you, man. Israel, I would like to ask you one question real quick. Can we move forward, or are we going to continue just talking about talking?
Let's go forward, man. This is
all right. This next, whatever. Back to you guys.
Yeah, let's go forward. This is getting nowhere.
Okay, so, yeah, because we're already past that. Because here we are in the future.
Right.
All right, Jedi. I think you were saying something. Go ahead, bro.
I want this guy to finish off saying what he was saying.
Israel, you have the mic, man.
So we are back where we were. I thought we were going to move on.
No, the moving forward was talking about talking, because like you guys were talking about the conversation you just had, but not about the subject matter. Just literally about talking, and it was just going to go nowhere. And I wanted to say, can we just get back to the conversation, please, gentlemen? That would make it a lot easier. There'd be less chaos. And then I was trying to pass it back to Jedi, but he says, you have something to say. So I said, Mike's yours.
I'm good now. He took over the conversation, so I think I'm okay.
I just wanted to point out your contradiction. You didn't seem to like that for some fucking reason when you started saying the governments don't lie, but they do lie.
I never said they don't lie.
Why? You started off by saying that governments really don't lie, but out of the other side of your mouth saying, yeah, they lie quite a lot, to use the language that you used. I'm trying to figure out what your point is.
This is what I said. I said they lie a lot, but they don't lie all the time. It's exactly what I said. What you're saying is something like different. You know, it's not the same as what I said.
So what are you trying to say?
They lie, but they don't lie all the time. That's exactly what you said, yep?
Right. And that's common sense. Everybody in here knows that.
Okay, so how do you know what they're lying about?
Experience, I guess. I mean, what do you know anything they lie about?
Okay, can you give us an example of experience that you know that they lied about?
No, I can't.
You can't?
I can't give
So
you...
no experience of what they lied about?
I mean, I do know some. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to get into detail, but
I'll ask you again. Let's go again. Let's try again. All right. So can you give us an example of what you have experience of them lying about?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, hold on. I'm trying to think of the best way to say it without you freaking out.
I'm not going to freak out, man. I don't think you don't know me. I'm not going to freak out.
Well, I thought you were just a minute ago.
I wasn't even talking. I wasn't even talking a minute ago.
Oh, that was somebody else. I'm sorry.
God. One's Australian and one's English.
Apologize about that. You guys done the same to me.
That's ignorant.
Sorry. No offense, but I mean, I can't really tell. I thought it was the same person the whole time.
Yeah, I thought you were. I thought you were a Mexican at one stage.
I am.
Wow. You got the accent and everything. Yeah. Okay. So, can you give us an example of what you've experienced of the government lying to us?
Oh, I don't know if I could say it without giving away what I do for a living, and I don't want to. I really don't feel like doing.
We don't really care, man. No one's coming looking for you.
I know, I know, but you can't be too careful these days. You know, could be somebody on here I know. I don't. You know.
Okay.
Fuck, that ruins exactly. Fuck, that ruins it. I'm sorry. All I can say is I've seen a lot of corruption in the government, like in my workplace.
All right. So the government is corrupt.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I'm also
So what are they not corrupt in?
Again, I think if I say too much, you'll know who I am, or not know who I am, but like know what I do.
No one cares. We're more interested in the substance of the conversation and your overarching point.
I know you don't care, but like I said, I mean, there are a lot of people in here, and I don't know who they are. It could be somebody that knows me, or
I think I know who this is.
You sound like an intelligent guy.
Don't say any more.
Don't try to scare me, man. I'm already scared enough. Damn it.
You sound like an intelligent man, so maybe you could phrase it in such a way where you didn't give too many details away, but still manage to give your overarching point. Or evidence, in this case.
Yep. I guess so.
Okay.
All right. So the question remains: what is the government not corrupt about?
Good question.
That was the question. Should be easy, shouldn't it?
What are they not corrupt about?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because we started the conversation with the government is corrupt, but not in some things. So we said, okay, what is the government corrupt in? And you said, well, many things. Okay, so I said, okay, what's the government not corrupt in? And now you're saying, I don't want to say because of it'll give away what I do. That's where we're at.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. If I get really into it, yeah, you might know what I do, but fuck it, I'll
Don't
try
get really into it and just be really general.
I'll try to say it where I don't really get into it. Yeah, that's a really hard question, dude. What are they not corrupt in? The government's pretty much corrupting everything, almost, but stuff does work.
Corrupt almost everything. Okay. Still trying to figure out where the conspiracy theorists fit in.
Yeah, I was just going to bring it back there.
Sorry, Timbo.
No, you're right, man.
It's because it's
conspiracy theorists. Conspiracy theorists say the government's corrupt, right? Now you say the government's corrupt. Are you a conspiracy theorist?
Are you picking up what we're putting down, Israel?
Yeah, you're not at all a conspiracy theorist if you think the government's corrupt. I mean, everybody knows that. But there's a big difference.
Okay, so back to your original statement. The governments don't lie all that much, but conspiracy theorists. You've just said that governments lie quite a lot.
Right.
So where do the conspiracy theorists fit in?
I think you might be twisting my words just a little bit, maybe.
Okay, you explain it then. You finish what you were going to say. Go ahead.
No, it's just like I think what I was going to say. I'm not sure, but I think what I was going to say is that most people on here are like conspiracy theorist type people.
In what way?
What's a conspiracy theorist do?
Just the way that what this channel is called makes me think you guys are probably that. You know,
do conspiracy theorists say that the government lies about almost everything?
Yeah, for sure.
Did you just say that the governments lie about almost everything?
I see what you're doing. Yeah, I see where you're going with this.
This is where I've been going since the beginning.
And I thought I cleared that up already. I did.
So you're not a conspiracy theorist.
The governments don't lie all the time. They just lie a lot of the time, if I can paraphrase what you're saying.
Exactly.
Right. So conspiracy theorists think they're lying all of the time about everything.
Probably, yeah. Most things.
Probably.
That's not true.
Oh God, here comes one.
Conspiracy theorists will tell you that they're telling the truth when they're telling you how much tax they're taking from you. The governments do tell the truth in a lot of regards. They're called laws and stuff.
No, I'm not saying they're wrong all the time. They're right about some things. I mean, but most of the things that they're wrong about, you know.
Like what?
Like 9/11, like how it was an inside job. Like that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Why?
What? Okay.
Yeah, 9/11.
Here's a question. Sorry. Have the government, specifically in this instance, the US Army, have they lied about military operations before? Is it such a thing that black or false flag operations take place where the military attack themselves?
Yeah, everybody knows that's true. Yeah, what you're saying.
Okay.
But
So
that doesn't.
Why is it stupid then?
So it is true that an American government have attacked their own citizens.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
But why is it stupid
This would be an attack upon their own citizens. But this is ridiculous because the US government doesn't attack its own citizens.
I'm just saying, if you think that was like an inside job, I don't know. I mean, I don't see how you could possibly think that.
Well, you just brought it up, though. You're the one that said it was in the
Right.
conspiracy theorists
I
say
brought it
it
up
was
because
an
that was
inside job.
Yeah.
We're just questioning your frame of thought, why you think it is not an inside job. You've got some information? Because so far, if you join the dots, they do lead false flag operations, and in this instance, you would know something that it is not a false flag operation. And how do you know that?
Well, you asked me how I have any kind of evidence or proof or whatever you said. I don't know exactly what you said, but I mean, they have pictures of the terrorists. You know, before they boarded the plane. You know,
Are you that naive? Are you?
there's pictures of them.
They also got all of their passports, didn't they?
Wow, I had no idea. I thought you guys would think the same way I did on this. I didn't know that. Wow, cool. All right.
What? That I just said that they found one of their passports.
I mean, no one's made a claim. They're just questioning what you said. That's it.
Yeah, we didn't actually agree with you on anything so far.
Yeah, no one here has said that it's an inside job, but we're questioning what you're saying. That's it.
Okay. Yeah. No, I know nobody agreed or disagreed really, but it sounded like somebody was about to try to
What? Ask a question?
I mean, are you going to
No.
tell me it doesn't look like a controlled demolition? Tower 7 doesn't look like a controlled demolition.
I haven't seen.
And I mean, it never even got hit by a plane.
Right. I haven't seen that one. I have. I don't. If I did see it, it wasn't too great because I don't remember it.
How many?
So wait a minute. You don't have the information. You don't have information yet. You know it wasn't a false flag.
No. What?
You didn't see it. You just asked if they looked like controlled demolitions. How many buildings fell in New York on 9/11? Can you remember?
Sorry, I don't know who you're asking. Are you asking me? Or?
Yes, you. How many buildings fell in New York on 9/11? Can you remember?
Wow, I don't live in New York, especially at that year. On that year, I didn't live there, especially that year.
So you don't know much about it at all, then.
I don't really know what buildings fell in New York on that specific day.
You don't know how many buildings fell.
I wish I did, though.
Do you remember seeing any information on television, like the news, about when it happened, how it happened?
Which building, though? I mean, are there a lot of buildings that fell that day? Or?
Yeah, it's 9/11 when we're talking about the toppling of the Twin Towers.
The Twin Towers.
So you don't know how many buildings fell. You don't know anything about the controlled demolition. You don't know anything about them trying to suppress information. But you're going to sit here and tell me you are, without a shadow of a doubt, no, it's not an inside job.
Look at my profile picture.
I just don't understand how you can make all these claims when you have literally nothing. Either way,
I don't understand that either. Because he said he knows it's ridiculous that would be a claim that it was an inside job, but yet you don't actually know anything about it.
It almost sounded like he didn't even know 9/11 was the Twin Towers. He was like, "Oh, the Twin Towers. Oh yeah."
I posted this picture on my Facebook as a test with no context. I was immediately fucking banned for 60 days. Just no context, no nothing. Just bloop.
Somebody said that a lot of buildings fell that day, and I don't know. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know 3 fell.
Can you remember how many aeroplanes flew across New York and
It might have been more than 3, though.
Right, so I'll ask again.
On that day,
do you remember how many planes were involved in specifically flying over New York? Can you remember?
Man, like I said, I wasn't there that day, but I couldn't.
I wasn't there that fucking day. I live in the UK, but I know.
I couldn't tell you how many planes flew through the sky that day.
Okay.
Was
So,
it a lot?
have you got any recollection of the event at all?
I do, yeah.
Okay, what?
Exactly what happened.
What exactly happened specifically across New York? We can forget about the Pentagon and the one that landed in the field. Let's specifically concentrate about New York. What specifically happened in New York?
You should tell me. I mean, you're asking me, but
Well, hold on. You're the one who says that you know. You're the one who also says that because of what you know, this is ridiculous to say that it's an inside job.
I
So
said
we're
I knew what
asking
happened.
specifically what you know.
No, I've told you a lot of times I don't know what happened because I don't live there. I don't know what happened that day.
Dude, you just said you knew exactly what happened.
Israel, are you wasting our time here?
I know what I saw on TV.
What's going on?
No, I know what I saw on TV. They're asking me what I know.
No, that's exactly what I'm
The
asking.
TV told you
because
what you
I
know.
was outside, my friend. Thank you. I don't live in New York.
This guy is obviously
I live in-
contradicting himself.
Excuse me.
I'm
Thank
not
you.
trying to.
Dude, thank you. I don't live in New York. Everything that I saw on TV, but I have a recollection of the events. If you had TV and you saw this instant, what recollection of events do you have?
Oh, I remember when it happened.
Yeah, 9/11. Yeah.
I know where I was. Everybody knows where they were on 9/11.
Come
All right. So, yeah.
Now it's claiming the event.
Right, the claim was that you said it was ridiculous, that it was an inside job, and we're finding out that you don't actually know why you believe that it was ridiculous that it was an inside job, because you actually don't know anything about what we're talking about.
Well,
is that
I
right?
Was giving you my just opinion. What's wrong with that?
Based on what?
Just what I feel, what I see, what I what I
So
think.
your feelings are that it wasn't an inside job.
Wasn't? Yeah, it wasn't. In my opinion.
Okay. So why do you feel that?
Well, why do you think? I mean, I think it's pretty.
I don't know. It's your story, man. I'm just asking you a question.
Sorry, this is now starting to get a bit weird. We're very concise in the questioning that we're giving you, but every time we get to this point, you seem to wiggle a little bit and not want to answer the question like you should do, directly and honestly. It's weird, dude.
I was trying to.
Oh, go on then. So what recollections do you have of the events that you saw on TV?
I just remember seeing it on TV and thinking it was crazy.
Seeing what?
Objection, Your Honor. He's dodging.
The planes, crashing into the towers and stuff
Is that what you saw?
How many planes?
Just whatever you can think of. What happened. That's what I saw.
How many planes?
I think 30.
How many
ridiculous,
planes? Let's see if we can do this. How many planes do you remember seeing on the television screen?
That day I saw probably.
That day, fucking hell.
No, I'm just messing with you. Okay, not okay.
No, you're not.
Not the whole day, but I remember.
No, just say you don't know.
You know what I'm gonna say already.
Are you nervous right now?
It's 2.
Oh, it's 2. Awesome. How many buildings fell
Gee,
throughout the day?
can you guess what I'm gonna say? What do you?
No.
Go ahead.
I
What do you
don't
think I'm gonna
know.
say?
How many?
Whatever the TV told me.
How many buildings in New
Just-
York fell that day?
Just take a guess what I'm gonna say.
No,
At the
just
moment,
tell
the
us.
best I can do is guess a number.
Give us a number.
Give me 2 to 9, and I'll tell you.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you 1
You
to
tell
5.
us, man. It's fucking
Huh?
ridiculous.
Is this a fucking game? Just answer the question, man. What's the problem?
I mean, I think that anybody here could answer that question.
This is
Why
way
can't
more.
you?
We want
Why
you to
can
answer
you?
it, though.
Why are you focused on me? Like, why should I answer it?
Because
you're
you're the one
yapping.
You're the
When all
one
you guys
making the
know the
claim.
answer, why should I answer it?
You should answer honestly. Because
Israel,
Everybody here,
a while back, not that long ago, you said that you're here to listen and learn. So here you are talking, and if you're still trying to learn, maybe we can help if you answer the damn question. I don't understand why you're doing this. Like, this has been going on far too long, and
I'm trying.
it's like you're doing it on purpose at this point.
No, I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm not trying to like
So
confuse
come
you.
on, this is why you got banned and always muted for all other channels when
There's so
this is
many
what you
people
said.
talking at once. I
And this
don't
is
have
why
time.
they ban you because you don't you only say things and you jumping from one place to one place. You're not even having conversation.
Yeah, I don't
You
have
start a
because
subject
everybody.
and you know you want to go somewhere else. Just stick to the subject.
Let's ask it
Here we
clearly
go.
And I
again, and
Don't be walking over top
we
of
ask-
everybody there. Just one
we
person at
ask
a
it-
time,
Come
okay?
on, I've been listening to you from the beginning. You came and said, you know, they ban me every time I talk. Now we know why they ban you because you don't even you're not communicating. You're not communicating. There's not communication. You're just turning around. You didn't say anything yet. Why we should listen to you?
I didn't mean to make anybody mad. I'm sorry if I made anybody mad. I'm just trying. I mean, I was going to answer questions.
I'm not mad. It's just I'm feeling pity for you because you said you want to learn and you don't want to even communicate to learn. How do you want to learn?
I do want to learn.
Communicate then. Don't jerk around.
I didn't mean to.
Communicate with the guys. They're asking you a question. You're not even answering the question.
Because everybody keeps interrupting. I can't answer them.
Come on, man.
Hold tight.
They give you all the time. You took
Okay,
too
now
much.
that we know that everybody's feelings have been hurt and everybody's going to get a pat on the back, let's move forward and let's get back to talking about the surface of the earth. Can we do that?
Let's do it.
It's funny how a guy named Israel is now complaining of being a victim.
Why am I always? I'm always going to be the topic in here. Until I leave, I will be the topic in here for the rest of the night.
Yeah, you see, that's exactly what I
Anyway.
just said. A guy named Israel claims to be the victim. Interesting.
Yeah, and a lot like that has anything to do with me. What the fuck?
I'm still really confused to what any points that you've tried to make, what they are fundamentally based on, and it just seems to be some airy fairy.
I don't think I tried to make any points.
I don't think you've made a point, dude.
I was just talking.
The only thing you did was you made a claim, and you said that anyone who believes that 9/11 was an inside job, I can't even believe that. How could you believe that? Then we asked you basic questions, and you couldn't answer any of them.
Right.
Right.
And I'm not actually sure if that's a topic
how
that
it
we
went.
should even be discussing here. I don't know if that gets close to the TOS thing. So we probably
that's
want to move off of that, I think, at this point, guys. Okay?
Good idea. That's not a topic I
I
want to
think
talk
you're right. I think you're right, Bob.
We could go back to the arbitrary decision that conspiracy theorists say that the government lie about everything.
Now, that was a good topic. I was liking that one. I think that we should get back to that, Jedi.
Because that was fucking weird. the governments, they do lie about a lot of things. Yeah. We know. That's what conspiracy theorists say.
Yeah. So he agrees with conspiracy theorists.
I thought it was so great, I opened 2 beers and cheered myself.
Hell yeah.
Oh, dear me.
Alright, do you believe the Earth is a ball?
It's too much of a conspiracy to say otherwise.
Israel,
Yo, what's up,
do you
guy?
believe the Earth? Do you believe the Earth is a ball?
No, I played with a lot of balls in my life, as a kid and as an adult.
Oh my!
I don't think the Earth is one. I've never played with it. You know.
Oh, so you don't believe the Earth is a ball?
I don't think it is. I mean, I could take a ball and play with it. And,
You guys fucking with me
Yeah, but I'm
full
just-
room, man.
This is weird. Why does it have to get weird?
He's good at it.
Yeah,
I'll
I've
give
come
him
across
that.
this.
No, he's not.
No, he's not really. We just let him go.
You guys are still going.
But I've noticed this. This must have been their weekly meeting. Let's not answer any questions. That was the weekly meeting this week.
I don't answer questions, officer. I hear you just fine.
Ossifer.
Ossifer.
What's the problem, Ossifer?
You're drunk?
Are you saying please? No, please. No, please.
Ossifer. I did.
So is the Earth flat?
You guys ever do cop watching?
Is the Earth flat, Israel?
Yeah, I don't know. Why are you asking me?
Subject to the room, dude.
Just trying to work out, because you can't really be in the middle. That's like an impossible thing. It can't be like it can't be semi-flat, can it?
Well,
Like
I guess I'm the one guy in the middle where I'm 1 in a million.
so it's curved, but it's flat.
I think it's more like a really long oval shape.
So how did you come to that conclusion?
I really don't know.
Of course not. Of course you don't know how you come to
No,
it.
I was going to explain. I mean, So
what? It's like hot dog Earth?
I'm in between. You know, I'm not flat Earth or globe or whatever you.
There is no in between.
All right, just let him explain. Let him explain. I want to hear this.
No, I've thought about it a lot, and I was dreaming about it, and I was just picturing it being like an oval shape, where not like oval, but more like a pancake type shape, where it's mainly flat, but it still has like a crust to it. You know?
All right, guys, can we move on now? That was the dumbest shit I've heard in my life.
Like a pizza with a cheese-filled edge.
All right, have a good night, guys.
I wasn't trying to make it sound like stupid. I really thought that, you know.
You succeeded in making it sound stupid. There is no in between. I have to tell you that there's no in between, dude. It's either it's
So,
flat,
wait,
that means no
wait.
curve, or it's
Hold on.
it's curved,
So
and that means not flat. Yeah.
So if it's round, I mean, obviously it's just round. I mean, but if it's flat, how flat is it? Like, is it like so flat, like a fishing wire? You know, like is it really flat, or is it? How tall is it?
It's flat. All right, so it's flat. So what's the highest mountain? Going to go with let's go with what's the highest mountain?
I don't know. Mount
Mount
Everest. Sounds familiar to me. I don't know.
All right, so what's that? 8 kilometers, right? And then the deepest part of the ocean is 8 kilometers. 8 miles and 8 miles. So we've got a flat surface
Hold on.
of 16-mile differential. All right? How's that? That's how flat it is.
Be right back. Hold on, dude. Yeah, but how flat is the underneath of it?
What?
Like the roots. Like say so it's a flat piece of land, right? Like, and there has to be roots growing underneath it. Like how wide is that?
Israel, you're probably the stupidest motherfucker I've ever heard in my life. I gotta tell you, man.
But
And that says a lot.
Why wouldn't there be root if it's a flat piece of land?
Why wouldn't there be roots?
Underneath, yeah, like growing, like begging for more land or water or something.
Okay. You know the furthest we've dug down is about 8 miles, right?
I don't know. I mean, probably. Yeah, I think you're right on. Yeah, I think you're right on that one.
Based on that's the furthest we've ever dug down. Nobody knows what's beyond as far as we can dig down. It just seems to be water on top of a lot of land, and it seems to get quite hot down there. Okay.
Gotta be hot, yeah.
So we know.
I'm about to fucking ban you.
Huh?
I'm about to ban you unless you have a serious conversation.
I'm trying. Everybody just keeps talking.
Question, Israel. Can I ask you something, please? Have you had anything to smoke or drink tonight? And I'm not trying to joke. I'm asking you this because if you have, you can come back later and we can continue having a conversation when you aren't under the influence of any form of substance.
No, either way, I mean, it's fine, you know. Either way, I'll have a conversation.
No, man. It's not fun because people want to talk to you as you, not with any form. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know.
Full version of you, the best version of Israel that we can speak of. You know, we don't.
No, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, whatever you say, man. Right?
I am. I promise, I am.
You're good to go. All right. So you said how flat is it? Right. So it's 16 miles flat over whatever distance it is. That's
Hell yeah, that's cool. I'm glad you told me that because I never learned that, you know, in school or anything. But that's awesome that you told me, so I'll know from now on. You know?
Well, you can work it out yourself. You get the highest point of the Earth and the lowest point of the Earth, and then you say, we don't know the finite distance of that, but over whatever distance it is, it's 18 miles flat. Or 16 miles flat. All right? So there you go. That's the measure of flatness.
Hell yeah. I'm going to start telling my kids that, you know, so they know.
All right, this is weird. This has got weird, Timbo.
Yeah, I know.
This has got weird.
Since the beginning, you know, he was like that anyway, so he's playing. He's not
And then complains about getting muted.
Yeah. And banned and
don't ban me.
Shame that's, you know, I mean, you think, because, you know, when you came, you said, oh, if you know what I know about 9/11, you will not think that it's it's an inside job. And then you don't even say anything.
Okay, Migo, we have moved on and we can't do that topic anymore, okay? We moved past that, so I'll unmute you here in a second, and if you've got something to add to the room topic, that would be great. We'd love to hear from you, all right?
Is there anyone else? Because you're not the guy we're looking for.
Hold on. Are you Mel Gibson?
Yes.
Damn, I knew it. Sounds like it. Sounds like I'm watching Mad Max or something.
Yes, and if I was in that position, I may handcuff you to the car.
Damn! You're gonna make me cut off my foot.
And give you a hacksaw.
Oh! I'm Johnny. I'm Johnny the boy. Hell yeah. I actually really am not crazy as that guy.
Yeah, I know you sound it. Are you capable of having a normal conversation?
I will try if you give me the chance.
We've given you lots of chances.
And I've had lots of normal conversation on here too.
Not today.
Yes, I have.
Not the one that I've heard.
What's well? Okay, let's start a new one then.
Go for it.
What's the topic?
Real quick, Israel, fair warning, don't make any claims if you're going to start a new topic, just start the topic.
I don't really know what topic to start off with, but I'm thinking. Hold on. I'm trying to think of something.
Well, I can give you a prompt for it. The ground.
Oh God, is this going back to how thick the flat Earth is again?
Hey, what would it look like if you lived on a sphere?
I don't know. You probably fall off the edge or something.
Edge.
Yeah, edge of the sphere. You know, like it's round. It has to if
Would you float off it?
Like if you were standing on a bowling ball or something, you slide down the edge of it. If it's slippery,
It would look like it. So it would look like a bowling ball.
If it was icy that day, maybe you could slide down, the edge of the ball and fall off of it. I don't know. Maybe slide down to the other side. I don't know.
Those cookies must be good, man.
I mean, what do you guys think? Can you? I mean,
Those cookies are too strong for you.
I didn't eat any cookies, did I?
All right, the gummies are too strong for you then.
Did I eat gummies?
All right, that joint was too big then.
I didn't. I never had a joint.
Okay, that cone was way too big.
The what? The cone?
Yeah. All right. See you, dude. Come back when you're ready for a conversation. All right. Anyone else? We're all in a good mood here. Not going to put up with bullshit. Come in, make a claim. Tell us the Earth is curved. Tell us the Earth is flat. Present your evidence.
The fuck?
Holy, did someone make Timbo lose it? What's going on?
It's the clown music.
Love it.
That was hilarious.
Bring in your claims. I claim that you guys don't have any claims. Prove me wrong.
Got a claim? Oh. I don't have a claim. Oh.
It must be Neil.
It's Neil. Oh.
Is it like early Sunday morning for you guys?
Yeah, man. It's 7:45 for me.
It's 11:44 p.m. Pacific time.
Oh, like Saturday night.
Yeah, not in Speculation Sunday yet.
Sunday evening here. 5 p.m. almost. Sun is starting to make its path away from us. Must be over where you guys are soon, Jedi.
No, it's been here for about 3 hours. maybe 4 hours. Yeah, since about like 5 o'clock this morning. Yeah, about 3 hours.
We can see the same sun. Fucking weird.
I'll give you something interesting. I was flying from Calgary to Vancouver, so Alberta to BC. And this
Short flight, isn't it?
Yeah, it was like an hour and a half. And it was 12 o'clock at night, and I'm on the left side of the airplane. And on
Heading
my side,
east or west?
heading west.
To Vancouver.
Yes.
Yeah.
And on my side of the plane, the left side, was completely pitch black. Like I can see all the stars, yada yada yada. But then I looked to the right at the other window, and I can see daylight still. Like it wasn't like daylight, but it wasn't dark. Like I could still see a bit of light.
When was this, Neil? Like date wise, month
This
wise.
was last week.
Yeah.
So last Saturday.
That makes sense because the sun's looping around in the north, and makes sense why you'd see that out the right hand window, because you'd be looking up that, like, over in that direction where the sun is overpassed, but far enough over that it can't light up what you see out the left window. You're just at a really cool spot, and that's kind of like looking at how the 24-hour sun sort of works, but you're only getting a taste of it, if that makes sense to you. Really cool though.
It was. I was so shocked and tripped out. Like if I wasn't a flat earther, I would probably not even pay attention to that. But I was like, huh. I'm like,
Did you take video?
Frick, I should have. Let me check my phone.
You should have. Definitely should have.
Check my phone if I took a picture or not.
I think it would have been a cool video, like almost even a viral video, if you could just be like, hey, look, to my left.
I didn't. Dang it.
And one of the things I started doing was taking screenshots of just my location, and I'll point with the line, a yellow line, I'll just draw on it, like where I see the sun. And originally when I started doing that, I was like, I'm going to put together a picture, because like, first of all, if everybody did it around the world, it'd be super interesting. Because like on Google Maps, you're oriented north when you open up the app. So I'd open up the app and I'd take a screenshot and I'd point, because on Google Maps on your phone, it has where your location is. So there's a little blue dot. And then I would just kind of point and say, hey, that's where it is at this time. So like basically what I'm getting at is I think you can put together a picture of what the circle would look like.
Assalamu alaikum.
And then mathematically.
Circle.
Peace be upon you.
Walaikum salam. You're Muslim. Who just said that?
Amalaka.
Hey, my Muslim friend. Do you believe the earth is a ball?
Me or the other guy? You talking to me?
Yeah, you. Go ahead. Answer.
Oh, it's percentage. Fucking hell.
I don't know, bro.
What did I do to you, Tita? Timbo, sorry.
Well, you kind of, I'm going to explain it to you. What you do is you come in here. Some days you're a flat earther. Some days you're a glober. And then you start these kind of arguments and then switch sides.
That's not what I do. But let me. I understand what you're saying. But hold on. Let me like correct it a little bit. What I do is, first off, I'm me. Like I don't switch or whatever. But when someone has faulty logic or says something that's false, I'll correct it. So my goal is to like keep us on the like path of truth. So if a flat earther said something wrong, I'll correct them.
Based
if a
on
global earther said something
what?
wrong, I'll correct it.
Based on your opinion or based on evidence or what?
No, based off of evidenced reality and and reason, God-given reason.
Okay, cool. I'll keep an eye out for it.
Do you have an example? Can you give us an example of when you had to do that?
Yeah, just like yesterday, someone was like saying that they were certain that there's a dome, and they used like the gas pressure, needs a container type thing, right? But that's down here on Earth. We don't know how the heavens work. We can't, unless we're assuming universality in nature, which is an assumption of science. We can't say that that's how it is up there. And
Okay, so the only
material is definitely required.
the only
And when you
mistake-
say an assumption, it has to be probabilistic. You can say it's likely, yes, but you can't make it a truth claim.
So the only assumption there is the shape of it. You're saying, yeah? Dome
No, the
shape.
assumption would be the existence of it in the first place. That it's required.
The
that physical
existence
container is
of
required for gas
containment.
The assumption that it's
existence
the
of
same as down here.
containment?
That's the assumption.
So how do you get that containment without containment?
Who says that there needs to be containment up there?
Well, how do you have gas pressure without it?
Exactly. You can't make any claims because we don't know the nature of the heavens or the sky or whatever it is, because we've never been up there. We don't have enough information. So for us to assume it's like down here is affirming the consequence.
I would agree for someone to claim there's a dome and you corrected them. I would agree that that's fine. Yeah. That's just correcting that there is an inert shape to something that is up there that is containing the gas pressure.
He goes a step further, though. He says it's not just that. We can't understand the nature of the laws, perhaps, above what we've never been to. So they may act differently. I think that's what he's
Absolutely.
saying. He can correct me if I'm wrong.
Or they might be the exact
Yeah.
same, but we can't say for sure.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'd agree with you there, but I would still go along the lines of demonstration. So the only way to demonstrate gas pressure is with containment.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But the issue is they use it as an argument. They say like it absolutely necessitates a dome up there without
Yeah, that's
evidence of it.
that's
It's just
incorrect.
an argument,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, well, the
I
argument
think
is
you're
that
correct.
yeah, the argument is just against a vacuum, though. So if there is a vacuum in space, then you will need containment to get to achieve gas pressure. If there's not a vacuum, then who knows?
There is no vacuum.
Okay. How do you know that?
Even by the globe paradigm, because it depends on how you define vacuum. A vacuum is just.
I
low
know,
temperature
you're not
air.
going to go on these things where you go, okay, well, there's never a perfect vacuum. Yeah, that's not the claim anyway.
No, because if that's the case, then there's only a gradient, right?
Extreme low pressure.
Yeah, and it's a gradient. It goes from higher pressure to low pressure.
Yeah, okay. So what's the measurement of the lowest pressure that they've ever measured in the atmosphere?
So I don't know, man. They claim the 1 times 10 to the negative 17 torr thing, but
No, that hasn't been. That's never been measured. And that would be deep space. So how do you get to that?
How do you get to a place that's never been confirmed to exist?
All right, so pressure gradient. So what do you need to have a pressure gradient?
Oh.
I think Jedi knows the answer.
Yeah, but I don't want to take the fun away in the learning experience.
Sorry, I'm back. What was up?
What do you need to have a gradient in the first place?
I would say you would need different elements, different types of material.
Okay, so gas.
You have different gases. I'm not so sure if it. Oh, maybe actually, yeah. Same gas. No, you could have the same gas, like in a tank of like helium or something.
So you need the gas, okay, and a container. What else you need to have a gradient?
Enough of it in the container. Enough pressure.
Enough of it.
Pressure. Yeah. Pressure.
The gas is the pressure, but you have to have enough gas. So as to
enough gas.
Yeah, enough gas within the limited volume of the container.
Yeah, gas pressure is the frequency by which the gas molecules hit the container. That's basically what.
And the more you have, the more it'll
more pressure, because you have more collisions with the container. Yeah.
Not just
So,
that, but
in order
it'll
to have a
towards
pressure gradient, you would need a pressure gradient. You would need in the first place gas pressure. Would you?
As I was saying, the more you have, the more likely it'll have a phase change towards liquid. The more it'll liquefy.
Yeah, more
high pressure.
Yeah, extreme pressures. No, he's correct. Extreme pressures, you have a phase change. The gas will turn to liquid. Yeah.
Now the question is, if gas, this was the claim that was being made yesterday, which is where I kind of came in and said, no, that's actually incorrect. Yeah. If gas moves freely in all directions equally, then in terms of the phase change, how come the liquid is pooling towards the bottom? Like, wouldn't it
pooling?
Because that's the phase change.
But wouldn't it phase change equally in all directions as well?
Well, you have to pressurize the gas. So either, like you said, inject more gas into the space, or reduce the space. So incrementally press the gas down.
Yeah, if we have a tank that's constant volume, then pressurizing it just means gas is the pressure. So just more gas will be more pressure. And if gas moves equally in all directions,
in a smaller and smaller environment, so smaller volume, you're going to need volume, the amount of space for the gas to exist in, to achieve any type of pressure, high pressure, low pressure. Because if you keep increasing the volume, then the gas pressure will just keep going down and down and down and down and down.
But why is there a gradient if it moves equally in all directions?
Oh, to have a gas pressure gradient, you can do a few things. One of them is manipulate the temperature, so the energy within the system, because you can create higher gas pressure with heat, so higher temperatures, more interactions with the gas molecules because they have more kinetic energy with the inside of its container. Lower temperatures, then obviously the gas pressure goes down. So if you were to have, say, heat at the bottom of the container, eventually with distance away from that heat, it would cool. So it's hotter then colder. So you'd have a gas pressure gradient inside the container.
I don't think, but hot air rises, like the hot, molecules will rise.
Hot air rises, but what does it do when it rises?
It loses its heat, obviously.
It cools, it cools down. Yeah.
And then it creates a circular motion. That's how hot water surfaces work as well.
Yeah, so where would
what?
Because it seems like as it rises, it would lose its energy and go down, and it seems like this constant flux would cause an equilibrium. Like it's that's what it is. It's entropy. It's this.
Yeah, but it's never going to be fully
a thermal equilibrium, right? So why would
it's never going to be equal though, is it? Never going to be all equal though, is it?
Always going to have a clearly defined gradient because of that.
What's the clearly defined gradient? Have you got a line where it goes from 13 to 12 psi?
No, not necessarily line, but like if you measure the bottom of the tank versus the top of the tank, there's going to be, a clear difference in pressure, and I don't think that's caused by just the hot air rising and then cooling and come back down.
No, we're just explaining to you how you make a gradient. So you can manipulate temperature. You can also play around with the amount of gas that enters and exits the system. You can put gas in and you can take gas out. This would be akin to the atmosphere and how the atmosphere works. It's a dynamic system. Temperature variations from radiation from the surface of the Earth, and where the gas is produced and reproduced and cycled, on and within the surface of the Earth. So all of that happens down here. The higher you get, there's no gas being put in or taken out of the system, and the temperature decreases with altitude. Also, one of these things is there's less gas the higher that you go, so it kind of incrementally just keeps breaking down to temperature and the amount of gas in that space. But to have this, you're going to need a container, otherwise the gas is free to leave the system. Because it'll
Let's
be
take one gas molecule. One gas molecule. This is material, right? This is matter. This matter this molecule has a certain volume, and because it has a certain volume in its material, it has a certain density, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why wouldn't it, after it runs out of energy or what have you,
run out of energy?
What are you fall in the less dense medium, just like any other object?
What do you mean?
Doesn't run out of energy.
Yeah. What do you mean? It's got kinetic energy. Yeah. All right. Let's answer this question. You've got a gas molecule in free space, and it moves in any direction. What changes its path?
The collision, obviously.
Yeah. Otherwise, it would just keep going in that direction, whichever direction you've decided in free space.
No, not necessarily. Its path wouldn't necessarily change, but if it cools down, it'll slow down, might stop completely.
No, it won't stop completely if it cools down, because as we were trying to point out earlier, one of the things that changes the state of gases is pressure. The other thing's temperature. So when you reduce the temperature of a gas, what happens to it?
It slows down. It stops.
It doesn't stop. The only way that you're ever going to get a gas molecule to stop is by reaching absolute zero. Good luck doing that. Minus 200 and whatever it is degrees Fahrenheit.
But leading up to absolute zero, it'll slow down, right?
It just slow down. It will keep going in that direction. Doesn't change its angular path.
Yeah, that's fair.
So can I comment on that, Jedi?
Yeah, if you want.
So I'm Chester Mitchell, 20 years in the goddamn Navy, proud pedophile, proud white supremacist. What do you say to a goddamn Navy, son? Thank you for the service. You goddamn right. So the Earth is flat.
Thank you for your service.
Everything in the media.
Good evening, gentlemen. Is a
So,
fellow
what's the
individual named
argument
Chester
for
Mitchell
flat-
here.
For flat earthers, what's the argument? True argument. I want concrete evidence. Evidence.
The
I want to be a
argument
flat
is-
earther today.
Why do you mute me? Everything in the social media thing.
And I want Dr. Jordan
Everything.
Peterson to
We
tell
should
me.
go.
No,
Listen.
Dr. Jordan Peterson to tell me. Tell me.
Have you ever heard of Kyrie Irving?
Real quick, gentlemen, if we could speak one at a time, that would make it so that everybody can hear what you're saying. And two, take the conversation seriously or I will ban you. I don't really have to care. I don't give a shit.
My fault. I'm sorry.
No, because you interrupted me. So I'm going to unmute you one at a time. Swift, because you were capable of containing yourself, you can speak first.
All right. I want someone to convince me that the Earth is flat. Please.
Well, here's my reverse ask. Can you convince me that the Earth is round?
Good question. So basically,
I don't listen. I know the same lore that you have, though, because I went to school too, man. I know shit that you would probably tell me because I read the same books.
no, I really don't have anything to say, but I feel like I believe that the Earth is round.
All right, I accept that this is your belief.
Yeah.
Now we can talk to the next person. Let's see, Gilbert, are you ready to drop the stupid act and actually have a conversation like gentlemen? Or when I unmute you, are you going to scream into the microphone and act like an ass?
Well, you won't be able to answer that unless.
No,
That's your answer. That's your answer.
5-day ban.
You were asking for that one, eh?
These guys are acting like absolute idiots. Oh, there he goes.
They're your mates, Matt.
You said what? No, they're not, dude. I know
Yeah,
who
they
you
are.
guys are.
Yeah,
What,
you
'cause
guys
they're
hang out.
Globers? That's
You
like
guys
me
hang out talking
associating.
about balls all day.
That's like me associating you with the dumbest flat earthers ever. Like,
All
it's
right.
just not.
All right, real quick. I think that the bad guy, he might have something to say. I'm assuming I'm going to get the same kind of bullshit, so I've got your user ID and I'll ban you immediately if you try and pull the same shit your friend did.
I think they all joined in like
You
together. in
think
the
I
raid.
actually give a fuck? You think that? Wow.
Okay, see ya.
Like you can ban me all
Bye.
I agree, and I share the sentiment. I have the same exact energy. I also do not give a fuck. Now, can we go back to the conversation we were having before?
How much do you weigh?
Please come again.
Matt wants to talk about his mates talking about balls all day.
It's about fucking Indians, bro. Shit. That's crazy.
So, yo, Jedi.
Yo.
So, back to the molecule of gas. All right?
Yeah.
So, I hold it. This is a piece of matter.
It goes in a straight path. Sorry.
Yeah,
it goes in a straight path, and the temperature will make it slow up or accelerate. Gotcha.
Okay, but so you're saying it doesn't like obey relative density? It doesn't like this thing that's more dense than the medium that it's in. It won't go down.
We're talking about
if it's less dense, go up.
No, I'm not denying relative density. Things go up and down dependent on the relative bit. That relative, we all know that that's the medium that it's in. So relative density. It's always what about the medium. We're talking about a gas in free space and how gas expands into space. We're talking about the speed that it does it and the very manipulation of temperature. Okay? But it still goes in a straight path. The only thing that changes its path is a physical interaction with a gas molecule or something solid.
Okay, and then when it runs out of energy, as it were, or kinetic.
Run out of energy.
It's got kinetic energy.
Yeah, but there's these collisions that happen. Each one of them, it's not frictionless.
Elastic.
Right?
It's elastic collisions.
Is it completely elastic, completely frictionless?
Completely frictionless. If you no, but that's outside of the kinetic theory of gases.
So let's say we have a tank, like an empty tank, and we somehow can meter it so that exactly one molecule of gas goes in, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now this tank was emptiness, so it was like zero pressure. Now this piece of material, this molecule is in there, and it's more dense than the tank, than the medium that it's in. Would it not fall after it loses its energy?
No, because you'd have to show it its energy and it existing after a collision with the bottom of the container and resting in the bottom of the container and not moving. And that's impossible.
Let's say that it comes in sideways.
Gases don't act like that, dude. This gas in free space in the vacuum container now is the same thing that I pointed out earlier. The only thing that's going to change its direction is a physical interaction.
Okay, so let's say it comes into the tank sideways, hits the wall of the container, keeps on bouncing around a number of times. All of these collisions, which reduce its energy little by little, to the point where now it's inert. It's zero energy. Okay.
No.
Will it not fall down at that point?
What's the consequent of friction?
Heat.
Okay, and what does heat do to gases?
Energy.
So is this like a perpetual energy machine?
You brought up friction. Friction gives off heat. What does heat do to gases? Gases don't stop moving,
No, but the heat doesn't go into the molecule. The heat is released into the medium.
So it's warmer then?
Yeah, so in the tank it'll be marginally warmer. It doesn't make the gas itself more energized.
The gas doesn't stop. To do so, like I said earlier, it would have to reach absolute zero.
I don't know, man.
That's reduced.
Matt, have you got that?
It's the only way that you can do it.
Hey Matt, have you got that thing you posted the other day with that molecular gas? What was it? That was in there. That description of gas never loses its energy.
Well, Jedi, I don't think it can only stop with absolute zero, because when you increase the pressure and it undergoes the phase change, it's not absolute zero, but it's stopping to be liquid.
Had you increased pressure, you're going to need a container for that. Okay, but this is what we're talking about with temperature. What happens to gas at temperature? Not interested in its pressure, because we're just talking about one gas molecule. Yeah, you can put them under pressure, but you're going to need a container to do that as well.
You know, we're talking about in the tank. There's a tank. It's under pressure. Without changing the temperature, with just increasing the pressure, it'll undergo this like phase change. It'll slow down and then stop when it becomes a liquid, right?
Still moving. So it's never going to slow down.
No, it doesn't stop.
It's
It
going to
doesn't
turn
stop.
into
It
a
just
liquid.
slows down.
So there's no like.
Never stops moving.
So there's no
Nothing
gradient in
ever
terms
stops
of the-
moving, dude.
I don't know, man.
You don't know, so you disagree with.
No, because you guys are making it
the
sound like
laws
there's like a
of gas?
pool of gas that's liquid, and then a clear distinction, and then just
Pool
the
of gas
excited
that's
air.
liquid. Did you hear what you just said? A pool of gas that's liquid.
A pool of helium, yeah, like it was helium gas. Now it's liquefied. Liquefied, yeah.
Is it
I mean,
liquid
like,
or gas?
liquid gas.
What?
You know what I mean, man? I'm talking about like if you have helium that's been undergone pressure to now it's
Contradiction
become
in terms.
Liquid. Liquid.
Yes, liquid helium. Sure, there's a pool of liquid helium, and then
Yes.
a clear distinction, and then just like the helium gas. I don't think it's a clear distinction like that. I don't think it's like air and water inside the tank.
What?
It's got a tank though. Because if you didn't have the tank, the gas would fill to space.
I'm being told that there's something
Yeah, it's
like
got
a gray area of liquid and gas. It's called supercritical, and that's how they make certain things. So it's
That's
not
awesome.
just like. What's that?
That's awesome.
So what is it in this phase? Is it not a gas and not a liquid?
For instance, there's something called aerogel, which is apparently the lightest material on Earth. What?
Yeah, who cares?
Lightest synthetic material.
Great. Awesome.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, guys, but I know CO2 does have a triple point because I'm a refrigeration engineer working with CO2. And at a certain pressure, a certain temperature, the CO2 is actually a gas, a solid, and a liquid at the same time.
Doesn't the liquid separate from the gas? The liquid's at the bottom of the tank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's to do with a low.
So there we
it's to
have
do
it.
with a boiling point. So most of those gases have a really low boiling point. So as soon as you open that gas bottle, it turns into gas because of the boiling point. Be minus 200 or something like that. That's the boiling point of some of these gases. Boiling point of the liquid.
I got you. So is it fair to say on Earth you have a gradient that even goes down through water that goes all the way down to the deepest ocean? That's where you're going to have your highest pressure.
Absolutely.
But there's a dividing line, right? From a liquid to a gas.
Yes. If you're talking about air and water,
Oh, I just
yeah.
wanted to, just alliterate that.
That's not necessarily the same thing, though. Those are different materials altogether.
What's different material?
Water and air. I mean, sure, there's some water in air, but
Yeah, but when
most part,
water
composition
turns
is completely
when
different.
water turns into a gas, what is it?
It's vapor, and sometimes it happens, and you can see like the,
Yeah,
the
and it
fog
mixes
and the vapor and stuff
mixes
like
in
that.
with the air. Yeah, mixes in with
Absolutely,
the
yeah.
air.
That's what humidity is.
Yeah. So what are you talking about then?
But air is not water.
No shit.
Just because
Yeah.
there's some water in air doesn't make it the same thing. But in this tank, this helium tank or whatever, it's the same material, and there isn't going to be a clear distinction between them. And if it's going freely and equally in all directions,
what?
you would expect that this liquefaction or whatever they call it would happen equally in all directions as well, and then maybe just pull at the bottom.
Liquefaction's when the ground turns into fucking liquid.
What do you call it when a gas turns into liquid? Liquefaction?
Not liquefaction.
Yeah, that's mud fossils and Tartaria.
Regardless, there's a dividing line, correct? Am I off on that? Regardless, it's in a liquid state or it's in a gaseous state. It's a dividing line, just like we see here on this beautiful flat Earth.
I'm missing Percentage's point.
My point is that gas is still material and it still obeys the law of relative density when it's not being superseded by whatever energy it has.
Yeah.
And as such, it'll still have this. It will
Yes,
have
it will.
weight. It has
will.
mass, and it will go down.
In a contained system where you vary and manipulate the matter that exists within that contained system. Let's say you've got a long tube with like lots of different fluids, liquids, and lots of different gases. Then there's a potential for you to create different areas where they exist cohabiting with each other. Yeah, but you're going to need a container to do that.
Yeah. It doesn't have a fixed surface like liquid.
That's what I'm saying.
But you're going to need a container to do it.
Of course, I never said we were doing this without a container.
Okay, cool.
That's because if I was saying it without this applies.
But you said
to
we
the
don't need
atmosphere
a
and stuff, then it would be circular logic.
You said we don't need a container to have gas pressure.
So this is where the ambiguous laws up
When
there.
did I say that?
What happens down here is taken over.
Well,
right?
you
I
said
didn't say
that.
that. I said up there we can't assume that you need a container. We don't know the nature of the heavens or what have you. I never said that.
I can assume that we need a container. I can assume that.
Yeah, but you can't claim it as a truth. You can assume it.
I didn't
it might
say
be
that. I
It might
just
be
said I assume it.
probabilistically likely, but it's not a truth.
I assume it based on demonstration. All right.
Demonstration down here, sure. It's a safe assumption. You could
Well, where else are you going
it's
to demonstrate
universal.
it?
But you can't say without
Where
a
else
doubt.
are you going to demonstrate it?
Ideally, up there. If you're going to make a claim up there, then maybe you should get somehow
Well,
get some information
up where?
directly.
Where's up there?
There's no
question mark.
point. There's no point you kind of arguing percentage because as soon as we point out that this is all demonstratable, you're just going to say, well, something else is causing the pressure, but it's supernatural. And science, you're going basically.
Yeah,
when you
that is
say
a cop out, man.
Yeah, the laws of physics that apply down here may not apply up there, but because we can't physically detect them, then it must be supernatural.
I would never say that.
Okay, then.
The only thing that's above nature is the one who created it, Allah.
But you understand what I mean by supernatural, right? So outside
by nature, natural by like a different set of natural laws, maybe it's possible, but we can't know that unless we're there.
A different set of natural laws that we can't interact with down here.
I imagine so. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to interact with it down here.
So what's the point of this argument then?
Maybe if we go to Narnia.
You guys are the ones switching it up. All I said was we can't make truth claims about a place that we've never been to and we don't know about. We don't know even if the same laws of nature apply.
You can make scientific claims. To say that it isn't would be a supernatural claim.
This is it's a contradictory position you guys are taking. For instance, the sun. Are you guys saying now the sun is a ball of matter? Because all light that we have down here is material. So now the sun is a material object?
I might not be saying that, but I can point out to many people who do say that the sun is a solid state of matter and not a gas. Yeah.
They'd have to be consistent because if you're going to assume universality of nature, then it has to be everywhere.
Yeah, so you're talking about the universality of nature. So according to the universality of nature, laws of nature, then the sun can't be a gas. Not in a vacuum.
Yep. It'd have to be like a light bulb or something. Some piece of material.
It's a solid state of matter. Like a super liquid hydrogen or something.
That's contained.
That wouldn't be
Wouldn't need to be contained to be solid.
Oh, I missed when you said that. Okay.
Why do you need a replacement anyway? To say the sun must be this.
We'd have to have some sort of energy to stay aloft to be so,
Yeah,
buoyant.
well, done about buoyant. Don't know what it is.
Leave us then.
Well, not if you're going to give us some different laws up there.
That's what I'm saying. You have to choose one. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Cake? What do you mean?
Whatever I want.
What do you mean cake and eat it?
Well, because Timbo was saying not if you have your different set of laws. So I'm saying no. If it has different set of laws,
that's
you don't
your
have all
laws,
these
though.
assumptions.
That's you saying. You want your
laws.
Same things.
Yeah, you want your cake and to eat it too.
No, I'm just saying we have to be consistent one way or the other.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my consistency is I don't know. There you go.
Okay, so then you don't know if there's a dome.
I never claimed a dome.
You could. Yeah.
In my
Okay,
life,
you don't know if
a
the
dome.
gas pressure up there requires containment, physical containment.
Based on, I said...
You don't even know if there's gas pressure up there.
Okay, based on what we know and can I've lost my word.
Demonstrate.
Demonstrate down here, then gas pressure requires a container. So based on that, I'm going to go with somehow it is contained.
Okay, so now you're assuming universality again.
Oh, it's
So
probability.
you're not saying I don't know anymore.
Look, hey,
Okay, am I allowed to assume that if we can demonstrate it down here that might be the case?
No, absolutely. You can assume that, and it definitely might be the case, but you can't say it is.
Okay, so have I got a better assumption than you, or not?
Tough to say. I don't have an assumption.
No, not
Okay,
might.
What's your assumption?
Not might
then?
be the case.
I don't have an assumption, so it's a malformed question.
Okay, so you don't have an assumption, but my assumption, I can't assume something that can be demonstrated.
You can assume it. I just said you can, but you have to be consistent in your assumption.
Yeah, what was I being inconsistent about?
So, for instance, if you're going to say that there's universality, that the same laws down here apply up there, then that would mean that the sun is an object that somehow is has enough kind of energy to stay aloft. Like depending on the medium.
I don't remember saying anything about the sun
or leave us
being anywhere or being an object or being floating up anywhere. I don't remember saying anything like that.
Well, that's my point. Universality in nature applies across the board. You can't apply it to certain things only.
Well, you don't have to. You don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm just saying, if you've got gas pressure, and the only way that we can demonstrate that is with containment, then it's safe to say, I'm going to assume that there's a container because we've got gas pressure.
Okay, and
I'm not making a knowledge claim. I'm not applying it to anything else. Percentage.
That's what I'm saying. You have to be consistent. You're failing to be consistent right now.
I am being consistent.
No, you're not. You're being consistent only with gas pressure. But for instance, lights down here.
So what other claims did I make?
Lights down here are all material. They're like a light bulb or a fire
did I make?
or whatever, right?
What other claim did I make?
I don't think you're getting it, but it's all good.
Yeah, I know, because you're throwing out a straw man at me, trying to get me into a position that I never claimed.
Jedi, do you want to? Jedi understands what I'm saying. Maybe you'll understand it more coming from him.
I understand, because I actually relate to what you're saying. You're saying there's no absolute truth. We don't know what the heavens above. But that doesn't mean we can't debate based on what we do know. That's a whole
We
separate
absolutely
debate.
can. We absolutely can debate. We can assume things. Some things are going to be
Right,
more probabilistically
based
likely.
on what we do know. Like it would require a container.
If we're assuming universality, yes, it would require that.
Right.
Now you're adding that in.
And so those are two
That's a
those are
necessary
two
condition.
separate debates. Those are two separate debates. You can either argue on the one hand and assume that the laws will stay true to what we know the laws are, or you can say, hey, there is no absolute truth. We have no idea what the laws are. They could be anything, which
Right.
is a total cop-out.
It's not a cop-out. It's
You have to
intellectually
yeah, it
honest.
is. Well, I agree with you there, but you got to separate the debate. That's actually
Absolutely.
intellectually
That's what I'm saying. You have to be consistent either way.
Okay, so let's separate the debate, and let's stay with what we know to be true on this earth.
So we're assuming
on what we
universality,
know
you're
to be
saying?
true. Yes, let's separate
Okay.
that debate.
So my
And
point
this is why you
assuming
this
universality.
is why I get pissed off with you, percentage man.
Does he have the logo?
So I
Is
can
this
make
the real
I can
Mr.
make a
Batman?
claim.
Bro, someone's talking, Gunslinger. You don't have to interrupt, man. Okay, no one's talking, so go ahead, say what you're saying.
I was just asking, is this the real Mr. Batman?
Yo, that sigh is warranted, Jedi.
Did you fucking hear that?
Yeah, I did.
I did one at exactly the same time.
Bro, I felt it.
Is it pink? Is it pink? Is it pink? Is it pink?
I don't know. Are you Two-Face?
So hypothetical. The point is, if we're assuming universality in nature, we can't just apply it only to gas pressure. We'd have to apply it to everything. So the moon would be, like it has texture, something like that. It's probably a physical
No,
object.
but nobody's
housing
made
up
that
there.
claim. That's the problem. Nobody's made that claim here.
What are you talking
You're
about?
You're just attributing what you think the claim that we would make or supposedly would make, but nobody's made any of those claims. So
Which
you're saying
claim?
you have
What are
to
you
do it
talking
across
about?
the board. Well, you're saying you have to do it across the board. Well, the only thing we've talked about right now is gas pressure. We
I
haven't
know,
talked
but
about the sun, we haven't talked
universality
about the moon,
applies. You know what universality means? It applies to everything. If that's the assumption
Sure.
we're making, it applies across the board. We can't just pick and choose.
Sure. So
No
if you
one's
want to talk
picking and
about the
choosing.
moon,
We're just talking
yeah,
about gas pressure.
that's all
Okay,
we're
let's move
talking
on from
about.
gas pressure then. You believe that the
Okay.
sun now is a physical object, just like the all the like sources of sunlight, or all
This is why you get muted,
down
man.
here. It would be a physical
Yeah,
object
see-
up there.
Wait. Actually, before we move on from gas pressure, I just have a quick question. If
Pinky Badinsky.
yeah, hi Jedi, and the Australian
Tim.
guy as well, Tim. So if relative density explains why things move downwards, i.e., fall, then why don't the gas molecules move downwards? Because they're denser than the medium, i.e., the vacuum. They are denser than the vacuum. But I guess
What vacuum?
well, if a gas pressure in a gas molecule in a vacuum, I'm saying it would still fall down because
hypothetically.
it's relatively more dense than the surroundings.
Doesn't
some would argue that it does, and that's why there's a pressure gradient.
No, even without the pressure gradient, we're just talking about one gas molecule. So we're not having a gradient with one gas molecule. We're talking about its movement within free space. Pinky, what changes the direction of the gas movement in free space?
Some force pushes it in the other direction.
Okay. So you're not going to firstly mention physical interactions with the walls of anything that it passes into. Okay.
Yeah,
what else?
That would apply a force when you bring something close to it, like another thing, and it bounces off that
What's
thing.
the story of the week
Yeah.
again? Let's not answer any direct questions. That's the story of the week.
No, I'm answering the question: what causes something to change direction? A gas molecule, and it's the force of it bouncing off the thing. So, like, say, if you've got a wall, it's made of molecules with electrons that it's bouncing off of. Like, the gas molecule gets close to it, the outer electrons of that repel from the wall's electrons, and that's why it moves the other direction.
And obviously, without being silly, if I was to add more gas molecules into that free space, then there would be physical interactions with other gas molecules and anything else that was physical. So gas will move freely in all directions, right? It will just keep going along a straight path. If we vary and manipulate the temperature of that gas molecule, it will get faster or it will get slower, depending on the energy within that gas molecule given by the temperature, correct?
Yeah, well, I guess the reason I brought why I started talking was like if you have a say
before
baseball
you make your
in a
point, let
vacuum.
Jedi finish his point. So just like we're following on, correct, Jedi?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, no, I am done, but I'm just trying to figure out if you agree with what I'm saying.
Yeah, no. So far, I agree. What I'm just saying is like a baseball in a vacuum still falls. So, but you're saying a gas molecule in a vacuum wouldn't fall.
Well,
because it's
we're
not.
trying to figure out what falling's a change in direction.
Yeah.
Okay, so go down.
It does change direction.
What will make a molecule go down? What do you mean?
Well,
Like
the same thing that would make
that arc doesn't happen with gases. The balls run out of energy. The gas molecule doesn't.
Okay. So that's what I'm. So you're saying that it happens with solids and liquids, but not with gases.
But that's observably what happens. Yes.
Okay. But there is you realize you
disperses outwards.
But you realize you can attract oxygen with a magnet.
Okay.
So I'll post it in the side chat. But here's here's an experiment. Where basically he's got a bag of oxygen, and then he attracts it with a magnet, and then here's a picture of oxygen being bubbled through water, and basically a magnet separates it, so you can separate gases this way. Oh, and here's the article it came from. And so my point with this whole thing is there's no physical thing changing the oxygen's direction. It's a magnetic field, right? And so if you had an oxygen in a vacuum, it would get attracted to the magnet, you know.
We do know elements. Go ahead, Jedi.
All right.
Hello.
You said there's nothing physically changing the gas's direction. It's in a magnetic. It's in a magnetic field.
Yeah.
So the magnetic field is changing the gas's direction, right?
Yeah. But I'm separating out the magnetic field from like a wall or something solid, you know, because people always say,
have a magnetic field changing the pathway of gases. Okay, but that's a magnetic field.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying when it comes to it's not just a physical thing; it's the force of either the magnetic force or the force of the wall bouncing
force.
off.
That is specifically the magnetic force, because oxygen has paramagnetic properties. Paramagnetism is a elemental property.
Yeah,
I think his point is
it's kind of like
you don't require a physical material
There-
container to contain the.
Therefore, you can manipulate gases using magnetic fields because they have magnetic properties. Gases are not ferromagnetic. They are diamagnetic or paramagnetic.
Yeah, it's a different kind of magnetism, but so basically, if you had a
listen, you give us lessons about magnetic properties of elements. How many magnetic properties do they have?
I don't know. I'm not here to just
How many
answer
magnetic properties
One.
do there exist? No,
Like
not
three,
I don't know. But basically, what I'm saying is, well, if you want to answer that.
I forget that.
Oh, so you don't know what ferromagnetism, you don't know what diamagnetism is, or paramagnetism, but you teach us how
Told you there's
gases can be manipulated with magnets.
Well, I'm here to make arguments, not just try to give people pop quizzes and say, "Oh, he doesn't know the answer,
If you
so
make
let's not
an
listen to him."
argument, you have to know what you're speaking.
I do. So
His argument is clear,
my
Gabby.
this is my argument, right? So in the same way,
Listen, I heard you saying wrong things.
What's his argument?
Well, okay. Well, I can just tell you.
His argument is that if this kid can manipulate gases using magnetic fields, therefore gravity.
Yeah, therefore physical containment isn't necessarily necessary.
Well, yeah, exactly. So far, Jedi or people have been saying, a physical, i.e., gravity or relative density, whatever you want to say, pulls solids and liquids down, even in a vacuum, but not with gas. Which so far, I don't really see much proof for that. But if that's the claim, then fine. I'm saying, well, here's another thing that can do it, not just walls of the container, but like a field, like a magnetic field. In the same way that in a vacuum you could pull iron down, or something, or there's a liquid that's also magnetic. You could pull that down, but it also works with gas. So I'm saying I think there's evidence that things like relative density or gravity would also work with gas, especially. Especially if you have like a tank of gas, it does have weight.
And the pressure gradient, more importantly, pressure gradient.
Explain to me.
Yeah, pressure gradient is also evidence.
I want to ask you a simple question, a simple thing, and I'll be done.
Dude.
Okay.
All right. Just because you can impart an electromagnetic field into gases and excite them, change their direction.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean gravity is doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's correct. To gases.
Yes.
But I'm just saying, I don't. What is the evidence that it doesn't affect gas? Because like CO2, dry ice has weight, and then it's the same stuff. It's just less bound to itself.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about relative density again. So dry ice in the atmosphere. Okay, yeah, that will sink down to the atmosphere, but slowly over time it will disperse into the atmosphere and become inhomogeneous with it.
Yeah, well, dry ice also has weight in a vacuum chamber. Of course, it will evaporate, but if you put it in,
Sorry, when you put dry ice into a container that hasn't got anything else but now dry ice into it, you've got a container of dry ice. The dry ice is pushing in the limitation of its environment because it wants to expand. The only reason why it can't expand upwards so much as it goes downwards and sinks is because of the energy force of the atmosphere above it and around it. In this instance, you've got a container of dry ice. It's pushing upwards as equal as pushing it outwards and downwards, dude. It's trying to expand. Gases expand.
So in your view, why does a scuba tank of gas weigh more than an empty scuba tank, even in a vacuum? If it's due to relative densities, basically we've got a scale, a tank, and then the gas, and then a vacuum above that. Like you put the gas in, it weighs more.
Yeah,
Why?
because you've got more matter in that container that's pushing on the limitation of its container. It's also pushing downwards, right?
Made it more dense.
And it doesn't mean that the gas molecules inside that container are all pressing down like a solid object.
Well, I mean, if the gas molecules don't change direction in the tank, then shouldn't they just be bouncing off all the walls equally, just like it would if there was no gravitational field? It would just it would not add anything. Like it would push upwards and downwards the same, but since there's a pressure gradient, it pushes down more.
You forgot what I said at the beginning. There's more matter inside that space. So of course that matter inside that space is going to have a interaction with your scale or whatever, because there's more matter in that space. It doesn't mean that you can treat the gas the same as you treat weight when you put a solid object and all of that solid object is impressing the pressure vector downwards, because the pressure vector of the gas is in all directions.
Okay. Although there is more pressure at the bottom, though. That's why there's gas pressure goes decreases as you go up.
You know Avogadro's law, right? Or was it Gay-Lussac's? I can never remember which one it is. Talking about the amount of pressure in a contained volume and the equalness of that pressure throughout that container.
I have a good question whenever we're...
Johnny, you're very hard
go,
to hear.
yeah.
You could if you can move closer to your mic.
Oh, I said I have a question whenever we're up for another question.
Oh, sure, you can go.
You sound like you're not able to ask a question at the moment.
Well, I'm not saying which way I believe, but a question that gets asked a lot, right, is so if so everyone thought the Earth is a ball, right? But say the Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
These globe people have been giving this a conspiracy and convincing people that the Earth is a ball when it's actually flat. So, what gain do the...
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
Next.
Yeah, what would they be gaining from saying that the Earth is round when it's actually flat?
Irrelevant. Go ask them.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. What do you think? I didn't. I didn't say whether I believe the Earth is flat or round. I'm saying, what do you think?
Just chill out, man.
Control, power, information, knowledge, money.
Hey, if you were to ask a lie, would you expect a lie or a truth?
If you're to ask who?
A liar.
I don't know. I'm just saying, what would they gain by?
If you were
to ask a liar why they lied, would you get a lie or a truth?
Okay, I feel like we had a good conversation going, and it's going to shit because of this now.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was saying next.
Okay, next then.
let's get back
No
to
offense to you,
the
Johnny, but it's a very redundant
No,
question.
to the other guy.
well, I've never heard. You know, I'm new here, and like I said, I didn't say whether which way I lean. I was just wondering what the answer would be to that question. So,
I hear, but the answer is probably just like human nature, greed,
so
control.
we don't have an answer. So we don't have an answer to that question.
It's a speculative question.
Yeah, we've got
so we can only
answers, but
speculate
we're
the
talking about something else at the moment. So maybe ask the guys at the pub and then come back to us.
That's not convincing me. That's not convincing me to join this side. All right.
We're not
Okay,
here to
just
convince you,
maybe
man.
listen. Maybe you'll convinced by another argument.
Yeah.
Back to you, Jedi and Pinky Bedinsky.
Wait, can I just say something to Mr. Johnny?
Yes, yes.
So, Mr.
Okay,
Johnny,
good.
I know that the why would they lie is a very, very good question. But the best way to know whether or not someone's lying is if you have empirical evidence to demonstrate that they are lying or they're telling the truth, right? And I figured out that the empirical evidence shows that they're telling the truth. So you don't go around asking people why would they lie. You could just check the data and see if it tells you that they're lying or they're not lying. And it tells me that they're not lying.
Yeah, but the fact that if the Earth,
All right, that liar
That was a good answer, Matt. That was a very good answer.
that liar just told you a lie. Do you know whether he's lying or telling the truth?
if the Earth was actually a round sphere and it was a big lie, that would cost billions and billions of dollars to lie about that. And to what
Yeah,
purpose?
and they are getting that money.
It costs more to do the real thing. It's cheaper to lie about it.
We need to do the real thing.
Johnny,
What real
It's
thing?
cheaper to fake a moon landing
hold on,
to actually go to the moon,
Johnny.
bro.
Yeah, but how are they?
Johnny,
How are they
calm down.
profiting? My
Calm
question
down
is,
for
Careful,
just a second.
Matt's
Calm
gonna
down.
lie to you again.
Okay,
Because
Johnny.
I really
hold
wanna
on, Johnny?
believe-
Stop. Slow down. How do you
really
figure
wanna
out
believe
whether or
the
not
facts.
someone is lying to you in your face without asking them?
No, but I really want to believe in the
Well,
flat.
just answer that question. You got to engage. How do you figure out whether or not someone is giving you false information without asking them?
I really don't know.
Well, you got to check what they're giving you.
Right.
Johnny, if I said your
gotta
girlfriend's
check-
cheating on you, your girlfriend's banging on the side.
Yeah,
cheating
how
on
do you check whether or not that's true?
Why would they spend?
Are you gonna say why
Hold
would she
on,
lie?
hold
Why
on,
would she
Johnny.
lie? No, I love her. Why would she lie?
Guys, Johnny's not able to have a conversation. Can we have a different conversation with someone else? He's not going to. He's not going to understand what you're talking about. He's drunk as fuck, and he's not able to comprehend.
You gotta hit him.
Yeah, someone mute him.
Okay, so
Come
Jedi,
back
I'm
when
not
you're
convinced
a
by
little bit
your.
more sober, Johnny.
I'm not convinced by you saying that the reason for pressure gradient in a tank is because of temperature differences.
Really?
Wait, we gone back? We just gone back half an hour.
Sorry, you don't think that me saying that the very manipulation of temperature can create a gradient within a contained gaseous system?
Sure, you could probably create one, but I'm saying if you just have a gradient without doing anything, I don't think it's just because of temperature differential. Without you artificially, heating it up or something like that.
Okay. So you can do that.
Well, at rest, why is there a gradient? That's the question.
Okay. Why is there a gradient in the atmosphere?
No, in the
Or
tank.
how can I make a gradient in the contained system?
In the contained system, from the top of the tank to the bottom of the tank, why is there different pressures if gas goes equally in all directions?
I've got something on this. It's called gradient forces. Give me a couple of seconds, I'll find it.
That's a good point. If like I said, well, like you said, if gas doesn't change direction in a vacuum, then there would be no gradient. Like in a tank, say a scuba tank, in a vacuum, there's still a gradient.
When you said it doesn't change direction in a vacuum, that doesn't mean the gas doesn't move omnidirectionally. Actually, when you invoke the gravitational force, that is a change in the direction of gas molecules that applies to them.
What?
Yeah,
did you cut out?
Did I cut out? Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if I heard the rest of your statement.
No, I made the statement, but I was quite short. What did you hear?
I can't even recall.
Oh.
Right. So this is the overall point, right? And I'll read this out, and then I'll copy and paste it, and then I'll stick it in the chat. Yeah, I'll read this one. I've got loads of them when we're talking about when we're describing the motion of gases. So in a gas, particles are in continual straight line motion. The kinetic energy of a molecule is greater than the attractive force between them. Thus, they are much farther apart and move freely of each other. In most cases, there are essentially no attractive forces between gas particles. So I'll copy and paste that. So,
no, we're all good on that.
Like you pointed out earlier, right? We can demonstrate this. Right? Anything else is going to be a supernatural claim. The laws above us aren't the same universal laws that we apply down here. So we can, and I will cite everything that I'm saying, because we're just talking about how gases move.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about like the laws of nature up there or whatever. Down here, like, why is there a pressure gradient? I don't think this answers it. I agree with you. In this quote, it goes in straight line, sure.
You are asking this, no problem. So I asked you earlier, you asking about the atmosphere and why there's a gradient. Then I can cite why there's a gradient within the atmosphere. And that is because of temperature and gas production cycles. Gas is being put in and taken out of the system and where this happens. So according to the model of the Earth, the reason why we have a gradient is because of temperature, radiant temperature from the surface of the Earth, the energy given to it by the sun. As the sun moves above the Earth, it heats it. As it moves away, the Earth cools. As this heat is being released from the surface of the Earth and goes upwards, this is one of the reasons why there's a gradient. The other reason, like I said, gas production cycles, where the gas is produced and enters and exits the system down here. So I can cite that. That's what you're actually asking. It's temperature.
Okay, but I'm not asking about the atmosphere or the Earth or anything. I'm only referring to a
down
tank.
Here.
Yes, I'm referring to a tank. We have a closed tank with limited volume, right? Constant volume. Why is there a pressure gradient within that oxygen tank?
Is there liquid at the bottom of the tank?
What if there is no liquid?
What if there is?
That's impossible.
There's always going to be liquid?
You're going to need a container for this. It's a gas under extreme pressure. You put as much gas into this as you can.
So until there's... Are you saying the pressure gradient only exists when there's liquid? But when it's just gas only, when we haven't put that much pressure in, there's no pressure gradient?
No.
Make it make sense, please. We have an oxygen tank. It has gas only at this point. We haven't put so much pressure in that it's liquefied. It's just gas only. There's a pressure gradient. If gas moves equally in all directions freely, why is there a pressure gradient?
Wait, are you talking about oxygen or breathing air?
A tank of oxygen.
In the tank.
They're different.
Like a scuba tank.
Yeah, that's air. That doesn't turn into liquid.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's still a pressure gradient, right?
I don't know. Is it?
It's a pressurized closed system.
I mean, we are not talking about the artificial manipulation of.
How do you measure? How do you measure a pressure gradient in a scuba tank?
I don't know if they do actually.
Oh,
is the claim that there is no pressure gradient now? Is that what it is?
No, but
pressure gradient in a small tank is negligible.
Have you got a reading of a pressure gradient in a scuba tank?
As far as I know, there's no kind of like volume where there isn't a pressure gradient.
Where do you know that from?
Well, if you're saying that there's a place, there's a volume.
Where
volume,
did you
where
hear
and there's
that?
no pressure gradient,
Listen.
then I beg you, show me.
what's the source?
Yeah, I'm making the positive claim. I'm saying, as far as I know, there's no volume that has no pressure gradient. If you're saying there is one that has no pressure gradient, then you have to show this black swan, basically.
No, you just made a claim that there's a pressure gradient in a scuba tank. Where?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any measurements?
Maybe I can see
all right. All right. Good. When you give me this answer, maybe it will sink in. What is the pressure in a tank? How would you describe that pressure to me? Or in a tire, how would you describe it to me? What number value would you give? How would you express it?
Well, the SI unit would be bar or PSI or torr.
Right. Okay. So PSI. What does that stand for?
Pounds per square inch.
Cool. So for every square inch of that container, there's whatever number value that's attached to it. You keep saying that there's a gradient, but we describe the gas inside containers as per square inch.
I don't think that's how it is.
What, PSI?
Yes, I think it's the area, whatever it's like a plate or whatever it is for the barometer, for the pressure, for the tool that you're using, which dictates how much PSI it is.
And the tool that we're using is a gauge that goes into the tank and detects the pressure per pounds per square inch on that gauge, however that's being depressed by the gas.
Yeah, on the gauge itself.
Express that as what that reading that we take as per square inch over the entirety of the container. We don't describe it as a gradient, we describe it as the area of the container given in inches.
Sure, but there's an implicit claim that you're making, wherein if we had two, hold on, let's say this container had two inlets, one from the top, one from the bottom, and you're implying that because it's taking into account the entire the entire area of the inside of the tank, then the pressures will be equal from top to bottom.
Show the gradient, multiple gas pressure gauges up the side of the container, and showing a gradient.
That's the claim.
Yeah, the gas pressure differential between the top and the bottom of a small tank would be very, very small. I don't think it can be measured using gauges, but it can be calculated using the calculus formulas and the laws of gases.
Okay, that is a little bit too complicated. Let's make it very simple. We have a container that has been emptied, so there's a vacuum, and we just release the valve.
Yeah, okay. You listen.
Wait. No, I'm not stopping.
Stop.
Let me continue.
Listen.
Let him
Yeah,
finish,
you started
Gabby.
wrong. When you start something wrong, I cannot let you continue.
You haven't even listened. If you listen to the end, you would agree with me. So listen. So again, we have a container, we have a vacuum established, and release the valve again to let the air continue unless the pressure equalizes itself again, right? So how much then is then in the container to have a release in itself?
What's equal with the outside?
You started. Okay, I'll answer.
So this would be the best example in order to measure how much would be taken in, or how much would be the equalization of the pressure in order. I mean, I guess usually logical thinking, it would be the same as the outside pressure from the container. So therefore, it's equalization.
Can I answer now?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so you started from a wrong premise. You have a vacuum chamber where you achieve a vacuum, complete vacuum. Vacuums in nature Not that they don't exist, they are unachievable. They cannot be achieved.
This was
Yeah?
just an example to make
A
the
space,
premise that
listen, a volume of space that contains no matter is something imaginary. Such places do not exist. Such volumes in nature, in reality, they do not exist and they cannot be achieved.
yeah, but as
Now,
soon
you
but
are
as soon if you take
you are
them into
asking me
place,
what will happen.
I don't
they
know where you
affect
guys are
each
going with
other.
this.
Ripcord, let
I
him
don't
finish.
know where you're going with this, man. I don't know where you
Yeah.
guys are going with this because weren't we just talking about vacuums? Weren't we just talking about gas pressure gradients in containers?
We were. Then my internet died, and I came back to it.
Percentage was talking about gradients in a container, and he's yet to show us gradients in a container.
Okay.
I mean, are we denying that gradients happen with gas pressure?
No, we're waiting for you to show us one.
I have to look, man. But like, if there's contention to it, then I will look. But if there's no contention,
I don't know. I'm waiting. I don't know. I'm not content. I'm not putting it in contention. I'm just saying, have you got one? Because your whole
No, I don't
argument
have
is
one.
about a gas pressure gradient in a container. We're yet to see one.
Imagine to prove it, you would have to have a tank with like an inlet on the top and bottom, and check the pressure at the same time.
Imagine to prove it. You've made the claim that inside an oxygen tank that a scuba diver takes and dives with into the ocean, you're saying that within that there's a gas pressure gradient. I've said, okay, can you provide evidence of that? And we said, many gauges up and down the side of the container demonstrating there's a gas pressure gradient in it. Otherwise, are you just saying this because you think gradients exist because of no apparent reason? I told you how you can manipulate.
Yeah, I figure gradients exist in everything. I had a look.
Have you got that though?
What's that?
Have you got evidence that you're making this claim upon? That yes, there are gradients inside oxygen tanks. Here's the measurements and the readings, the
I
experiments.
don't have evidence for it, no, because I imagine for that you'd have to have like a tank with an inlet on the top and bottom, and just showing it like that, because you can't just flip it, or because then there might be like liquid in it or something like that. Who knows? But no, I don't have evidence for it. I just figured it was the case that because of entropy, high to low, that there's going to be a gradient all the time.
If I may chime in quickly on this, I think I might have an applicable example. I have one of those. You guys know those little pressurized air containers, for cleaning stuff.
Yeah,
I have one that I use regularly, and I've noticed lately that after using it, number one, it gets cold. That's a very interesting phenomena. But after letting it sit for a while, I notice if you shake it, actually there's a fluid in there, right? And then once you open it, release the air, it kind of mixes up or whatever, air comes out, and then you put it down, it settles, and then there's fluid again. You can shake it and you hear the fluid. So that to me would indicate.
You said it was cold.
It gets cold, and then it gets cold, and then it heats.
Condensation.
Perhaps.
The gas is cooled so much, and obviously the container that the gas is being pressed in is cooled so much as well. The whole device is cold. So as the gas interacts with that cold surface, it condenses.
Right. So I was just thinking like this might be an example of that, where at the bottom of this container there's it's probably CO2 or whatnot. It's fluid or of some sort, and then the remaining volume is probably gas. That's just my guess.
It will either liquefy without a gradient.
Yeah. What happens in that?
Sorry, it'll either come out the end of the nozzle and then disperse. It will evaporate, or it will sink to the bottom of the container if it can't get out.
But how would it even liquefy?
In this case, you are talking about a liquid which evaporates. And that causes.
He said, how would it liquefy without a gradient? It's liquefying because of the interactions it's having with the surface, which is cold.
I know, but there's only one part that liquefies, and that part will be more pressurized than the other part. So
Yeah,
if there's liquid, then there has to be a gradient.
When it goes back to
No,
room
he was
temperature, there's liquid.
bewildered by the fact that the spray was getting cold after using it. He said that.
You guys,
And the reason for that is that inside that tank there is a gas in a liquid state, and when you press the nozzle, so the pressure inside that tank shoots out that liquid through the nozzle. When it comes into contact with the surrounding medium, at which state that gas has a gaseous state. So this liquid jumps from liquid state to gaseous state. It makes the liquid boil, and the liquid absorbs energy to evaporate. Therefore, that tank gets cold after using it.
You guys are making it so complicated. It's compressed air.
Yeah,
it's just atmospheric air. Air's got moisture in it. When it hits the edge of the container that you're putting it in, it condensates, and then the condensation goes down to the bottom of the bottle. It's so simple. Like it's not like you know that I think everyone's confusing these scuba tanks with oxygen tanks. They're not oxygen tanks. They're just compressed atmospheric air. Scuba tanks will never turn into liquid. Never.
You still have a fucking oxygen tank should be fucking high off your face.
Oh, you'd be fucked.
I mean, here isn't the crux of the issue. Imagine you had hypothetically, a huge oxygen tank or whatever tank. The question is would there be a gradient within the tank? Isn't that what we're all arguing about?
That's what we're asking. Yeah, but oxygen.
My point is, what does that prove, one way or the other? Why are we even arguing about that?
Nothing. But when oxygen is
gradient, then it's not going equally in all directions.
See, this is the same thing again. When oxygen, so not air, just oxygen, is put under pressure, it turns into a liquid. That is different.
Okay, why does that happen to just air?
No, not air.
Air is 80%. Hold up, air is 80% nitrogen, and there's liquid nitrogen, and the rest is basically oxygen. So liquid oxygen. Why wouldn't it happen to the air that we breathe?
Pressure.
Because you're just compressing atmospheric air. That's all what scuba tank is.
Yeah, which is nitrogen and oxygen, which we just said under pressure will liquefy.
That's just man, you're getting away from the whole art. The point is there a gradient within a container or not? Right?
No.
Isn't that what we're all talking about?
Yeah, but we don't have any. Saying air is special. That air doesn't have this, but the other, like oxygen, does. Oxygen will liquefy if you put enough pressure, but normal atmospheric air doesn't. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, but what does that prove one way or the other?
This is what I mean.
Why are we even going down that road? Why are we even going down that road?
Percentage just likes to argue just for the sake of arguing.
No, that's not it. Hypothetical. The point is,
so percentage.
if there is a gradient, that means the gas isn't going equally in all directions.
Let me ask you a question. Does compressed atmospheric air turn into liquid?
I don't know at this point, man. I think it would after, like, with a lot of pressure. I don't know.
So you think differently than what actually happens?
I don't know. I think it would depend on the pressure. But I think, eventually it would.
Well, why don't you research it? And you'll find out that scuba tanks do not liquefy.
Maybe they're not putting enough pressure in there.
Compressed atmospheric air, and it doesn't matter. You're not making any points.
And it need not actually go to a liquid, need not achieve a phase change for it to have a pressure gradient.
So show the pressure gradient then.
Wait, so I think I just found
that's what we're discussing. That's what hypothetical saying. Like, if we had a large one, would there be a pressure gradient?
Wait, percentage. I found some evidence for this. So there's altimeters that use pressure to figure out the altitude, and I found ones that have resolutions of less than 1 foot, which means if you move it from your feet, to say your knees, you can actually detect the change in pressure, which means that they are sensitive enough to be able to measure the difference. Say if you had a scuba tank, the bottom and top of the scuba tank, apparently.
But it would have to be inside the scuba tank, though, right?
Yeah, you'd have to connect it to the walls of the scuba tank.
So,
but
and there's no video
I think it is
about
possible.
It's
I mean,
not
and
evidence.
also that this altimeter only costs $60. I'm sure like scientists have really sensitive
All
ones.
right, so there you go. Get an altimeter, $60, and jump inside a scuba tank, pressurize it, and measure the fucking difference. How fucking dumb is that?
You would need like a vacuum chamber with like clear plexiglass and like, somehow.
No, I'm just saying the sensor that's in this altimeter is a common sensor that is just in some $60 device. And so if you did connect a pressure sensor to the top and bottom of the tank, you'd definitely be able to measure it because that's what we're determining. And so if there is a higher pressure,
they want a video with that already being done.
Yeah,
That's the issue. For me, it's just counterintuitive to think that there's no pressure gradient, but who knows?
It's counterintuitive to say that there's no pressure gradient.
Yeah, because
inside
entropy high low, you would think that it's not perfectly equalized.
Right. So this is how PV equals nRT was established through like Boyle's law and all of these different types of things. When we're talking about a contained, yeah. When we're talking about a contained system, if we vary and manipulate, say, either end of the contained system with temperature, then we can cause a gas pressure gradient. So inside the container, without very manipulating the temperature, there is no gradient. Now you're just saying that because there's a container, there's going to be a gradient downwards when we stand the container up. There's going to be more pressure at the bottom than there is at the top. But this is not how we describe gas pressure. PSI, per square inch of the container. Now,
but gas
if you want to say there's a gradient, gas is a fluid.
Yeah, gas is a fluid.
That's not.
Yes, it is.
It acts in many ways. It acts in many ways like a fluid, but liquids don't expand upwards, do they? In all directions, above a horizontal, they sink down.
That's the difference between liquid and fluid. But gas is a fluid, and it obeys fluid dynamics.
Yeah, liquids are fluid too.
Yeah.
Fluidity is a property of liquids and gases.
Exactly. You guys are setting it apart. You're saying gas is like it doesn't have these properties. It won't,
Gases expand, don't they? For the limitation of that container, right?
Yes.
So gases move.
If those gases are then fluid, how do you explain then the compression of those any gases then to be in what state then?
So what are you asking?
I'm asking the secondary state of the fluid beyond being fluid,
I think that's even more confusing than the first time.
Yeah.
Are you asking if you compress the gas, what does it become? It becomes liquid.
So it's basically also fluid again?
It's still fluid.
Yeah.
They're both fluid.
Okay, listen.
It's always fluid.
The simplest example of this is a famous 1 pound gas lighter. You can buy it at almost any shop. You can see that there is inside of it a liquid, and at the top you will see it's a little bit empty. That's what people call it, that gas lighter. Or after using it, you will see that the quantity of liquid inside, it's only half of that tank of the gas lighter. Now, in the top empty part, which looks empty, that is not actually empty. There is a gas, methane, in gaseous state there, under pressure. It's enough pressure to achieve an equilibrium to keep the liquid in its liquid state. Yeah. Now, if you remove the nozzle of the gas lighter, you will see that the liquid inside will start to boil. and evaporates, and the gas lighter gets very cold. You can see ice forming on the surface of the gas lighter. Because the boiling of the liquid, violent boiling to evaporate into the medium, is quick, and there is a lot of methane that evaporates there and absorbs a lot of energy. Therefore,
within the
tank,
container,
so-called,
go ahead. But
yeah,
within
now,
that container, if I flip it upside down, the gradient will actually opposite, right? The liquid will fall to the other side, and right?
That's correct.
Yeah, the liquid will go down. The
yeah,
gas will
but
expand upwards.
yeah, that part
Yeah.
where there is the liquid methane, yeah, butane, there is higher density. And the part where you see it's empty, that's where it's actually gas, methane, and it's lower density.
Right.
You
The
can
question
clearly
is, if I
see,
had,
and this is very easily seen everywhere in nature. Lakes of water or rivers, yeah, they are at the ground where the water is in liquid state.
we know that,
And the
dude. Come on,
clouds,
dude. Y'all are wasting a lot of
where
time, man.
water, listen, when water is in its liquid state, gaseous state as a vapor, we see those as clouds very high up above our head in the sky. But even the air has water vapor in it. It has moisture.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think his
This is
point.
basic stuff, man.
Let's hold on. Can I get to the crux of his point? His point is if you had a lighter the size of the Empire State Building, where that gaseous state is, where not you have the liquid, he's saying you would actually be able to detect a pressure gradient.
That's correct.
Within the lighter.
Yes,
That is the
you
crux.
don't need.
Okay,
Listen,
well
you
then
don't
we've
need.
settled. We just
You
saved a whole
don't
bunch of time.
need. Listen, you don't need a gas lighter big as the Empire State Building. Just look at the gas lighter. The higher density is at the bottom where the liquid methane is, and the lower density is where the gaseous state is.
He's saying just from the gas part only, get. For just from the gas part only.
Within the gaseous state.
Difference
Even
of pressure right in front of you whenever you look at any gas lighter.
Okay, two things.
You have the evidence.
Two things. Hold up. Two things. Number one, the reason he supersized it and made it the Empire State Building is so, like, you could actually use a gas pressure gauge, theoretically, and measure it. You can't really do that with a small lighter. So that's the reason why he took it up.
You don't need that. Listen.
So that was the first thing. Yeah, you don't need it, but in order to actually, if you were going to theoretically use a gas pressure gauge to see the gas pressure, it would need to be bigger than a small lighter because you can't fit a gas pressure gauge inside there. That's number one. Number two, Number two is his point is to only look at the gas portion only. Hold up, I'm almost done.
If you want to go
man, there's only 2 points. Let me finish
making my point. Yeah, he's making my second point perfectly.
The second point was we're rising above the liquid. We're rising above the liquid butane. Okay, we're only looking at the gas part of the lighter. From the bottom of the gas part to the top of the gas part, it's going to have a different pressures. There's going to be a gas pressure gradient. Do you agree?
That is the question.
Yes.
Okay, so why are we all arguing? I just saved us a whole bunch of time.
Okay, now if there's going to be a different gas pressure, there's a gas pressure gradient.
Listen.
How are you saying gas goes equally in all directions freely if there's a gas pressure gradient?
Dude, you keep talking, but you don't allow me to answer. You ask me to let you explain the second point, whatever part, and I allowed you, and now you are not allowing me to give you a reply.
Yes or no? You said yes, and then hypothetical went. And now my follow-up question is, if gas moves freely in all directions equally, why is there a gas pressure gradient, just like you said?
Okay, give him the microphone. He's got it now.
So your question is, why is there a gas pressure gradient? You ask this question because you invoke gravity for being the cause of this. Is that right?
No.
That's what's been going on here the whole time.
Okay.
Why are we all being coy about this?
No, I'm not saying gravity or well, it depends on gravity. If you mean gravity as in little g, as in downward acceleration.
I didn't say I finished.
Relative density, sure.
Did you hear me say that I
Let him have
finished?
the
But
mic.
I was making a point. So, in any volume that you have, yeah, it is being present in the world, and that means it's inside an electric field, electrostatic field, and magnetic field. And particles and molecules and all elements of nature, they have a certain behavior given by their energy state, yeah, and the state that they are in. Matter has 4 states that it can be present, and the state in which an element is in nature, it dictates how it will behave in these fields where these forces of nature manifest. Do you get that?
Yes. So are you saying that applies to every volume?
This means, listen, this means the closer you are to the ground, you are closer to the negative Gaussian plane.
Does this apply to volumes? Does this apply to tanks?
The higher you go in altitude, you are moving in a magnetic field.
Okay, does this apply to closed containers, though?
Now we're bringing up a whole other issue.
For more energy.
Oh my goodness.
If
does it apply to closed containers?
According to the electrostatic field, the higher you go, the higher the electrostatic voltage potential increases of a particle.
Okay,
yes,
does this
I agree
apply
with you,
to
but
closed
that's
containers?
a different issue, bro.
Yeah,
does
this
that apply to
does not
closed
take
containers?
part in the pressure system, you know.
Does that apply to
simple
closed
question.
It's
Does it
just an
apply to all
attribute.
closed containers?
Ask it again. Here on Earth. Here on Earth, does it apply to a closed container? Here on Earth.
Oh, really? So a gas particle, a hot gas particle rising up doesn't lose energy to do that?
We're asking, does this apply? What you said, does it apply to every closed container?
So if I heat up a oxygen molecule, yeah?
Oh my goodness. It's a yes or no.
Heat it
He
up,
doesn't want to answer.
if I heat it up, you claim that oxygen molecule is gonna stay hot forever and it will rise high in the sky forever.
What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, this is why that gas pressure gradient is present, because a gas molecule, when it's rising up, because it has energy added to it, yeah, when it's rising in altitude, it's losing energy and it then comes back down.
Okay, let's say we're heating up this oxygen. We're heating up a lot of oxygen in a tank. Okay? And then it's going to cool down. Is there going to be a gas pressure gradient?
In the tank. In the tank. Within the tank.
I mean, yes, of course, in the zeros.
Okay. Finally. So we can move on now. Okay, we can all move on.
No, but you can't just move on because this is the crux of it. If there's a pressure gradient, then how can you say that the gas moves equally in all directions freely? It's unequal if there's a pressure gradient.
Because there's no force moving it. Duh.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it does move equally, but then it does find equilibrium based on. I won't go into all the different factors and variables that could be in it, but density and the medium and electrostatics and magnet, all of those things, in my personal opinion. But now we're getting into speculation mode, which people don't like to do, obviously, for obvious reasons. But at the end of the day, we're all arguing of whether or not there's basically a gradient.
Yeah,
and I think
because
we
the
all need to
gradient
acknowledge
shows
there's a gradient.
downward bias.
Yes.
Well,
But
you're
see, now you
disagreeing
start
with
to
most
get
flat
into.
earthers right now.
Well, I understand that, but now you start to get into
He's
ether
not agreeing with
territory.
most flat earthers.
Oh,
He's not.
shut up for a minute. Shut up for a minute, dude. Like, it is the gas is trying to do that. It's meeting other confounding variables along the way during its natural process, right? The thing that it naturally wants to do, it's doing it. There's other things affecting the process.
Like,
it's been pointed out several times already. It's been pointed out several times
for a
already.
container. This makes the case for a container more than anything.
Yeah, no one's denying that.
Because there's a gradient within the container. It's within the container.
Yeah, gas pressure gradient. The gas pressure gradient antecedent is gas pressure. To have gas pressure, you need to have a closed or isolated container. This is how you can achieve gas pressure.
No one's denying that. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Then
what
I'm contending is the claim that gas moves freely in all directions equally.
Well,
if there's downward bias, if there's a gas pressure gradient, sorry, I paused. My apologies, man.
In ideal conditions, it will. And it's trying to do that in nature. It's trying to do that. There are confounding variables like temperature changes.
No, we're talking about at rest.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult by all the temperatures.
There's no such thing as at rest.
Well, rest doesn't
at constant
exist
temperature.
in nature.
There's still a pressure gradient.
There's no such thing.
Sorry, this is what I tried to point out earlier. In a contained system, if you vary and manipulate the temperature, you will have a gradient from one end to another. If the temperature is the same...
Finally.
Let's ask Geppy Get. If you have a tank where the temperature is the same, is there going to be a gas pressure gradient?
There is energy flow transfer through the gas through any gas container.
I mean, there's no such thing as temperatures the same here on this Earth.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to get down technical to it, so like
we're talking about the tank.
You're trying
from
to
the top of the tank to the bottom of the tank. The pressure is the same.
Well,
yeah, we don't have these kind of containers which are isolated. We can get close to that to make a container that has a very low energy transfer, between matter, but we never achieved a perfect isolated container. Therefore, you cannot talk about these imaginary things. How matter would behave in those conditions.
Furthermore, in my experiments, I have driven from Kalamazoo to Louisville in a straight line. And now, tell me this, if it was a ball, could I drive in a straight line on the straight map? No, I think not.
Well, okay, well that's another that's a twist. I mean, look, at the end of the day,
one straight line.
Okay.
I got you, man.
Hello. How do you explain that?
I can't, man. The truth of the matter is
exactly. Checkmate.
Got burned.
that was funny. Well, hey, whether or not there's a gradient or not within a container, it doesn't prove that it doesn't need a container. In fact, it almost implies that it does need a container.
That's not the claim. Everyone agrees there's a container. Even Globers will say there's a container.
Well, actually, this is true, because every element would then need some sort of container, because pressure gradients is being exerted on every element on itself, in some kind of form.
Just like what he said.
But regardless of no, the whole point of the
In a
pressure
straight
gradient
line.
existence is it has to be contained, because if you go into space where there's no air and there's only vacuum, there's only space, there's a negative pressure. So therefore, what we experience by putting on negative pressure is that it has to be come to an equilibrium. But how does it maintain the equilibrium if not maintained by either a magnetic field, by magical atmosphere pressurization? How are the lower gases even possible to be able to contain the lower, harder gases in and of itself? That
And
doesn't make sense because usually because
Can anybody explain to me, is the ocean space? Because the pressure's different there too.
What? Bro, you're throwing coke.
Anyways, relative density affects gas just like it does liquid and solids. That's the truth.
No, nobody? Oh, okay.
Of course. Of course. Who denies that? Has anybody denied
Bro, the
that?
flat earthers were. They're saying it goes equally in all directions.
You're saying
that's against relative density.
Well, see that now that's a misrepresentation of what they're saying.
Oh, so you're saying it's different? I thought it was space because we have aliens in there. There are creatures we don't understand.
Yeah, no, this is very simple, but this is another topic.
Is Atlantis real? Is a moon base real? These are the questions I want to know the answer to.
All right.
Dark Side of the Moon. Advanced civilization.
He's a good guy. He just wants the answer.
The aliens. Basically.
Okay, he's been muted.
The things you do not see, for you, Bern. They are demons. They are spiritual beings. The government basically makes rituals in order to contact them. They speak to them. They get information, and then they act based on what they get. This is very simple. And then they go forth and make documents. Oh, we have seen this. They create lies, They make aliens. They make something existential in order for you to comprehend. Because you only see with your fucking eyes and don't see spiritual in a spiritual way. Do you get it now?
Just to shift back gears, going back to percent here for a moment. It seems like you wanted to make this point, and I'm glad I intervened because this could have gone on forever. And now we all know where everybody stands, right? And it seems like you want to make this point just to make the point that there is a conversation. Well, there's a force. There is we can call it a downward force, right? I think you agree with that term. And you want to say that happens to gas as well. And then, therefore, implying perhaps that is gravity, quote unquote. Is that where you're going with it? Be honest.
Just say downward bias because of gravity. Just do it.
Yeah, we could have just said that from the get-go and saved a whole lot of time. Did we lose him? He's filling his drink up or what?
He'll come back in a minute saying he stepped away.
Well, the truth of the matter is, though, this is the rift, frankly, and now I'm going to speak freely and honestly as far as I see it, in the FE community. Because you've got two different sides of the equation. One side doesn't want to touch ether or anything of that magnitude, any other magnetism, any of that stuff. And the other side wants to use that to explain, essentially, this downward vector and this 15 degrees per hour shift that we notice in the air above us. Supposedly.
Exactly. Now you explained the total linguistic in terms of understanding what those two parties are talking about. It's a linguistic gameplay.
Well, yes, but set that aside. At the end of the day, is there a force on the flat Earth that is moving things downward, whatever you want to call it? Or is there not that force, and you can attribute it to simple things like, basic laws of nature, density, things that we can know within our realm? And those are the two sides of the whole thing.
Yeah, well, based off what I know, and there has to be something or someone who has put something into place, and we cannot alter or manipulate this. And therefore, the elements we are able to observe are therefore behaving in that way that has been put into place by that kind of pressure gradient. So therefore, we are only able to see what we are able to see. We can manipulate in our own ways by putting different containers and making experiments within
herein lies
those,
the problem. Herein lies the problem. I agree with you, of course. The second you say that to a Glober, they're going to beat you over the head with that all day, every day.
I'm fine with that.
Well, I am too, but a lot of people aren't, and I understand that position as well. I'm fine to beat me over the head all day, every day. I don't care. I'll speculate. I don't give a shit. But what I'm trying to tell you is it's understandable on the other side for them to say, we don't know what's up there. We don't know what's moving around. We don't know about magnetic fields that are pulling things down at different speeds. We don't know any of that. And every time you go out there and say that, you're going to look like a fool. You're going to get beat over the head.
No,
and so you're doing more damage to do that.
It's more like you
That's
try.
their position, and my position too. By the way, I put myself on both sides of this equation. Believe it or not.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
I get it.
We both have to. We both have been on those sides. We have to see both sides in order to either explain or either see and understand the other party in order to explain what we are trying to do. But regardless of that, it has to be the situation when you try to explain to someone a situation and the person himself is not able to simplify the facts. He tries to over exaggerate and interpret the situation. So therefore he wanders off in different situations that are not compliant with the situation at all. And you look at him and say, what the heck are you doing? Where's your mind drifting off, And this is a problem usually with those people. They are going too far. They're thinking too far. They don't see themselves, to their dismay. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I mean, I really do. I mean, me personally, I think I see both sides. But I think they're both necessary. And of course, your speculators, those folks, they're the types. They're going to go too far. That's their types. And then you have the people who keep everything rigid. What can I prove? What can I actually know that I prove? They keep it rigid, and they don't have egg on their face as much. No doubt about it.
Science is rigid.
I mean, it's see, now I'm not gonna get into that debate. I mean, that's a interesting comment, and that's something we can debate another time.
If we didn't have this pressure gradient, atmospheric gradient, let's say, quote unquote, and we would not have this ecosystem to live in. Otherwise, the water vapor would go and escape to space, and we would never breathe. So to have that containment, we need to have that containment to have all these gradients. Otherwise, we would not have it.
Yeah, I even look at it more simply, and I feel like I say this every time I'm on here, but supposedly you're traveling through this vacuum at 1.3 million miles per hour in the Milky Way galaxy. And so to think that gravity, quote unquote, can hold air without a container, traveling through a vacuum, at that kind of speed, that is so preposterous to me. That's probably the best argument for flat Earth, frankly, in my opinion.
It's not. No, it's not.
Well, that's so preposterous.
Nothing about that sounds ridiculous. Nothing about it.
The question that usually never has been asked is if our system, like the 7 planets and our sun and moon and our planet itself, basically moves through the galaxy. I mean, when was this idea established? I mean, round about 50 years ago.
Hold on.
Roughly?
Somebody spoke up who said no, it's not. I want to hear who is going to say it is not preposterous that I am traveling right now at 1.3 million miles per hour through this vacuum of space and all of this. I want to hear that. Why is that not preposterous?
Well, the Earth spins once per day. It accomplishes 360 degrees once.
We're
doesn't matter.
Talking about the whole system.
No, it does totally matter.
No, how? Tell me why. At the end of the day, from point A, hold on. From point A to point B, you are traveling 1.3 million miles per hour. There's no getting around that.
The galaxy, that's just you trying to shock.
You're not traveling in a straight line. You are in a rotational system. That means you are in a constant acceleration frame.
Yeah, it's not necessary right now. We're talking about the whole system.
I mean, you want to mention the speed of the galaxy? That's fine.
We don't feel acceleration.
All that means, hold on, Gibby.
Acceleration.
Can I speak?
All right, gentlemen, please.
Okay. All that means is that the galaxy is accomplishing 1.3 something million miles. That doesn't necessarily mean that everything's going to go crazy all of a sudden. The Earth, right, is within the medium of the galaxy, and it has its own speed. Doesn't mean everything is going to go flying off crazy.
Hold on. Is your body and my body right now at this very instant traveling at 1.3 million miles per hour from point A to point B?
Are we traveling? What do you mean by we travel? Are you mentioning the galaxy?
Yes.
Okay, the galaxy would be.
So what are you trying to say? That you wouldn't feel that?
It's not ridiculous.
Are we part of the galaxy?
I mean, it's obviously ridiculous.
Of course we are.
Okay, so it's the galaxy that we're a part of moving at this speed.
Well, yeah, we're in the Earth is within a medium that moves at this speed, that accomplishes this. But just imagine it like this, right? Imagine a big box. Hold on. I'm not done with my sentence.
Let him tell us.
Imagine a big box, right? Let's say that we have our solar system within that big box, right? We have our solar system there, and we have the galaxy. Let's say that the galaxy or that big box is just accomplishing. The big box is already big, right? We're talking
that's a container, though, right?
Across, right? Hold on. We're talking billions. We're talking billions and crazy miles across, right? So it accomplishes 1.3 million miles in a certain time. Now we have our own motion. That doesn't mean everything's going all crazy. No,
we're not talking about crazy.
Crazy. Yeah,
we're talking about in free
you guys
space.
are shock factoring it. Am I talking to hypothetical or am I talking to Jedi? Who? Can I talk to one person?
In free space, has the galaxy moved from one position to another over time?
Of course it does. It accomplishes
Awesome. Yeah. So does that mean that the Earth is also moved in free space from one point to another over time?
Yeah, the Earth is within the medium of the galaxy, so that would necessarily follow.
So it's moving then, part of the galaxy, and it has its own...
Of course it's a part of the galaxy.
Cool, so it's moved in free space from one to another. In the sun's
if you're talking about intergalactic space, yes.
The galaxy, yes.
Yeah.
So it moves from one place to another over time.
Axiomatic truism, yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you believe that?
So it's not ridiculous. I don't get how anyone thinks that's like crazy. It really isn't.
You're the one who's saying you're the one that's saying that this doesn't mean anything to the Earth. That it's crazy. That all crazy thing you think that we think that crazy
not
things
really.
are. Just pointing out that it's moved from one place to another over time.
Yeah. The reason why I say that it's not ridiculous for the Earth is because we have something called relative motions, right? So yes, we are within the medium of the galaxy, but we still have our motion. Right, and the galaxy still has its motion. The galaxy is traveling. It accomplishes this many miles. It doesn't mean everything's going to go crazy on the Earth.
We're not saying that it would.
just to mention. My bad. I stopped for a second. My bad. Let me just say something. Also, just to mention, right? When we move throughout the atmosphere, we have an atmosphere here within the medium of Earth, right? Space is frictionless, so it's not like we're supposed to be feeling any sort of crazy motions anyway.
That's not true.
Yeah.
And also, if you mention conservation of angular momentum, or if you just mention the fact that we're moving with the Earth, we shouldn't be feeling anything crazy anyways. I recorded a video of having a cup and having a Sprite on an airplane that's moving at like 500 something miles an hour. And they're just chilling. Why? Because they're moving with the airplane. And the airplane is within a medium. Hold on. Let me just finish. And the airplane is within a medium with an atmosphere.
No, you have a container around you.
Yeah, but you know what's even better than that?
You don't have that. You don't have that.
Think about it. You know what's even okay? Yeah, you can say it's a pressurized, it's within a pressurized system. You know what's even better than that? Having no atmosphere, having a vacuum. Let's say that we have a plane. Okay, theoretically, let's say that we have a plane moving in space, and let's say that we're gonna remove all the windows and all that shit. It's gonna just go. It's gonna go in a straight line. But then there's absolutely zero atmosphere. Absolutely zero atmosphere. It's even better.
Wait, hold on. Are you telling me if we opened all the windows on the plane, space station, shuttle, you're telling me the vacuum of space would not suck the oxygen out of that?
Wait, what are you
Is that what you're trying to tell me?
So vacuums don't suck. First of all, let's clarify that. Vacuums don't suck.
Okay, are you telling me the oxygen would just stay within that container?
It's not contained anymore.
No. I already said there's no containment within my hypothetical. Okay. All I'm saying is this: within an atmosphere, when you move something within an atmosphere, there's a lot of friction going on. In frictionless space, there would be little to no friction, which would mean that it would be even better.
This is a problem because we are using magnetic levitating bearings on Earth in vacuum chambers. And they don't spin forever. You need energy input to make those centrifuges spin.
All right, I just posted this video in the chat. You guys can see it's on an airplane, American Airlines. You can see there's a cup with ice in it and a Sprite.
Bro, dude, that's
and Biscoff is just chilling at 500 miles per hour.
Yeah, you have a container around you, bro.
Okay,
you don't have a container around
what would
the
be
Earth.
better? Hold on. What would be even better?
Matt,
if I had a vacuum.
Your 500 mile an hour in the plane is not the same as spinning on the Earth. The movement of the Earth in your global system that you just happen to love is a constant acceleration. Your idea of the pop, your cola there on the plane, you're just moving in one direction at one speed.
Yeah.
Of course that's going to work. Let's try it again. Let's see how stable it is when the plane's going to take off and land and maybe do some left and right turns and put it into some sort of acceleration and see what happens. You'll probably lose some.
Yeah, let me refute one of the things you say. So the plane is not moving in a perfectly straight line. Let's get that clear. If we're going to be hyper specific here, and you're going to say, well, technically, the Earth is constantly accelerating because it's not moving in a perfect motion, like a perfect rotation or whatever, then we can say the exact same thing with the plane. Technically, it's constantly accelerating or decelerating, whatever you want to say. There's always some difference because it's not moving in a perfectly straight line either. Like planes are always kind of diverting a little bit.
If I put my hand outside the window of that plane, what would I feel?
Well, you'd feel the atmosphere. That's what you'd feel.
Okay.
But guess what?
Hold
on. The medium. Hold on. When you're in a plane, the medium outside, you have an atmosphere. When you're in a plane in space, the medium outside, there's literally no atmosphere. It's even better. It's even better.
Wait, what?
Yeah, space is frictionless. So let's say that we had a plane in space, it'd be even better.
Frictionless.
Dude,
space is not frictionless.
Yeah, that is ridiculous.
Are we going to be semantic here? Not perfectly frictionless.
Yeah, we will be semantic.
Okay, let's be semantic then.
Yeah, because we don't feel a thing. That's why we need to be semantic.
No, we're not supposed to feel a thing. If we felt a thing, there would be a problem.
Listen, Hotshot. The only frictionless medium in the world that exists, and it's demonstrable in a lab, it is superfluid liquid helium. That's the only frictionless medium in the world.
Dude, if you want to be,
listen, a vacuum chamber, no matter how much low
Yeah, I know,
pressure
it's not perfectly
you are
frictionless, dude.
trying to achieve, that is not going to be a frictionless medium at room temperature ever.
Dude, you're giving us truism stuff. Like, this is stuff that we already know. Obviously, I'm not trying to be semantic here. I'm saying let's generalize it more. Hold on. I was going to one sentence. Let's generalize it more. Okay, let's generalize it more. Let's generalize it more.
Let's do it.
Okay? A vacuum.
I have a
If
hypothetical
you get a plane within a vacuum, right? It's still going to be a lot better because there's going to be a lot less friction.
Yes, it will be
And within an
less
atmosphere.
friction.
So when you guys were saying, well, the plane, obviously there's a container a little bit and it's pressurized or whatever. Well, I can say in a vacuum, the medium is literally almost like zero, so it's going to be even better because there's going to be a lot less friction.
I have a hypothetical for you. Hypothetical. On the space shuttle, if they remove the top off the space shuttle, what would happen?
What do you mean? What would happen?
Yeah, I'm asking you what would happen. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What would happen?
Yeah, they'd be dead. It's a stupid question.
Okay, that's the Earth flying through this at 1.3 million miles per hour.
Wait, so hold on. So you're comparing someone on the ISS, like opening up the ISS and fucking dying because their pressurized system is completely fucked up now, to us on the Earth? The fuck? You know the people on the ISS aren't feeling any crazy movements either. You know that?
I mean, you're just asserting that, but that's not the point.
Hold on. So you think the people that are moving at 17,000 miles per hour are feeling something crazy constantly? You don't think?
I don't believe there are people on the ISS.
You think they could be up there for years or a year or 6 months and feel all crazy emotions constantly?
I don't believe that the ISS is real, dude.
Oh, okay, my bad. You don't even believe that.
Yeah, so I'm not going to go with you on that.
It's not about what we believe or not, but listen, have you ever heard of the Hubble telescope?
Yep.
Yeah, is it at a higher altitude than the ISS?
I'm not specifically aware of the height.
It is.
Okay.
Now,
when you say altitude, is that above sea level?
Oh, here goes Deck with the sea level bullshit.
From ground.
Please don't derail the conversation. Make sure you
from the place where it
spot.
was launched from. Yeah, it's irrelevant. Plus minus 100.
Wait, I still want to go back to the shuttle.
No,
if you remove the top of the shuttle.
Yeah,
you'd be dead.
This is where I'm getting
to
with him.
Yeah, so what?
So, listen, from the time when the Hubble was launched in
hold on.
space...
Can I speak to hypothetical? Can I speak to hypothetical? Because he keeps saying...
Yeah, let's get this resolved. Let's get this resolved, and then I'll pass the mic.
Okay, first of all, you're not even understanding gravity, okay? So, obviously, things are here.
You're just asserting things.
Hold on. Wait, so do you want me to prove an acceleration down?
No,
Which is very simple to prove.
When you start, hold on. When you start your whole thing, when you go, you just don't understand gravity. That's just you're on a bad foot from the beginning.
No, I'm not on a bad foot. So you're comparing.
Tell me why.
You're comparing a lot. Hold on. You're comparing a small spacecraft to the Earth. You're just completely miscategorizing cosmology and what it says.
Like you did.
The Earth is very, very massive, which means it has bigger little g than that little
like you did with your can of Sprite
satellite or that little spacecraft.
Remember the plane example, mate? Yeah.
So you can't compare the two like they're analogous. One's a lot larger than the other, which means one has a lot larger of an acceleration down. One's a lot larger in general. You just
need the horizontal baseline for down, mate.
So like
here he goes, Deck with his horizontal base. Like Deck, you got to get more versatile, man. Like all you talk about is elevation angles to Polaris that don't prove that are done here on the curved surface of the Earth.
Well, it does.
That's all we need, mate. That's all we need, mate. That's all we need.
But you attribute magical properties to this immense globe Earth.
Like gravity. You got it. But I hope anybody open-minded listening to it realizes how preposterous it is that you're moving at 1.3 million miles per hour through this vacuum of space.
You're shock factoring it. You're shock factoring it, and that's your problem. Like
No,
I
it's
said
not
it
shock.
before,
No, 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 no,
the
no, 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 no.
Earth is within
No,
the
no,
medium
no.
of
That's
the
not shock
galaxy
factor.
that accomplishes that many miles per hour. It's not
Wait,
that
wait, wait.
crazy.
Did I say something? Did I say something that was inaccurate? Tell me.
No, it's not that you said something
Okay,
that
I
was
didn't say
inaccurate.
anything
You
inaccurate.
said,
Thank
no,
you.
hold on.
I'm
It's
going
the
to pass
fact
the
that you're
mic.
shock
Thank you.
factoring it. You're acting like it's ridiculous when it's not. You're
Well, it's
within a
obviously
medium that
ridiculous.
accomplishes 1.3 million miles per hour. Congratulations.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Once again,
not a big
agree to
thing. You're acting
disagree.
like
You
that's
got it.
ridiculous. It
Microphone
really is.
pass.
Mike, Matt, all your examples, they were in a container. You were
Yeah,
in the plane.
and
Could
within
you
the
stand up
the
outside of
Earth
all
is
the
within
things
the
that
medium of a vacuum, so it's even better for me because a vacuum would be basically frictionless.
Who told you that?
No,
You never
no, it's
experienced
not.
a perfect vacuum.
You
How
know,
do you know?
again, I'm not claiming a perfect vacuum. Are you being semantic now?
How then? If it's not a perfect vacuum, there
I'm
is
not
friction.
familiar with this
And
claim,
there was a
actually.
little bit.
You
Okay,
cannot.
okay. What's better? What's better? Let's do with a 10 to the negative 6 vacuum,
Doesn't matter.
or like
Doesn't
outside
matter.
of an airplane. Like, tell me what's
Doesn't
more
matter.
pressurized.
Doesn't
Which
matter.
one? No, it totally matters because if you're in a medium that is frictionless or practically frictionless, then it's going to be a lot better than if you're within a medium that has an atmosphere that goes crazy. So my examples are perfect.
Where is the less pressure in the vacuum of the space or in the aeroplane?
There is a lot more. Well, the airplane within Earth, there is a lot more pressure
Where
around
there
it.
is less pressure in the vacuum
When pertaining to the
or
Earth,
in the Earth, 30,000 feet on the aeroplane.
What are you
So
talking about?
when you are saying it's because in the ISS there is less friction, but there is less pressure. That pressure inside it wants to go out and explode more than in the aeroplane. What are you talking about? Because the pressure it will go and explode.
Yeah, but it's a
Pressure
pressurized.
doesn't have a wheel. I understand
And
what
they're
you're
both
trying
not.
to
They're not.
say.
It's not analogous. So
Man, always the gas will expand to equalize.
okay, what stops the gas from expanding on the flat Earth?
Before you were talking a scuba diving tank. Okay, I'm a dive
I wasn't
master. So
talking about
when I fill my tank 210 bar, and I go dive 20 meter, it's 200 bar without even breathing. Why? Because there is the pressure in the tank. The pressure, the molecule of the air will become smaller, so the pressure will be less.
Great, thank you for the truism.
And when you go up, it will be bigger. It will expand.
The truism.
So when it's in the ISS, 400 miles or whatever miles away, it will expand much with force than in the aeroplane, which is only 30,000 feet.
What are you talking about?
What?
What are you talking about? The air within the ISS is going to go all crazy?
You don't even know what is a pressure.
So the engineers fucking suck or something?
Yeah,
Like, what are you talking about? You're making no sense. You're making no sense.
How they are keeping the pressure in the tank? They
It's
need
a pressurized system. It's called good engineering.
You know how much force they need to protect that tank from not exploding for that pressure?
It's really good engineering. Thank the engineers. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, with aluminium foils. Yeah.
If there was a single major mistake in the pressurized system, everyone would be
having elastic rubber at minus 200 degrees Celsius. Yeah, really
And when
good engineering.
And when they have a hole, they put the chewing gum, right?
Yeah, with 2 O-rings are sealing the whole ISS.
Come on, man. But you don't even know how the pressure works. In my scuba tanks, you know how sometimes I have to change the O-ring twice.
Good job. I don't know what to tell you. What? So what?
And in the fucking ISS, they don't even change one O-ring? Come on, man. What is holding that pressure?
Talk to the engineers.
That's what they say. That's what they say.
Talk to the engineers.
The ISS, my ass.
Well, the ISS objectively is up there.
Not in space, mate. Not in an area called space. It don't make me no
Not in
gas.
space. According to who?
You ran away from the container because you know all the.
Hey man, he's just parroting. He's just parroting. Like his frictionless
Peter
space.
the Globe
Like his
Prover just
frictionless.
said, "What is the pressure per square inch on the walls of the ISS?" Anyone got an idea?
I didn't hear that, but
What is the pressure per square inch on the walls of the ISS?
Inside to out. It will be inside to out,
Please
not
answer
from
the question, sir. What is
because
the pressure per
outside the
square inch
pressure is
outside
less
the walls of the ISS?
because
What's the pressure at sea level, mate?
I don't know.
Hello? What is the pressure per square inch on the walls of the ISS?
The pressure will be from inside to out because the pressure is more stronger in
We're talking about outside.
ISS.
Okay,
Yeah,
you don't have an answer. We're gonna
14.7
move on.
psi
You
at
don't have an
sea
answer.
level, mate. Sea level, 14.7
Sea
psi.
level. Sea level.
Level.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't even understand what is the pressure, man. He doesn't even understand what is the pressure.
No,
yeah, that's why you couldn't answer the basic question. I mean, that's not my fault.
If I have in my scuba tank 210 bars, where is the pressure? It's from
Why can you
outside
not
to
answer the
inside or
question?
from the inside to outside?
What is the pressure per square inch
Hey, hold on.
pressing against the walls of the ISS?
Hey.
Maybe hypothetical has the answer.
Wait,
I
but
do
what's
have
your
the
point?
answer.
The
Okay,
ISS
Greg,
is
go ahead,
supposed
answer.
to explode because
I
of
have the
pressure
answer.
difference? Like, what's the point?
What's the answer?
No, actually, that is a good question. What is your point?
No,
My
what is
point.
your point? Like, what? No,
No, hold on.
why
Let him answer.
From one to the other one.
Oh my God. Let him answer.
Wait, who are you? Wait, go let him talk for a second. Julianus, whatever your name is, who are you talking to?
He wants to avoid the answer. Hold on. Yeah.
Wait, let him talk.
I'm just trying to understand what you guys are claiming. Is the ISS supposed to explode because of pressure difference? Like, how does that disprove the existence of the ISS?
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. So yeah, Peter has two questions in the chat. What is the outward pressure on the walls of the ISS from inside out? Hold on. What is the outward pressure on the walls?
What would that prove, one way or the other?
Where is the pressure from the submarine? Where is the pressure of the submarine
So we're going to obfuscate and use diversionary tactics against the basic questions.
You're doing that,
So
pal.
I'm going to take you dodging the questions as an indirect concession.
Matt, listen to me. When you are in the submarine,
what question are you dodging? What question is anybody dodging?
Yeah, the question that Peter just asked in the chat.
What is the question? Tell me exactly what the question is.
Of the ISS from inside out.
How would I know that without Googling?
Oh, great.
What kind of bullshit question is that?
You guys are saying,
what kind of bullshit question?
hold on,
You're asking a bullshit question. You're asking a bullshit question.
Everything on the ISS is supposed to go crazy, but you don't know why. You don't know why whatsoever.
Wait, hold on. So I'm supposed to know the pressure on the ISS walls?
Well,
and that's your question?
What is it, Peter? Can you tell us?
You're not an honest actor. You're not here.
I'm totally being honest here. I mean, you and Mego.
Okay, well, what's the answer? Tell me the answer.
Tell me
the answer. Tell me the answer then.
No, I'm not going to tell you the answer.
So you won't even tell me the answer to the question
but Peter just gave it to you actually. So for
okay, we'll have Peter answer it.
14 psi. Question number 2, it's 35 psi.
What's the answer?
It's in the chat. I just said it as well.
Well, we couldn't hear you, so if you mind.
Oh yeah, you can can you read?
No, I'm not on the chat, man. I'm not looking at all that.
Okay, so for question 1, which is what is the outward pressure on the walls of the ISS from inside out? It's 14 psi. Okay. And for question 2, what is the outward pressure on the walls of my car's tires? Is 35 psi. So no, the ISS is supposed to go fucking crazy.
Hold on. How can we prove that to be true on the ISS?
Holy shit.
No, seriously though. You're talking to people who don't even believe it's. Hold on, very quickly. You're talking to people who don't even believe that that's true. You're asking them a question about a thing they don't.
I don't know why you're making claims or trying to argue against the ISS if you don't even believe it's up there. There's people in it.
That's why it's such a bullshit question, and it's
that's
not. Why you're an unfair actor.
Yeah, it is bullshit question because listen, guy, the thing he doesn't understand. Look, there is a guy. He took a balloon and put it in a vacuum chamber. He didn't completely inflate the balloon. He inflated the balloon only so that it has the round shape without the rubber being stretched. He sealed the balloon, and he put it in a vacuum chamber. Now, when he started the vacuum pump and vacuumed the air out, that balloon started inflating to the size of the vacuum chamber. So inside the balloon, you do have a higher pressure with lower air quantity. You don't have the necessary air density, but you do have a much higher pressure inside the balloon, and the balloon occupies a larger volume.
Maybe
Thank
that's
you for
because
saying
the ISS
something
is
that
made
doesn't
out of
matter.
rubber. I don't know.
So
very
yeah,
quickly, hold on,
your
hold on.
ISS
If I
to
go
achieve
down,
breathable air, to have breathable air in the ISS with the necessary density for living beings to breathe, humans, yeah, and rats, which they claim they have there, they must have the necessary air density and
They
pressure
do. It's
of 1
14 psi. They
atmosphere.
do. They do. It's
Exposed
14 psi.
that
We do.
container
my friend,
exposed
my
to
friend,
a 10 to the minus 17 torr is
to,
such a huge differential that not even stainless steel would hold.
Hey, Gate. They already have the necessary air pressure
Yeah,
for.
yeah.
The guy's just
yeah,
quoting NASA. The guy is just quoting NASA, dude. That's all you're
Dude,
doing.
if you don't believe
Same thing with
NASA, the
your
people that are
frictionless.
literally doing
Same
it,
thing
then
with your
you might as well
frictionless
just drop the
vacuum,
entire conversation
quote
about the
unquote.
ISS. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell
Okay,
you.
let's drop it. Okay, let's drop
Yeah,
it then.
just drop it.
Drop.
Like you can't just
Done.
say, "Well, the ISS is wrong about
Done.
this. They give me the
Done.
numbers." Well, fuck it. I don't believe the
Done.
numbers anyway. Like, what kind of
Yeah,
argument is
yeah.
that?
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
you
very
realize
silly.
that all of us are not going to take any numbers that we get from NASA.
Okay, you don't take
See,
the
don't you
people
realize
are up
that's
there. You don't take the numbers. Then we shouldn't have the discussion. What else?
don't
What's
you
new?
don't you realize that is not going to affect this argument at all? For you to come in
Well,
here and be
yeah,
like,
we're
well,
gonna drop it
NASA said,
now
hold
because
on, hold on,
you
hold
don't agree with
on, hold
anything.
on, hold on. Don't you realize that if you come in here and tell us numbers that NASA says, that will not affect us in any way, shape, or form? You
Good
realize
job.
that, right?
Good job. Yeah, we'll drop it then. We'll drop
I'm
talking
just a
about the
simple
ISS.
yes.
Well,
A simple
I
yes.
didn't even bring up the ISS. I mean, it's not my fault you guys don't believe in it. I don't
Okay,
know what to
well,
tell
just
you.
to know,
If
hey,
you don't believe it's up there, then you shouldn't argue about it.
we don't believe in it. It cannot exist. Because to have that 14%, 14.7% pressure, they have to pump more than 3,000
14.7%.
bars to
You know what
achieve
pressure
that.
is? Not
They
measured by
cannot,
hand. What the fuck up?
because you have more pressure coming from outside to inside, because the outside pressure is very low, so it has to go out. The gas will expand. Look, if I am down,
Yeah, you gotta breathe the pressure, dude. You gotta breathe it.
I will give a simple example. I am a diver. Okay, I go down 10 meters, and I blow a balloon with 1 liter of air from my mouth, and when I come up to the surface, that will be twice the size, because the gas will expand, because it's not under pressure. Now it's not anymore under pressure. So when you're in the
What are you
vacuum,
talking
it
about?
will expand much
He's
more
talking about
stronger.
reality. He's
Are you
giving
still
you
talking about
reality
the
in your
ISS? Are you
face.
still talking about the ISS?
Yeah, this applies to
Holy
ISS.
fuck! If
Man,
listen,
it
let me
lies
say it again. Let me say it again.
anything.
Let me say it again. Let me say it again.
Gas,
If you don't
gas.
believe it's up there, or you don't believe there's
Oh
people
my
in
God.
there, and if you don't believe NASA's numbers, you shouldn't fucking have the discussion.
Yeah, science
You don't
doesn't
believe in their
function with
numbers.
belief.
He's
I don't
showing
know what
You
to
he's
are
tell you.
showing how it
listen
couldn't be
because
true.
you asked
You
us
know
to
you can't
believe
listen.
NASA.
You
That
can't
means
falsify
you are
something. Hold
part
on. You
of a
can't
religious
falsify it
cult.
without knowing
You
any
are
of its
not
numbers.
talking about scientific facts. You are talking about religious things which require beliefs.
Man,
Okay,
I don't
again, well,
believe in
you're probably
NASA. I
religious,
don't
and that
believe in
requires
NASA.
blind faith.
You know, when you become a dive master, you have to learn all about gas and how air affects. Because if I hold my breath, full breath in 10 meters, and I go without expelling out, if I go up, I will die, because the air inside my lungs will expand and will kill
That does
me.
not prove anything.
Wait, I have
Man,
an objection.
gas
Prove a single thing.
expands.
Yes, it
Don't
does
understand,
prove.
man.
Gas expands. Okay, so what stops the gas? What stops the clouds from expanding to go even more up? What stops them?
Because there is
You tell us. Yeah.
There is what? There is what?
Atmospheric degree. The air is because the water.
They're not dropping down, are they? They're not coming down.
Great. Let's just say multiple factors are happening on the globe. There you go. Next.
Correct. Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
so
next. Yeah,
I want to
so
go back to your. Hey, hold on. I want to go back to your frictionless space vacuum comment.
Go ahead.
Because I started looking into all that. Right.
Yeah, he said that.
Let's just be on. That is just some parrot thing that you just said that actually kind of quieted the crowd. But at the end of the day, if you've ever seen anything in an actual vacuum, like if you put a balloon in a vacuum, what will happen? If you put anything in a vacuum, what will happen? But you're trying to tell us that nothing. You see how he said that? You see how he said, well, there's no friction in a vacuum. Well, okay, maybe theoretically, maybe. But that doesn't mean that the vacuum doesn't have a huge effect on the things that are in it. In this world.
Medium.
Because it
okay,
will
again,
expand
like the reason
the
why
balloon.
can I respond to him? Can I respond to him?
Yeah,
pressure.
Let him do it.
Great. I'll try to respond to him then without anyone interrupting.
Yes.
So again, the reason why I brought it up is because when I showed a video of me being in a pressurized plane at an altitude at like 35,000 or 30,000 feet, whatever it is, and the Sprite was barely moving, the cup with ice was barely moving, you guys were like, well, you're in a pressurized system. Well, I'm saying that if I was within the medium of a vacuum, it's even better, because in the medium of a vacuum, there's a lot less friction than within the medium of an atmosphere.
No.
So it's
No, let me have it. It's not better.
Jesus Christ.
Yes,
It's
it
not
is. It's a lot.
better.
What the fuck are you talking about? This is very basic things. It's a lot better. What are you talking about? It's a lot better.
Go sit with your Sprite in a vacuum.
Holy fuck, dude.
How's that any different? What's wrong about that? What's wrong about that?
So,
well, tell me.
The reason why I make that point is because the Earth, remember this again. So when you're talking about a vacuum, you're talking about limiting outside factors. Okay, you're trying to limit factors within the vacuum. Okay, so if Earth is within
hold on. I'm just not going to let you. I don't even understand what you just said.
In the middle of my sentence when I'm trying to make a good
point.
I
don't understand what you just said.
Okay, let me re-say it then.
Repeat it, please.
Earth, hold on, yeah. So Earth would be within a cosmic vacuum, okay? Which would necessarily entail that there would be a lot less forces acting upon it for you to feel things going crazy. We know that when you're on something that is moving, like a plane, there's going to be you're not going to be feeling crazy speeds. That's why we're not an airplane that's going 5 miles per hour. Hold on, stop. Dude, you really can't control it.
Talking all fast.
The pressure of the airplane.
You can't keep up.
Professor Earth.
The pressure for the airplane.
You just make assertions, man.
Okay, let me try to say it again. Let me say it in a slower
just
voice.
one thing at a time. Let's go one sentence at a time. One sentence at a time.
Okay, great.
One sentence at a time.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, great. So again, a airplane is moving within a medium that is pressure, that has pressure, right? It has air pressure around it, whatsoever, and whatnot. So there's going to be a lot. You're going to be able to feel a lot more.
Hold on,
right?
Slow down. You're slowing down. Slow down, dude.
Axiomatic.
You've already,
what?
Dude. Are you on Adderall, bro? What's going on here?
What? I'm giving you truisms.
Slow down. Slow down. You're being a witsit, man.
Dude. Okay, let me go. Okay, so
Slow
I think
down.
we already got that point. Let's move on to the next point. So Earth would be within a medium that is also frictionless, which means that external forces that are supposed to make you move or feel things are going to be a lot less prevalent. Another thing is that you're
That's the end of that sentence. That's the end of that sentence.
Hold on. You're on the surface of Earth, which means that you're moving with the Earth, which is supposed to be limiting any of your feels of things moving. And given that Earth is within a medium that is basically frictionless, you're not supposed to be feeling anything. Also, the Earth doesn't move at crazy speeds.
Okay, you've been exposed, bro.
1,000 miles
later. This is why I wanted to do this. You've been exposed,
you can't. I guess you can't catch up.
No, I can't. With your
You're lewd,
nonsense.
sir. You're lewd, mate.
That's not my fault.
A mediumless friction. Yeah, come on, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, let me simplify it, dude. A vacuum.
Yeah,
How do you get a
talk to me
vacuum?
like
You
I'm
know, how do you get a
retarded.
vacuum? How do
Talk
you
to
get a
me like
vacuum?
I'm a retarded.
Yeah, nobody can get a vacuum.
How do you get a vacuum? Or how do you get
The
like
Earth's
a...
not moving.
Nobody can get a vacuum.
Matt,
I
the
want
Earth's
to hear
not
how I'm
moving.
frictionless on Earth.
Matt, the Earth isn't moving. It's flat, mate. It's measured flat. You know that.
Oh yeah, the flat Earth is moving. You're right.
No, he says it's frictionless. Didn't you hear? He just says it.
He said
And
Oh
so
yeah.
therefore,
Okay, wait, hold on.
didn't you hear?
Let me see if you were actually listening for a second. What did I say was frictionless?
He said the medium of the Earth is frictionless. Is what I've.
No. What did I actually say?
Well, you
It doesn't matter. Mate. It doesn't
Speaking so
matter.
fast,
What I
we can't
said.
understand
Hold
you,
on.
bro.
Let me just hold on. I'll slow down for you.
Take a
Okay?
chill
What I
pill
said-
on your Adderall.
Listen, you said space is
Hold on.
Get him
frictionless.
onto
Let me break
latitude,
it down.
lads.
What I said
Get him onto
was,
latitude.
yeah, dude. Deck, like I told you before, you need to get more versatile so you can actually
No.
talk about other things.
See, bro,
other
see, now you're just losing everybody.
rephrasing
You
it and
need to
saying
get
things in
you need to get more versatile. No, you need to get more versatile.
No, you.
What? No, you. Like, what are we talking about?
No,
here?
you.
Anyway,
Okay,
like
do
I
you
was
see how
saying.
you're just wasting bullshit breaths when you say that?
Let's go
No,
back
I'm
to
not.
the
Let's get to the crux of the issue,
Perfectly
bro.
fine.
Let's get to it. If you want to
Okay,
get
great.
to it, I'll get to it. Let's do it.
Great. So
Go.
what I was saying, great. So what I was saying is that Earth would be within a medium that is essentially frictionless. It'd be a cosmic vacuum, okay? Which would be
Hold on. No, stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I gotta stop him. Earth would be in a medium of a cosmic vacuum.
Yes.
Earth would be in a medium of a cosmic vacuum.
Yes.
Okay, explain that to me.
So
I need to know what that means first before we
okay,
can
what
even
that
move on.
means. So are you aware that space is a cosmic vacuum? That's what we say it is. That's the claim.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I suppose. So what does that mean? What is a cosmic vacuum? Hold on. So
Okay,
just
so
so
a
the people who don't understand, what is a cosmic vacuum?
All the things
So
I can
when we
do for
say
myself, I
cosmic-
want you to do for me.
Okay, yeah. So when we say cosmic vacuum, we're referring to cosmology. We're referring to like galaxies, space, things outside of like the vacuums that we make, right? So
We're talking about the vacuum of space.
exactly.
Like what we would refer to. Okay.
We're talking about the cosmic vacuum
And
of
so,
space.
and
okay?
that is the
And that-
medium in which.
Hold on. Let me just say this real quick. So that medium that which Earth is in is essentially frictionless, not perfectly frictionless, but essentially frictionless. Okay, which means.
Hold on. How do we know that that's
God.
frictionless?
Fuck.
How do we
Holy
know that
fuck,
that's frictionless? You just made that claim.
Okay.
Flat, bro. It's measured flat. What are you talking about?
Come on, man.
There goes that guy
He
again.
just says that. No, here's the thing. He just says, and we all know that that's frictionless. No,
This
we
is
don't.
unbearable.
Dude, you really can't listen.
Everything you are talking about, they need a container, man. Otherwise, they cannot have that pressure. It's
False.
crazy
What
what you're
needs a
talking
container?
about.
What needs a container here on Earth?
I don't know. Wants to go there
I don't
anyways.
know. Why I have
It's
to
not
know?
frictionless.
You cannot have. That's the problem. You cannot have it.
Okay, so let me just make this clear. Do you guys truly believe that there is a container surrounding Earth? Truly.
Otherwise, you could not have.
I do, honestly.
Hypothetical genius. I'm
People don't
talking
want
to you
to
as
claim.
well. Do you guys truly believe that?
Otherwise, you would die. You couldn't have air pressure to breathe.
I think it's the most probable. Yes, I think it's probable. There has to be. Unless
the reason
things
why.
Now
go
you tell me
beyond.
what is the shape, what is made of. I don't know.
Okay,
but
so
I know
let me
that
just-
there
let me
is
just-
one. So I'm trying to raise money and to save money. Maybe I can go and try to find out.
If you're talking
you
about
have to
some
give
sort of
my-
like physical barrier that you could knock on theoretically,
I don't know. I don't
can
know.
tell you.
I
Hold
don't
on,
know.
Miko. Hold on, dude. Hold on just for just a second. If you're talking about something that you could knock on or touch that is like actually surrounding the Earth and making sure that the gas pressure stays inside, I can tell you exactly.
Not made
Like
of air.
I
It's
can
simply
say one
made of
sentence
air.
that disproves that.
I
can tell you one
don't know. But
What disproves the fact that there is some sort of container embodying Earth or surrounding Earth is meteorites. We have rocks that literally fall out the sky. They're very well documented. So
Show me
you'd be
one.
telling me that the container is breaking off
Show me
rocks?
one. Show
That's
me
silly.
how they know.
Okay, the one that happened in Russia in February of 2013. Very well documented.
How do you know that it was not part of the container that fell down because of erosion or
Yeah,
something?
that's very stupid to say.
Why not?
So, okay, so the container is breaking off rocks now.
I don't know, man.
Yes,
You are telling me that
down,
something
dude,
coming
like, that's so stupid.
from somewhere that you don't know, so I can tell
Yeah,
you anything I
meteorites.
want.
Yeah, meteorites.
You are speculating. I am speculating. So why not?
No, I'm not
If you are
speculating anything.
speculating, I will
Oh, meteorites. Hold on. So meteorites.
Hold on.
Meteorites correspond to a heliocentric model.
Yeah,
We have
he
an
made up
asteroid
story,
belt. Hold
bro.
on
He
for a
made up
second.
story.
Hold on for a second. We have an asteroid belt. We can this corresponds. This corresponds. This corresponds.
It's one assertion after another, dude.
Model. You guys think that the Earth is contained? Thank you, someone, for muting him.
It has to be to breathe.
Real quick, gentlemen, if you could speak one at a time, we'll all be able to understand what you guys are trying to say. Thank you.
There you go. Okay. Okay, so what I was saying was,
I'm gonna bow out. I'm just gonna make. I'll bow out right now. You're not moving at 1.3 million miles per hour, and everything this dude says is just simply assertions. Nobody can prove what he's saying, and I'll leave it at that. I'm out. I'm just gonna put myself on mute. I'll be listening.
Stay ignorant,
and I will show my discipline.
Yeah, you have the time.
Anyway,
man, I'm sorry.
What were you even talking about? I kind of forgot.
Okay, let me say my piece. You jump from one place to one place. You don't even stay on one thing, and now you just overtalk everybody, and you don't want to listen. So I don't want to waste my energy. And you know it's flat, but
no,
you have a belief.
We're talking him too, like you're 4 against 1, and you keep like.
Yeah, they're 2v1ing me, but they're still losing. Anyway, the Earth, just to start off a conversation again with anyone, the Earth is objectively curving.
You're crazy, man. Losing in what?
Right.
Everything you said, it was debunked 100 times.
No,
and you don't see it. You don't want to see it.
No, you're losing, dude. You're just making assertions. I know I said I'm gone, but get the fuck out of here with your stupid bullshit.
He doesn't
Dude, they're losing. They can't do. You're just rattling off bullshit, dude.
Okay, so do you have a problem with me or the galaxy or the Earth? I mean, who are you beefing with here?
I got a problem with you rattling off things that you can't.
We have a problem with 3 men talking over each other, and not one of them has the sense to try and bring any kind of peace to the situation in order to be able to be understood.
I tried to bow out, and the dude was like, well, obviously, I'm beating them.
All right, moving forward. Anything that just happened, I would like to see better behavior from all 3 of you right now because my patience is wearing thin, guys. This isn't acceptable. It doesn't matter what side of the argument you're on. I don't give a shit. I can't even understand a fucking word any of you are saying.
Okay, well, when I bow out, don't shit on me.
Hey, how about I agree with that. Nobody ad hom anybody. And shut up! You shut the fuck up. You're fucking gone.
I don't even know who that was. Anyway, I don't even know what I was saying. But like I said before, if you have a problem with the Earth or movement or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, I really don't give a shit about any of this right now. I just want to know, are you guys going to be capable of having an actual conversation without speaking over each other? That's the only question that I have at this moment.
I mean, I think maybe we need to put a 1v1 situation so that it's not like 2v5 and everyone starts talking over each other.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, that works too.
Pick an opponent then.
Well, anyone want to take me on the Earth curving?
I'm really out, so just know that. It was fun talk. I'm out. I know, but I'm saying it's enough.
I just want to say stay blessed and watch out for zombies. I hope you have a good one, and we'll see you around. And now finish what you're saying, man. You're good.
Yeah, I just wanted to say.
Him. Let him finish saying goodbye. Never mind, he left.
Okay. Well, all I was saying was this: the Earth is curving. It's observingly curving. Boats disappear bottom up, which is something that the globe predicts and happens. There's no explanation for bottom up obstruction from the flat Earth. The moon appears upside down in the southern hemisphere from the northern hemisphere, which is also another debunk of the flat Earth myth, because you're antipodal to someone and you're flipped, essentially, which proves that the Earth's shape is definitely curving and not horizontal. You're not looking at you're not just looking up at the moon horizontally on a horizontal surface. So many things prove that the Earth is a ball. And not flat.
All right, cool story, bro. Does anybody have a rebuttal and would like to engage with this gentleman and have a conversation with him in a respectful way where we can understand?
No, he's gay.
Okay, that will be noted in his chart or whatever. We'll put it in the file.
I gotta mark that down, guys. Give me a second. Percentage said I'm gay. Okay, there you go.
All right, cool. That's a good data point for you. Welcome, Heretic. How's it going, man?
Did you say data point? That's a good one.
Personally, I don't swing that way. I like women.
I really don't care. Honestly, it's non sequitur to the ground, and I don't really want to non sequitur off into comedy routines right now. If we could bring it back to the ground, gentlemen, that would be excellent.
Yeah, that's great. The Earth is curving. I don't know what to say. No one wants to take me on this. I have a PhD in globe proving.
And what is the best proof for that, you said? Just your mind?
Proof for the Earth curving?
Yes. The best one.
I would say that the best, most observable proof that the Earth is curving is bottom-up obstruction.
Bottom-up?
Obstruction, yes.
So you have a horizontal line.
Horizon.
So you have a horizontal line that you are doing up and down from that?
The Earth predicts, the size of the Earth predicts that on the surface of it, you should expect the surface to appear pretty horizontal.
So why not the whole?
Well, because so when you're on the surface of a very big ball, it's going to appear pretty flat or pretty horizontal.
How do you know how big is it? If you don't see the curve.
You know the radius.
Oh, what is it then?
3,959. 24,901 miles circumference.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So what is the curvature then? It has to be everywhere, right?
The every ball curves in every direction.
If I'm 60 foot, so I have to see not more than 3 miles, right?
Well, yeah, you have the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But again, you can't use the apparent horizon to falsify the geometric radius.
So no geometric horizon then?
No, you can have a geometric horizon and an apparent horizon at the same time.
So where is it? The geometric one.
All the geometric, you get the 1.225 from the radius of the Earth. So a person on the surface of the Earth should only be able to see too far. But we have an issue. We have a atmosphere. Therefore, the apparent horizon. Therefore, you have the apparent horizon because you have.
Real quick. Don't make me.
Yeah, there you go.
No, real quick. Guys, I knew that was going to happen because I could tell in the tone of your voice as it started escalating faster and faster. If we could bring that back down to a more understandable tone again, just going to kind of like shift gears back down a little bit. That would be great.
Yo, if you're gonna mute him, then you gotta mute me, because whatever me go, we go.
Alright, well, I'm not trying to, like, censor anybody. I just want to be able... I'm actually trying to do the opposite of censor anybody.
No, you're doing a good job, man.
Hold on, I just wanted to say to the moderator that's moderating, could you have just muted him since he interrupted me?
No, because really, I want to move forward, and even talking about that is kind of a bannable offense in my eyes, because I have that little patience at this time.
Okay, Migo.
And Matt, I just want to be able to hear what you have to say, too. And if both of you are talking over each other, I can't hear either of you.
Okay, so Migo, please, next time when I'm in the middle of my sentence...
Technically, you can hear both of them. Understand either of them.
Okay. So all I was saying was this. We get the 1.225 from the radius of the Earth. you're always going to be looking at the apparent horizon and not the geometric horizon because the Earth has an atmosphere, which means that light is always bending due to refraction, which means that no matter what, you're always looking at the apparent horizon. That does not negate the geometric horizon. You can't falsify the geometric horizon by looking at the apparent one.
So what is the
define apparent horizon?
There's the interruptions again.
Sorry, but I need to understand what do you mean by apparent horizon?
Okay. So what I mean is,
thank you.
I would like to know where is the geometric horizon better than that, so I can go and measure.
Yeah.
So the geometric horizon, dude, please, you got to stop interrupting. So the geometric horizon is simply the radius of the Earth. Due to the size of the Earth, right? When you're on a point on the Earth's surface, you should only be able to see so far given the height. That's how globes work. So again, that's just a radius. That's just a geometric horizon. Again, when you're looking at sea, you have the hydrological cycle. You usually have like inferior mirages, superior mirages happening out there. You can't look at the apparent horizon and say, therefore, I falsified the radius of the Earth.
Can I measure it?
Can you measure the radius of the Earth? Yes.
No, the curve.
Yeah, the curve is 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes, okay. Can I measure that?
What do you mean by measure it?
Measure it.
I mean, you can make observations. I mean, you have refraction, but you can always make observations that you can show you that the Earth is curving.
Bro, the Greeks did it with shadows 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, well, this is well, hold on. That's not really what he's asking for. So, given the radius of the Earth, there would be a specific drop rate. You're not going to be able to like measure. You're not going to be able to just get a ruler and say, "Well, the Earth is dropping here like it's a hill." But if you get the radius, if you
it's geometrical, it has to be like that.
No, false. That's just a misconception. So again, given the size of the Earth, hold on. Chill.
Okay.
So given the curvature of the Earth and the size of the Earth you should never be falling off the Earth like it's curving, like it's gonna just drop right in front of you. The surface, you should not be able to detect curvature at the surface by trying to measure it with a ruler. Like it's not gonna work like that.
If it's nature, why not?
Okay. The issue is, right, if let's say that it was possible, like what you're saying, is that you'd be walking on the surface of the Earth and you'd be like, okay, it's dropping right here. Let me get the measuring stick. It's supposed to drop like that. That makes no sense. When you're on the surface of the Earth, it's always supposed to appear pretty horizontal.
Why not? It's the simplest thing because everywhere it has to be that.
Okay, let me try to.
It cannot be something else, man.
I'm gonna try to make this easier.
You just can't see it because you're in it, man. It's like if you're in warm water and then you jump into warm water. It just feels warm.
I actually have a picture here that I'm going to bring up just so I can simplify this easier for everyone. Can anyone here tell me whether or not this is a straight line or a curved line? Just post it in the chat.
Oof. It's curved.
Curved. Looks pretty straight. So what this is supposed to prove is that when you zoom out of that circle, it looks really curved because it is really curved when you zoom out of it and you can see the whole thing. But when you zoom in, like right to its surface, it's supposed to appear pretty horizontal and pretty flat looking. So someone on that surface, given an acceleration down 9.8 meters per second squared, walking on that surface, is not supposed to be seeing the Earth drop in front of them. Doesn't mean that the curvature is not there.
That line, you don't have anything straight and parallel to that line, so you can compare it if it's straight or not.
Well, technically, you can make a circle out of a bunch of straight lines.
If you take it, you have some those squares, grid lines, yeah, and they are intersecting at an angle with that line, which you are asking us if it's straight or curved, yeah, and it's also oblique in the image. So this is a very easy trick to fool the human eye, yeah?
Yeah, it's a very good way to demonstrate that curved
No,
surface
it's
is
not
going to
a
appear flat on
very
the
good way to demonstrate the curved
surface.
surface. No,
It is.
it's not. In that image, you have no comparison, yeah, to actually be able to tell if that line is straight. But if I put a ruler on that image, I can tell you precisely if that line is curved or not.
Go ahead, do it.
Yeah, I can do that.
Go ahead. And that's a very small circle. Like if you look at the actual circle zoomed out just a little bit, it's really a small circle. And it's not even up to scale to what a human being on Earth would be. Like you're talking about a very large ball, and you're on the surface of it. It's not supposed to drop right in front of you. These are the basic misconceptions that flat earthers have.
What you have there, that line there is not a small circle.
I didn't say it's a. What are you talking about?
It's a section.
I didn't. What do you?
It's a segment.
No, I said the entire circle in general. That line is part of a big circle or a small circle. That's what I'm saying.
Yo, your argument sucks.
The actual circle.
It's such a big circle that it looks flat.
Yeah, so this is basic mathematics. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me respond to percentage since he has a basic.
Yeah, the curve is really small and it looks flat.
Muted again. You guys are going to get muted again. We're all going to get muted again. Remember, you got to take turns. Okay? So he said something. Let me respond to him. So again, percentage. Holy shit, dude. So again, percentage. Given the radiuses of circles, or given circles in general, when you zoom in, it's supposed to appear pretty horizontal. A guy actually got his he got his camera, right? And he set up a microscopic way to look at a basketball, and it appeared pretty horizontal on the surface. This is something that objectively should happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not proof that is happening, though.
No, it's not. It's not supposed to be proof that it is happening. So all this is supposed to demonstrate. No, okay, again. This is supposed to demonstrate that if the Earth is curving, it's supposed to appear pretty horizontal on its surface. It's an axiomatic truism.
I don't think anyone's arguing against that.
Well, they were actually, because if you didn't, you probably weren't listening, because Migo kept saying that, oh, why shouldn't it drop right in front of you? Oh, why shouldn't you see the hell right in front of you? So that's me trying to explain that to him. Okay?
You said you cannot see the bloody curve. How do you know it's curving if you cannot see it?
You know it's curving because you can see the consequence of curvature. So there's a difference. So when you're far enough from the Earth, you're going to be able to see left to right curvature. Now, when you're on the surface of the Earth and you're seeing a boat go out the horizon, you can see the consequence of curvature. You can see it drop from your position.
You're not making any sense.
This is very simple things.
It has to be, when I'm 6 foot high, it has to be 3 miles away.
Yeah, okay. Wait.
He's saying that light bends in a certain way that the Earth has to be curved.
Yeah, according to what you said.
Okay, why the light has to bend every time, doesn't matter how far is it, just to be perfectly flat. Why is that? I mean, you don't think that is a little bit a miracle as well? Something happening?
No, not really. Not really. So light is
doesn't matter.
Hold on.
It can curve when you are 10 miles away. It can go up 15 miles away. It can go up 50 miles away. 200 miles away. It goes always up. Doesn't matter how far.
The last time I tried to see the math on it, to curve just to curve around a kilometer, just to curve like around the Earth, it only have to bend like 0.8 just to curve like a kilometer per whatever. Like it's really a small rate that the refraction has to happen to curve around the ball.
You said 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah,
you said
the refraction, dude. Hold on. The refraction rate can be very little and curve around the ball.
No. You're not going there. You said that's a geometrical one.
Dude, why are you confusing these things? Hold on, stop. You're confusing these things. So the drop rate given the radius of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared. The radius, hold on, dude. Refraction, dude, you gotta stop interrupting. Refraction can cause refraction causes apparent effects.
Okay? You're stronger. No, that's not right. Because the geometrical one doesn't have to do anything with eyesight or refraction. The geometrical one has to be there, but it's not there. It's always somewhere else.
Holy shit.
By the way, Matt, the plural for radius.
Why do you hold on for a second? Why do you have so many? Why is the horizon always changing on the flat Earth, Migo?
Because
weather conditions.
No, Migo, please answer the question.
Weather conditions, because the weather
conditions. Refraction too included? Is refraction
Migo, you might be a flat Earth liability.
Migo, refraction as well?
Visibility is given by the air refraction index of the Earth according to each weather conditions, daily weather conditions.
So the reason why the horizon changes, hold on.
Only it's the weather condition. If you have fog, you cannot see anything.
Dude, hold on, dude. Great. Yes. We get it, dude. Okay? So the reason why the horizon changes on the flat Earth is because of weather conditions. The exact same thing happens around the globe, except it's even more convenient around the globe because a globe is curved, and light can bend at a very low rate to curve around a ball. Okay? There you go. It's so simple.
Show me light bending and making me able to see behind the corner. Show me that.
So if you want I actually have some experiments that do show refraction.
No mirrors involved.
Doesn't
Bro,
have to
you'll bust up the sugar tank and laser.
There's one in the chat. You guys can check it out. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of globers that have plenty of demonstrations of refraction. It's something that objectively happens. Very basic principle.
When I have a flat Earth, which is I don't know how far, I cannot know where is the horizon. The only thing is like when is the good weather, I can see more. But when you are on a globe, it has to be there because it's going away from me. It cannot be not there. It's a geometrical concept. You cannot be. Doesn't matter how you say it's how big, how small I am. It's there. I have to be able to measure it, and I cannot see it.
You're right. The geometric horizon is always there because the radius of the Earth is always there.
But I never see it, right? Every time I see it, it's because of refraction.
So I can refer you to the Refraction Commission, and you can talk to the people that make refraction happen. Like
So
the sun. You can talk to the sun. Hold on. You can talk to the sun and take it up with the sun. I mean,
if you want to give up on this, that means you don't know how to move forward.
No, it's not that I'm giving up on this. I've broken this down. Hold on. Let's stop interrupting.
Why you brought refraction if you didn't know about it?
Yeah,
hold on,
please.
One moment. You said that the sun is the cause for refraction, and that is fallacious and not true.
Well, actually, there's two causes for refraction. No, one of them is light, and one of them is density.
You told us to ask the sun about the refraction. Yeah?
Yes.
Well, the sun is not the cause of refraction.
Sun, are you there?
Okay.
Yeah, are you causing refraction?
Okay, again. So, get me
yes.
just to clarify your misconception here. The sun, right, and an atmosphere is required to make refraction. You can't exclude one or exclude the other, okay?
Blah, blah, blah.
The only reason why you can see things is because of light. You can't see anything absent of light.
The sun is a light source.
Great. And then we have an atmosphere, right?
Light propagates through mediums.
Thank you.
Matt,
you didn't say that. You said that the sun causes the refraction. We must ask the sun, what is the refraction?
No. Okay. So what I told you to do is, I said if you want to blame refraction on someone, blame the sun, because the sun is a light source, and it so happens to be that Earth has an atmosphere.
Well,
so you should blame the sun.
If we didn't have a sun, would we have no electromagnetic frequencies?
No, but you see, if it's geometric,
I would like an answer to that question.
Matt, if
there was no sun, would there be zero electromagnetic frequencies?
How was that analogous to anything that we're talking about?
It's a simple question.
Well, actually, yeah, if there was no sun, the Earth wouldn't be here. So yeah.
Would there be any electromagnetic frequencies by other means?
What do you mean if the sun were to disappear right now?
Why you are changing the subject?
Well, electromagnetism would still exist. Yeah, we'd still have a magnetic poles. Yeah.
And electromagnetism is light, right? So even without the sun, we still have light.
Yeah, there still could be some light here on Earth if the sun were to disappear.
Right? Yeah, electromagnetic wave function to it, but it's not electromagnetic.
That's a truism that's axiomatic that proves nothing. So yeah.
It's either truism or it's axiomatic. They're not the same.
Well, it is a truism essentially is something that's axiomatic.
No, it's not.
What does axiomatic mean?
Axiomatic is something that we all take to be true, but need not necessarily be the case. A truism is evidently true.
No, that's false. That's false.
Like
that's not really what axiomatic means. When we say that something is axiomatic, we say that it's self-evident. It's self-evident and uncontested, usually, right? So it's not that we all take it to be true when we shouldn't. I don't know where you got the we all take it to be true when we shouldn't. I don't know where you got that from, but
okay. In mathematics, what's the difference between an axiom and a truism?
We're not talking about in mathematics, dude. We're talking about
the exact same, right? So shouldn't the applicability apply across the board if they're the same?
No, it depends on what you're talking about.
Okay,
so when we're talking about when we're just saying language, when we're talking about something being axiomatic and being a truism, right? Then we're saying that they both are basically the same thing. What's the definition of truism?
That's what you're saying, and you're wrong.
What's the definition of a truism?
Axioms don't necessarily need to be true. They just need to.
What's the definition of a truism?
A truism is evidently true. It's obviously true, like the sky being blue.
That's the same thing that you said with axiomatic. Dude, your pedantic game is not working.
No, because axiomatic could apply to concepts. Axioms can apply to concepts. As long as we agree on something.
For the concept that we're
talking about. For instance, it's axiomatic that gravity is 9.8 meters, per second squared. That's axiomatic. It's agreed upon average. It's agreed upon axiom. Yeah. Right? We take it to be true. It's not necessarily the case, but we take it to be true. The true thing is, like, for instance, the sky being blue, or the grass being green, or your clothes getting, like, water being wet. Nah, that's kind of like iffy. But anyways, that's a truism.
What you're arguing about. If you're arguing that things don't fall down always at 9.8 meters per second squared exactly, then you can say that that's not axiomatic. But if you're having a conversation and you're agreeing upon 9.8 meters per second squared, and some guy says, what, 9.8 meters per second squared, and they're questioning it after they already agreed upon it, that's like, dude, it's something that's axiomatic. So why are you going back up on it now? Again, it depends on what you're using the language in context.
You're agreeing with me.
And you mentioned something that was axiomatic that meant nothing.
Axiomatic means something that you agreed upon, basically, and not necessarily is true. Like like zero, for instance.
You brought up something that was self-evident and not contested by me or you because it was stupid. You're like, well, if the sun disappeared, will there still be like electromagnetism?
Yeah, because you said the cause of refraction is the sun and atmosphere, and you're wrong. It's actually it's light and atmosphere. You could still have light without the sun. You admit that, right?
Does light propagate electromagnetism whatsoever?
Does light propagate? Light is electromagnetism.
Oh, thank you. So if light is electromagnetism, then there would still be refraction because you have the atmosphere and electromagnetism.
If there's no sun, there's still electromagnetism. So the cause isn't the sun. The cause is light.
Dude.
You went one step down.
Well, the reason why we mentioned the sun, hold on. The reason why we mentioned the sun is because the sun is the main light source. When we actually do demonstrations of refraction, we're usually not using sunlight.
It's not the reason why refraction exists. It's the main cause of electromagnetic frequencies, but it's not the reason refraction exists. The reason refraction exists is because of light.
And what's the main light source?
I agree with you, but that's not what you said. You said the cause is the sun. You're wrong.
So when we're talking about different light sources, let's not mention light sources.
We
usually use like lasers and put it through different densities. Hold on.
One level down. You're one valence electron.
How long is this sound effect going to keep entering my ears?
Great. Let me just finish this point then. So usually.
No, please, you have to listen as well.
Okay, great.
Please, you have to listen as well.
Hold on, let me finish.
That's two things you're wrong about. Axiom and truism versus
I just destroyed
the sun being the cause of refraction.
And basic concepts for the second time. But basically, when I mentioned light, right? So let's take away the main light
you said
source.
radiuses.
Usually when we're demonstrating, he can't control himself. He's really sad that he got destroyed on the point. So usually when we're talking about light, let's say that we're trying to demonstrate refraction, we usually put like a dense medium, and we have like a laser like going through the dense medium, and then we can see refraction, and we post the videos demonstrating it. So we can use the light source of not the sun, or usually the sun. But usually when we're talking about refraction in the atmosphere, we're usually pointing towards the sun. So this guy's trying to argue axiomatic truisms. Like, it's
not true, actually, because sometimes they do a lot of long distance like optical tests, and they do it at night because there's less refraction. And then what do they use? They use lasers or flashlights and
and
mirrors.
there's still refraction.
Yes, but you can't say it's only due to the sun, or mainly it's like at night it's not mainly due to the sun. There's moonlight too, which has its own refraction that you could come from that. So you can't just put it down to the sun. You were wrong to put it on the sun.
No, I was not wrong because you just weren't paying attention. The sun is the main light source. So usually when we're looking outside, at sea, and we're seeing refraction, or we're seeing some sort of atmospheric condition.
Yes, I agree with you. Usually, yes.
Like a mirage or whatever that we're talking about. We usually point to the sun, the main light source. What you try to do is you're trying to like be a little weasel and get in there and say, well, technically this, when you were completely wrong because you weren't paying attention. So
I was paying attention. I heard you say that the cause of refraction is two things: the sun and atmosphere. And you're wrong to say the sun. Yes. It's actually light.
Yes, it is. When we're talking about looking out at sea, right? When we're talking about having an atmosphere and looking out at sea, the main light source that we're talking about, the sun. If you wanted me to mention just the light in general,
no, there is the moon and the stars. There is the moon and the stars. That's wrong. But you see, you were wrong already before as well.
No, nothing I've said is wrong.
Oh my God,
bro! You said radiuses.
Okay, what did I say wrong about a radius? Let me ask you, what's a radius?
What's the plural of radius?
Yeah, what's a radius?
What's the plural of radius?
Oh, look at him. Exactly.
He really you've been wrong about three things. I correct you each time, but you have too much ego to take it on the chin. Be like, yeah, you can just say, yeah, my bad. I meant to say light. Yeah, my bad. I meant to say radii. Yeah, my bad. I meant to say truism. But no, you're too much ego.
What's a radius? You didn't even understand the terms of these words.
Okay.
What's a radius, though?
I can correct you, but I don't understand the terms. All right.
Well, you already
just admit you're wrong, bro. It's not the end of the world.
What's a radius?
Are you serious?
Yeah, what's a radius?
The distance from the center to the outside of a circle, to the perimeter.
Thank you. On the surface of a circle, not the outside of a circle.
That's to the
perimeter.
The
surface of a
circle. Or circumference. Are you done?
What is the circumference? What is a circumference?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you gotta look it up. Look it up. You're good. Look it up.
I just used the word when I defined radius, but now I have to look it up because I don't know what it is. Are you retarded?
Yeah, no, you're retarded because you didn't know what a radius was. You said a line from the center of a circle to the outside.
Distance from the center to the outside, and then I said perimeter. You agreed. So shut up. You're being obtuse.
You're so silly. Okay, a radius, right, is a line from the center of a circle to anywhere on its surface. Okay. Holy crap! And what's a circumference?
No, don't say surface, bro.
What's the surface?
And what's a circumference?
The surface could be the outside, or it could be the top or the bottom of it. Like,
so the circle.
Circumference.
Wait. So the surface will be outside the surface?
How can a 2D shape have a surface?
Oh God,
the surface is two-dimensional. Are you retarded?
You're honestly so stupid.
No, you're dumb.
I can't help some stupid people, dude.
You're saying a 2D shape, which is a circle, has a surface which is also two-dimensional.
What would we be calling the surface?
Yeah, the outside of the circle.
For something to have surface, has to be three-dimensional because the surface itself is two-dimensional. Are you stupid?
Wait, what the? Wait, so you're debunking the flat Earth then?
I'm debunking you.
So is the flat Earth two-dimensional?
No, it's not. It's three-dimensional. Surfaces are two-dimensional. Are you stupid?
So hold on. Gibby,
oh my God! Someone like Trump,
he doesn't understand basic concepts of geometry.
You're wrong.
Can I embarrass him real quick?
A 2D shape can't have a 2D surface. That's not how it works.
Can I demolish him real quick?
Because the surface is 2D. The whole shape is a surface.
Let's say we're talking. Wait, Gibby, hold on, dude. Hold on.
I let you speak for 20 minutes. I want to point out.
He doesn't know what a radius is, though.
Listen, PhD, you said that a radius is
a line from the center of the circle to anywhere on the surface of the circle. Now, any point inside the plane.
What are we calling the surface?
That is a point
what are we
on
calling
the
the surface?
surface of that circle.
Hold on, let me ask a percentage. What are we calling the surface when we're talking about a line to the surface?
Yeah, the plane of
Bro,
the
you're the one that
circle.
said it. It's the wrong word to use.
Percentage. He's gonna destroy himself.
If you said sphere, you would have been fine, right? Because sphere is a 3D object has a 2D surface.
Talking circle. I'm talking circle.
Hold up, stop talking, man. You asked me a question, stop talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you had said sphere, you would have been fine because
No,
the
I'm
sphere
not
is a
saying
3D
sphere,
object
circle.
with a
Answer the
2D
question.
surface. But you said circle, which is a 2D thing, and the
Oh,
surface
you're
is 2D,
so
so it's
stupid.
redundant. It's stupid.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's
What you
break
meant to say
it
is
down.
circumference.
I gotta break
That's what you
it
meant to
down
say.
from again. Let's say that we have a line, right,
The
from the center of a
circumference
circle
of the
going
circle
out
is
to its
not
Bro,
the
you need to
surface.
stop
When we
doing
say
lines.
surface, hold on. Percentage. When we say surface, what are we
I'm
talking
not
about?
holding on because
You
you
said
are
surface. You're wrong to
stupid.
say it, bro.
Percentage. When we say to its surface, what are we talking about?
When you say surface
You're
in
so
relation to a
stupid,
circle,
dude.
you're wrong. You should say it in relation to a sphere.
Okay. When
Correct.
we say
Don't say
surface,
when we say. Don't
what
say
are
when
we
we say surface.
talking
I didn't say
about?
it. You said it because it was wrong.
You're freaking out. When we say surface, what are we talking about?
Don't say we, bro.
When
If you're
you
talking about
say
circle,
the
you don't say
surface of
surface.
the circle,
The
that
circle is
refers
a
to
surface.
the plane
When
of
we
the
It's two-dimensional.
Okay, say it.
not
What's the
the
radius on a
Bro, do you have a
circle?
three-dimensional circle?
What's the radius on a circle?
Do you have a three-dimensional circle?
What's a radius look like on a circle?
A line from the center to the circumference, not to the surface.
Wait, to the circumference?
Correct.
Oh my god, this guy's... What's a circumference?
Yeah, to the circumference.
Oh my
of
God.
the
Hold on. What's a
circle, yeah.
circumference?
The outside, bro.
You mean just the line? The line that you're referring to?
The circle is the circumference of the circle. The actual circle that you see.
Okay, so when you say circumference, I know that you're talking about the outer, the line, right? The line that you go from the center of the circle to the line.
No, that's the radius line, bro. It's not an actual part of the shape.
Holy fuck.
The circle is the line.
Am I gonna have to break this down for him?
Bro, you're already broken down.
We'll move it up. We'll
You're
move
broken
on.
down on the side of the road, bro.
We'll move on. For fuck's sake, we're just gonna help you out and move on, dude.
The surface of a circle
Hold on,
is the
we don't have to
plane
keep doing
of
this
it,
anymore, dude.
not
Exactly, the surface is the plane of it because it's a
circumference of the
two-dimensional
circle.
object. Two-dimensional shape, I should say.
Holy fuck. The stupidities just get... We're just gonna move on. I don't want to run in circles. I don't want to get into
Your
again. So.
stupidity is invincible.
Peter, your boy needs help.
You have no PhD.
Your boy needs help. I taught you what axiomatic was. I taught you what truism was. You didn't know what a radius
You need a
was.
padded room because you are not capable to shut your mouth and have a humanely conversation. You need to put in a padded room because you are not capable to hold your mouth.
Okay. Let's ask a very calm question here. What's a circumference percentage?
Wait. Before you go there, wait. You went too far already. You see, 10 minutes ago, you were talking about the geometric horizon.
Yeah.
You see how far you went?
So Migo.
That's all you did. Because
I know. So Migo, you're right.
He's so desperate to be right, but he's so wrong.
Migo, you are right. Hold on, Migo, you are right. I did go so far. But the only reason I went so far is because someone that didn't know what a radius or a circumference was came in and tried to say something that was like semantic.
Except you're the one that got it wrong.
Quickly educate
You said the radius of a circle is the line from a center to the surface.
What are we calling the
circle?
surface?
The whole thing is a surface. It's two-dimensional. You don't understand geometry, bro.
What are we calling the surface?
Any point
Don't say
on
the you're wrong.
You're so
on
stupid.
the plane of
Don't group me with your bull.
Dude, it's okay. You didn't know what a radius or circumference was. I don't blame you, dude.
You're projecting, bro. We all heard it. You're the one that said that circles have surfaces.
It's okay to be new here and not say something.
Listen, PhD. Any point on the plane of a circle is a point on the surface of the circle. So a line from the center of a circle to a point on the surface of a circle is not.
Thank you. I like how he said surface and percentage didn't freak out that time.
Is not the radius.
Oh my god.
Only,
his point is any point you pick, any point is on the surface.
Circumference of the circle,
so funny.
those are radiuses.
There you go. He wasn't even listening to you though.
Percentage, did you get that?
Just talking the whole time.
This so self-proclaimed PhD, he doesn't even know geometry.
PhD in globe proving. Yes, I have a PhD in globe proving, and I've taught you basic geometry today.
You have no PhD. You are a self-proclaimed.
Listen, dude. I got my PhD.
Show me your fucking PhD.
It's in my name. The PhD stands for phenomenally dumb.
I'm done.
Yeah, phenomenally dumb.
Someone that probably believes you're the spot. I mean,
go with that.
You didn't know what a circumference was or what it is. You're really, dude. You're really gonna ask me that?
You're spiraling.
He's illiterate in geometry.
I know you're heliocentric because you're spiraling so much right now.
Dude, listen. I'm gonna give you some tips.
Please.
When you're out of this VC, just do some research, dude.
No, do yourself a favor and go back to 5th grade.
Yeah, learn geometry. Learn that shapes are two-dimensional. And that surfaces are also two-dimensional. So every part of the shape is a surface.
I believe that the Earth is a globe, so I don't have to go back to 5th grade.
No, you should have a caretaker.
With all due respect.
Seriously. I advise you to go to a institution, seek for some experts, and ask them to give you a caretaker because you need one.
Yes, stop arguing over nonsense.
Yo, Matt, do you enjoy sitting at the front or the back of the short bus?
Well, I would probably. I mean, compared to you guys, I think I'd probably ride a very long bus compared to you. I mean, my IQ is probably like combined higher than all of you guys here.
You'd ride a very long bus.